Chapter 1 Arise. System. Upon the precipice of a towering cliff, Cheng Yi stretched his arms towards the heavens, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Just an hour ago, he had traversed into this fantastical realm known as the martial god continent. After assimilating the memories of the original owner and comprehending that this world is dominated by martial practitioners, and that his current vessel was a mere martial failure, Cheng Yi mused with a hint of cynicism. Surely, I must possess a golden finger. Soon, a stream of information surged within his mind. Dao Law Inheritance System activated. Host, Cheng Yi. Cultivation level, mortal. System activation, successful novice gift pack delivered. Haha. Cheng Yi reclined against a large boulder, gazing at the azure sky with a contented expression. Indeed, it is you, system. Now, let me delve into your intricacies. A quarter of an hour later, Cheng Yi had grasped the capabilities of this system. The Dao Law inheritance required him to impart Dao principles within this enchanting world to elevate the path of cultivation amidst a multitude of martial artists. So, does this imply that I must establish a sect and recruit disciples? Cheng Yi pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and subsequently sought answers within the system's information. It is not obligatory to recruit disciples, nor must I establish a sect. After all, I am the sole cultivator in this realm. Thus, as long as anyone learns from me and embarks on the path of cultivation, even if merely dabbling it would count as my successful transmission of the Dao, am I not then the Dao ancestor of this world? Moreover, according to the system, upon a successful transmission of the Dao, I shall accrue a certain value that can be utilized to enhance my own cultivation or to partake in a lottery from the system. Consequently, the more individuals who cultivate with me, the greater this value will become. Yet, in this martial world, how many would willingly engage in cultivation with me? Seeking them one by one would be rather tedious. At a loss for a superior strategy, Cheng Yi decided to set this dilemma aside for the moment. Let me first examine what treasures lie within this novice gift pack. With a thought, the novice gift pack unfurled before him. Novice gift pack. Host receives a tome on cultivation knowledge. Host acquires a minor cultivation enhancement pill. Host obtains 3 purities Dao technique beginner talismans. The tome on cultivation knowledge encompasses all necessary information regarding the practice of cultivation. The minor cultivation enhancement pill may elevate the host cultivation by a minor tier. The 3 purities Dao technique beginner talismans enables the host to master the drawing and application of all basic talismans. Let me first peruse the cultivation knowledge. With a mere thought, the tome appeared in his mind, radiating a soft luminescence, and a torrent of information began to flood Cheng Yi's consciousness, as if it had always resided. There he comprehended the intricacies of alchemy, artifact forging, and various other realms of knowledge with clarity. Once again, the elixir was retrieved, and Cheng Yi swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, he felt a surge of warmth enveloping his entire being, causing his skin to flush crimson, while steam began to rise around him, completely shrouding his form. In that moment, Cheng Yi sensed as if he had undergone a profound transformation. His body felt weightless, his spirit invigorated, and even the latent injuries sustained from herb gathering had miraculously healed. After a brief interval, a message resonated within the system. Host cultivation level has risen. Current level. Initial stage of Qi refinement. The cultivation technique, reincarnation of endless life, activates automatically. As the steam dissipated, Cheng Yi felt an inexhaustible force coursing through his being, alongside the surging spiritual energy and the ambient essence of this world. He felt utterly rejuvenated. Finally, he opened the 3 pure Dao technique basic talismans, and instantly, dozens of talisman crafting methods and their usages appeared vividly in his mind. 3 pure Dao technique talismans. All laws of the world converge at the tip of the brush, melded in cinnabar, inscribed upon paper. When the talisman is formed, all laws are accessible. Goodness, I never expected there to be such a plethora of applications for these talismans. With them, I shall possess greater persuasive power when imparting my teachings. However, I mustn't simply perform tricks like a magician. That would be rather demeaning. That if only there were a live streaming platform in this fantastical world, or at the very least, some television to promote my endeavors. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Cheng Yi's eyes. A piece of knowledge unique to this martial god continent surfaced from the depths of the original owner's memories. Advertisements and television. Could this be akin to the illusion of flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water? It seems that live streaming my teachings may indeed be within reach. In the central square of Water Gathering City, a vast flat stone resembling crystal stood prominently at the center. Surrounding this immense stone, a crowd had gathered from a distance of 10 paces. Cheng Yi was among them, his eyes fixed upon the crystal-like stone. Within it, the image of a man clad in a blue long robe appeared, wielding a large blade and occasionally slashing at nearby wooden stakes. Although the blade did not touch the stakes, it generated waves of palpable wind that cleaved the wood in twain. Afterward, the man sheathed his blade and addressed the onlookers with a gesture of respect. "Greetings, brothers and sisters of Water Gathering City. I am Wu Qingdao, the leader of the Windblade sect. The sword technique I just demonstrated is the breaking wind blade. Should anyone be interested, feel free to register it now." 43 Liushi Street, south of Water Gathering City. All relevant fees will be detailed upon registration. Having delivered his message, he turned and departed, only for another figure clad in black, wielding a long staff, to step into the scene and begin demonstrating staff techniques. "This is truly the illusion of flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water," Cheng Yi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The illusion of flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water is a unique audio-visual transmission method of the martial god continent, capable of conveying images and sounds across vast distances that in the understanding of modern individuals like Cheng Yi. The concept of mirror flowers and water moon essentially equates to an exceedingly simplistic television possessing but a single channel that offers only live broadcasts and is prohibitively expensive at least. This holds true for the square in question. The inhabitants of the martial god continent are martial-minded. The mirror flowers and water moon in the central square of Jishui City broadcasts daily advertisements showcasing the prowess of various sects and their recruitment of disciples. Among these are several renowned sects that have gained fame across the land, while the other portion comprises numerous smaller sects beneath the jurisdiction of Jishui City. Do not be deceived by the fact that Jishui City itself is not particularly large. It harbors hundreds of small sects. Consequently, the City Lord's Mansion conducts a tri-weekly selection of sects each quarter, wherein 5 small sects for Jishui City are chosen to fill the remaining airtime. After the recruitment advertisements of the larger sections, Cheng Yi turned his gaze towards one side of the square, where the imposing and magnificently restored gate of the City Lord's Mansion stood, and he squeezed through the crowd to approach it directly. Today marks the first week of the sect selection in Jishui City. After registering at the entrance of the City Lord's Mansion, filling in his name and address, Cheng Yi received a token inscribed with the number 206 and was escorted by a guard to a separate courtyard within the mansion. Before he could enter, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, wielding a large blade, emerged, the very individual he had just seen in the mirror flowers and water moon. Out of courtesy, Cheng Yi nodded at him. The man, known as Wu Qingdao, glanced at Cheng Yi with a look of curiosity, then nodded and returned before departing. "What would he be wondering about?" Cheng Yi pondered, frowning slightly as he watched Wu Qingdao's retreating figure. "Naturally, he is questioning why you have arrived so late," replied a chatty guard standing nearby, chuckling as he continued. "Today is the final day of the preliminary selection. For sections typically, those preparing for publicity would have registered at least a week in advance and would have been here waiting. It is rather uncommon for someone to arrive at the last minute as you have. Is that so?" Cheng Yi smiled at the guard before stepping through the courtyard gate. Upon entering, Cheng Yi was greeted by an intriguing apparatus, a circular platform approximately 5 or 6 meters in diameter, situated at the center of the courtyard. Surrounding it were 4 crystalline devices that appeared similar to the mirror flowers and water moon outside, each emanating a soft glow. It seemed these crystals were responsible for transmitting the images from the platform to the massive mirror flowers and water moon crystal in the square. On the platform stood a man dressed in black, wielding a long staff, who was bowing respectfully towards one of the crystals. "I am Feng Ping from the Huifeng sect of Jishui City. What you have just witnessed are the first 3 forms of our sect's signature technique, the Huifeng staff method. Should you find interest, please cast a vote for our Huifeng sect. We shall meet again next week. Furthermore, our Huifeng sect is located at 36 Heihe Street in North City, and you are welcome to register anytime. I humbly ask for your vote." Cheng Yi blinked and turned his gaze towards the attendant leading the way. The selection of sects is not determined by the City Lord's Mansion, but rather by the residents of the city. Each round of advancement is decided by voting. So campaigning is indeed permissible, the attendant responded. The man on stage seemed poised to say more, but before he could finish, someone from the City Lord's Mansion gestured for him to hurry. "Mr. Feng, there are others waiting behind. Wrap it up and come down quickly. Am I not the last one?" Feng Ping frowned slightly, turning to see Cheng Yi already waiting nearby. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes, yet he still descended the stage. Cheng Yi nodded in acknowledgement, but Feng Ping feigned ignorance, his gaze sweeping across Cheng Yi with impudence, before he snorted derisively. "Humph, with a physique as flimsy as yours. You dare to participate in martial arts? Aren't you afraid of being the subject of ridicule? Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow. Am I being too lenient? Care to spar? As a traveler endowed with extraordinary abilities, would I fear someone wielding a stick? You! Feng Ping glared, brandishing the staff behind him. That moment, a voice emerged from behind the shimmering crystal. Fighting is prohibited within the City Lord's mansion. Mr. Cheng, time is of the essence. Please ascend the stage. The attendant stepped in between Cheng Yi and Feng Ping, effectively halting the confrontation. Cheng Yi smirked coldly at Feng Ping before turning to ascend the circular platform. Today marks the commencement of the live broadcast of my teachings. In the central square of water-gathering city, the crowd gradually congregated around the shimmering crystal, forming an organized line, as if they had done so many times before. There are only this many sects participating this quarter. I thought that knife-wielding fellow was quite impressive. Wu Qingdao, right? I plan to cast my vote for him. The last one wielding a staff doesn't seem promising. No wooden stick can compare to a metal weapon, and its weight is insufficient. That I think he's not bad. A wooden stick is merely for practice. He can always switch to an iron rod later. I am quite willing to send my son to learn the staff techniques. I intend to give him my vote. Yes, the crowd queued. They began to discuss the spectacle they had just witnessed, the atmosphere vibrant with excitement. However, on the outskirts of the crowd, a group exuded a somber mood, entirely contrasting the lively ambience at the center. Let's disperse, let's disperse. This performance was indeed captivating, but for those of us who are inherently unable to cultivate martial arts, it's merely a spectacle. We should head home to rest. The overcast sky still demands our toil for a living. Among them was an elderly man dressed in a gray shirt, his gaunt chest exposed as he spread his arms, as if shooing away chicks, waving at the dejected youth surrounding him. Some followed suit, unsteadily rising to head back. That I wonder which sects will advance to the competition next week. Certain sects hold no relevance to us. Individuals like us are naturally ill-suited for martial cultivation. Merely managing to fill our stomachs throughout our lives is already a remarkable feat. Let me advise you, refrain from casting votes indiscriminately, for that merely causes disruption. Do you understand? Come, let us depart. The emaciated elder urged the children surrounding him, ultimately halting beside a youth who remained seated, unwilling to rise. Hey, Lugier, do not linger here. It is all over. Not yet finished. The youth, unwavering in his gaze, fixated on the ethereal illusion in the distance. He was clad similarly to the other boys, yet his posture was impeccably straight, distinguishing his presence amidst the slumped figures around him. Look, there are still others approaching. The elder scoffed. That matters little to us. I recognize your origins are different from our humble backgrounds. Yet, our innate physical dispositions render us fated to be disconnected from the path of cultivation. Do you not agree, Lugier? The boy named Lugier remained motionless, his attention still riveted on the shimmering illusion. The frail elder turned to glance at the spectacle, indeed witnessing those who initially intended to vote pausing, their expressions filled with surprise as they beheld the reflections within the illusion. Remarkably, there are indeed some who have approached. The elder mused softly as he observed a young man within the illusion bowing to the crowd, commencing his speech. I am Cheng Yi, here today to unveil a novel technique to all of you. It is called talismans. This art is entirely unlike any martial methods you have encountered. Nevertheless, it is not inferior to any martial skill. One talisman can defend oneself. One talisman can repel formidable foes. One talisman can summon thunder and fire. One talisman renders all methods void. Next, I shall demonstrate the formidable power of these talismans. Cheng Yi concluded his address to the crystalline transmission of the illusion, subsequently retrieving a piece of yellow paper he had prepared earlier, along with a brush and a small box of pre-mixed cinnabar, ready to inscribe the talisman. This marked his first attempt at talisman crafting. Thus he approached the process with utmost seriousness and gravity, entirely oblivious to the astonished and dubious expressions of those outside the transmission device. Is this not merely the act of a charlatan, and all methods void? Why does he not proclaim a technique to obliterate the continent? How could such a trickster be allowed entry? Fei Ping, who had previously encountered minor friction with Cheng Yi, scoffed, leaning on his staff as he directed his gaze towards the man controlling the illusion, stating, Wang Guanshi, should we permit this little fraud to squander our time further? If not, I could ascend and dismiss him, leaving the remaining moments to me. Wang Guanshi, equally perplexed, scrutinized Cheng Yi, who was engaged with his paper and brush. Upon hearing Fei Ping's words, he turned to him and replied, Within the city lord's residence, private duels are prohibited. However, once he departs, I shall have no further control. With that, Wang Guanshi cast a sharp glare at the guard who had escorted Cheng Yi inside. The guard gazed at the figure on the stage, a look of astonishment etched across his face. Upon noticing the steward's glare, he instinctively lowered his head, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. How fortuitous. I find myself in need of funds. Feng Ping remarked with a cold smirk, eyeing the young man on stage with palpable derision. Let's capture this little swindler. There may yet be a reward to be had. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered in the square was abuzz with curiosity. What is a talisman? One asked, bewildered. I've never heard of it. Is it a new martial technique? But this young man appears to be no more than 20, and he has already created his own technique? Another mused. It is not a martial technique. Look, he has paper and pen in hand. What kind of martial art employs such tools? This is utterly absurd. He claims that this talisman can defend against and repel enemies. It also purportedly invokes celestial thunder and earthly fire, resembling something out of a myth. Hurry and let him descend. He is wasting my time for voting. I am in a rush to return home and advise my son to study the art of staff fighting. Outside, a throng of people clamors. Yet Cheng Yi remains oblivious to the noise. At this moment, he is entirely focused on the task at hand, explaining as he operates. To draw the talisman, one must follow 3 steps. Everyone, pay close attention. It requires ink, paper, and 3 incantations. Cheng Yi spoke, with one hand forming a sword gesture held before his chest, while the other pointed toward the 3 objects before him. He then recited incantations, his gaze sharpening as he exclaimed, swiftly and as commanded. Suddenly, a gentle breeze arose around the 3 objects, swirling and dispersing outward. Now, I shall focus and inscribe the talisman known as the Flame of Departure. Cheng Yi lifted his brush, dipped it in vermilion ink, and poised it above the yellow paper. Then, with a commanding voice, he declared, at last, the moment of inscription has arrived. Before his words had fully echoed, the brush descended onto the paper, and in an instant, it danced with the grace of a dragon and the agility of a serpent. Even before the onlookers could fully comprehend the unfolding spectacle, the talisman had been masterfully crafted. As Cheng Yi completed his final stroke, the vivid crimson mark upon the yellow paper shimmered with a delicate golden light, almost imperceptible yet captivating amidst the gazes of the gathered crowd. Oh, did you see that? What he created just glimmered, exclaimed one. Did you catch that? How is this possible? I thought I was imagining things. Another chimed in. Fascinating indeed, though I remain skeptical of its actual efficacy. This technique that causes the drawn image to sparkle is something I have never witnessed before. Let us not rush home just yet. It's worth staying to witness this spectacle. Allow my son a moment longer. From the periphery of the throng, an elderly man with a gaunt visage wore a look of astonishment. Hey, this final act appears quite intriguing. Let us observe before departing. The youthful followers surrounding him halted. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed at Cheng Yi, who was now displaying the talisman with both hands, revealing it to the audience. At this juncture, the talisman was complete. Cheng Yi presented the front of the talisman towards the 4 devices resembling illusory reflections, then delicately pinched the talisman between his fingers, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Now, I shall demonstrate the power of this talisman. He glanced around before finally directing his attention to the few individuals in the audience who regarded him with astonishment. Excuse me, could you please bring up those wooden stakes? Wood stakes? The guard who had escorted Cheng Yi appeared momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with the steward before nodding. Please wait a moment. Is it necessary to use wooden stakes to display a mere piece of tattered paper? Are you intending to show how to affix this paper to them? How utterly embarrassing. The ever-watchful Feng Ping, who had been waiting for an opportunity to trouble Cheng Yi, sneered immediately. Just a flamboyant charlatan. Just wait until you step off the stage. I shall show you what I am capable of. Cheng Yi cast a fleeting glance at him, poised to retort sharply. However, recalling that he was currently live-streaming, he restrained himself slightly. The onlookers in the square exchanged bewildered glances. What power could a mere sheet of paper possess? On the outskirts of the crowd, a gaunt old man furrowed his brow, while the youths beside him stared wide-eyed in confusion. Indeed, could this paper truly serve as a talisman? While one might have heard of weapons forged from metal, wood, or stone, never had they encountered the notion of paper as a weapon. Was he intending to cleave a wooden post with this? Surely, it was a jest. At that moment, the youth known as Lu Guo raised his hand, urging the crowd to quiet down, saying, haven't you heard? He claims that object is called a Li Hua talisman. I suspect it can ignite flames. Ignite a fire with a piece of paper? He hadn't even brought a fire starter. How would he do that? How would I know? The wooden post is coming up. Lu Gur waved his hand, and the surrounding youths fell silent, their curiosity directed towards the shimmering mirage. Within that crystalline image, Cheng Yi had already positioned the Li Hua talisman before his chest. As a surge of intent coursed through him, Cheng Yi felt the spiritual energy within his body connect with the talisman in his hand. And then he suddenly hurled the talisman forward. At that moment, the originally flimsy paper transformed as if it were an iron plate, flying straight towards the wooden post that had just been set up on stage. Simultaneously, Li Nian issued a soft command, swift as the law. The talisman and wooden post made contact in an instant. Boom. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bomb exploding reverberated throughout the courtyard of the city lord's residence. And through the transmission of the mirage, it echoed across the central square of the entire water-gathering city. The blinding flash of the explosion compelled everyone present to instinctively shield their eyes. In the next moment, when the crowd turned their gaze towards the wooden post, they found only a pile of nearly pulverized charcoal. That post, which had originally been a foot thick, had been utterly annihilated in that brief instant. Whether in the courtyard of the city lord's residence or within the central square, every witness to this spectacle stood with mouths agape. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. My heavens, what did I just witness? Is this real? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That wooden post must have been rigged with explosives. Have you lost your mind? Explosives would have shattered the post into pieces. Yet the reality is, the post didn't even splinter, it simply turned to char. A talisman. Is this what a talisman is? This is quite intriguing. If one were to unleash such a technique in battle, wouldn't it catch the enemy off guard with immense power? How does one practice this? What are the entry requirements? What level of martial prowess is needed? Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on Cheng Yi's image. However, Cheng Yi's next words rendered the entire central square of water-gathering city utterly silent. I have just employed a talisman known as the Li Hua talisman. To delve into the realm of talismanic arts, there are no prerequisites. Whether you are a practitioner of martial arts or an ordinary individual who has never engaged in such disciplines, or even someone like myself who, due to inadequate physical prowess, seems destined to remain estranged from martial pursuits, you may still choose to pursue the path of talismanic study. The technique I recently executed is merely a rudimentary application within this art. Should anyone wish to explore the talismanic arts further, I invite your support. And next week I shall unveil more techniques within this fascinating discipline. My name is Cheng Yi, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all. Upon finishing his words, Cheng Yi nodded at the few individuals nearby, equally astonished by his revelation. Without needing the urging of the steward Wang, he descended from the stage of the Mirror Flower Water Moon live broadcast. Only after he had traversed the steps and exited the realm of the broadcast did a tremendous uproar akin to thunderous applause erupt in the central square. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. To lack martial aptitude yet still master such skills? I simply refuse to believe it. Nonsense. He claims his physical constitution prevents him from practicing martial arts? That is undoubtedly a lie. How could one wield such formidable techniques without the ability to cultivate martial arts? Don't speak to me of talismans. I perceive this as an innovative martial art. Vote. Let him enter next week's showcase. I shall write to the City Lord's mansion, demanding they verify Cheng Yi's genuine martial prowess next week. I cannot possibly cast my vote for him. He is nothing but a charlatan. What a gimmick. Rubbish. In the center of the square, chaos reigned. Yet, on the periphery, amidst a group of simply dressed youths, silence lingered. It wasn't he until a gaunt old man, his face twisted in fury, spat on the ground and exclaimed, "Damn it. Another one of those scoundrels who thinks they can deceive us out of our hard-earned silver. Children, let us go home." With that, the old man raised his arm and turned to leave. However, beside him, a youth of exceptional bearing, known as Lu Gu, remained transfixed, his gaze fixed upon the now empty stage of Mirror Flower Water Moon. I don't believe he is a fraud. Suddenly, Lu Gu spoke, his eyes gleaming with determination. Brothers and sisters, let us vote for him. Didn't someone mention verifying his abilities in the next round of the broadcast? Then it will be crystal clear whether he is a charlatan. With that, Lu Gu gestured vigorously to the surrounding children. Let us go. Vote. Among this group of children, Lu Gu seemed to hold considerable sway, and with his rallying cry, many youths promptly followed suit. This visibly distressed the gaunt old man. Hey, children, you mustn't cause trouble. For people like us, meddling with those who can cultivate martial arts could lead to dire consequences. What is there to fear? The City Lord's mansion has prohibited us from voting. We have every right to do so. Lu Gu had already stepped forward, calling back to the throng of youths behind him. Let us vote for Cheng Yi. It's not causing trouble. Moreover, if the talisman technique truly transcends physical limitations, wouldn't we be able to turn our fortunes around completely? Brothers, sisters, do you truly wish to live your lives beneath the noses of those martial artists? We must seize this opportunity. Besides, it's just a vote. Follow me. Lu Gu's words ignited a fervor within the hearts of the youths, and almost all of them surged forward, racing towards the now open voting area of the mirror flower, water moon crystal. Unbeknownst to Cheng Yi, the astonishment that enveloped the square was palpable. Yet, he could perceive the expressions of several individuals beside the crystal stone, their jaws nearly grazing the ground in disbelief. With a soft chuckle, Cheng Yi prepared to depart from the Lord's mansion. Where shall he reside next? Cheng Yi was contemplating finding a nearby refuge, for his next live broadcast would not commence until the following week. He certainly could not spend each night on the streets. Just then, a shadow loomed before him. It was Feng Ping, his face twisted in mockery. Speak, little deceiver. By what means did you ensnare your victims? Confess willingly, and I shall go easy on you. However, taking you in for the reward is inevitable. Feng Ping had replaced the wooden stick he wielded during the live stream with a solid iron rod, which he now brandished horizontally before him, effectively blocking Cheng Yi's path, his expression dripping with disdain as if he had already secured his victory. Do you seek a quarrel? Am I to be intimidated by you? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Cheng Yi swiftly retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his clothing. With the brush still tinged with cinnabar, he deftly inscribed a powerful talisman upon the paper, uttering a commanding incantation. Hurry, obey the decree. The talisman shimmered with golden light before Cheng Yi promptly affixed it to his chest. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, a wave of warmth enveloping the area within 9 feet. Wang, the steward, sat behind a crystal stone, observing the standoff between the two. As he sensed the abrupt shift in the surrounding spiritual energy, his eyes brightened. It seemed that Cheng Yi's talisman was no mere illusion. Huh? What sorcery is this? Cheng Yi summoned the immense power of the giant force talisman, fixing his gaze ahead. He noticed Feng Ping completely unfazed by the unfolding scene, as he swung a heavy iron rod directly towards him. In an instant, a formidable gust of wind enveloped his body, hindering his movements and making evasion more arduous than usual. However, such tactics were difficult to employ against others, but posed no challenge to him. What was the giant force talisman? It gathered the surrounding spiritual energy and harmonized it with oneself, enabling one to break through myriad laws with sheer strength. Cheng Yi, undeterred and unyielding, leaped upward with fervor. His right arm, taut like a drawn bow, pulled back before delivering a powerful strike toward the iron rod above. The sound resonated like a thunderous bell throughout the courtyard, causing many onlookers to wince in pain and cover their ears. After the exchange, both combatants landed back on the ground. Feng Ping, feeling the persistent tremor in the staff, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the charlatan possessed such formidable strength, able to withstand his seemingly inevitable blow without faltering. From behind the crystal stone, Manager Wang witnessed Cheng Yi's astonishing punch, his eyes lighting up with astonishment. He couldn't help but murmur in admiration. This Cheng Yi certainly does not appear to be a martial artist, yet with merely a yellow talisman, he could endure a strike from Feng Ping, who was at the martial master level. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up to intervene. That is enough. Fighting is prohibited within the city lord's residence. Stepping out from behind the crystal stone, Manager Wang halted the two antagonists, his face feigning irritation. Feng Ping, should you dare to cause a scene here, do not even think about leaving today, let alone participating in next week's live stream. Upon hearing Manager Wang's words, Cheng Yi was momentarily perplexed. It was evident that Wang's remarks favored him. Why would he act in such a manner? However, since the manager had shown him this consideration, Cheng Yi decided to relent, smiling at the still furious Feng Ping across from him. The latter, upon witnessing this turn of events, felt a tumult of anger and astonishment. He could hardly fathom that this swindler possessed such strength to counter his attack, nor could he believe that Manager Wang would side with this impostor. Ultimately, under the increasingly frosty gaze of Manager Wang, Feng Ping turned and exited the city lord's residence. Just before leaving, Cheng Yi caught a glimpse of Feng Ping casting a venomous glare in his direction, eliciting both amusement and caution within him. Cheng Yi pondered silently to himself. It seems that this world harbors considerable malice towards new cultivation methods. I must exercise greater caution going forward. While I may manage 1 or 2 adversaries, what if faced with dozens or even hundreds. Ultimately, I remain too weak. I must swiftly enhance my strength. For next week's live stream is of utmost importance. Manager Wang had been observing for quite some time, and only after discerning Cheng Yi's technique did he decide to intervene. At that moment, his conviction solidified, and with a gleeful twinkle in his eyes, he approached Cheng Yi with hearty laughter. "Mr. Cheng, you truly possess remarkable skills." Cheng Yi, unaware of the intent behind Wang's inquiry, offered only a courteous gesture in response. Indeed, Wang had more to convey. That Feng Ping is not known for his magnanimity. It is inevitable that he will seek retribution against you. Moreover, your reputation regarding the talismanic arts is bound to spread swiftly throughout the gathering water city. And you will inevitably offend many. Why not take refuge at the Lord's Manor for the time being? This arrangement would also facilitate your participation in the upcoming live broadcast. What do you think? Cheng Yi smiled gently, discerning the thoughts of Manager Wang. It appeared that Manager Wang, having observed from the sidelines, sought to curry favor before Cheng Yi's rise to prominence. With this in mind, why not accommodate him? Cheng Yi then graciously clasped his fist in salute towards Manager Wang, responding with, "Respectfully, I shall comply." In truth, Manager Wang was not overly eager to flatter Cheng Yi. He had merely been the closest witness to Cheng Yi's actions. He had observed that when Cheng Yi was drawing talismans and utilizing them, there was no trace of martial prowess in his demeanor. Moreover, Cheng Yi's steps appeared somewhat unsteady, further suggesting he lacked martial cultivation. If his judgment were not in error, it seemed Cheng Yi's mastery of talismanic arts was indeed genuine, a completely novel path of cultivation that astonishingly complemented martial arts. Yet, one could only wonder about the upper limits of talismanic mastery and whether it was truly as formidable as Cheng Yi claimed. Regardless, Cheng Yi was undoubtedly a rare talent worth cultivating, Manager Wang mused. After instructing a servant to escort Cheng Yi to a guest room, Manager Wang glanced up at the darkening clouds above, his eyes momentarily vacant. Jishui City is on the brink of change. Those who had come to witness the live broadcast of Mirage had cast their votes and returned home, sharing the day's revelations as conversation fodder with family and neighbors. News of Cheng Yi's establishment of talismanic arts spread like wildfire, sending ripples throughout the city. In the labor district of Jishui City, a woman, upon hearing her husband's words, was so astonished that she forgot to eat. What? A path of cultivation that requires no physical prowess? Could it be a deception? Her husband, chewing his food, replied nonchalantly, "Who cares? Whether it's true or false, the live broadcast next week will reveal all. If it proves true, I intend to have our son study this talismanic art." The son, sitting at the table, was immediately captivated. He had long heard tales of the wonders of cultivation and had yearned for it. Yet his parents had been assigned to the labor district due to their inadequate physical capabilities. Perhaps, inheriting their limitations, he too fell short. Now, the prospect of a discipline that required no innate physical attributes filled him with uncontainable joy. He eagerly turned to his father. "Father, shall we vote for Master Cheng Yi?" "Aha, you little rascal, he doesn't even know you yet, and you call him master? It seems you truly have a fondness for talismanic arts. Very well. We shall go after our meal." In a small tavern within the main district, several martial cultivators gathered around a modest table, having ordered a few dishes and 2 jugs of wine. As they exchanged cups, they debated the events of the day at the central square. "I believe that Cheng Yi is nothing but a charlatan, claiming to practice talismanic arts. It's merely a trick elevated above the ordinary. Can tricks defeat a person?" "I think not." A bearded man interjected, "I beg to differ. Given that he dared to present himself at the Mirage event, there must be some merit to his claims. I've heard of the fire talisman. Should we martial cultivators master such skills, they would undoubtedly prove invaluable." Another person chimed in, "My brother speaks wisely. I propose we finish this drink and then cast our votes for Cheng Yi to see how he will articulate his stance in the next round." "Indeed. Let us go together. You may go if you wish, but I shall remain behind. That individual is undoubtedly a fraud, spouting nonsense about some esoteric symbols, the likes of which I have never encountered." Meanwhile, a multitude of individuals, including laborers lacking physical prowess, downtrodden martial artists who had long struggled without progress, and a few moderately renowned practitioners, all surged toward the central square, their voices creating a cacophony. At this moment, Cheng Yi had returned to the guest room arranged for him by Manager Wang. After a brief respite, he began to delve into the various rudimentary talismans swirling in his mind. Today, he had utilized 2 talismans, the Fiery Departure Talisman and the Colossal Strength Talisman, both among the more potent of the elementary talismans. The fiery departure talisman swiftly absorbed the scorching fire essence from the heavens and earth, instantaneously releasing it upon the target, resulting in a tremendous explosion and searing effect. The colossal strength talisman, on the other hand, temporarily endowed its user with formidable physical strength and resilience. While both talismans proved immensely useful, they bore a notable drawback. The speed of their formation was rather sluggish. His ability to withstand Feng Ping's strike with such ease today was merely due to Feng Ping being a martial artist of a lower tier, lacking the prowess of a formidable opponent. Cheng Yi understood that in this world of martial cultivators, the martial arts are categorized into 8 realms based on the qualitative transformation of strength: martial practitioner, martial warrior, martial master, martial sovereign, martial venerable, martial spirit, martial saint, and the martial god, which exists only in legends. Once one reaches the realm of martial sovereign, they are generally qualified to serve as the lord of small towns or the heads of medium-sized sections. Those who attain the rank of martial sovereign are invariably individuals of exceptional talent. The realm of martial master, however, can be reached with some innate ability and years of diligent practice. In Cheng Yi's view, Feng Ping belongs to this category. This realization made Cheng Yi wary. If a martial master more formidable than Feng Ping were to appear, or one who could strike swiftly, not granting him the time to draw his talismans, given his current physical condition, he might very well find himself in dire straits. Thus, it was indeed prudent to maintain a daily reserve of various talismans. With this thought, Cheng Yi took out various tools and materials for crafting talismans, beginning to sketch the array of basic talismans he had in mind. He made several copies of particularly useful ones, such as the fire separation talisman and the mighty strength talisman. As he continued to draw, he gradually became engrossed in his work, unaware that the sun had begun to set and his stomach was starting to grumble. After requesting that the household servants of the Lord's mansion bring him a meal, Cheng Yi inquired about the voting results from today's live election. Typically, after the conclusion of a live election, the voting stations cease operations at sunset, with results available almost immediately. "Master Cheng, you placed second," the servant reported. "Who secured the first place?" Cheng Yi asked. "It was Wu Qingdao from the Windblade sect, but you were quite close, trailing by only 9 votes. As soon as the servant finished speaking, he leaned in with a smile and whispered, "Master Cheng, I cast a vote for you." The glimmer of hope shone in the servant's eyes. Lacking the aptitude for martial arts and unwilling to be trapped in the labor district for a lifetime like others, he had strived to become a servant of the town lord. However, over time, he realized that this place was merely another cage. Today, upon hearing that Master Cheng possessed a method of talismanic cultivation that did not require martial arts aptitude, he felt an immense joy in his heart and could not resist the urge to curry favor. Cheng Yi smiled gently and nodded, expressing his gratitude. After finishing his meal, he accessed the system. To his surprise, the teaching value had not changed at all. Cheng Yi began to feel a sense of confusion. But after a brief moment of contemplation, he soon became resolute. The inhabitants of Jishui City remained unaware of the true nature of his talismanic path. Although the allure of practicing talismans without the need for martial aptitude captivated them, their skepticism would persist until he presented irrefutable evidence validating the authenticity of his shadow talismans. This included the servant who had just delivered his meal. During the second round of the live-streamed election, he needed to showcase some proof of his abilities. Otherwise, if others refrained from learning, the value of his teachings would stagnate, not to mention the implications for the system's lottery and upgrades. After pondering for a while, Cheng Yi devised a plan. The day of the second live-streamed election arrived as scheduled. In the interim, his understanding of talismans deepened, making him increasingly aware of the significance of advancing his skills to an intermediate level. Throughout his immersion in the study of talismans, discussions surrounding Cheng Yi and his craft had intensified in Jishui City, garnering attention even from neighboring cities. Numerous individuals journeyed from afar, eager to witness Cheng Yi's talismanic prowess, including scouts from esteemed martial families and prominent sections. The Liu family, renowned as the most prestigious martial clan in the nearby Huido city, was famed for their ancestral technique. The water-sweeping sword art, categorized as a terrestrial-level martial skill within the realms of Huang, Xian, Di, and Tian. Its formidable power deterred many from challenging them. At this moment, deep within the Liu family estate, nearly 60-year-old Liu Qiuyuan sat cross-legged atop a balcony, engaged in a game of chess with his most trusted subordinate. "Have our men been dispatched to Jishui City?" Lu Yuan inquired calmly while contemplating his next move. The guests have already been sent, my lord, came the response. Indeed. My lord, are you interested in this Cheng Yi's talismanic path? Lu Yuan smirked disdainfully. Humph, mere trifles. Yet he dares to claim a title of path. I wonder where my precious daughter, lacking martial aptitude, heard such news, insisting on learning about talismans. Otherwise, why would I concern myself with such matters? So it is merely a whim of the young lady. In truth, I believe her talents do not necessitate cultivation. He sighed. Let her indulge in this folly. Once she sees how utterly inadequate this so-called talismanic path is, she will naturally relinquish it. Yes, my lord. However, Lu Qian lifted his gaze, his expression calm, yet a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. If that boy's talismans are indeed genuine, then we must send someone to eliminate him. Remember this, in this world, there is no allowance for paths that lowly individuals can cultivate. If my daughter engages in this practice, she too shall be dealt with. Understood. In the central square of Jishui City, the area surrounding the mirror flower, Watermoon Crystal had become densely populated. In a few minutes, the second round of the live-streamed election would commence, and the crowd grew increasingly boisterous, resorting to shouting to communicate their thoughts. In my opinion, Cheng Yi's talismanic path deserves to be in the lead for votes. My dear friend, I am fully aware of your rather modest martial arts aptitude. After 7 or 8 years of rigorous training, you remain merely a martial artist. However, you must not allow yourself to be so easily deceived. In recent years, the prevalence of such charlatans has been alarming. The man continued, stating that he had recently obliterated a wooden stake. Yet such feats could be effortlessly accomplished by those who have reached the pinnacle of the warrior realm or even the master realm. Moreover, the authenticity of his claims remains uncertain. Who can ascertain whether he himself is indeed a master? Very well, I understand your perspective, but even if his talismans are genuine, what practical utility do they possess? Surely, our adversaries will not patiently await your leisurely drawing of symbols. Furthermore, the duels among martial practitioners are fraught with unpredictability. Even with prior preparation, the ability to adapt swiftly is challenging. In the face of life and death struggles, a mere moment of distraction could lead to your demise multiple times over. The companion opened his mouth to refute, yet found himself at a loss for words. For the insights revealed by the realm of talismans were indeed as the gentleman had articulated. Contemplating this, his spirits sank even lower. Are we, the practitioners of modest aptitude, destined to remain stagnant in our pursuits? What lies ahead for our future? At that moment, in the laborer's district, a gaunt old man clutched the collar of Lu Gu tightly, his expression filled with resignation. Lu Gu, you must not go. Those people have warned that if you dare to cast your vote, they will strike you each time they encounter you. Lu Gu ceased his struggles, his emotions gradually settling. Very well, I shall not go. Ah, that is more like it. What good fortune exists in this world that would allow those of lesser talent to cultivate their skills? Although Lu Gu acquiesced to refrain from going, the old man was well aware of his temperament. Thus, after Lu Gu returned to his room, he stealthily locked the door from the outside. Indeed, shortly after the old man departed, the door was met with a series of loud knocks, which soon ceased. A quarter of an hour later, a neatly placed slab of bluestone on the ground was lifted, revealing a subterranean passage from which emerged a disheveled Lu Gu. He climbed out of the hole, replaced the stone, and sprinted towards the central square with determination etched upon his face. Talismans, I am coming. A mere quarter hour before the broadcast commenced, Cheng Yi arrived at the venue for the second round of the election. The location for the live-streamed election remained at the Lord's residence. It was merely a training ground of grander expanse and broader vistas. At the center of this arena stood a vast circular stone platform, encircled by a ring of gray crystals, which would transmit every detail of the candidates and the judges' critiques in real time to the immense mirage displayed in the central square. Beneath the stone platform sat 10 formidable martial practitioners, specially invited judges from the Lord's manor, most of whom were renowned and esteemed masters, nearing the pinnacle of their craft. The votes held by these 10 masters would account for 30% of the total votes. The order of participation was determined by drawing lots, and Cheng Yi found himself assigned to the 10th position. The waiting period was not entirely devoid of interest, despite having undergone an initial screening. Cheng Yi still felt that some candidates demonstrated a lackluster level of skill. However, there were occasionally intriguing individuals, such as the 8th contestant, a disciple of the renowned Wei from the Wave Sword sect, who was said to be able to conjure water with his swordplay. to Cheng Yi's astonishment. When this individual wielded his sword, the sound of crashing waves resonated, and droplets of water were flung in all directions, splattering against the hard blue stone surface and leaving small pits of varying sizes. Some judges below nodded in approval, casting their votes as they deemed appropriate. Following this contestant, the one who performed just before Cheng Yi was Wu Qingdao from the Windblade sect, the frontrunner in votes. It seemed the next candidate would have a challenging time ahead. Cheng Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, if the previous performer left the audience in awe, the subsequent one would undoubtedly face considerable pressure. However, who was he? Would one imbued with the system fear such a challenge? Wu Qingdao ought to temper his pride, for should he let it swell, he would find himself shamed when it was his turn to take the stage. At that moment, Wu Qingdao had already taken to the arena, first clasping his fists in respect to the judges and spectators below. Esteemed judges and audience members, I am Wu Qingdao, the head of the Windblade sect. This time, I shall present an even more comprehensive display than before. With those words, Wu Qingdao beckoned, and 4 wooden dummies were brought onto the stage, positioned around him. The use of props was permitted as long as they had undergone the strict scrutiny of the city lord's office. Cheng Yi discovered that each of the 4 wooden dummies bore a sheet of iron, half an inch thick, affixed to their faces. What purpose could this serve? The judges below shared the same curiosity, yet Wu Qingdao swiftly commenced his demonstration. With the blade facing outward, he positioned it across his body, slightly crouching, before abruptly executing a spinning motion. A circular gust of blade wind sliced through the air, striking the iron visage of the wooden dummy. As the onlookers comprehended the scene, it became evident that the iron plates on the dummies' faces had been cleaved through, revealing the wood beneath. Such a formidable strike left the judges astounded. Merely the wind generated by the swing of his blade was capable of penetrating a half-inch thick iron plate. Not only was the wind blade technique impressive, but Wu Qingdao's prowess appeared to have reached the pinnacle of martial mastery, rivaling that of any among us. In the central square, surrounded by the ethereal reflections of the mirage, the audience expressed their astonishment in unison. Behold, I proclaim that the Windblade sect rightfully deserved the title of the foremost. Yet there are still those who contest my assertion regarding Cheng Yi's superiority. Enough said, I shall now enlist in the Windblade sect. I fear that should I delay, the throngs of applicants may render my chances futile. Indeed, some spectators had already risen, preparing to register with the Windblade sect. As the audience erupted in excitement, Wu Qingdao addressed the judges' inquiries and subsequently bowed before departing the stage. The coordinator promptly called for Cheng Yi to take the stage. Stepping onto the stone platform, he met the gaze of the 10 judges with a pace that was neither hurried nor sluggish. This must be Cheng Yi, who ranked second in votes, trailing Wu Qingdao by a mere few. Indeed, in the previous round, he showcased talismans. Now, while he approached empty-handed, his bag appeared noticeably full, suggesting he might still employ the same strategy as before. Talismans, particularly the fire talisman, right? Could not explosives yield a similar, if not greater, effect? What then is the utility of his talismans? Cheng Yi discerned that the evaluators held a rather unfavorable impression of him, devoid of any semblance of trust. After all, prior to this moment, no one had ever contemplated that a peculiar array of symbols drawn upon a mere piece of paper could wield such formidable power. It was a notion beyond their imagination, let alone belief. Even now, the number of individuals willing to place their faith in him remained exceedingly scarce, to the point that one could assert that no one truly believed in him. His lack of accrued teaching merit further underscored this skepticism. The reason behind his unexpectedly high vote count lay in the sudden engagement of a previously apathetic demographic, those with low qualifications and even those entirely devoid of martial prowess, who cast their votes in his favor. However, the reason his tally could not surpass that of Wu Qingdao was that this underqualified group did not represent the mainstream of the cultivation community, insufficient to eclipse the outstanding Wu Qingdao. Moreover, those who voted for themselves were not genuinely convinced of their own potential. They merely wished to cling to the faintest glimmer of hope rather than see it extinguished. Yet, today, they would come to believe, to embrace the existence of hope. Esteemed evaluators and spectators, I am Cheng Yi, and today I shall present a demonstration of talismans that exceeds that of the previous round. In the central plaza, as Cheng Yi spoke, some martial practitioners began to hurl scornful remarks. A disheveled figure, his visage ashen and hollowed, unmistakably a libertine ravaged by the vices of drink and indulgence, sneered, "Talismans? Spare us, you charlatan. Beside him, a pristine-clad youth with a stern demeanor, embodying false piety, echoed, "I, Lu, despise deceivers above all else. Once he descends from the stage, I shall teach him a lesson with my silver sword." Cheng Yi, standing on the platform, remained oblivious to the jeers from the central plaza. Even if he had heard them, he would not have been perturbed. Upon concluding his opening remarks, Cheng Yi reached into his pocket and retrieved vermilion, a brush, yellow paper, and various other tools for crafting talismans. Following the previous live broadcast, some had remarked that the fire talisman was impractical, suggesting that a miss would render the effort futile. However, the art of talisman crafting is a realm of infinite transformation. Profound and extensive in its wisdom, Cheng Yi is fully prepared for the art of talisman drawing. Today, I shall unveil the wondrous nature of talismans to all of you. To begin with, let us explore the lightness talisman. Cheng Yi, with utmost concentration, skillfully inscribed a talisman, completing it in one fluid motion. Once finished, he raised the talisman high, ensuring that the judges and the audience from the mirror flower water moon could clearly discern its intricate design. Those interested were encouraged to memorize the symbol and replicate his technique, seeking to capture the subtle essence of energy that accompanies such inscriptions. With a light-hearted chuckle, Cheng Yi affixed the talisman to his chest. Amidst the seriousness of the competition, he playfully imparted knowledge, a rarity in such a setting. Yet, moments later, his demeanor shifted. He began to move at an astonishing speed across the circular platform, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. The warriors in the waiting area were momentarily taken aback. This velocity suggested he had reached the martial artist realm, revealing his true prowess. "Don't be naive, he is merely a charlatan, leveraging his martial artist capabilities while pretending it's the effect of the talisman. I could achieve that speed as well," some skeptics from the mirror flower water moon remarked. "I suspected as much. He must be a martial artist himself." "Look, the truth is out," another voice chimed in. "Ah, if only this were genuine. I have been stagnating at the warrior level for 7 years. If the talisman were authentic, perhaps I could unleash martial artist level strength in battle." Although Cheng Yi was oblivious to these murmurs, he anticipated such skepticism. He turned towards a crystal pillar transmitting sound and image, smiling as he said, "Take your time. No need to rush." At his behest, several individuals from the city lord's manor collaborated to lift a hefty 300-pound granite block. What could he possibly intend to do with it? Only time would reveal the answer. Cheng Yi graciously expressed his gratitude, and then extracted a powerful talisman from a stack, affixing it to his chest. Though the martial artists in the waiting area did not draw closer to observe, they nonetheless sensed a shift in Cheng Yi's aura at that moment. The division of realms signifies the prowess of a martial artist, and it was evident that he had reached at least the mid-stage of his development. In the realm of the mystical continent, each level of martial cultivation is categorized into initial, intermediate, advanced, and perfected stages, judging by his formidable presence. Cheng Yi appeared to be at the mid-stage of the martial artist realm. Even if he were a charlatan, his age suggested a remarkable talent. Not only talent, but considering he appeared to be merely in his 20s, achieving the mid-stage of a martial artist at such a young age would necessitate substantial resources. Could he possibly be a scion of a prominent sect or a martial lineage? It was uncertain. His martial techniques revealed no obvious affiliation. Perhaps he was a disciple of some reclusive master? The martial artists in the waiting area murmured among themselves, and at that moment, Cheng Yi made his move. He stepped back with his right foot and delivered a powerful punch. With a thunderous sound, a boulder shattered into hundreds of fragments, startling all the martial artists present. Remarkable punch. This strike was nearly on the cusp of perfection in the martial artist realm. What deceitful cunning, although he was indeed a martial artist. He pretended to lack cultivation, employing talismans to mislead others and deliberately draw attention. It was true, this fellow had resorted to such shameless tactics to garner numerous votes. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether he would even advance to the second round. Among the audience in the realm of illusion, aside from a few with considerable martial prowess, the majority remained oblivious to the underlying truths, merely perceiving Cheng Yi's punch as impressive. This Cheng Yi is astonishing. Was that punch truly the result of a talisman? Esteemed audience, allow me to elucidate. Whether it was the earlier lightness talisman or the current power talisman, both are mere deceptions. Did you not observe? He is merely demonstrating the strength and speed of his own martial artist realm. Is that truly the case? I regret casting my vote for him earlier. How could I entrust my child to someone of such questionable character? Indeed, I shall not grant him my vote in this round of live streaming. Not even a dog deserves it. Absolutely. Let us withhold our votes and prevent further deception. Lu Gu'er stood among the crowd, listening to the slander directed at Cheng Yi. His fists clenched tightly, his youthful countenance flushed with indignation. Yet, he remained silent, fixating his resolute gaze upon Cheng Yi in the realm of illusion. He trusted his instincts, for he once knew someone with a similar aura to Cheng Yi, who never lied to him. The debris on the stage had been cleared away, and Cheng Yi instructed others to bring forth a stone the size of a fist, semi-transparent and dark. Ah, is that not the testing stone used to assess martial aptitude? What does he intend to do with it? Is he about to publicly test his martial abilities? Would that not reveal his true nature? Might there be a possibility, I say a possibility, that his talismans are indeed genuine? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such an extraordinary phenomenon exist in this world? If it were true, why has it never emerged before, nor even been whispered in legends? Indeed, if it were real, it should have been conceived only by a figure of unparalleled martial prowess, dedicating decades, or even centuries, to its research. Under no circumstances should it be achievable by a mere youth of perhaps 20 years. As soon as the words left his lips, he noticed an eerie silence enveloping the entire scene of the mirror flower, water moon. What could be happening? He lifted his gaze towards the imagery of the mirror flower, water moon, and was immediately rendered speechless. He beheld Cheng Yi, who had dripped a single drop of his blood upon the testing stone, which emitted only a faint white glow. Under normal circumstances, when blood touches the stone, it should radiate one of 5 distinct colors: white, green, blue, purple, and red. The white light signifies an ordinary individual devoid of martial talent, while green indicates a slight aptitude. Progressing further, the martial prowess increases in degrees, with red representing an exceptionally rare genius. There are whispers of a golden light, corresponding to those with the potential to ascend to godly martial status, but it can only be revealed by a distinctly special testing stone. Otherwise, it merely manifests as white. The existence of the golden light remains mere legend, known to few, and even those who are aware would not dare to associate this moment with such a fable. How could it possibly be white light? He is a martial artist of the master realm. This cannot be real. It must be a deception. I refuse to believe it. Absolutely refuse. The martial artists in the waiting area reacted with unprecedented intensity, nearly losing their composure. They could not fathom that someone devoid of any martial aptitude could, with just a slip of paper, attain the martial realm they had toiled for over a decade, or even decades. If this were true, what would all their suffering for power amount to? This is false. That testing stone must be a counterfeit. I demand a replacement. Let us use mine. Let us use mine. The speaker was Feng Ping, who had previously clashed with Cheng Yi. Yes, I too demand to use mine. In an instant, numerous martial artists in the waiting area cast their testing stones onto the martial stage. These individuals were relatively affluent, for the testing stones were not inexpensive. In response, Cheng Yi graciously accepted them all. He extended his palm and, in full view of the audience, made a small incision on one of his fingers, subsequently touching each stone with it, bestowing an equal share of his essence upon them. The next moment, the stones upon the martial stage radiated a brilliant white light. Silence enveloped the crowd. The martial artists in the waiting area and the spectators before the mirage were all hushed. In the center square, amidst the throng, the 12-year-old Lu Gu'er covered his face, trembling with emotion, too afraid to weep openly. In the Lu residence of Huido City, Lu Lan danced joyfully in his room, even picking up his guqin to play a piece that was originally melancholic, transforming it into a lively melody. Unbeknownst to him, his father, Lu Qiyuan, stood outside the door, his gaze increasingly frigid, devoid of any warmth. Beside Lu Qiyuan, his most favored subordinate displayed a hint of concern. At a distance from the martial stage, Wang Guanshi's eyes were alight with astonishment and delight. Although he had long suspected that Cheng Yi's talismans might hold authenticity, the moment of undeniable truth left him profoundly shaken. Such a rare talent must be persuaded to join the Lord's cause. Without further hesitation, he departed the training grounds, making his way to the Lord's residence. Indeed, it was all true, astonishingly true. I wish to take Cheng Yi as my master. I yearn to learn the way of talismans. I wish to bear Cheng Yi's children. How outrageous. In the blink of an eye, the central square erupted once more into a cacophony as throngs clamored to become Cheng Yi's disciples. Among them were many ordinary individuals lacking martial prowess, those with meager abilities, and individuals incapacitated from further martial training. Naturally, there were also martial practitioners eager to utilize talismans as auxiliary combat means. This included many who had previously mocked Cheng Yi mercilessly. Didn't you just call Cheng Yi a fraud? How could you turn so quickly? Well, how about coming over for dinner at my place? The food there is truly delectable. Before Cheng Yi took the stage, many believed that the individual ranked behind Wu Qingdao would be the most unfortunate, for Wu Qingdao had secured the highest votes in the first round and possessed considerable skills. However, now every martial artist positioned behind Cheng Yi felt that they were indeed the most unfortunate in this live broadcast, regardless of how remarkable their performances were. The spectators gathered at the central square seemed inexplicably fixated on talismans and Cheng Yi. This starfall hammer appears immensely powerful, one remarked. What of it? At a sluggish pace. With a mere lightness talisman, even I could evade it. This windward staff showcased by Feng Ping is impressive, even more so than his last display, exhibiting greater might. Another commented, Pa, with a giant strength talisman, I could easily deflect his staff. I noticed that Cheng Yi has quite a collection of talismans. I wonder if he possesses any invisibility talismans, trap talismans, or hidden weapon talismans. Who knows? I'm not interested. I only desire the giant strength and lightness talismans. Indeed. The giant strength talisman enhances power, while the lightness talisman boosts speed and frequency. If only there were a stamina talisman, I could conquer the entire fragrant tower alone. Hey, can one speak so disrespectfully of the talisman arts? Come here, let us discuss this in detail. By the way, does anyone know where Cheng Yi's dojo is located? I have no idea, he has never mentioned it. Amidst such an atmosphere, the martial artists behind Cheng Yi essentially felt as though they were merely going through the motions, for no one truly cared about their martial skills. What a despicable act by Cheng Yi, stealing the limelight from all of us. I shall teach him a lesson in front of the crowd during next week's final live broadcast. Upon hearing these words, the martial artist's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If they could vanquish Cheng Yi in the presence of the Mirror Flower, Water Moon, perhaps they could restore their sect's reputation and regain the public's attention. Moreover, it appeared that after utilizing his talismans, Cheng Yi remained at the martial artist level, making his defeat potentially achievable. With their thoughts ignited, the martial artists silently resolved to take action. As expected, Cheng Yi emerged as the undeniable frontrunner in the voting, though a minor incident occurred during the process. Perhaps due to the immense buzz generated by his live demonstration, the subsequent martial artists struggled to garner votes, as hardly anyone remembered them. Ultimately, the bewildered public, unsure of whom to support, cast their ballots en masse for Cheng Yi. Astonishingly, his votes accounted for nearly half of the total. The city lord's residence found itself in a predicament, left with no choice but to ensure Cheng Yi's victory while returning the surplus votes to the public for a revote, albeit with the stipulation that they could not vote for Cheng Yi again. The final tally revealed Cheng Yi in first place, followed by Wu Qingdao, with Cheng Yi's votes amounting to double those of Wu Qingdao. Such a stark contrast in votes had not been witnessed in nearly a decade. In an instant, Cheng Yi became a prominent figure within the entire water-gathering city, even gaining notoriety in several neighboring towns. Now, residing in water-gathering city, one could hardly walk 3 streets without overhearing discussions about Cheng Yi, his talismans, and even his appearance, height, background, and personality. Let me tell you, Cheng Yi has a fierce countenance and an imposing demeanor. When he applies a talisman, he can sprout horns, possesses immense strength, and moves with astonishing speed. He stands at 8 feet tall, with a waist of the same measure. Isn't that quite the square? You know nothing. There's a saying, it takes all kinds to make a world. Have you paid your fee to hear my tale? Moreover, there was another matter. For the past few days, the entire city had been frantically searching for a talisman dojo, only to discover that Cheng Yi indeed had no dojo of his own. No wonder he had refrained from disclosing his apprenticeship address during the live elections. It turned out he was without a dojo, unlike others, who could hardly wait to recite their apprenticeship addresses a dozen times. He had never mentioned it, revealing his lack of resources. Could it be that when we become his disciples, we would have to assist him in establishing a dojo? If that were the case, it must be a grand one. I have heard many aspire to join his ranks, from 7-year-old grandmothers to 5-year-old children. Altogether, it must number in the thousands. Alas, they are all individuals of modest martial talent. Outside the city, dangers abound. With formidable foes and ferocious beasts, ordinary people who venture out seldom return alive. Within the city, they face disdain. Forever confined to laboring in the work districts, residing in dilapidated shelters devoid of sunlight. Now that an opportunity has arisen, who wouldn't wish to ascend? In the Lord's manor, Steward Wang held a circular crystal stone as he approached the training room. Noticing the door was closed, He inferred that the Lord was practicing martial arts within. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. Throughout the entire Gathering Water City, Steward Wang was the only individual permitted to disturb the Lord's training without prior notification. Placing the crystal stone before the meditating Lord, he said, "My Lord, this contains the replay of Cheng Yi's second live broadcast. Please take a look." The Lord brushed aside his disheveled hair and glanced at the crystal. "Have I not told you? There is no need to view the replay. Although the emergence of the talisman path indeed astonishes me, I trust your words implicitly. You shall decide all matters concerning him." Steward Wang slapped his forehead in exasperation. You were aware that he had been by the Lord's side since his teenage years, growing up alongside him. Only after the passing of the former Lord and the bequeathing of the title did he ascend to the position of chief steward. The young Lord had always been enamored with martial arts, neglecting governance. While the former Lord was alive, he managed to compel the young Lord to study some matters of state, but upon the former Lord's demise, the young Lord, now the current Lord, became increasingly reckless, abandoning his responsibilities to indulge in martial pursuits. Thus, the administration of Gathering Water City, along with the management of the Lord's manor, fell squarely upon Steward Wang's shoulders. Fortunately, the current Lord possessed extraordinary talent, having reached the pinnacle of martial sovereign before the age of 30, and through his formidable prowess, he became the foremost figure beneath the martial venerable. Although the late Lord had refrained from allowing Steward Wang to practice martial arts to prevent a dilution of power, the current Lord's immense strength served as a formidable backing. Remarkably, the Lord's manor was now even more prosperous than during the tenure of the late Lord. However, this situation was ultimately unsustainable. Steward Wang, being merely mortal, could not match the longevity of a martial sovereign. Eventually, he would succumb before the Lord. What would happen to the Grand Lord's manor should he pass, with the Lord remaining indifferent to governance? It was imperative for the Lord to gradually take on responsibilities, ensuring a seamless transition following his demise. "My Lord, I implore you, please take on more matters of state. What shall become of the manor when I am gone?" Yu Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly. "Old Wang, I forbid you from speaking such words. I shall seek rare treasures to extend your life." "Oh, the treasures that prolong life are not so easily found. Do focus and manage affairs diligently. Remember to examine the contents of the crystal. I shall take my leave." After departing the Lord's training room, Steward Wang made his way to the guest quarters where Cheng Yi resided. He intended to request a few talismans from Cheng Yi to present to the Lord, hoping to pique the Lord's interest in Cheng Yi. Upon explaining his purpose, Cheng Yi readily agreed, producing a fire departure talisman, a lightness talisman, and a great strength talisman, handing them to Steward Wang. "Thank you very much. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform my servants. If assistance is needed, they can reach me as well." Certainly, certainly. Cheng Yi bid farewell to Manager Wang, then closed the door, seated himself, and resumed the task that had been interrupted moments earlier. Cheng Yi had just accessed the system and was astonished to discover that his teaching value had remarkably reached 1,130 points. This indicated that at least over 1,000 individuals had embarked on the journey of learning talismans under his guidance. Although they might not yet grasp the intricacies of the subject, the very act of their proactive learning contributed a point of teaching value to Cheng Yi. What, one might wonder, could be accomplished with these 1,000 points of teaching value? Cheng Yi opened the redemption page, where he could add new spells, enhance the level of a particular spell, participate in a lottery, or exchange for a specific treasure. Among the options for adding new spells, there were two choices, Chiman and Bagua, each requiring 800 teaching points to unlock. Currently, Cheng Yi had only the basic talisman technique and aspired to elevate it to an intermediate level, which necessitated 1,000 teaching points. Engaging in the lottery demanded 2,000 teaching points. Within the exchange section for fixed treasures, only one option was illuminated: the rejuvenation pill, which invigorates the vital energy, swiftly heals non-fatal severe injuries and poisons, and cures most non-debilitating ailments, priced at 100 teaching points per pill. What a precious item. With this, as long as one is not struck in the brain or heart and lungs, or rendered disabled, swift recovery is assured. It is truly a life-saving treasure. Although 100 teaching points may seem steep, considering it is a consumable, it is indeed worth it. What could possibly be more valuable than life? After comprehensive deliberation, Cheng Yi resolved to elevate his talisman technique to the intermediate level, then use the remaining teaching points to acquire a rejuvenation pill. Given the current circumstances, the versatility of the talismans was sufficient to handle most challenges. However, the damage ceiling of the basic talismans was somewhat lacking. His competitors were all at the martial master realm, and Cheng Yi was confident that with the myriad transformations of the talismans, he could contend with most martial masters. Yet, he sensed that individuals from the martial sovereign realm might soon appear, at which point the basic talismans would be inadequate. Elevating the talisman technique to the intermediate level might just afford him a fighting chance against a master, and even if he were overmatched, he would not find himself cornered. Once he confirmed that there were no oversights, Cheng Yi resolutely paid the teaching points to the system. Over 1,000 teaching points quickly dwindled to a mere 30, and it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no pain at this loss. Yet, the subsequent elevation of his level made him entirely forget about it. Vast and profound knowledge of talismans unfolded in his mind, and he felt as though he had mastered every newly appeared talisman, able to draw them effortlessly with nearly 100% success rate. As the process concluded, Cheng Yi opened his eyes, which had become even more profound than before. Delightful. At this moment, the talismans in his mind had surpassed 300 types, many of which were challenging yet not particularly useful. However, several among them filled Cheng Yi with astonishment, as their power had ascended a whole tier above the basic talismans. He surmised that they could potentially rival those of the martial sovereign realm. The realm of the martial sovereign encompasses the city lords and the heads of minor sects within various cities. The thought alone was exhilarating. Nonetheless, Cheng Yi did not allow himself to become overly arrogant. Talismans, after all, are external tools. To achieve the swiftest response, one must cultivate one's own strength. If his martial aptitude was lacking, he could still pursue the path of spellcraft. Moreover, the path of Daoism surpasses the martial arts in its potential. If one perseveres until the end, they can traverse the world with impunity. As common folk, we are truly elated. Bring forth the delicacies of crayfish tonight, and procure a fine jug of wine. The day of the final live stream swiftly approaches, and the populace of Jishui City begins to stir with anticipation. This time, the proportion of ordinary individuals attending has noticeably increased compared to the previous occasion, with a greater influx of outsiders arriving to witness the broadcast. However, they are not residents of the city and thus lack voting rights. In the labor district, a frail old man chuckles as he counts the number of attendees, then leads a group of children towards the central square. On the way, he deliberately calls the boy Lu over to his side. "Lu, my dear. The last time I confined you to the room, it was to safeguard you from unforeseen mishaps. Please do not hold it against me." Lu shakes his head, replying, "Grandfather, I have never blamed you. We orphans owe our survival in this world to your care. Moreover, we once fell prey to a swindler and lost a substantial sum, which worsened our plight. Your actions, therefore, are understandable." With a sigh, the old man responds, "Alas, while I can provide for your immediate needs, I cannot secure your future." He wipes away a tear as he continues, "Now, it seems you children have a future ahead, even if it means my frail bones may crumble. I shall spend what little I have to send you to learn the path of symbols." The old man, though feeble, shoulders the burden of caring for several children. The journey from the labor district to the central square is not short, and lacking fare for transportation, they must walk, which slows their pace. Thus, they must set out at dawn to arrive in time for the ethereal spectacle. The early morning sun casts a shadow of a stooped elder supporting 8 children, with the elder's silhouette towering over the rest. Meanwhile, in Huido City, Lu Jia and Lu Lan are packing their belongings. Lu Lan intends to personally visit Jishui City, to meet Cheng Yi and witness the path of symbols. Having finished her packing, Lu Lan eagerly opens the door, finding Li Qian waiting outside. "I am ready, Qian. Let us depart." Trusting this powerful subordinate whom her father holds in high regard, Lu Lan feels assured in entrusting her safety to him. Yes, Mississippi. Li Qian's heart is tumultuous at this moment, for his master has instructed him to accompany the young lady, bearing the dual responsibility of her protection and surveillance. Should the young lady choose to join Cheng Yi's faction, he would be compelled by his master's orders to take her life. It pains me deeply for Lu Lan. Thus, I cannot bear to witness her demise firsthand. You shall act in my stead. These are the words of the master. They are chilling, penetrating to the very marrow of one's bones, yet Li Qian finds himself powerless. He struggles to act against his conscience, but even more so, he cannot bear the thought of betraying his master. He longs to render the young lady unconscious at this very moment, preventing her from venturing outside. As long as she remains indoors, her life would be spared. However, to do so would also constitute a betrayal of the master's words. Thus, he resolves to thwart her from joining Cheng Yi's ranks by any means necessary. The The final round of the competition employs a one-on-one duel format, where the victor shall progress to the next stage. The ultimate champion will earn a coveted 3-month daily live broadcasting slot during the enchanting winter months. The specific hours of each broadcast and its total duration will be negotiated between the victor and the Lord's estate post-competition. Should the winner wish to enhance their bid by offering additional resources or valuable items, they may secure a more favorable time slot and potentially extend the duration of the broadcast. Without such enhancements, they would be relegated to a midnight slot for a mere half hour. However, those matters lay in the future. At this moment, the martial artists have all arrived at the Lord's estate grounds, preparing their weapons and recalibrating their strategies as they await the commencement of the contest. The previous martial arts platform has been dismantled and replaced with 4 larger and sturdier duel stages. Surrounding these stages are numerous transmission crystals, which will simultaneously broadcast the battles on the central plaza's enchanting display as they unfold. The order and opponents of each duel will be determined by a draw. In the first round, Cheng Yi's opponent is a swordsman. Upon taking the stage, both competitors perform a respectful bow. I am Yin Lily of the Severing Blade sect. I am Fu Dao Cheng Yi. I know you, a renowned figure. I regret to say, I do not know you. No matter, once I have defeated you, you shall remember me. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yi felt a tinge of confusion. Did this martial artist truly harbor such malice towards him? Or was it merely a habitual display of pre-match banter? As the contest commenced, the swordsman raised his blade to thrust, intent on seizing the initiative. However, he was unprepared for Cheng Yi's swift application of a talisman, allowing him to deftly evade the strike. This was the lightness talisman, which he had previously witnessed Cheng Yi employ. Almost instantaneously, as the swordsman found himself striking air, Cheng Yi affixed another talisman. A surge of warmth enveloped him, and his momentum surged dramatically. This was the great strength talisman, one he recognized from before. This young man was indeed infuriating. The swordsman pivoted, unleashing his sect's ultimate technique, the decapitating sword. In an instant, a myriad of sword phantoms materialized before Cheng Yi, dazzling in their multitude, forcing him to rely on the speed advantage granted by the lightness talisman to evade. Amidst the chaos, Cheng Yi drew a hawk's eye talisman, affixing it to himself. A gentle flow of spiritual energy coalesced in his eyes, causing the swirling sword phantoms to slow to a crawl in his perception. The illusory sword shadows began to dissipate, and he discerned the one genuine strike aimed directly at his neck. Truly, the decapitating sword was formidable. It could easily ensnare an ordinary martial artist. Cheng Yi, composed and unflappable, extended 2 fingers and gently pinched the tip of the sword that seemed to move in excruciating slowness. Ding! Observing the sword tip ensnared between his fingers, the swordsman's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. This is impossible. The swordsman exerted force, attempting to crush Cheng Yi's fingers. Yet, the razor-sharp tip remained utterly immobilized under the delicate grip. Suddenly, the fingers trembled slightly, and in an instant, the beloved sword he had cherished and wielded daily was rendered a shattered remnant. In a fit of rage, the swordsman swung the broken blade, aiming to behead Cheng Yi while he was off guard. However, his motion abruptly halted. The severed sword tip was now poised menacingly at his own throat. The swordsman swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling onto the arena floor. Cheng Yi cast a faint gaze upon him and inquired, "What is your name again?" The host above the competition stage, having determined the victor, raised a red flag, proclaiming, "Cheng Yi wins. Oh, my brother is the most handsome." An overwhelming victory, utterly without suspense. The audience's scornful derision towards Cheng Yi had significantly diminished compared to the previous week. Now, the individuals harboring the most animosity towards Cheng Yi were the other martial artists competing for the title, particularly Feng Ping. During the first round of live broadcasting, Feng Ping had exchanged blows with Cheng Yi and, astonishingly, failed to secure a win. The news of this defeat somehow spread, transforming into a narrative of Feng Ping's dismal loss to Cheng Yi. Consequently, the reputation of the returning Wind sect suffered, leading to a substantial decline in those seeking to apprentice under them, and the sect leader had even reprimanded Feng Ping. The leader had declared that if Feng Ping could not defeat Cheng Yi, he ought not to return. Feng Ping, of course, yearned to overcome Cheng Yi, harboring a deep-seated hatred. Yet, upon witnessing the disheartened swordsman who returned from defeat, he felt a profound sense of uncertainty. He knew that swordsman's abilities were not vastly inferior to his own. Should he face Cheng Yi, the outcome would likely be similarly grim. The thought of being expelled from his sect filled Feng Ping with resentment. He discreetly retrieved a paper package containing a small pill. This was a precaution he had secretly brought along, unnoticed during the search. The substance, known as dragon medicine, was crafted from the precious dragon grass, and upon ingestion, it could unlock one's latent potential, temporarily elevating one's strength to the pinnacle of martial artistry. However, this remedy was not without its drawbacks. Excessive consumption could lead to a depletion of potential, resulting in stagnation or even regression in one's cultivation. Yet, to avoid expulsion from his sect, he felt he had no choice but to take the risk. Given Cheng Yi's current display of strength, which was merely at the late stage of martial artistry, Feng Ping surmised that defeating him should not be a daunting task after consuming the dragon medicine. Cheng Yi, I shall render you powerless. A glimmer of malice flickered across Feng Ping's face. Cheng Yi proceeded to engage in 2 more rounds. Each concluded in less than half a stick of incense against his opponents. The mastery of talismanic arts is truly formidable. Should I embark on the study of this craft? Might I, too, one day possess such prowess as Cheng Yi? While he continues to grow ever more formidable, perhaps in the future, we may reach his current level of expertise. My anticipation swells. I wish for this live broadcast to conclude swiftly, for I yearn to seek Cheng Yi as my mentor. I aspire to find Cheng Yi and start a family. Ah, it's you again. Upon the conclusion of the 3rd round, Cheng Yi descended from the stage to draw the next contender for the ensuing match. Oh, Feng Ping? His evaluation of Feng Ping was rather unflattering. Lacking in strength and possessing a rather cantankerous disposition, a mere fool. Let us resolve this swiftly. Cheng Yi and Feng Ping ascended the arena simultaneously from opposite sides. The moment Cheng Yi laid eyes on Feng Ping, he sensed something was amiss. Feng Ping's vital energy surged with an unusual intensity. Could it be that he was about to employ a technique he had never used before to contend with me? Cheng Yi decided to conduct a preliminary test, initiating with the traditional trio of techniques. First, he employed the lightness talisman, followed by the mighty force talisman, complemented by several auxiliary talismans. The 3 adversaries he faced earlier had succumbed to this very combination. To his surprise, however, this time the situation proved somewhat unfavorable. After Cheng Yi employed the light body charm, he was poised to unleash the giant strength charm, only to be taken aback by Feng Ping's swiftness, nearly having his neck seized. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, Feng Ping seemed ill at ease with his current state, allowing Cheng Yi to evade the attack. What was happening? Had Cheng Yi finally encountered a worthy adversary? I recalled that Feng Ping belonged to the returning Wind sect, yet he did not appear to possess such formidable prowess previously. Could it be that he had been concealing his true abilities, only to reveal them now? I had heard whispers of a rivalry between him and Cheng Yi. Perhaps, remarked Lu Gur, as he and Lu Lan arrived at the picturesque Mirror Flower Water Moon in Jishui City. They stood in close proximity yet remained strangers, thus refraining from conversation. Witnessing Cheng Yi narrowly dodge Feng Ping's strike, Lu Gur felt a surge of anxiety, nearly tearing at his grandfather's clothing. Grandfather, do you think Cheng Yi will be all right? Certainly not. I believe Cheng Yi has many more skills to showcase, and once he reveals them, Feng Ping shall be defeated. Yes, it must be so. Although grandfather offered these words of comfort, he too harbored doubts and shared in the concern for Cheng Yi's well-being. At this moment, Lu Lan, veiled, overheard the exchange and turned her gaze towards them. She was taken aback by the number of supporters Cheng Yi had. It was no wonder, considering his charm and prowess. Pulling on the sleeve of Li Qian beside her, she inquired, Qian Gu, as a pinnacle martial artist, what do you reckon are Cheng Yi's odds of victory? Li Qian frowned at Lu Lan's reference to Cheng Yi as a master yet responded candidly. I am unfamiliar with Feng Ping, but he appears to possess strength comparable to mine, likely also at the pinnacle martial artist level. However, he seems to have recently ascended to this rank and struggles to control his own body. Cheng Yi's strength, meanwhile, is approximately at the late martial artist stage. Thus he cannot compete with Feng Ping. Are you suggesting that Cheng Yi will be defeated? Lu Lan's eyes flickered with concern. Not necessarily. If Cheng Yi possesses a trump card that enables him to overcome Feng Ping before he acclimates to his own abilities, there remains a chance for victory. Lu Lan's worry deepened. Isn't that akin to gambling? Nonetheless, Cheng Yi remained composed and unflappable, prompting Li Qian to speculate whether he had concealed his true strength. On the contest stage, taking advantage of Feng Ping's missed strike, Cheng Yi swiftly activated the giant strength charm, the eagle eye charm, and the spirit ear charm. Still, he could only barely maintain a stalemate. There was something amiss with Feng Ping. Wu Qingdao, who had come to observe Cheng Yi's battle, discerned a discrepancy in Feng Ping's condition, having traversed the martial world throughout his life and gained extensive experience. He recalled a confrontation with a desperate outlaw who had consumed dragon medicine, finding Feng Ping's current state eerily reminiscent. Wu Qingdao refrained from intervening, for he discerned that Cheng Yi held an undisclosed advantage yet to be revealed. Even without his intervention, it was evident that Cheng Yi would ultimately triumph over Feng Ping. However, victory must be accompanied by fairness. Thus, Wu Qingdao made his way towards Wang Guan's direction. On the contest stage, Cheng Yi found himself increasingly beleaguered, as Feng Ping gradually began to master his own body. Moreover, Feng Ping's assaults grew more ferocious, each strike imbued with a sinister intent, seemingly aimed at incapacitating his opponent. Even the host on stage wore a furrowed brow, taken aback by the brutality of Feng Ping's tactics. As one of the rules of the contest dictated that the combatants should strike with restraint to determine the victor. Yet, to ring the bell and halt the match at this juncture felt unjustified, especially since neither combatant had sustained any injuries thus far. The host found himself in a quandary. Jingu, why is Cheng Yi retreating more and more? Did you not claim he had a chance of victory? Lu Lan's expression grew increasingly anxious, while the nearby Lu Guer appeared pale with fear. Li Qian also expressed confusion. Indeed, why has he yet to reveal his hidden card? Does he lack one? Yet, this seems inconsistent with Cheng Yi's composed demeanor. Cheng Yi indeed possesses a trump card, albeit one that is rather ostentatious. The intermediate talisman, once employed, can unleash the formidable power of a master level. Concealed within a group of martial artists lies a master. How could this not evoke astonishment? What is left to be fought for? However, this is not the time for Yin Xian to dwell on such matters. To linger any longer would surely lead to defeat. The live teaching initiative must not come to an untimely end because of this. Cheng Yi was reluctant to employ the intermediate level giant force talisman and the light body talisman, deeming them excessively formidable for martial artists. Instead, he preferred to utilize those explosive and potent talismans, which would give the impression of being a specialist in a narrow field, without quite reaching the level of a master. Thus, he produced a finger and deftly inserted it into a small pouch sewn into his garment. Upon withdrawing his hand, he found it dusted with finely ground cinnabar. Using his finger as a brush, he swiftly inscribed a thunder palm onto the palm of his other hand. Boundless as heaven and earth, the universe lends its power. Hasten forth as the law commands. A resounding thunderclap echoed, stunning everyone in the training ground and the spectators of the mirror flower, water moon. What was that? It was heavenly thunder. The divine retribution struck Feng Ping. No. I saw it clearly. That bolt emerged from Cheng Yi's palm. Indeed, it seemed Cheng Yi had uttered something about heaven and earth, the universe. Could this also be his talisman? This is utterly extraordinary. He can command heavenly thunder. I must learn talismans. I absolutely must. No one shall impede me. Whoever obstructs me shall be met with my disdain. Wait, where did Feng Ping go? The audience of Mirror Flower, Water Moon could not perceive Feng Ping's figure, for he had been blasted outside the competition arena by that thunder palm, lying on the ground, charred and barely clinging to life. At that moment, a healer clad in white hurriedly approached. Make way, or he shall perish. The healer knelt, grasping Feng Ping's scorched hand, closing his eyes to check the pulse. After 30 breaths, the healer opened his eyes and stood up. At this juncture, the crowd was parted by the officials of the city lord's manor, and Wang Guanshi and Wu Qingdao emerged from behind. What is the situation? In response, Wang Guanshi noted that Feng Ping had indeed used prohibited dragon medicine, temporarily elevating his strength to the peak of a martial artist, even hinting at the potential to reach the rank of a martial master. Very well, let him be. With that, Wang Guanshi ascended the competition stage, snatching the red flag from the stunned host and standing beside Cheng Yi. I hereby declare that Cheng Yi has achieved a resounding victory in this contest. Upon finishing, Wang Guanshi raised the red flag high. Master Cheng Yi is magnificent. Master Cheng Yi is truly handsome. Master Cheng Yi, grant me your legacy. Oh, I want it too. Wang Guanshi did not leave the stage but proceeded to announce another matter. Additionally, on behalf of the city lord's manor, I officially declare that the Return Wind sect shall be permanently disqualified from participating in the live election due to the use of banned substances during the broadcast. Lying on the ground, Feng Ping, long abandoned, heard these words and, after expelling his last breath, finally succumbed. As he descended the stage, Cheng Yi cast a calm glance at Feng Ping's lifeless body. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. The competition is set to continue. Yet the forthcoming rounds promise to offer a distinctly unique experience for Cheng Yi. While others engage in fervent contests, he finds himself in a different circumstance. Master Cheng, there's no need for us to compete further. I humbly concede. Perhaps I should forego the palm thunder? No, no. Please, I implore you to keep your extraordinary skills. I shall take my leave. This exchange repeated thrice. Consequently, Steward Wang summoned Cheng Yi to join him for tea. Steward Wang, what shall we do about those who were drawn to compete against me? It is simple. We shall remove you from the competition roster. The others will proceed as usual. And whoever emerges victorious shall face you in the final match. Does that sound agreeable? What could be amiss? Given your recent display of palm thunder, others would be more than pleased with this arrangement. Indeed, that is a valid point. Suddenly, Steward Wang leaned closer to Cheng Yi and whispered, Mr. Cheng, do you think I could learn the art of talismans? Cheng Yi chuckled softly. Of course it's possible. I have already stated that even those devoid of martial arts aptitude can learn the path of talismans. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. It is not that I lack martial arts talent. Rather, well, let's leave that for another time. Manager Wang did indeed possess commendable martial arts aptitude, as evidenced by the blue result he received from a testing stone in his youth. Had he dedicated himself to rigorous training from an early age, he might have brushed against the threshold of becoming a martial sovereign by now. However, having chosen to assist Yu Chifeng in becoming the city lord, he could not afford to possess martial prowess. Yu Chifeng was a city lord engrossed in martial studies and indifferent to governance, which meant that most of the lord's authority would fall upon Wang to execute. Consequently, should he be a martial expert himself while holding the actual power of the city lord, he could easily undermine Yu Chifeng should he so desire, usurping the position for himself. As it stands, he is merely an ordinary individual incapable of even harming a chicken. Even with the power he wields, should he rebel, the city lord could swiftly bring an end to him, and his subordinates would no longer dare to pledge their allegiance. Currently, his subordinates respect him not solely for his considerable power and high esteem, but primarily because a formidable martial sovereign stands unwaveringly behind him. Should he betray Yu Chifeng, or should Yu Chifeng abandon him, he would instantly find himself in dire straits, perhaps even facing mortal peril. Thus, refraining from pursuing any endeavors that might enhance his personal combat capabilities is the wisest course of action, as he wishes to avoid arousing Yu Chifeng's suspicions due to any newfound skills, jeopardizing the bond they have cultivated over the past 20 years. Wang Ho acknowledges the folly of his reasoning, yet for the sake of Yu Chifeng, he is willing to abide. Seeing that Wang Guanshi's mood was somewhat despondent, Cheng Yi lost interest in further conversation. He poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table, sipping from the spout while observing the matches of others. Ah, Master Cheng has come to watch the matches. Please, take a seat. Where shall I sit? There are no chairs here. Sit on my lap. Get lost. All right then. Cheng Yi, with a single strike, commanded the attention of all the martial artists present, leaving them in awe. Observing his seemingly cordial rapport with Manager Wang, many from lesser sects approached him, eager to curry favor. Master Cheng, I am Hujin from the Iron Hammer sect. Perhaps we could collaborate, one proposed. Collaborate on what? Cheng Yi inquired. Mining coal, of course. Your fire talisman and palm thunder are invaluable tools for such endeavors. Ah, I see, he replied. Another individual introduced himself, Master Cheng. I am Yi from the Silkworm Needle sect. Here is my business card. And what do you do? Cheng Yi asked. Oh, I manufacture diapers. Then I fear I cannot assist you. But you can. You are now a prominent figure in Water City. If you help us with advertising, our sales will surely soar. I even have a slogan in mind. Cheng Yi endorses, not a drop wasted. Throughout his journey, Cheng Yi received numerous business cards and gradually understood the predicaments faced by these smaller sections. Unlike the grand sects, they lacked substantial foundations and could only boast a few commendable martial skills. Moreover, the larger sects and martial families relentlessly absorbed talent from various regions, causing the smaller sects to dwindle. As great sects flourished, the minor ones withered. Yet, the smaller sects were unwilling to see the legacies passed down by their forebears fade into oblivion. Thus, they seized every opportunity to publicize themselves while simultaneously engaging in alternative business ventures to sustain their sections. Offering incentives during recruitment helped maintain a steady influx of new members. Ultimately, they were a group of dreamers, albeit dreams stifled by the overwhelming dominance of the powerful martial factions. Cheng Yi felt that his journey to this fantastical realm, coupled with the acquisition of the cultivation inheritance system, would be rather squandered if he did not take some decisive actions. After all, he considered himself a cultured individual, educated by esteemed mentors. However, when it came to remedying this long-standing predicament, he found himself at a loss for effective solutions. Alas, why burden himself with such concerns at present? He resolved to focus on earning academic credits and enhancing his strength first. As rounds of competitions unfolded, the tea in Cheng Yi's hand had long been consumed. At last, the individual who had triumphed over all others and was poised to face him emerged. Wu Qingdao. I had speculated it might be you, but I did not anticipate it would truly be you. Wu Qingdao, I eagerly await our duel. Oh, so you were quite confident? No, I am aware that I cannot defeat you, but I am delighted to have the opportunity to engage in a fair contest with a master of the martial sovereign realm. You overestimate me. No, it is you who are being overly modest. Cheng Yi's gaze finally turned serious. Wu Qingdao not only possessed formidable strength but also remarkable insight. Moreover, he was the one who reported Feng Ping's misconduct earlier. Although Cheng Yi was confident in his ability to defeat Feng Ping, he found Wu Qingdao's pursuit of fairness quite appealing. Brother Wu, rest assured, I shall provide you with a fair contest. Wu Qingdao slightly lifted his eyelids, his expression brightening, and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you." He then added, "I have a request, and I wonder if you would be willing to oblige. Speak freely. After our match, let us celebrate with a drink." Haha. Splendid. It's a promise. A promise indeed. The final match would be presided over by Manager Wang, whose expression was one of bewilderment as he remarked, "Are you two going to fight or not?" "Of course we shall. Please. No, you may go first. Age dictates that you should proceed." "Not at all. The younger should take precedence." Manager Wang could no longer contain himself and directly struck the bell to signal the commencement of the duel, declaring, "If you do not begin now, there shall be no match." Ha! These two are quite the characters. Who would have thought that Master Cheng Yi possessed such a lively side? Indeed, with such charm and prowess, coupled with an endearing personality, the mere thought of him being my future husband, no, future master, causes my heart to flutter. Do I sense you still refer to him as husband? The audience, entranced by this whimsical display, erupted into laughter. Far removed from the serious atmosphere one would expect during a peak confrontation, Lu Lan was laughing uncontrollably, repeatedly patting Li Qian's shoulder, rather than showing any irritation. Li Qian found himself blushing slightly at Lu Lan's affectionate gestures, though she remained oblivious to it. Lu Gu'er maintained a more restrained smile, yet his joy was evident. Conversely, the thin, elderly man wore a frown, seemingly regretting, with Cheng Yi's exuberant personality, I can't help but feel he might be a bit unreliable. On the competition stage, Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao, under Manager Wang's watchful gaze, finally composed themselves, preparing for their duel. Cheng Yi remains clad in simple, unadorned garments, the very attire he donned upon his arrival in this realm. However, at the front of his robe, he has ingeniously stitched a small pouch crafted from cloth, specifically designed to hold vermilion powder. Wu Qingdao stands resolutely with his blade in hand, erect and unwavering. At first glance, he appears rife with vulnerabilities. Yet, upon closer inspection, one discerns an absence of flaws. He is as tranquil as a maiden, with his latent prowess meticulously concealed. Cheng Yi held an intermediate lightness talisman in his left hand and an intermediate strength talisman in his right, both of which bestowed upon him the formidable prowess of a martial arts master. It could even be asserted that with the utilization of these two talismans, Cheng Yi was akin to a true master of martial arts, albeit lacking the corresponding martial techniques. He declared his intention to grant Wu Qingdao a fair contest, fulfilling the latter's desire to engage in a duel with a master-level expert. Having made such a commitment, Cheng Yi was resolute in his determination to see it through. The bell signaling the commencement of the duel had already tolled, marking the official beginning of their confrontation. Cheng Yi did not overestimate himself. He had witnessed the formidable might of the breaking wind blade. Therefore, before Wu Qingdao could close the distance, he had already affixed the intermediate giant force talisman and the lightness talisman to his chest. Instantly, Cheng Yi felt an immensely powerful force awaken within him, as the surrounding spiritual energy was swiftly depleted. Moreover, this time, the use of the giant force talisman did not evoke the scorching heat wave experienced with the basic giant force talisman. It appeared that the intermediate giant force talisman not only possessed greater strength, but also utilized spiritual energy with remarkable efficiency, leaving no trace of excess or waste. Noticing that Cheng Yi had activated the talisman, Wu Qingdao felt reassured and proceeded to launch his attack. In truth, he had feared that if he unleashed the breaking wind blade immediately, Cheng Yi might not have had the time to employ the talisman, but then again, who could tell? Now that Cheng Yi had indeed used the talisman, Wu Qingdao could give his all. He promptly executed his most powerful move, the breaking wind blade. A completely elusive arc of blade wind erupted from the curved blade in Wu Qingdao's hand, tearing through the air in its wake. Cheng Yi had not yet harnessed the intermediate skills of the eagle eye and spirit ear talismans, nor possessed the keen eyesight and hearing of a martial master. Thus, he could not perceive the sharp and perilous wind generated by the blade. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of not positioning himself in the trajectory of Wu Qingdao's strike. Indeed, after evading with the reflexes and speed characteristic of a martial master, he instantly heard a piercing shriek as the air was rent beside him. Almost simultaneously, a gash appeared in his sleeve. This strike was formidable. Not only was Cheng Yi taken aback by its ferocity, but the martial artists who remained to witness the final duel also expressed their admiration, particularly those who had previously sparred with Wu Qingdao. They initially believed that although they had lost to him, the disparity in their abilities was not substantial. Yet now, they were all drenched in cold sweat. Had they faced Wu Qingdao wielding this very strike, they would have likely been oblivious to the number of blows they sustained, unaware of their demise. The potency of Wu Qingdao's strike lay in its silence and extraordinary cutting power. By the time one heard the sound of the blade's wind, it was already too late. Such a mere gust could wield such formidable might. Indeed, Wu Qingdao was a true prodigy of his time. Although Steward Wang was not a martial practitioner, he possessed discernment. Especially after the explanations from the martial artists beside him, he found himself increasingly enamored with Wu Qingdao. Having perused Wu Qingdao's background, Steward Wang noted that while Wu Qingdao claimed to be the head of the Windblade sect, he currently possessed little more than a dilapidated and modest dojo, which had yet to officially open for disciples. Perhaps during the live broadcast, a few individuals had sought him out to become students, but it was unlikely to have garnered significant traction. This individual, possessing formidable prowess and a righteous character, was in a state of decline, an opportune moment for forging an alliance that could potentially serve his interests. Steward Wang silently contemplated this strategy. Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Wu Qingdao, Cheng Yi no longer held back, employing both the intermediate eagle eye talisman and the spirit ear talisman. Instantly, he felt as though the entire world had transformed. While the primary eagle eye talisman merely enhances vision and discernment, the intermediate version bestowed upon him a semblance of dynamic vision. He could even perceive the several gusts of blade wind emitted by Wu Qingdao. The sight of the wind tearing through the air was truly enchanting, a beauty beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. The intermediate spirit ear talisman proved equally impressive. At that moment, he could hear the heartbeat of every individual present. Moreover, outside the training grounds, he detected a prolonged breath and a slow, yet powerful heartbeat. An adept at the martial sovereign realm was lurking in the distance, observing him. Cheng Yi gracefully evaded several swift strikes from Wu Qing's blade, and then turned his gaze towards the direction where he had sensed the observer. However, there was no one to be seen. Have they departed? Cheng Yi felt a tinge of confusion, yet he dismissed it without much thought. After all, this was the Lord's mansion, and it was entirely commonplace for one or two formidable experts at the martial sovereign level to be present, especially during the live-streamed finale of an election. Within the grand confines of the Lord's estate, at a considerable distance from the training grounds, Yu Chengfeng concealed himself behind a towering wall, a sense of amusement bubbling within him. It was rather intriguing that Cheng Yi had managed to discover his presence. This individual possessed some skill, and it presented an opportunity to engage with him. Cheng Yi remained oblivious that the enigmatic figure who had just tested him was none other than Yu Chengfeng, the lord of Jishui City, who was currently engrossed in a duel with Wu Qingdao. This was, in essence, a battle devoid of suspense. As long as Wu Qingdao had not ascended to the martial sovereign realm, victory was beyond his reach. Although the martial master and martial sovereign realms are only separated by a single significant tier, the former is confined to operating a modest martial arts school, gathering only the most mediocre of apprentices. In stark contrast, the latter can ascend to the role of a sect leader or even a city lord. The chasm between these two realms is akin to an insurmountable abyss. This disparity arises not only from the superior resources and considerable authority typically possessed by martial sovereigns, but also from their absolute dominance over those beneath their realm. It was time to apply some pressure. Wu Qingdao, in a desperate attempt, unleashed a barrage of his most formidable techniques like scattered beans. Yet he could not even graze the hem of Cheng Yi's garment. The most significant achievement thus far in this duel seemed to be the mere tearing of Cheng Yi's sleeve. Behold, Cheng Yi has suddenly launched a counterattack. Indeed, Wu Qingdao appears to be struggling to withstand it. But hold on, it seems that Cheng Yi is still holding back. There remains a chance for Wu Qingdao. Whether in the central square, where illusions danced like mirages, or in the training grounds of the Lord's Manor. There was no shortage of martial practitioners at the warrior or martial master level observing the duel. They had sensed something amiss when Cheng Yi deftly evaded Wu Qingdao's strikes. His speed and reflexes were astonishingly swift, and his senses acutely sharp. Countless times, they believed the cutting winds of Wu Qingdao's blades would surely land. Yet they never even grazed Cheng Yi. After several days of observation, most martial masters had discerned that Wu Qingdao was at the pinnacle of the martial master realm. Yet, how could a martial master of such caliber be reduced to such a pitiable state before Cheng Yi? Could it be that Cheng Yi, like Feng Ping, had ingested dragon medicine? Are you out of your mind? Feng Ping was personally singled out by Lord Wang. And both Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao had undergone thorough examinations by the medic prior to their match, with no anomalies detected. Could it be that Cheng Yi possesses the strength of a martial sovereign? More accurately, it appears that Cheng Yi's talismans grant him the prowess of 5 martial sovereigns. How astonishing! The notion that a person devoid of any martial aptitude could instantaneously ascend to the level of a martial sovereign, something that might take others decades of cultivation to achieve, is utterly staggering. Were it not for my own eyes witnessing this spectacle today, I would have deemed it impossible. Do you think these talismans could be sold? You've hit the nail on the head. If I were to procure such a talisman from Cheng Yi, would I instantly become a martial sovereign? Even if that were possible, it is unlikely to last, perhaps merely for half an hour or even less. And the cost would certainly be exorbitant, enough to bankrupt you for a fleeting moment of martial prowess. Alas, does it mean that talismans ultimately belong solely to the privileged and the affluent? You foolish one, why not take Cheng Yi as your master? Once you master the art of talismans, you will be able to create them yourself. Moreover, any surplus talismans can be sold, serving 2 purposes at once. Indeed, I shall seek out Cheng Yi as my mentor. But is it that simple? I wish to as well. Countless others share the same desire. However, such a formidable skill must command a hefty tuition fee. As the audience engaged in discussion, Cheng Yi had already commenced his counterattack, delivering a relentless barrage of punches. Wu Qingdao, a seasoned expert honed by years of experience in the martial world, managed to deflect Cheng Yi's blows each time he felt his punches land. With an unusual technique, he dissipated much of the force behind Cheng Yi's strikes, leaving the latter with the sensation of hitting cotton, a most frustrating experience. It was almost time to conclude. Suddenly, Wu Qingdao sensed that Cheng Yi's speed had escalated to another level, with an unceasing flurry of punches following. In an instant, Wu Qingdao perceived a multitude of punching shadows descending upon him, each seemingly tangible and utterly unavoidable. Under such a terrifying onslaught, he felt utterly powerless to resist and instinctively shut his eyes. Yet, the anticipated impact never came. The cacophony of air generated by countless fists abruptly vanished. Upon opening his eyes, he found Cheng Yi standing before him with a beaming smile, and he could not help but smile back. Wu Qingdao, gripping his sword, playfully returned a punch to Cheng Yi, who graciously reciprocated. Witnessing this exchange, Manager Wang could not suppress a smile. Recognizing this as the most harmonious contest he had ever witnessed, he raised the red flag high and proclaimed loudly, "Cheng Yi is the victor." Oh. Cheng Yi is the most handsome. I love you, Cheng Yi. Even though the audience was already aware of the outcome of this duel. Excitement surged through them as Manager Wang held the red flag aloft. As for Lu Lan and the others, their eyes were already brimming with tears. Cheng Yi believed that his ordeal had come to an end and was preparing to step down, only to be unexpectedly summoned back by Manager Wang. At this moment, he had already dispelled the effects of his talismans, rendering him no different from an ordinary person, allowing Manager Wang to easily draw him back. Mr. Cheng, you cannot leave just yet. As per convention, you must make a final announcement regarding your sect affiliation, the location of your martial arts school, and the fees for accepting disciples, he insisted. This query intrigued Manager Wang as well. Ever since the conclusion of the first live-streamed election, He had dispatched individuals to investigate Cheng Yi's background, only to discover that he was remarkably unremarkable, clean as a blank sheet of paper. Subsequently, Cheng Yi's series of astonishing performances had piqued Manager Wang's interest in this emerging young hero even further. Unfortunately, no substantial information had surfaced. There were only a few possibilities. Either he was a disciple of a reclusive master making his first descent from the mountain, or he hailed from a secretive sect. The final possibility was that he was an ordinary individual who had suddenly stumbled upon a monumental opportunity, achieving fame overnight. However, this last option seemed the least plausible and hardly warranted consideration. Now, he finally had the chance to confront Cheng Yi directly. Is there something you cannot disclose? He inquired. In truth, there was nothing to conceal. I belong to no sect, nor do I possess a martial arts school. As for accepting disciples, I plan to impart the art of talismans through my daily live streams on Shuejinghua. What? Cheng Yi has no sect or affiliation. Could it be that this talisman art is his own creation? It is quite possible. After all, we have never heard of such talismans before, have we? To create a new path is akin to becoming the founder of a new doctrine. Manager Wang, of course, found it hard to believe Cheng Yi's claim of lacking a sect, anticipating that he might say such a thing to conceal his true origins. However, he did not expect Cheng Yi to choose to teach the art of talismans during a live stream. If you are to teach through live streaming, how do you intend to charge for your services? After all, you cannot ascertain who is watching your broadcast. Cheng Yi smiled gently and proclaimed, "This is precisely what I wish to convey. I shall impart the art of talismans without charging any fees. All who aspire to learn, regardless of their affiliation with other sects or their status in life, whether affluent or destitute, are welcome to join me in the study of this craft." At this declaration, the crowd was taken aback, rendered speechless by the magnitude of his words. Even Yu Chifeng, who had managed to regain his perch on the wall and observed from a distance, was astonished, his mouth agape, and after a prolonged silence, he murmured, "What on earth is this Cheng Yi's background? Offering free teachings in talismanic arts could lead to monumental consequences." Indeed, Cheng Yi aimed to make a significant impact. The more individuals who became aware, the more would come to learn the art of talismans. Thus, he could swiftly accumulate a wealth of teaching experience and rapidly enhance his own abilities. The system contained not only talismans but also cultivation techniques and a plethora of formidable celestial arts. Additionally, there existed an endless array of extraordinary elixirs and wondrous magical artifacts. Before his journey through time, Cheng Yi had devoted considerable time to reading fantasy novels, cultivating an intense yearning for such adventures. Not to mention, the reincarnation and longevity technique obtained from the novice gift pack of the system continuously aids him in absorbing spiritual energy and expanding his spiritual sea. Otherwise, the success rate of the talismans he crafts would not be so remarkably high, with scarcely any failures. Moreover, the efficacy of the talismans is astonishingly swift. Utilizing 2 talismans in succession incurs almost no cooldown time, significantly enhancing both their potency and safety. In his quest for immortality, Cheng Yi has rendered the pursuit of talismanic arts almost devoid of barriers. No martial arts aptitude is required, no monetary payment is necessary, and there are no restrictions based on identity or sect. Essentially, anyone can learn. Given the evident effectiveness of the talismans, who could possibly resist such an enticing opportunity? Cheng Yi firmly believes that even those renowned martial sects would find great interest in him. Indeed, at this moment, within the esteemed Lu family of Huido City, there exists an individual who is not only intrigued by him, but also quite troubled. High above in the Lu family's towering abode, a small mirror of ethereal illusions reflects the smiling visage of Cheng Yi. Lu Choyuan gazes at Cheng Yi, his expression fluctuating between joy and despair. He shares a similar conjecture with Steward Wang. Could it be that this Cheng Yi hails from a secretive sect? The secretive sects are among the most enigmatic organizations in the realm of fantasy, numerous and immensely powerful. These sects remain cloistered within natural sanctuaries, elusive to ordinary folk, with the possibility that such a sanctuary lies right before one's eyes, yet remains unseen. These hidden realms typically conceal some profound mysteries, which serve as the source of the sect's formidable strength. Whenever a member of a secretive sect descends upon the lands of the 9 provinces, they usher in a novel martial path. Could this time be the case with the Path of Symbols? If so, it would indeed be astonishingly revolutionary. Ordinary individuals constitute the majority within the realm of fantasy, and the Path of Symbols undeniably exerts a powerful allure upon them. However, these ordinary folk have long suffered under the oppressive weight of martial cultivators, particularly the martial aristocracies and grand sections. Now, with a chance to rise against their oppressors, would it not threaten the very foundations of these dominating forces? This is precisely why, upon hearing of the path of symbols, Lu Qiuyuan's first instinct was to eliminate Cheng Yi, as his path would jeopardize their most crucial interests. Yet now, Lu Qiuyuan finds himself compelled to reconsider. After all, these are secretive sects. To offend them could instantaneously reduce both himself and the entire Lu family to ashes. Could it be that a secretive sect is preparing to emerge? No, it would be too perilous to act against Cheng Yi at this juncture. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminates Lu Qiuyuan's mind. Hasn't Lu Lan always wished to become Cheng Yi's disciple? Thus, he could facilitate her desire while simultaneously employing Lu Lan to investigate Cheng Yi's actions. Immediately, Lu Qiuyuan sends a message to Li Qian via the mirror of ethereal illusions. In Jishui City, upon receiving this message, Li Qian finally exhales with relief. The young lady need not perish. Grandfather, did I hear correctly? You heard correctly, Lu Guer. He has stated that no fees are required. However, I wish to stay by his side. I too believe that learning from him directly would be more beneficial. Shortly, I shall take you to pay your respects. Very well. Grandfather. Cheng Yi has stepped down, and after a brief silence, the crowd in the mirage began to buzz with activity once more. Amidst the bustling throng, people gradually departed. However, some chose to gather in a different location to engage in discussion. A lean old man led Lu Guer, while Lu Lan was followed closely by Li Qian, and the four of them made their way to where the crowd was congregating. After listening for a while, they discovered that these individuals intended to seek Cheng Yi as their master and learn the art of talismans from him. I remarked, Master Cheng Yi does not possess a dojo. He may not have the capacity to accommodate so many of us. To which one plump young man, fair-skinned and tender, responded, It matters not. My family has been in commerce for 5 generations, and we are now considered affluent in water-gathering city. We have a vacant warehouse in the southern part of the city that, with a little renovation, could serve as a dojo, capable of hosting lectures for thousands. I am willing to offer this space as Master Cheng Yi's dojo. His declaration instantly captured everyone's attention. You must be the young master of the Bai family, correct? What a pleasure it is to meet you, exclaimed one of the onlookers. Your generosity moves us deeply. However, we cannot allow you to bear this burden alone. We shall pool our resources and repay you for the warehouses. No. I am more than willing to contribute this warehouse. Let no one else contest this. In truth, Bai Xiaofeng had his own ulterior motives. For his family, several warehouses were of little consequence, but for Master Cheng Yi, who lacked even a dojo, it was akin to receiving timely assistance in a snowstorm. As the saying goes, a grain of rice during hunger is worth more than a feast when one is full. Presenting this timely aid to Master Cheng Yi would surely encourage him to accept him as a disciple. While he found the idea of live-stream teachings appealing, he ultimately believed that being a formal disciple would bring greater peace of mind. Not only did he think this way, but the others gathered their shared similar sentiments. Many wished to emulate Bai Xiaofeng and offer warehouses to Master Cheng Yi, yet they were limited by their financial capacities. No one present could rival Bai Xiaofeng in wealth. After the final round of the live broadcast concluded, Cheng Yi engaged in a brief conversation with Wu Qingdao. As the hour was still early, they agreed to go out for a drink together. According to Wu Qingdao, it was a splendid establishment. After bidding farewell to Wu Qingdao, Cheng Yi prepared to return to his guest room for a moment of rest. He took a few sips of water and was just about to lie down when a servant knocked on the door. Mr. Cheng, there are many people gathered outside the city lord's mansion, requesting an audience with you. Understood. You may leave, Cheng Yi replied. Who could be seeking him? And why were there so many? Regardless, he would find out upon his arrival. When Cheng Yi reached the entrance of the city lord's mansion, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A plump fellow, notably fair-skinned, was the first to see him and immediately bowed. The others followed suit, kneeling before him, exclaiming, Master Cheng Yi, please accept us as your disciples. As Cheng Yi gazed into the crowd, he was taken aback by the sight of at least 200 or 300 individuals, men and women, the elderly and children, the able-bodied and the disabled, all present. Most astonishingly, among them was a woman who appeared to be heavily pregnant, seemingly on the verge of giving birth at any moment. Cheng Yi would never allow the elderly and pregnant women to kneel for an extended period. He promptly assisted several elderly individuals and the pregnant woman to their feet. To his surprise, others began to rise as well, fervently exclaiming, Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. Your disciples pay their respects. Just as a few of them seemed ready to kneel once more, he quickly interjected, "No, no, please stand." The crowd's voices grew louder in unison. "Thank you, master." Cheng Yi sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not quite pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Before he could articulate his thoughts, a plump young man stepped forward, presenting a document embossed with an official seal. "Master, my name is Bai Xiaofeng. This is the deed and land contract for a warehouse in the southern part of the city, currently undergoing renovations, which will soon be completed for our dojo's use." Upon finishing, Bai Xiaofeng pointed to the name inscribed beneath the official seal. "The deed has already been transferred to your name." Indeed, under the seal lay his own name. Cheng Yi felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It appeared these individuals were determined to force his hand, turning raw intentions into established reality. However, he reflected that such a characterization might not fully suit him, given his male identity. Regardless, this unexpected turn of events brought him a measure of joy. After all, the live election had concluded, and he could not remain in the Lord's manor indefinitely. One must acknowledge the favors received, if they assisted him. A reciprocal gesture was in order. Moreover, it seemed that Manager Wang was keen on recruiting him. Yet, as a man blessed with a celestial cultivation legacy, he pondered the indignity of serving as an underling to others. It would be wise to depart this place sooner rather than later. Furthermore, he was destined to take on disciples eventually, and this group appeared quite understanding, quenching his immediate thirst for companionship. Why not accept them as students? Most importantly, at the conclusion of the live election, he had openly declared that anyone, regardless of status or wealth, could come to learn his talismanic arts. If he now rebuffed them, it would render his previous proclamation utterly hollow, akin to empty words. Such a rejection would severely hinder the dissemination of his teachings. Haha, very well. I have stated that I shall accept disciples without regard to their backgrounds. From this day forth, you shall all be my students. Thank you, master. As the eager crowd prepared to bow, Cheng Yi quickly interjected, "No need for kneeling. Many among you are elderly or frail. Please rise." Turning to Bai Xiaofeng, he continued, "You are Bai Xiaofeng, correct?" "Yes, master." "Then you are responsible for meticulously registering each individual and providing me with a copy of the records. However, do not include those who are absent today. I am currently overwhelmed with tasks. Once I have taught you all, I will consider accepting new disciples." "Yes, I shall fulfill your command." Bai Xiaofeng, thrilled that his efforts bore fruit, was filled with excitement. "Very well, go now. Once you have completed the registrations, let them return home and reconvene at the dojo once it is prepared." "Yes, master." After entrusting the group to Bai Xiaofeng, Cheng Yi returned to the Lord's manor. After inquiring with the servants, he finally located Manager Wang, who had evidently been waiting for him. "Ah, Mr. Cheng, I was just looking for you." "Oh, what is it?" "You have triumphed in the live election. The broadcast will take place every midnight for the next 3 months, lasting half an hour. Might you consider enhancing the schedule? Perhaps opting for a more favorable time slot or extending the duration of the broadcast." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi was momentarily troubled. What method of increasing the stakes could there be? At present, I find myself lacking in funds. However, I do possess a few talismans. Manager Wang, with a subtle smile, remarked, "If it is the kind of talisman that can temporarily elevate one to the realm of a martial arts master, then it might still be of interest. However, within our city lord's mansion, there are many skilled individuals, and the demand for such items is not particularly high. Nevertheless, should you, sir, choose to join our city lord's mansion, we would certainly extend a warm welcome to you." Manager Wang's approach was quite straightforward, yet Cheng Yi politely declined. Given his current strength, self-preservation should pose no challenge. Furthermore, once his personal live stream officially commenced, he anticipated that the accrued teaching values would suffice to elevate the talismans to a higher tier. The basic talismans were roughly equivalent to the late stage of a martial artist, while employing an intermediate talisman for immense lightness would grant one the strength of a mid-stage martial master. Following this logic, advanced talismans should confer at least the power of a nascent martial sovereign. Naturally, if he were to engage in close combat with a genuine nascent martial sovereign, he would undeniably find himself at a disadvantage. A formidable physique requires corresponding martial techniques to manifest its potential, and in this regard, he was evidently lacking. His previous battles against individuals like Wu Qingdao had relied on sheer realm superiority. His martial skills were decidedly insufficient. Manager Wang felt a tinge of regret at Cheng Yi's refusal, yet this outcome was anticipated. He had already discerned that Cheng Yi had grand aspirations. Nonetheless, even if he could not recruit him, Fostering a good relationship now would facilitate future collaboration. He sensed that as long as Cheng Yi did not falter before reaching his full potential, he would undoubtedly stir the heavens and earth. Thus, Manager Wang expressed a concern to Cheng Yi. "Mr. Cheng, since you have your own plans, I shall not press you further. But there is one matter I must caution you about. Please, go on. Your live stream teaching of talisman arts not only incurs no fees but also imposes no martial arts prerequisites. This will inevitably siphon a significant portion of the disciples and resources that traditionally belong to the lower-tier sections. They will not remain indifferent to this. You must exercise caution." Cheng Yi pondered for a moment and remarked, "A few more reminders." Subsequently, he extracted several talismans, infused them with a modicum of spiritual energy, made some modifications, and then handed them to Manager Wang. "These are the Great Strength Talisman, the Fire Departure Talisman, and the Lightness Talisman. I have made some adjustments when needed. Simply drop a drop of blood onto the talisman and affix it to your chest while silently reciting the incantation, and you will possess the strength of a mid-tier martial sovereign for a quarter of an hour. Activating the talismans requires spiritual energy, and at present, it seems that only I can convert the ambient spiritual energy into my own, unlike those martial cultivators who transform spiritual energy into their own vitality." Manager Wang is not even a martial practitioner. Thus, Cheng Yi infused his spiritual energy into the talismans, made further modifications, and when used, the energy he had previously infused would serve as a fuse, while the blood would ignite like in fire. Manager Wang was utterly taken aback by Cheng Yi's generosity. Feeling immensely grateful, he also realized that talismans are not universally usable. They require the creator to make additional alterations to wield them as effortlessly as Cheng Yi does. One would likely need to master the art of talisman crafting. Beaming with joy, Manager Wang accepted the talismans with great care, tucking them into his garment, and bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Mr. Cheng, you are truly a hero, and I have decided to count you as a friend." Every time Wang Ho observed Yu Chengfeng practicing martial arts, his heart itched with desire, yet he had restrained himself all these years. He never imagined he would have the opportunity to personally experience the sights of a martial sovereign's realm. Even if only once, it would be immensely worthwhile. As they parted ways, Wang Ho promised that although Mr. Cheng had not enhanced the conditions for the live stream, he would personally strive to secure better broadcasting conditions for him. This gesture made Cheng Yi feel that this friend was indeed worthy of trust. After all, although the Mirror Flower and Water Moon was managed by the City Lord's mansion, the broadcasting rights also involved the interests of other significant sects and martial families in the water-gathering city. It was not a unilateral decision of the City Lord's mansion. Wang Ho's willingness to make such a promise demonstrated his sincerity. Now that a relationship had been established with Wang Ho, Cheng Yi felt sufficiently emboldened to stay a few more days at the City Lord's mansion before the live stream commenced. After all, the dojo was not yet ready, and venturing out would necessitate staying at an inn, which would accumulate considerable expenses. Despite his burgeoning fame, his pockets were not as deep, and he was living hand-to-mouth. The extraordinary abilities of the talismans needed to be monetized, whether for the sake of enjoying life or for future endeavors. Modifications like the ones he had made earlier allowed even those without prior knowledge of talismans to utilize them. However, the temporary alteration of talismans demanded a certain level of proficiency and experience from the talisman master, and at this moment, only he among his disciples could accomplish such feats. If there were one or two prodigies in the realm of talismans, they could certainly alleviate some of his burdens. However, these considerations were matters for the future. Cheng Yi contemplated briefly before shifting his focus to the cultivation inheritance system residing within his mind. Previously, in his endeavor to elevate his talisman skills to an intermediate level, he had nearly depleted his teaching value. Now, however, it had surged to over 3,000, while his kidney function had increased from just over 1,000. This signified that at least 4,000 individuals were currently engaged in learning the art of talismans. Once these 4,000 successfully embarked on their journey through the live broadcast, there would be a subsequent rise in teaching value. Teaching value is not merely a one-time transaction. An individual generates a point of teaching value the moment they begin their studies, even if they do not master the material. As their educational journey progresses, new teaching values continue to accrue. Therefore, to amass a substantial amount of teaching value, a considerable base of apprentices is essential. The larger the base, the more formidable the subsequent influx of teaching value becomes. Moreover, once his 200 or so disciples attain proficiency, they could venture elsewhere to conduct their own broadcasts. and the apprentices they cultivate would similarly contribute to his teaching value. It is akin to a net gradually expanding outward from the center of water-gathering city. Once this net is fully cast, encompassing 9 continents and perhaps even the entire fantasy realm, the magnitude of teaching value generated would be simply unimaginable. Having formulated plans for the future, Cheng Yi redirected his focus to the present. Elevating the talisman to a higher level required a staggering 10,000 teaching points. A seemingly daunting figure. However, given the current popularity of talismans in water-gathering city and its surrounding locales, along with the substantial population of water-gathering city itself, achieving this goal should not pose a significant challenge. In Cheng Yi's vision, broadcasting daily on the Mirror Flower Water Moon platform would enable him to accumulate the necessary 10,000 teaching points within a week. With everything meticulously planned, Cheng Yi sat cross-legged on his bed and began to accelerate the operation of the reincarnation longevity technique. This technique, acquired from the novice gift pack, could be practiced independently to absorb spiritual energy and expand the spiritual sea, laying a foundation for his future path in cultivation. However, if he could concentrate fully on meditation and actively absorb spiritual energy while refining his spiritual sea, the results would be exponentially greater. Unbeknownst to him, Cheng Yi became engrossed in his practice, oblivious to the surrounding troubles and clamor. Meanwhile, outside the city lord's mansion, his disciples had completed their registrations one by one. Bai Xiaofeng neatly tucked away a small notebook containing the names and addresses of the laborers from the labor district and ordinary citizens, not allowing his gaze to linger on them. Yet, a particular name, or rather a surname, along with the address associated with it, captivated his attention. He looked up at a young woman clad in pure white attire, strikingly beautiful with an ethereal demeanor. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his attire, donned a courteous smile, and approached her. "May I inquire if you are?" Before he could finish his sentence, a male attendant beside the young woman stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Bai Xiaofeng. Undeterred, Bai Xiaofeng stood 3 meters away, smiling as he bowed respectfully to the young lady. "Might you be Lu Lan, the esteemed daughter of the Lu family from Widow City?" "Indeed. And you are?" "I am Bai Qianshui's son, Bai Xiaofeng, the head of the Bai family business in water-gathering city, with which your esteemed household has numerous business dealings." "Oh, it is the young master of the Bai family in person. I am honored." Lu Lan, lacking martial aptitude, had never trained in martial arts. Aside from her pursuits in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she was often summoned by her father to observe business management alongside the Lu family's steward. Through these experiences, she had encountered several renowned businesses, among which the Bai family in water-gathering city was notable. Now, seeing Bai Xiaofeng here to pay respects to Cheng Yi as his master, she understood his intentions. In today's world, expanding a business required not only capital and connections, but also formidable martial strength. Although Bai Xiaofeng lacked martial talent, his elder brothers were all proficient martial masters. Especially Bai Xiaofeng's elder brother, Bai Xiaomu, has reached the pinnacle of martial mastery. Bai Xiaofeng seeks to honor Cheng Yi as his mentor, evidently unwilling to lag behind. Although the Bai family does not possess as profound a martial arts heritage as the Lu family, their business acumen far exceeds that of their counterparts. A return gesture of courtesy is therefore fitting. Upon witnessing Lu Lan's respectful acknowledgement, Bai Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy, and the young man who had been obstructing their path retreated to Lu Lan's side. Bai Xiaofeng took a step forward, yet maintained a respectful distance of 3 paces from Lu Lan. Having long heard of Miss Lu's esteemed reputation without ever having met her, he found it truly regrettable. He did not anticipate that today he would become her peer, a most joyous and commendable turn of events. Henceforth, I implore young Master Bai to extend his guidance generously. In the presence of Miss Lu, how could one dare to utter such words? Yet should there be any need, do not hesitate to command. I shall traverse any distance to offer assistance. I am deeply grateful, young Master Bai. By the way, Miss Lu, have you secured a place to stay? As my master requires a few days to settle, it would be prudent for you to reside at my Bai residence during this time, to avoid unnecessary travel. I sincerely appreciate young Master Bai's kind offer, but I have already found accommodations and shall not impose upon your esteemed family. I shall certainly pay a visit on another day. How could one speak of imposition? My father would be delighted to welcome you, yet I shall defer to your wishes. Bai Xiaofeng understood that their acquaintance was still nascent, and her polite refusal was entirely reasonable. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. At this moment, the over 200 successful apprentices had dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. As twilight approached, The prospect of walking back to the labor district seemed perilous for Wang Laotu, who was accompanied by several children. Thus, he resolved to seek refuge within the main city for the night, planning to return with the children at dawn. Once the dojo was organized in a few days, he would bring them back. The old man inscribed the names of the children on the registration list, yet refrained from adding his own. He recognized his age and the slowness with which he learned. Even if Master Cheng were gracious enough to accept him, he would merely be a source of inconvenience. Moreover, this household ultimately required a provider, and in the future, when the children needed financial support, he wished to be able to contribute. Although Master Cheng, understanding their struggles, did not charge an apprenticeship fee, Wang Laotu felt a lingering sense of indebtedness and desired to save some money to discreetly give to Master Cheng later. Before sunset, Wang Laotu finally found a family willing to let him and the children spend the night in their barn, free of charge. Upon hearing this, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The barn was kept relatively clean, and even if it were less than pristine, Wang Laotu and the children would not mind. They had endured far harsher conditions. Now, having a place to shield them from the elements without the burden of cost was already a significant blessing. From his bulging pocket, Wang Laotu retrieved a cloth bag containing 8 buns, which he then distributed among the children. "Grandfather, what will you eat?" "You all eat. I have already had my fill." "Grandfather is deceiving me. I can hear his stomach growling." Old Wang smiled bitterly. He had always heard tales of the high cost of living in the main city. And today, he had intentionally brought extra money, only to discover that purchasing a mere bun consumed all he had, leaving him with enough for just 7.5. The remaining half was granted only after he pleaded desperately, even resorting to kneeling, until the shopkeeper, not wishing to disrupt his business, compassionately bestowed upon him that half bun, allowing him to amass a total of 8. The knees of the impoverished are worth but half a bun, and sometimes not even that. Old Wang, having endured a lifetime of hardship, was well aware of this truth and felt no grievance, as long as the children had enough to eat. Even if it meant sacrificing his own sustenance, it was worth it. However, grandfather was willing to bear hunger, while the children would not let him starve. Each child took a small piece from their bun and collectively offered it to Lu Gu'er. Lu Gu'er deftly combined these 8 tiny morsels into a single mass, which surprisingly turned out to be larger than one of the original buns. Old Wang gazed at the group of children, biting into a bun that was now a little larger, tears mingling with his smile. After finishing their meal, seizing the opportunity before sunset, Old Wang requested some straw from the homeowner to lay on the barn floor, ensuring the children would sleep more soundly through the night. Ultimately, a bun could not sustain them for long, so they all had to retire early. At the break of dawn, with their strength renewed, they would return to their home in the labor district, where they could prepare coarse rice porridge. Yet, having witnessed so many new wonders throughout the day, the children found themselves bursting with unspoken thoughts, which became unbearable in the ensuing quiet. "Master Cheng Yi is so incredible. Will I be able to be as formidable as him in the future?" One child exclaimed. "We are already his apprentices. Surely we have a bright future ahead, with an abundance of buns to eat. Look at your limited aspirations. I have heard that the wealthy dine on meat at every meal. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, the other children stared wide-eyed, saliva nearly escaping their lips. Even old Wang couldn't suppress a swallow. "Have you seen the sister in white? She is so beautiful and gentle." Yes. I saw her too. She is also Master Cheng Yi's apprentice. I saw him enter a grand house right across our street. That is the finest inn in Jishui City, the Moonlight Inn, where one can behold the most exquisite moonlit views of the city," Lu Gu'er remarked. "Lu Gu'er, did you go in? Tell us about it." As the children's excitement grew, Old Wang intervened. "All right, enough of that. Every time you ask Lu Gu'er to share these stories, you end up staying awake all night. We have to travel tomorrow, so listen well, children. Once we reach home, you may chatter to your heart's content, though children of this age can be somewhat mischievous. Those who have endured great hardships understand gratitude better and are more inclined to heed their grandfather's words. As we ceased our idle chatter, you rested your head upon my hand, while I laid mine upon yours. Both of us nestled upon the warm straw, drifting into a sweet slumber. Only Lu Gu'er and the elderly Wang, with their wide, dark eyes, found themselves unable to succumb to sleep in the night. The other children remained blissfully unaware of the significance of their successful apprenticeship today and what it heralded for their futures. To them, it merely signified the acquisition of a skill, a means to secure their sustenance, especially with the benevolent master not demanding payment. Yet Lu Gu'er was different. Though still a youth of less than 14, He was several years older than his peers, having witnessed and experienced more than they could fathom. In the time ahead, they might find themselves entangled in a whirlpool of events. However, they would also become the inaugural followers of a pioneering figure of their era, facing both peril and honor in tandem. Even the venerable Wang, now in his 60s, failed to grasp this, perceiving only a pivotal moment in the children's lives, one that would drastically transform their existing circumstances, likely for the better. Tossing and turning, Lu Gur, consumed by thoughts of what the future might hold, grew increasingly exhilarated and found sleep elusive. Thus, he quietly rose, intending to relieve himself and perhaps let the cool breeze clear his mind. Just as he was about to step outside, he overheard hushed voices in the alley just beyond the wall, discussing none other than Master Cheng Yi. Instantly, he halted in his tracks, holding his breath in anticipation. Cheng Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, absorbing spiritual energy, completely oblivious to the passage of time until dusk fell. It was only when a servant approached to inquire about his dinner preferences that he recalled his prior engagement. "There is no need for you to prepare anything. I shall attend to an appointment," he replied. "Mr. Chang, is it with Wu Qingdao?" Cheng Yi, intrigued, inquired, "How do you know?" He added with a hint of exasperation, "Isn't this something you mentioned during the final competition of your live campaign? Have you forgotten?" Before he could finish his words, the attendant narrowed his eyes, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he cryptically remarked, "If it is indeed Wu Qingdao treating, then, Mr. Cheng, you are in for a delightful evening." Cheng Yi refrained from engaging in any riddles with the young man. He donned a new outfit purchased earlier that day and gathered his talisman-making tools along with a dozen charms before setting out for his appointment. Where was the Chuanxiang Tower? Along the way, he inquired with passers-by for directions, only to be met with peculiar expressions, particularly from the men, who appeared to share a knowing smirk. Was there something extraordinary about the Chuanxiang Tower? After several inquiries, Cheng Yi finally located the establishment. At first glance, the tower boasted 5 stories, a rarity in the Water City, towering above its surroundings. Each floor was adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant decorations, with lamps illuminating the entire structure as if it were day, despite the typical reluctance of ordinary folk to expend oil at night. The atmosphere was alive with bustling crowds, laughter, and merriment, as if a grand celebration were underway. Through the windows, one could sense the joy and carefree spirit of those inside. At the entrance of the first floor stood 6 women, each representing a distinct style, yet all exuding grace and beauty. They playfully waved their sleeves, welcoming guests with laughter. "Ah, Wu Qingdao certainly knows how to choose a venue." This resembled what we colloquially refer to as a high-end club. Intrigued, Cheng Yi approached, only to find that the 6 ladies abandoned their other patrons and came forward in unison. "Isn't this young Master Cheng? Mr. Wu has already instructed us to escort you to room 8. "Then I must thank you, ladies," he replied. "But wait, we haven't discussed the terms yet." "Terms? Pray tell." One of the ladies chimed. "Perhaps we could request young Master Cheng to sign a name for each of us?" "Oh, is it customary to seek autographs here?" "Of course." "Young Master Cheng, surely you haven't just emerged from the mountains to be unaware of this?" "Very well, very well." Cheng Yi retrieved a brush from his bag and dipped it into the ink bottle he carried. "Where shall I sign?" The 6 ladies exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with mischief, and in unison, they declared, "Right here." Cheng Yi glanced at the direction indicated by the young ladies, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort. "Esteemed ladies," he remarked, "this place may not be entirely suitable." The young ladies, taken aback, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They had anticipated that the gentleman would be a carefree and magnanimous hero, only to discover he was as unyielding as a stubborn piece of wood. Seeing the girls appear somewhat disheartened, Cheng Yi immediately spoke earnestly. "Gentle ladies, you have misunderstood my intentions. In broad daylight, amidst the watchful eyes of many, it is inappropriate to engage in such matters." The 6 young women understood his meaning, their eyes brightening in unison, joy evident upon their faces as 12 hands grasped both of Cheng Yi's hands. "Young master, please, do come inside." Meanwhile, Wu Qingdao had arrived at the fragrant pavilion after sunset and waited patiently for a full half-hour. As the strong liquor gradually lost its potency, he grew increasingly anxious over Cheng Yi's absence. "My brother Cheng does not strike me as a man lacking in integrity. How could he be so tardy? Could it be that he has encountered treachery along the way?" As he fretted, the sounds from the neighboring room continued for half an hour, heightening his distress. Deciding to seek out Cheng Yi, he prepared to leave when suddenly the door swung open from the outside. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Cheng Yi himself. "Brother Cheng, why have you only just arrived? I have been left in suspense for so long. Wu brother, to speak candidly. I actually reached the fragrant pavilion shortly after the sun set. But the 6 young ladies at the entrance were so hospitable that I found myself delayed for half an hour in the neighboring room. You? In the neighboring room? For half an hour? With 6 of them? Is there something amiss? Amiss? Quite the contrary. With such divine talismans, why did you not lend them to me sooner? That is truly lacking in camaraderie. Not at all. I possess no talismans. It is another kind of ability, known as spiritual power. Spiritual power? I am aware of spiritual energy, which, when absorbed into the body, transforms into vital essence, forming the foundation of martial cultivation. What, then, is this spiritual power? And how is it related to spiritual energy? Spiritual power is similarly refined from spiritual energy once it enters the body, though the methods differ. If you do not mind, I can teach you the method of refining spiritual power. You may learn as much as you are capable. Ah, Wu Qingdao exclaimed in astonishment, immediately inquiring. When spiritual energy enters the body and transforms into vital essence, it is called martial cultivation. What then is the term for when spiritual energy enters the body and transforms into spiritual power? Cheng Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that he had never contemplated this question before. However, conjuring up an answer was not particularly challenging, so he replied, spiritual cultivation. Is the talisman you wield the primary means of spiritual cultivation? No, it is merely one of many methods. Wu Qingdao sat in stunned silence, his mind racing as he swallowed nervously. The world was on the brink of transformation, the era that reverenced martial cultivation, dominating all living beings, might very well be brought to an end by the individual before him. The future status of martial cultivators remained uncertain. Now, Wu Qingdao faced 2 choices. Either eliminate this person before him, thereby safeguarding his own path in martial cultivation from any upheaval, or seize the opportunity while Cheng Yi had yet to establish his own power, aligning himself as one of the pioneers of the future of spiritual cultivation or as a key supporter beside the founder. There are 2 types of people in this world, those who follow the tide, rising with the current, and those who carve out new rivers, seeking fortune amidst peril. Wu Qingdao, of course, belonged to the latter. His eyes widened, and he gazed intently at Cheng Yi, which made Cheng Yi feel somewhat apprehensive. He quickly reminded, my friend, I prefer women. Let us not forget, next door, half an hour, 6 of them. That is the best evidence. Yet, these words did nothing to diminish Wu Qingdao's enthusiasm. Suddenly, he grasped Cheng Yi's hand tightly. Cheng, no, Mr. Cheng, would you take me as your disciple? Teach me the ways of spiritual cultivation. Initially, upon feeling Wu Qingdao's sudden grip, Cheng Yi's hair stood on end, and he nearly hurled a mid-level fire-severing talisman at him. However, upon hearing Wu Qingdao's request, his hand that had been clutching the talisman in his pocket came to a halt. Take you as a disciple? Why bother? I can simply teach you. We need not be so formal. No, imparting essential skills makes one a lifelong master. This is an ancient adage that cannot be altered. This. Cheng Yi found himself momentarily taken aback. The others had stated that this was an ancient teaching, a profound philosophy inscribed in the very marrow of their beings. And he lacked the confidence to rectify such a deep-seated ideology at once. Although the transition from half-brothers to master and disciple was rather significant, Cheng Yi, having traversed a myriad of experiences since his arrival, was not entirely averse to the idea. Very well then. Thank you, master. Wu Qingdao immediately attempted to kneel, performing the customary rites of master and disciple, but Cheng Yi swiftly intervened. I may accept you as my disciple, but you must agree to one condition. You shall bear the title of master and disciple in public, yet in private, you shall address me as brother. Can you comply? If not, I shall not take you on. Ha ha, how delightful. I find it intriguing. Come, let us raise a toast. Cheers. In a shadowy alley, 7 or 8 robust men stood quietly, each towering and wielding an iron rod. The leader among them held a particularly hefty stick, which, when merely placed on the ground, could crack the pavement without much exertion. These men had been waiting for some time when a figure clad in dark attire descended not far from them, stealthily approaching and lowering his voice to say, as expected, the leader's insights were accurate. Once Cheng Yi is without his talismans, he is as vulnerable as an ordinary man. My companion and I have shadowed him for quite some time, and he has been utterly unaware. The leader in black nodded lightly. Where is Cheng Yi now? That lad has entered the fragrant pavilion. I doubt he will emerge today. My companion is keeping watch there while I report back to you. Well done. Just as the scout was about to offer further flattery, The man in black raised a hand to silence him, and the group immediately fell silent. The man known as the leader closed his eyes, attentively listening, then moved his nostrils to catch a scent, before opening his eyes once more. All is well. The courtyard is a cattle shed, likely still housing 8 or 9 sheep. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. The leader addressed the scout. Listen. You are to change into different attire and then enter the fragrant pavilion to ascertain Cheng Yi's whereabouts, and afterwards, report back to us from the rear courtyard. Understood, leader. The scout acknowledged, departing to prepare. The rest of you, follow me to the rear of the fragrant pavilion. We shall swiftly eliminate him when the night is deep and quiet, ensuring he has no opportunity to use his talismans. Yes, just a wall away in the cattle shed. Lu Gu'er had noticed that the commotion outside had subsided for quite some time, allowing him to breathe deeply, oblivious to the fact that he was drenched in sweat. I must inform Master. As Lu Gu'er prepared to rush outside, a hand seized his wrist. Grandfather, what? Shoo. Old Wang gestured for silence, glancing at the other children to confirm they remained asleep, then stealthily led Lu Gu'er outside. I heard everything just now. The 6 individuals were in a state of urgency. Grandfather, they intend to assassinate our master. One of them even claims to be a sect leader. Our master is in peril. I must inform him. Wait, Lu Gu'er, as ordinary people, how can we possibly match the speed of the martial practitioners? Moreover, do you know the way to the Chuanxiang building? Lu Gu'er was momentarily speechless. He was barely 13, not yet 14. Although he had heard of Chuanxiang building, he had never ventured to that place of revelry and thus had no knowledge of the route. In my opinion, we must seek assistance from a martial practitioner. Which martial practitioner would help us? Besides, it is late at night. Where can we find one? Lu Gu'er, have you forgotten? That Lu Lan, who came to pay respects to Cheng Yi, has a skilled companion, does she not? Suddenly, Lu Gu'er's eyes brightened. Indeed, Lu Lan resides at the Moonlight Inn across our street. Yes, let us seek her out. Surely she will assist us in saving our master. At the Moonlight Inn. On the table in Lu Lan's room lay several sheets of rice paper, each adorned with illustrations of various talismans, including the fire-leaving talisman, the great strength talisman, and the lightness talisman. At that moment, Lu Lan was examining a basic lightness talisman alongside a medium level one, meticulously identifying their differences and attempting to comprehend their meanings. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock at the door. Miss, an old man and a child claiming to be your fellow disciples say that Cheng Yi is about to be ambushed. Upon hearing this, Lu Lan's exquisite eyes widened. She immediately rose and rushed to open the door, revealing Li Qian. Where are they? Take me to them at once. Li Qian led Lu Lan to his room, where Lu Gu'er and the old man Wang were seated, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Upon seeing Lu Lan, they instantly stood up. Lu Lan had a faint recollection of these 2 individuals but sought confirmation. What are your names? Are you listed in the disciple registration from earlier today? The old man Wang replied, I am called Wang Yu. But the one who is your fellow disciple is my adopted grandson, named Yu Qian Lu. You? Lu Lan found the surname somewhat familiar, yet could not recall its significance. She chose not to delve deeper, instead reflecting on the list she had seen earlier that day, which indeed contained the name Yu Qian Lu, marked as a 13-year-old boy. Having verified this detail, Lu Lan felt assured and urged, quickly, recount the events that transpired. Under the narration of Lu Gu'er and Wang Yu, Lu Lan and Li Qian gradually comprehended the sequence of events. After deliberating, Lu Lan and Li Qian ultimately resolved that Lu Lan and Lu Gu'er would remain at the Moon Coming In, while the most formidable among them, Li Qian, would venture alone to the Chuanxiang building to alert Cheng Yi. The group intended to launch a surprise attack, likely out of fear of Cheng Yi's talismans. Thus, if Cheng Yi were forewarned, their scheme would be thwarted. Consequently, it was imperative that the messenger be swift and singular, making Li Qian the optimal choice. In terms of martial prowess and speed of travel, none present could surpass him. Before his departure, Li Qian assigned his most capable subordinates to remain close to Lu Lan, while the others, possessing keen eyesight, were dispatched to discreetly surveil the vicinity of the Moon Coming In, ready to raise an alarm at the first sign of trouble. Having arranged the safety of Lu Lan and Lu Gu'er with succinct instructions, Li Qian set off without delay. Meanwhile, within room number 8 of the Chuanxiang building, the company of Wu Qingdao and Cheng Yi was already crowded with the establishment's youthful maidens. Aware of Cheng Yi's presence and having heard the accounts from the 6 young ladies, they surged in like a pack of wolves, transforming the once spacious room into a cramped space where one could scarcely find footing. Alas, who could resist the allure of Cheng Yi? Not only a figure of renown, but also strikingly handsome. Such potential was coveted. To be acquainted with him was a stroke of fortune. And who could possibly resist such charm? Young Master Cheng, I too desire an autograph. Very well, another day, another day. I want one as well. Today. I have pressing matters to discuss with Brother Wu. Another day, another day. Young Master Cheng, I wish for one too. Old turtle. What brings you here to stir the pot? Your signature holds great value. After much coaxing and persuasive discourse, Cheng Yi finally managed to usher the throng out. Wu Qingdao stepped out from his corner with a wry smile, returning to the table. Master. No. Brother. You have truly stirred my envy. With so many here. You couldn't spare a couple for me? Your loyalty is well noted. Do you still require my assistance? The two picked up their wine jars, eschewing cups, and began to drink directly from the bottles, engaging in lively conversation that meandered from the southern skies to the northern grounds, reveling in the delight of camaraderie. Today, Cheng Yi felt a genuine sense of joy. Wu Qingdao's unexpected allegiance was a pleasant surprise, assuring him of a measure of safety during his developmental phase. As long as the martial sovereign did not intervene, Wu Qingdao could handle most troubles himself. Even should the martial sovereign take action, Wu Qingdao could withstand for a brief period, until Cheng Yi unleashed his talismans, ensuring all would be settled. As for opponents of late martial sovereign rank or those of martial venerable caliber, it was highly unlikely they would target him. Just as Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao were indulging in their revelries, a man with a keen gaze entered the Chuanxiang building. The 6 maidens who had previously been at the entrance were now rendered nearly incapacitated, resting within the confines of the room. At the entrance, a new assembly of 6 maidens awaited, though their quality was somewhat inferior to those previously encountered. Among these maidens, one noticed a gentleman approaching and promptly welcomed him, guiding him into the fragrant establishment. Is it true that a certain young Master Cheng Yi has arrived at the fragrant pavilion? Indeed, sir. Young Master Cheng has been here since sunset. May I inquire as to his current whereabouts? I have long admired him and yearned for an introduction. Upon uttering these words, the gentleman slipped a silver ingot into the maiden's hand, causing her eyes to sparkle with delight. Oh, sir, you are too kind, she exclaimed, accepting the silver. Young Master Cheng is in room 8 of the heavenly wing. I shall introduce you at once. There's no need, my dear. Please remain inside. I shall converse with Mr. Cheng for a while and return shortly. You need not seek me. I shall wait for you here. Very well, go. Once the maiden had distanced herself, the gentleman first admired her figure, swallowing hard, before recalling his mission. He proceeded toward room 8 of the heavenly wing, slowing his pace as he neared the door to eavesdrop on the occupants within. After a brief interval, he reappeared in the rear courtyard of the fragrant pavilion. He cleared his throat and emitted 2 peculiar sounds. Cluck cluck. In no time, a response echoed from the other side of the wall. Quack quack. Receiving the expected reply, the gentleman tossed a pre-written note over the wall and swiftly turned, eager to re-enter the fragrant pavilion. He intended to continue masquerading as an ordinary patron, engaging in the typical activities of a guest. The individual behind the wall retrieved the note, crouched low, and swiftly infiltrated a nearby dwelling. The original occupant of this room had vanished, leaving behind a trail of dragged blood and a child's shoe on the floor. A tall man, clad in dark attire and concealing their faces, stood silently. Master, the message has arrived. The returning cloaked figure presented the note to the leader, who unfolded it to read. Room 8 of the heavenly wing. Only Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao. Excellent. Listen closely, once they fall asleep. 4 of you will restrain Wu Qingdao while the other 3 accompany me to deal with Cheng Yi. Understood. The man referred to as the leader smirked ominously. Although his face was obscured, one could easily envision the sinister expression he wore in that moment. Ah, Cheng Yi, your arrogance and hubris render you oblivious to our sections. Today, I shall impart to you the principles of humanity, which you may find beneficial in your next life. A few dozen meters outside the house, Li Qian was perched upon a rooftop, observing the scene where the cloaked figure retrieved a note and subsequently sent it inside. It became evident that there was an informant within the fragrant pavilion, complicating matters. Should I attempt to caution Cheng Yi, detection would surely ensue, potentially alarming the serpent. If they were to flee directly, the consequences would be dire. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days of chasing thieves, but not a single day of guarding against them. Should I allow them to escape now? It would pose a significant threat to the lady when she studies the arts of talismans under Cheng Yi's tutelage. Li Qian gazed at the house, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. According to the old man and the young one, there was an individual referred to as the sect leader within. likely a master of the late martial artist stage or even of the martial sovereign realm, accompanied by numerous others. As a practitioner at the late martial artist stage, it was improbable for him to triumph in solitary combat against them. To annihilate this group entirely, he would require the strength of Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao. Resolute in his decision, Li Qian refrained from any rash actions, continuing to lie in wait for the opportune moment. Dear brother, we shall meet tomorrow. Brother Wu, do take care to rest well. Room number 8 in the Tianzi establishment is not merely a solitary chamber, it features a small hall at its center, designed to accommodate a dozen individuals for convivial drinking. On either side of the hall, there are 2 separate rooms. Cheng Yi deliberately chose a location distant from Wu Qingdao, for he was aware that Wu Qingdao had summoned 2 or 3 enchanting companions this evening, intending to create a tempestuous night. Cheng Yi's spirits had been thoroughly satisfied today. Thus, he had no desire to cause any further commotion tonight, especially not to be disturbed by Wu Qingdao. Before retiring for the night, Cheng Yi deliberately affixed delay talismans to both the door and windows, ensuring that any martial arts master who attempted entry would find their movements hindered at the moment of contact. Seizing this precious time, he prepared to utilize his array of martial talismans, which included the intermediate strength talisman, lightness talisman, eagle eye talisman, and spirit ear talisman. Once comfortably settled in bed, he placed a stack of intermediate fire separation talismans beside his pillow, ready to unleash a barrage of firepower at a moment's notice. Just before drifting into slumber, Cheng Yi took a moment to ponder what else he might need. Yes, he must guard against poisonous gas and smoke. Forthwith, he retrieved a protective talisman. This talisman, available only after reaching an intermediate level, could passively block malevolent forces, withstand a physical attack, and shield against toxic gas and hidden weapons, making it an invaluable precautionary measure. Feeling somewhat uneasy with just one, Cheng Yi decided to affix 2 additional protective talismans to his person. All is well, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the sect leader received a report from the second-in-command that Cheng Yi had already retired for the night while Wu Qingdao was still reveling in merriment. The sect leader nodded approvingly. Excellent. This is their moment of utmost vulnerability. Everyone, proceed as planned. Li Qian had been waiting atop the roof for quite some time. Growing increasingly weary, suddenly 8 figures burst forth from the house. They were about to make their move. Li Qian leapt from the rooftop, racing towards Cheng Yi's chamber. He knew that the individual referred to as the sect leader would undoubtedly target Cheng Yi. As anticipated, among the 4 rushing towards Cheng Yi, Li Qian spotted a formidable master, unmistakably at the martial arts master level. Damn it, I can't catch up. The cloaked figures were closer to Cheng Yi's room than Li Qian and had the advantage of a head start, coupled with the presence of a master. He realized he could not outpace them. In a moment of desperation, Li Qian quickly bent down to snatch a stone from the ground, hurling it towards Cheng Yi's 3rd-floor window. Yet, the sect leader was swifter than the stone, having already arrived at the window. However, just as he was about to break through, his body suddenly seemed to be ensnared, as if bound by invisible ropes, rendering him unable to advance. What was happening? Li Qian and the cloaked sect leader, though driven by different purposes and positioned apart, simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Could this be a manifestation of talismanic power? Li Qian felt a surge of curiosity, igniting a desire to learn about talismans. Approximately 3 seconds later, the cloaked sect leader sensed the constraints on him beginning to dissipate and immediately lunged towards the bed where Cheng Yi lay. Yet, at that moment, a yellow paper appeared before his eyes, its depicted design unmistakably that of a fire separation talisman. Boom. The master clad in black was unable to enter. Instead, he was propelled outward by the explosive fire talisman, soaring into the air and spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Just as he prepared to adjust his posture and land safely, he saw Cheng Yi leaping through the window, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Come and meet your end. The master in black, struck by Cheng Yi's formidable blow mid-air, coughed up more blood and was sent flying even further. The remaining 3 figures in black, witnessing their leader endure 2 fierce assaults, assumed his demise was inevitable. They were about to flee when Cheng Yi hurled 3 talismans, which adhered to them like arrows. The expressions of the 3 men transformed into sheer terror as they frantically attempted to tear the talismans from their bodies. However, it was too late. Boom, boom. With 3 successive explosions, the 3 black-clad individuals were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Cheng Yi descended from the sky, landing squarely upon the back of the black-clad leader, who was attempting to rise. Confess your misdeeds, and I shall grant you your freedom. The black-clad leader, blood spilling from his mouth, responded with a grim smile. In a struggle for survival, how can one speak of mercy? Upon uttering these words, Cheng Yi suddenly sensed a surge of vitality erupting from within the leader, propelling him away. Almost immediately, the black-clad figure drew forth a dark staff from behind, wielding it with ferocity, conjuring a tempest that sent sand and stones swirling, obscuring visibility. Perceiving the formidable power behind the staff, Cheng Yi refrained from a reckless assault and instead produced 2 intermediate fire severance talismans, ready to disrupt the leader's incantation. However, just as the winds began to subside, he focused his gaze, only to find that the black-clad figure had vanished, the grand display merely a ruse for escape. Cheng Yi felt a sense of regret for not being able to apprehend the mastermind when he noticed Wu Qingdao approaching. Just as Wu Qingdao was about to address Cheng Yi as brother, he caught sight of Li Qian standing nearby and promptly altered his salutation. Master, I have dispatched 3 assailants over there. I suspect they were targeting you. What about you? 3 are dead, but one, the most formidable, managed to escape. He is likely in the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm. Master. Li Qian was taken aback upon hearing Wu Qingdao refer to Cheng Yi as his master. He had not anticipated that Cheng Yi could have subdued Wu Qingdao, who was at the pinnacle of the martial master realm, especially given that he was also a martial cultivator. Noticing the peculiar expression on Li Qian's face, Wu Qingdao could not help but inquire. Who is this person who has been lingering here? Cheng Yi expressed his curiosity and clasped his fists towards Li Qian, saying, You appear somewhat familiar. Have we perhaps crossed paths before? Li Qian returned the gesture with a bow, replying, Mr. Cheng Yi, my young lady, Lu Lan, has today taken her leave to join your esteemed ranks at the city lord's residence. I am but a humble attendant sent by my master to safeguard her. Subsequently, Li Qian introduced Lu Guer and Wang Yu, elucidating the preparations made to assist Cheng Yi, as he recounted their intention to aid Cheng Yi in confronting these adversaries. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Li Qian's face. I must confess, I hold great admiration for Mr. Cheng, with nothing but his singular prowess. He managed to dispatch a master and 3 formidable opponents in the blink of an eye. I was utterly unable to lend a hand, and I feel profoundly ashamed. Wu Qingdao, too, was astounded by Cheng Yi's remarkable achievements. The more formidable Cheng Yi's talismans appeared, the more elated he became. For he had already pledged his allegiance to Cheng Yi, anticipating the opportunity to learn such extraordinary skills in the future. Upon witnessing the expression of shame on Li Qian's face, Cheng Yi spoke words of comfort. Do not be so distressed, my lord. When I face them, I am not without uncertainties. Your presence by my side provides me with considerable reassurance. Mr. Cheng, you are too kind. May I request you to introduce me to your esteemed lady and that pair of gentlemen? Since we share the bond of master and disciple, and they have extended their assistance to me, it is only fitting that I pay them a visit. Certainly, certainly. Please, follow me. Under Li Qian's guidance, Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao arrived at the Moonlit Inn. To stay at the Moonlit Inn suggests that junior sister Lu hails from a distinguished family. Cheng Yi, filled with perplexity, inquired, Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Wu Qingdao responded, In this month, securing accommodation at the inn is not merely a matter of wealth. Though the decor here may not rival that of the Chuanxiang Tower, it is, in essence, humble on the exterior yet resplendent within. With a sigh, Wu Qingdao continued, Moreover, this place has always been a gathering spot for esteemed sects, martial families, and those in power. One requires a certain network and background to gain entry. Individuals like myself, possessing only silver coins, find it exceedingly challenging to enter this esteemed establishment. Suddenly, Wu Qingdao's eyes sparkled with realization. There are no prominent families bearing the surname Lu in Jishui City. Could it be that the Lu family from Widow City is involved? Li Qian smiled faintly, offering no response. Observing this, Wu Qingdao deduced the answer. Mr. Wu, Mr. Cheng, please, do come inside. The young lady and the others must be quite anxious about your well-being. Inside Li Qian's room, 8 children, including Wang Yu and Lu Guer, along with Lu Lan and her maid, sat in a somewhat tense atmosphere, with Lu Lan incessantly tugging at her handkerchief. Miss, please stop pulling, if you continue, or it will tear, someone remarked. At that moment, a commotion arose from outside, and the door swung open. Upon seeing Cheng Yi behind Li Qian, Lu Lan was filled with such joy that she nearly cried out, yet her cultivated demeanor held her back. She was entirely unaware that she had never before worried for any man in such a manner. It was only when Cheng Yi approached to greet her that she regained her composure. Miss Lu, Mr. Wang, Cheng Yi said, bowing slightly. Wang Yu. Witnessing Cheng Yi's presence, instinctively pulled the children down to kneel, but Cheng Yi hurried forward to assist him. Mr. Wang, that is unnecessary. Indeed, it is necessary. You are a man of distinction. We, the common folk, ought to show our respect. Mr. Wang, I am unfamiliar with the notions of distinction and commonality. I only recognize that all are equal. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. Cheng Yi soon realized his oversight. Alas, this statement is far too avant-garde for the current realm of fantasy. I spoke too soon. It was Wu Qingdao who first grasped the situation and skillfully diffused the tension. What my master intends to convey is that everyone has the opportunity to study the art of talismans. Indeed, that is precisely my sentiment. Only then did the crowd exhale in relief. Master Wang, you, in your mortal guise, risked your life to relay the message. Summoning Li Qian to assist me, I hold deep admiration for your bravery and righteousness. Having spoken thus, Cheng Yi turned to Lu Lan and bowed. I am also grateful for Miss Lu's unwavering support. You are too formal. Simply call me Lan. Shall I then refer to you as Xiaolan? A blush crept across Lu Lan's cheeks as she slightly inclined her body. I defer to my master's discretion. Seeing that Cheng Yi was safe and sound, Wang Yu intended to escort the children back to the cattle shed, since all matters have come to a close. I shall take my leave with the children. Wait a moment, Elder Wang. Where do so many of you reside? Cheng Yi inquired. The elderly man, wishing to spare Cheng Yi further questioning and to preserve the children's dignity, refrained from mentioning that they were lodging in a neighbor's cattle shed. Cheng Yi furrowed his brow slightly, only to soon relax it as an idea dawned upon him. How about this, Wang Laozhang? You need not return on the Day of the Shadows. Instead, remain here until the dojo is fully restored. Even if you are reluctant to learn the art of talismans, there will surely be tasks for you to engage in, with remuneration calculated monthly. What do you think? Thank you, my lord. Wang was on the verge of kneeling again, prompting Cheng Yi to hastily assist him once more. Wang Laozhang, it is indeed improper to impose upon others. Please. You and your companions may stay here for the next few days. All expenses will be covered by your senior brother, Wu Qingdao. Wu Qingdao. Cheng Yi pondered that, with little to occupy his time in recent days, it might be prudent to offer these individuals a preliminary course in the art of symbols. Thus, without hesitation, he addressed those present. If you find yourselves with nothing to do in the coming days, I shall take the opportunity to teach you the fundamentals of the path of symbols. The expressions of Wu Qingdao, Lu Lan, and the others were initially one of disbelief. But soon their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is it truly so, master? Cheng Yi chuckled softly. What purpose would there be in deceiving you? He then turned to Lu Lan and inquired, is there a tranquil and spacious place nearby? Behind the Moonlight Inn, there lies a garden, which is seldom visited by passers-by. Cheng Yi nodded, saying, indeed, very well. At the initial moment of the Yin day during the Chen hour, I shall instruct you in the rudimentary principles of talismanic arts within the garden. All who wish to attend are welcome. There is no need to be constrained by the master-disciple relationship. At that moment, Lu Lan's maid, Xiao Niao, inquired with delight, may I also join? Cheng Yi smiled kindly and said, of course, as I mentioned before, I am not bound by status. Anyone who wishes to learn is welcome to come. After clarifying all matters, everyone returned to their rooms. With Lu Lan's credentials, Wu Qingdao effortlessly arranged accommodations for himself, Cheng Yi, the old Wang, and the 8 children at the Moonlit Inn. Observing the exquisite decor, the smooth and dry bedding, and the pillows as soft as clouds, the children, save for Lu Gu'er who remained composed, eagerly explored their surroundings, albeit cautiously, fearing to damage anything. Wang Yu felt a genuine sense of anticipation that the children's good days were approaching. However, upon glancing back at Lu Gu'er, he noticed a distant look in his eyes, lost in thought. Wang Yu was uncertain about Lu Gu'er's origins. All he knew was that Lu Gu'er, named Yu Qianlu, was an orphan. As for the identities and fate of his parents, Lu Gu'er remained silent. Judging by Lu Gu'er's demeanor, it was evident he was no ordinary child. Yet, Wang Yu cared little for such details. Whenever he spotted a wandering child on the street, he could not turn a blind eye as long as he could afford to help. Most of the 8 children had been taken in under similar circumstances. Unbeknownst to him, someone had overheard Cheng Yi's earlier words. At this moment, news of Cheng Yi planning to teach talismanic arts in the Garden of the Inn spread swiftly. And for over half a month, the entire establishment was aware. Have you heard? Cheng Yi is going to impart talismanic knowledge in the garden. And he said anyone can attend. I've heard, but I find it hard to believe. Do you think he would truly allow us to learn such skills? Is there really anyone so generous in this world? I'm not sure, but I plan to go. Are you seeking trouble? If the innkeeper discovers you skipping work, are you not afraid she will expel you from the Moonlit Inn? Well, you have no shifts anyway, right? I want you to cover for me. Next time I have an urgent matter, I'll return the favor. One shift isn't enough. I'll require you to cover too. The individual gritted his teeth and replied, deal. Li Qian, in his room, utilized a communication stone to relay all the evening's events to Lu Qiuyuan. Shortly thereafter, a message came back. Remain on standby. It seemed the master had yet to investigate Cheng Yi's background. Lu Qiuyuan had always held a hostile attitude towards Cheng Yi, as Cheng Yi's method of teaching talismanic arts threatened the foundations of their martial arts families. Lu Qiuyuan would have preferred to eliminate Cheng Yi at once. However, Lu Qiuyuan could not bring himself to believe that Cheng Yi was the creator of the talismans. Rather, he suspected that there was a secret sect behind Cheng Yi. Thus, Lu Qiuyuan consented to Lu Lan's apprenticeship under Cheng Yi. If, indeed, there exists a secretive sect behind Cheng Yi, then the Lu family could secure a formidable ally, elevating their status under Lu Qiuyuan's leadership. Conversely, if Cheng Yi is merely a solitary figure, devoid of support, then the path to his demise becomes clear. For these martial factions, while talismans may complement martial arts, they ultimately encroach upon its domain, inciting unrest among the lower echelons, detrimental to governance. How could the commoners, those lowly beings, possess the strength to oppose us? This was a sentiment articulated by Lu Qiuyuan to Li Qian. Li Qian sighed, if given the choice. He would much prefer to cultivate a friendship with Cheng Yi rather than enmity. One can only hope that the elusive sect behind Cheng Yi truly exists. Meanwhile, the dark-clad leader, after executing a technique known as wind shadow disguise, witnessed Lu Haifeng successfully elude capture. Despite having endured a mid-tier fire talisman and a powerful kick from Cheng Yi, Lu Haifeng still retained the capacity to fight. However, Cheng Yi remained at full strength while Lu had sustained internal injuries, compounded by the presence of a formidable expert nearby. He understood that his best course of action was to flee immediately. How foolish of me to underestimate Cheng Yi. I never anticipated his array of talismanic techniques would be so extensive. In the darkness of night, Lu Haifeng's swift silhouette darted under the moonlight, ultimately entering a martial arts dojo, proudly bearing the insignia of the returning Wind sect. Upon entering, he removed his black mask, and several disciples of the sect, still awake, greeted him respectfully. Leader. Lu Haifeng had already wiped away the blood on his face and donned an all-black attire, rendering the bloodstains invisible to his disciples. Even the scent of blood had been masked by medicinal powders. He ventured deeper within until he reached his chamber. Once inside, Lu Haifeng retrieved a box from beneath his bed, containing a communication stone. Sect leader Qiu, Cheng Yi's talismanic skills are diverse. I was caught off guard and could not uncover the identity of his backer. Sect leader Lu, you must understand that if you fail to meet our requirements, the cultivation resources you desire will not be provided. I, Inbai, alone may struggle to defeat Cheng Yi. I shall send someone to assist you soon. Do not falter this time. Thank you, Sect leader Qiu. May I inquire about the realm of this expert? Martial sovereign. That will surely guarantee success. Lu Haifeng wished to say more, but the connection on the communication stone was abruptly severed. He carefully returned the stone to its box and smiled triumphantly. Cheng Yi, you have slain my disciple and brought disgrace upon the returning Wind sect. This time, I shall see how you meet your end. Li Haifeng spoke with great enthusiasm, but suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. How vexing. It seems this internal injury will require a recovery period of 8 or 9 days. After speaking, Lu Haifeng promptly seated himself on the bed to regulate his internal energy. The following morning, Cheng Yi rose early, first locating the garden, wandering about to appreciate the scenery, and then selecting the most spacious area to begin his meditation. Under Cheng Yi's command, the reincarnation longevity technique commenced its accelerated operation, with a torrent of spiritual energy surging from all directions into his body. Since acquiring the reincarnation longevity technique, Cheng Yi has dedicated at least an hour each morning to meditation, seizing every opportunity during his spare time to practice. Now, Cheng Yi gradually sensed that the reincarnation longevity technique no longer sufficed for his aspirations. Although the momentum while absorbing spiritual energy appeared formidable, the seemingly abundant energy produced little effect once it entered his body. Through daily refinement, Cheng Yi's spiritual sea had already expanded to the breadth of a lake. To further advance and transform his spiritual sea into a true ocean, the requisite spiritual energy and intensity of training far exceeded what the current reincarnation longevity technique could provide. Through this period of study, Cheng Yi discerned several functions of spiritual power. Firstly, If the spiritual energy from the spiritual sea is directed to converge upon a specific part of the body, it can enhance endurance and strength. Secondly, individuals with immense spiritual power can elevate the efficacy of talismans when employed. Cheng Yi sensed that, at this moment, wielding the intermediate giant force talisman would render him more formidable than when he had engaged in a live-streamed contest against Wu Qingdao. Currently, spiritual energy, while available to Cheng Yi, has yet to be transformed into direct combat power. It serves primarily as an auxiliary function. He finds himself in possession of a veritable mountain of gold, yet lacks the means to utilize it effectively. Wealth at his disposal, yet he cannot spend it. Such a predicament is indeed disheartening. Perhaps the system has unveiled various methods for harnessing spiritual energy. While maintaining the operation of the reincarnation and eternal life technique, Cheng Yi proceeded to access the immortal cultivation heritage system. For 1,000 teaching points? How is it that they have increased so swiftly, even before I have officially commenced my broadcasts? Cheng Yi still recalls that upon parting ways with Manager Wang yesterday, the system indicated that his teaching value was merely 3,000. How could it have inexplicably increased by 1,000 in just one day's time? Could it be that his words from yesterday had circulated? He had mentioned that anyone, regardless of their status, was welcome to attend his lectures. And perhaps someone overheard and disseminated this information. In any case, the additional 1,000 teaching points are undoubtedly a positive development. Cheng Yi continued to read and discovered new purchasable options. Spirit control technique. The spirit control technique allows one to gradually enhance their mastery over spiritual energy, enabling it to be externalized and serve as a vessel for talismans. Price, 800 teaching points. A remarkable acquisition indeed, he thought. Having already experienced the immense power of talismans crafted from vermilion and yellow paper, if the spiritual energy itself were to be utilized as the medium, how extraordinary would the resultant talismans be? Previously, spiritual energy acted merely as a fuse or a source of energy for talismans. Now, if it were directly employed as the vessel, could it not summon even greater amounts of spiritual essence? While Cheng Yi was engaged in the operation of the reincarnation longevity technique and examining the system, several individuals had already gathered in the garden. The first to arrive was Lu Gur, also known as Yu Qianlu. Upon seeing Cheng Yi seated with closed eyes in deep meditation, he refrained from interrupting and instead respectfully took a seat 3 or 4 meters away, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Cheng Yi's meditation. The second to arrive were Lu Lan and Li Qian. Observing Yu Qianlu positioned before Cheng Yi, Lu Lan assumed that Cheng Yi had instructed Yu Qianlu to wait there. So she settled beside him, maintaining a favorable impression of him. In contrast, Li Qian, since entering the garden and laying eyes on Cheng Yi, had been enveloped in confusion and astonishment. Cheng Yi's lack of martial aptitude had been unequivocally established during the second round of the live competition. Yet how is it that he could absorb spiritual energy at a pace rivaling that of a peak martial sovereign? Li Qian pondered deeply, wondering if there existed alternative methods within the realm of talisman crafting for absorbing spiritual energy, methods that did not necessitate martial qualifications. The third to arrive was Wu Qingdao, who naturally seated himself next to Yu Qianlu and the others, remaining silent and respectful of Cheng Yi's meditation. However, his demeanor displayed a certain ease, contrasting with the more rigid expressions of the other three. Cheng Yi's ability to absorb spiritual energy was noted by Wu Qingdao, who was not particularly surprised. Previously, during their live-streamed competition, every time Cheng Yi employed a talisman, it caused a tumultuous upheaval of the surrounding spiritual energy, making his capacity to absorb it quite reasonable. Following the 4 of them, others began to arrive in succession, many of whom were not even Cheng Yi's disciples. "Boss, what brings you here? Is it forbidden for me to come? Yet you, a Xing, aren't you supposed to be at work today? I had a FA cover for me. That must have come at a cost, right?" "Indeed, I traded 1 shift for his 2. TCH, that fool, a Liang should have hiked the price and asked for more." A look of surprise crossed a Xing's face. "Boss, are you saying I profited?" The boss regarded a Xing as if he were daft. "Of course it's worth it. It might even change your fate. Look, all those esteemed guests have arrived." In addition to Cheng Yi's disciples, there were many unfamiliar faces among the attendees, including guests residing at the Moonlight Inn, the inn's staff, and the boss herself. However, aside from a few like Yu Qianlu, others dared not approach Cheng Yi too closely. Thus, a formation emerged, Cheng Yi seated at the center, his disciples encircling him, while the others remained at a distance. Among the onlookers were several martial practitioners, who expressed astonishment at Cheng Yi's absorption of spiritual energy. At last, Cheng Yi slowly opened his eyes. during the preceding moments. He had completely assimilated the control spirit technique and was even able to manipulate spiritual energy outward, sketching some basic talismans in midair. However, producing intermediate talismans in the same manner would require further practice. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. The attendees straightened in their seats, their eyes fixated with anticipation. Martial practitioners absorb spiritual energy into their bodies, transforming it into vital essence, whereas spiritual practitioners draw it in to convert it into spiritual power. Spiritual cultivation? Spiritual power? Except for Wu Qingdao, the faces of all present displayed expressions of confusion and contemplation, yet no one whispered among themselves. Since the inception of humanity in the mystical continent, countless methods have been devised to survive in a world teeming with formidable beasts, and it was ultimately martial arts that elevated humanity above all other creatures, bestowing them dominion. Now, with the emergence of spiritual cultivation, opinions were divided. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Cheng Yi continued his discourse. To cultivate martial arts, one must possess the requisite qualifications. And the primary criterion for discerning such qualifications is the ability to perceive spiritual energy independently. Many present could resonate with this sentiment, as their inability to sense spiritual energy relegated them to a lower status, forever overshadowed by martial practitioners. Furthermore, to my knowledge, no artifact currently exists that can aid those devoid of martial aptitude in sensing spiritual energy. Even if such a treasure were to exist, it would be an exceedingly rare gem, accessible only to a select few. However, in the realm of spiritual cultivation, there exist external aids that enable individuals who are otherwise incapable of perceiving spiritual energy to become aware of its presence, and the cost is remarkably modest. Upon hearing this, the audience gasped in astonishment. At last, someone in attendance could no longer contain their curiosity and, trembling, raised their hand to inquire. "Sir, is what you say true? Does such a treasure truly exist?" Cheng Yi smiled faintly, remarking, "Such a trivial object, how can it be considered a treasure?" Upon finishing his words, he clasped his hands together and swiftly formed a seal, exclaiming, "Symbols, come forth." In an instant, the leaves of nearby trees detached from their branches and swirled around Cheng Yi. Then, a glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes as hundreds of ethereal tendrils of spiritual energy extended from his body, beginning to inscribe symbols upon the swirling leaves. Each line of the intricate symbols, drawn by the power of his spirit, shimmered with a silvery radiance. Cheng Yi intoned the incantation, "With this mortal body, I attune to the heavens and the earth, hasten forth as commanded." In an instant, hundreds of talismans fashioned from leaves soared toward all present, only to halt just before making contact, gracefully settling at their feet. Everyone stood in astonishment. What manner of magic is this? How could leaves be subjected to his command? I recall he previously employed yellow paper and vermilion for his talismans. How is it that leaves can serve the same purpose? At this moment, Cheng Yi appeared composed. Yet within, he felt a sense of novelty. This was his inaugural experience utilizing the spirit control technique. He projected his spiritual energy outward, plucking leaves, and subsequently employed this energy in lieu of ink and vermilion, crafting talismans. The seeking spirit talisman was merely a rudimentary talisman, and drawing several hundred was not beyond his capabilities. Having initially possessed the cycle of rebirth and the eternal life technique, he had never previously created a seeking spirit talisman. The talisman before you is known as the seeking spirit talisman. Place it in the palm of your hand and attentively perceive the subtle distinctions between this world and the one you knew before. That slight variation is the trace of spiritual energy. There is no need for concern if you struggle to find it, should one attempt prove insufficient. Feel free to try again. Your sensitivity to spiritual energy will intensify with each endeavor. Once you successfully sense the spiritual energy, you shall be poised to embark upon the next phase. The majority of individuals unhesitatingly grasped the seeking spirit talisman, placing it in their palms, while a small fraction hesitated momentarily before following suit. Wu Qingdao also attempted to hold the talisman in his palm, closing his eyes to feel its essence, and indeed, his perception of spiritual energy grew more pronounced. However, for someone like him, who could already sense such energy, this did not hold significant utility. Nevertheless, Wu Qingdao was far more intrigued by the next phase that Cheng Yi had mentioned. He believed that the true distinction between spiritual cultivation and martial cultivation would manifest from the second phase onward. Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan each held a silver glimmering leaf in their hands, and immediately they sensed a transformation in their perception of the world. Precisely as their master had described spiritual energy. What was happening? The efficacy of this seeking spirit talisman was remarkable. Yu Qielu and Lu Lan exchanged glances, astonished at what they beheld in each other's eyes. They spoke in unison. Cheng Yi, observing the expressions of the two, couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Yu Qianlu, Lu Lan, please come closer. The two obediently approached and knelt down. Cheng Yi began to release his spiritual energy, probing into the meridians of the two individuals. Following the pathways, he discovered the location of the spiritual sea typically found in ordinary individuals. Normally, in those who have yet to awaken their spiritual sea, there would be nothing present in this area. However, at this moment, in the case of Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan, there existed a luminous point, a manifestation of the innate spiritual sea. Cheng Yi had encountered the knowledge of cultivation in the novice gift pack, where he learned that the innate spiritual sea is considered a superior talent among cultivators. For them, the act of opening the spiritual sea is as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Once established, their spiritual seas could be magnitudes larger than those of ordinary cultivators, capable of storing far more spiritual energy. It is no wonder that these two individuals were unable to detect their martial arts aptitude. Their gifts lay entirely in the realm of celestial cultivation. He felt as though he had stumbled upon two treasures. However, despite the rarity of their talents, they remained too feeble at present. His own strength was insufficient to shield them from the onslaught of external threats. If a master of the martial sovereign realm were to appear, he would be preoccupied with his own survival, leaving him incapable of safeguarding them. Cheng Yi promptly resolved to refrain from disclosing the astonishing talents of Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan to the outside world, treating them merely as individuals with slightly superior abilities. This concealment must even be kept from the two of them. Indeed, discretion serves as the most effective form of protection for them at this moment. Cheng Yi smiled faintly, nodding to Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan. Your talents are commendable, leaning towards the above-average spectrum. Thus, sensing the spiritual energy and the subsequent phases will be somewhat easier for you than for others. However, diligent effort remains essential. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Yes, Master, they responded in unison, exchanging glances that reflected their shared joy. As time elapsed, after half an hour, individuals began to sense the spiritual energy. I have sensed the spiritual energy. It truly works. Thank you, Master Cheng Yi. Me too. Master Cheng Yi, may I beseech you to take me as your disciple? Master Cheng Yi, after sensing the spiritual energy, can I pursue martial arts? You ungrateful soul, Master Cheng Yi teaches the art of talismans. Yet you speak of pursuing martial arts here? As the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous, Cheng Yi raised his hand, and upon seeing this gesture, the crowd fell silent in an instant. Dear friends, I have already accepted numerous disciples and currently lack the capacity to take on more. However, this should not deter you. You may still learn the art of talismans during my live sessions. As for pursuing martial arts after sensing the spiritual energy with the spirit-seeking talisman, that remains your prerogative. Nevertheless, mastery in martial arts requires not only the ability to sense spiritual energy but also the capacity to absorb it into your body, transforming it into vital essence. Should you fail to achieve this, you will find yourself unable to practice martial arts. Some individuals exchanged glances, clearly undeterred, resolved to personally test their abilities once the lecture concluded. Cheng Yi has no intention of managing these matters. He is willing to teach those eager to learn. And the more, the merrier. Live streaming his instruction broadens the reach of his teachings, while in-person guidance enhances quality. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this will likely be his strategy for imparting knowledge for a considerable time to come. After approximately an hour, Cheng Yi utilized his spiritual energy to assess the situation. Among the more than 200 individuals present, nearly half had already sensed the spiritual aura, while the remaining attendees, who had yet to perceive it, would find it challenging to succeed without a few more sessions like this. However, Cheng Yi realized that their struggles were hindering the pace of his instruction, and it was time for him to commence the second phase of his teachings. All right, everyone. Half of you have successfully sensed the spiritual energy with the help of the spirit-seeking talisman. For those who have not yet felt it, do not be disheartened. I will teach you how to create the spirit-seeking talisman. The crowd around him visibly expressed their astonishment. They had not anticipated that such a remarkable talisman would be taught on the spot. They had not even paid tuition yet. They were merely auditing the class. When did auditing come with such privileges? Do you think Mr. Cheng Yi will teach us to pluck leaves at will and draw talismans in midair? Are you dreaming? Even if he taught you, could you replicate such feats? Could you truly master it? Besides, Mr. Cheng Yi must have devoted countless years to arduous training to achieve this. What about you? Are you jesting? Shoo. Quiet. Mr. Cheng Yi is about to begin. The creation of the spirit-seeking talisman is remarkably simple. One requires yellow paper, black ink, a brush, vermilion, and a drop of animal blood, which must be added in a specific sequence to draw the talisman. It is important to note that any animal's blood, be it from livestock, fish, insects, or any other creature, may be used. The type of animal's blood does not enhance or diminish the efficacy of the talisman, and only a single drop is required for each talisman. Cheng Yi took a moment to emphasize the gravity of the situation concerning blood, expressing his deep concern that no one should resort to acts of violence, let alone take a life. After sharing his thoughts, he produced the aforementioned items and began the process of crafting. When creating talismans, it is imperative to concentrate fully. Any lapse in focus significantly diminishes the likelihood of success. To manufacture a spirit-seeking talisman, one must first blend the finely ground black ink with red cinnabar in a ratio of 3:1, then precisely inscribe the designated patterns and incantations. Finally, when the talisman is to be activated, a single drop of blood is all that is required to bring it to life. Cheng Yi meticulously inscribed a series of intricate symbols, then passed them around for all to examine. The attendees diligently noted the dimensions of the spirit-evoking talismans and replicated the designs for practice upon returning home. As they finished committing the details to memory, Cheng Yi transitioned into the next phase of instruction. He began elucidating the process of absorbing spiritual energy into one's being and transforming it into spiritual power, a fundamental aspect of cultivation. Even those who could not yet perceive the spiritual energy were encouraged to listen, as it would undoubtedly be beneficial to their understanding. The absorption of spiritual energy and its conversion into spiritual power marked the most significant distinction between spiritual cultivation and martial training, and achieving this required proper techniques. Subsequently, Cheng Yi recited the relevant passages from the reincarnation longevity technique, detailing how to absorb spiritual energy and transform it into spiritual power. Everyone present listened intently, some, fearing they would forget the information, even inscribed it on the insides of their garments. Following the recitation of the incantations, they attempted to guide the spiritual energy into their bodies. As another hour passed, Cheng Yi employed his spiritual power to probe the group, discovering that among the over 100 individuals who could sense the spiritual energy, only half succeeded in absorbing it. Even fewer, merely 20 or 30, managed to successfully convert the energy into spiritual power, with over 70% of this latter group being his own disciples. Though the midday hour had come and gone, no one wished to depart, even while feeling hunger pangs. Since everyone is eager to learn, we shall take a brief respite for a meal and reconvene in half an hour, Cheng Yi announced. The group then dispersed, and many who were unaccustomed to sitting for long periods realized their legs had gone numb and required assistance from their companions to rise. Out of respect for Cheng Yi, they had refrained from casual conversations during the lesson, but as the teaching paused, the expansive garden soon erupted with lively chatter. Both Cheng Yi's disciples and the eager listeners were filled with fervor and enthusiasm. The sensation of absorbing spiritual energy was indeed extraordinary. Brother, you've managed to absorb spiritual energy. Have you succeeded in converting it into spiritual power? What does it feel like? One asked. Alas, I failed in the conversion process. However, I have memorized the reincarnation longevity technique and will practice daily. I refuse to believe I cannot achieve it. By the way, brother, can you sense the spiritual energy? Oh, I have already managed to convert it into spiritual power. Impressive. You too. The proprietress of the moon's arrival and overheard their exchange and was immediately filled with frustration. Yet, recognizing these two were not to be trifled with, she chose to withdraw, sulking at a distance. Damn it, I haven't even managed to sense the spiritual energy. And these two are flaunting their achievements. I must find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Half an hour later, the group reconvened in the garden behind the moon's arrival inn, settling down quietly and patiently awaiting Cheng Yi's next discourse. Now that everyone is present, we shall proceed to our final topic for today, the opening of the spiritual sea. Spiritual sea? The attendees, hearing this term for the first time, exchanged puzzled glances. However, he did not inquire but rather awaited Cheng Yi's explanation. The spirit sea is the foundation of various techniques employed by spiritual practitioners. Those who have not yet opened their spirit sea find their transformed spiritual energy lacking a place of storage. It is likely that some individuals have already sensed this. Once the spiritual energy is transformed and traverses the meridians of the body, it subsequently vanishes without a trace. This elucidates the absence of a spirit sea. Only by opening the spirit sea can one truly be regarded as a genuine spiritual practitioner. As Cheng Yi observed the growing interest among the crowd, he continued to speak. To cultivate the spiritual sea, one must incessantly enhance the body's capacity to transform spiritual energy, causing the internal spiritual power to swell, ultimately leading to a qualitative change. During this process, the high pressure generated by the collision of spiritual power within the body will result in increasing discomfort. It is only when your body yields and opens the spiritual sea that progress can be made. This is not an endeavor that can be easily accomplished overnight. So there is no need for haste. You may begin to experiment now, and I will assist you in correcting any issues that arise. Upon hearing his words, the crowd commenced their attempts, with Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan also intending to open their spiritual seas. However, just before they began, Cheng Yi halted them. Qianlu, Lu Lan, you should refrain from opening your spiritual seas for now. Come back later, and I will observe your progress. Although Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan found this somewhat perplexing, they nodded in agreement, trusting Cheng Yi's judgment. At that moment, Wu Qingdao, with urgency in his voice, pulled Li Qian forward. Master, both Li Qian and I are martial cultivators, so sensing spiritual energy poses no challenge. With the reincarnation and longevity technique, the process of transforming spiritual power is also not difficult. Strangely, regardless of how swiftly we attempt to convert our spiritual energy or how intensely we press against our bodies, we are perpetually unable to grasp the sensation of opening the spiritual sea. Indeed, we feel as though there exists an impregnable wall separating the spiritual power from the spiritual sea, impeding our advance. Is this a common phenomenon? Cheng Yi furrowed his brow slightly, probing into the bodies of the two individuals with his spiritual energy, and indeed discovered the presence of something akin to a barrier. What could this situation be? Cheng Yi meticulously sifted through the knowledge of cultivation within his mind, and after a brief moment, he finally unearthed the answer. The wall within you is the manifestation of your martial realm, which hinders your ability to practice other paths. Upon hearing this, both Wu Qingdao and Li Qian were taken aback, unable to suppress their thoughts. They wondered if breaking through that wall would result in the dissolution of their martial realms. If that were the case, Wu Qingdao would need to deliberate carefully, while Li Qian would certainly refrain from making a unilateral decision, deeming it imperative to consult with the family head upon his return. Cheng Yi observed the expressions of the two individuals and discerned their concerns. He then spoke. There is no need for you to worry. Breaching this wall will not affect your martial arts realm. However, it is important to note that establishing your spiritual sea will prove to be exceedingly challenging. It requires an immense influx of spiritual energy to surge into your bodies in an instant in order to break through that barrier. Of course, if you are resolute in your desire to become spiritual practitioners, you may contemplate relinquishing your martial arts realm, in which case the wall will vanish of its own accord. Wu Qingdao and Li Qian exchanged glances, each perceiving hesitation etched on the other's face. How could they possibly abandon the martial arts realm they had painstakingly cultivated over decades? In truth, if you solely utilize talismans without venturing into other realms of spiritual cultivation, there is no issue with not establishing a spiritual sea. Without a spiritual sea, the transformed spiritual energy cannot be stored. However, for talismans, they can be used immediately as they are produced. While this may limit potential, it suffices as an auxiliary to martial arts. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, both men's faces brightened with joy, and they clasped their fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, sir." Cheng Yi then guided several other disciples, but regrettably, none present had yet succeeded in establishing their spiritual sea. As dusk approached, with the chorus of frogs and the increasing presence of mosquitoes, Cheng Yi announced the conclusion of the day's lecture. The attendees, still brimming with enthusiasm, began to depart one by one. Wu Qingdao, having heard of the exceptional chef in the vicinity, had longed to experience the culinary delights. Cheng Yi, having never experienced it himself, promptly dispatched Wu Qingdao and Li Qian to arrange tonight's meal for everyone. The once bustling garden in the backyard had, in the blink of an eye, dwindled to just Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan, who gazed at Cheng Yi with anticipation. "Master, is there something amiss with our bodies?" Cheng Yi chuckled lightly. "The greatest flaw in your physiques lies in your excessive reliance on talent." Upon hearing this, the two individuals couldn't help but break into joyful smiles. Cheng Yi continued, saying, "The matters I am about to disclose must remain confidential among you, at least until you possess sufficient strength to safeguard yourselves. Do not divulge them to others." Observing Cheng Yi's solemn demeanor, both individuals nodded gravely in agreement. Within your bodies lies an innate spiritual sea, a superior talent in the realm of immortality, granting you an initial advantage over others. Upon hearing this, Both individuals swallowed hard. If, upon the establishment of a spiritual sea, others possess one roughly the size of a bowl, those endowed with an innate spiritual sea will find theirs to be as substantial as a cauldron. Do not underestimate this cauldron. It will enable you to summon spiritual energy with greater swiftness and fluidity when casting talismans and spells. Moreover, as your realms continue to ascend, this disparity will only magnify, leading others to gaze up in awe. However, this all hinges upon one crucial condition. You must survive until that day. Indeed, Master. We shall heed your teachings. Ah, a promising pupil indeed. Cheng Yi nodded in satisfaction. I shall now assist you in opening the spiritual sea. You must relax your bodies and refrain from struggling or resisting. Understood. Cheng Yi observed that the two individuals were adequately prepared, and he promptly extended his spiritual tendrils, probing into their bodies. He navigated through their meridians, connecting the ethereal appendages to their nascent spiritual seas. At this moment, their innate spiritual seas resembled mere points of light. Were they to endeavor to cultivate their spiritual seas independently, it would be a straightforward task. However, if such a feat could be achieved so effortlessly, it would ultimately be a squander of potential. Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan currently possessed only a modest reserve of spiritual energy. Their innate spiritual seas resembled chambers secured by heavy iron doors. If they attempted to unlock these seas alone, it was highly probable that they would not be able to fully open the portal. Conversely, should Cheng Yi assist in this endeavor, he could not only ensure the complete unfastening of the iron door from the outset, but also, with his vast and abundant spiritual energy, expand their original spiritual seas considerably. Much like the remarkable pliability and adaptability of the human form during childhood, this represented their singular opportunity in life to enhance their spiritual seas without adverse effects and with significant efficacy. Momentary discomfort may ensue, but bear with it, he advised. The two nodded, shut their eyes, and bit their lips. Subsequently, they felt an immense surge of spiritual energy, akin to the tidal waters flooding into a harbor, crashing against every aperture in their bodies. In an instant, the formidable energy unleashed by Cheng Yi shattered the barriers of their spiritual seas, and the force surged in like a mighty dragon, flooding their nascent spiritual seas. At this juncture, Cheng Yi intensified his efforts, accelerating the infusion of spiritual energy. Thus, before the two could even comprehend the transformation of their spiritual seas, they were filled to capacity with Cheng Yi's overwhelming energy. Even after reaching this saturation point, Cheng Yi maintained his pressure, gradually expanding the outer walls of their spiritual seas. At this moment, expressions of anguish began to mar the faces of Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Lu Lan, overwhelmed by the pain, instinctively grasped Cheng Yi's arm. Lu Lan, already possessing an enchanting beauty, appeared even more delicate and alluring. Her brows slightly furrowed, cheeks flushed, and cold sweat glistening on her face, her collarbone accentuated by the strain, rendering her more captivating than usual. Cheng Yi, having encountered numerous beauties in his lifetime, could not help but steal a few extra glances at the current one before him. Nevertheless, he did not allow himself to become complacent. He maintained a steady and vigorous output of spiritual energy. The expressions on both their faces grew increasingly pained. And while Cheng Yi understood that this endeavor would yield benefits rather than detriments, he could not shake off a twinge of sympathy. Eventually, the expansion of their spiritual seas became arduous, teetering on the brink of rupture. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yi immediately ceased his efforts. However, the spiritual energy that had already permeated their spiritual seas could not be retracted. The recently expanded spiritual seas required this energy to support their outer walls. Otherwise, should they retract, all the suffering would have been for naught. The expansion of the spiritual seas complete. The two had yet to fully comprehend the experience when they abruptly lost consciousness, their bodies collapsing downwards. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yi swiftly stepped forward, enveloping Yu Qianlu in his embrace while encircling Lu Lan's waist. Ah, so soft and slender. It is truly a delightful handful. Cheng Yi, suppressing his restless heart, escorted Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan back to their respective chambers. He entrusted Wang Yu and Lu Lan's maid, Xiao Niao, to take good care of them, ensuring they were served some fine ginseng soup. After that, he departed alone to visit Wu Qingdao. Upon arriving at Wu Qingdao's quarters, he found Wu Qingdao and Li Qian already there, enjoying a drink and engaged in light-hearted conversation. Noticing Cheng Yi's arrival, they called for the waiter to bring forth the dishes. Ah, brother Li Qian, you have no idea, Wu Qingdao remarked. My master possesses a remarkable skill that neither you nor I could ever hope to match. As Cheng Yi observed Wu Qingdao preparing to extol his virtues, he maintained a composed smile and leaned in to listen. Oh, is Mr. Cheng's prowess perhaps in talismans? This is common knowledge throughout the city. What are you saying? Wu Qingdao replied with a mysterious grin. Not quite, not quite. The skill my master possesses surpasses talismans in every aspect. Oh, pray, do enlighten me. For an hour. Amidst a fierce battle with 6 individuals, Wu Qingdao managed to utter only 8 words before Cheng Yi silenced him with a morsel of food. The dishes at the Moonlight Inn were indeed exceptional. Come, my disciple, indulge yourself. But you haven't even eaten yet. Li Qian, observing the playful banter between the two, smiled softly, a hint of envy glimmering in her eyes. This meal, once again hosted by Wu Qingdao, was a joyful occasion for both guest and host, further strengthening the bond between Li Qian and the duo. The following morning, Cheng Yi arrived at the garden behind the Moonlight Inn, intending to practice the reincarnation longevity technique and the spirit control technique during the time of day when spiritual energy was most abundant. To his surprise, he found that many had arrived even earlier than he. Good day, Mr. Cheng, greeted several individuals. Master, good morning. Cheng Yi acknowledged each greeting with a nod, then sought a relatively secluded spot to commence his training. Cheng Yi practiced diligently until nearly noon, feeling that the reincarnation longevity technique no longer sufficed for his current self. However, he was pleased to discover that through the cultivation of the spirit control technique, his mastery over spiritual energy had become increasingly formidable. Cheng Yi was just about to address his lunch when a young attendant from the Moonlight Inn approached him. Master Cheng, the steward Wang from the city lord's residence has prepared a feast and is awaiting you at the Tranquil Pavilion. Following the attendant, Cheng Yi arrived at the Tranquil Pavilion, where steward Wang was already seated calmly, listening to a lady beside him skillfully playing the guqin. Upon noticing Cheng Yi's arrival, Wang gestured for the musician to withdraw. It seems that steward Wang is quite a regular here, Cheng Yi remarked. A faint smile graced Wang's lips as he replied. The drunken crab from the Moonlight Inn is a true delicacy of Water City. Every year on the 15th of September, when the crabs are at their plumpest, I make it a point to indulge in this culinary delight. Such refined taste, steward Wang. I too shall certainly partake in this drunken crab come September. After Cheng Yi took a seat, he poured a glass of wine for Wang Ho. The steward Wang inquired if there had been any progress regarding the live broadcast. Mr. Cheng was indeed correct. The matter of the live broadcast has been settled. The designated time for your broadcast will be the first half of every day's noon hour. Cheng Yi lowered his head, pondering for a moment. Generally speaking, unless a certain benefit is rendered, the time slot for live broadcasts is typically during the latter half of the midnight hour, specifically from 12 to 1. At this hour, the vast majority of people are already preparing to rest, resulting in a significantly diminished effectiveness of the broadcast compared to daytime. Currently, he had not offered any tangible benefits to the city lord's mansion. However, the prince was willing to negotiate with other factions to shift the originally scheduled midnight broadcast to noon. Although this time slot is not ideal, he had not contributed a single coin. To appease the interests of the other factions, some compensation was undoubtedly essential. Thus, this expense must have been borne by either the city lord's mansion or the prince himself on his behalf. Such a favor cannot go unreciprocated. Cheng Yi offered a respectful bow. Just yesterday, I triumphed in the live streaming competition, and today, Manager Wang has already arranged the live streaming matters impeccably, securing such an opportune time slot for me. Cheng expresses his gratitude and assures that henceforth, should any matters arise, he is at your service. Lord Wang smiled with satisfaction and returned the gesture of respect. How could one not exert oneself in serving Mr. Cheng? The two raised their goblets, clinked them together, and drank heartily. By the way, Mr. Cheng, was the late-night altercation at Chuanxiang Lu related to you? To be candid, it indeed pertains to me. Might you elaborate further? Cheng Yi reminisced for a moment, then recounted to Lord Wang the events of the previous night, when he attended a gathering and engaged in hearty drinking with Wu Qingdao. He detailed how, in the dead of night, a group of men clad in black ambushed him, and he managed to slay 3 of them and injure another who fled. Upon hearing this, Lord Wang fell into a brief contemplation. Considering the martial prowess of the assailants in their use of staves, he began to form suspicions, yet recognized that the evidence was insufficient for a definitive conclusion at that moment. Mr. Cheng, he stated, upon my return, I shall conduct a thorough investigation and will provide you with a response within the next few days. Additionally, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution during this time, as I suspect that those capable of sending forth such formidable martial artists will not rest easily. Thank you for your counsel, Lord Wang, Cheng Yi replied gratefully. Cheng Yi retrieved 2 sheets of yellow paper from his lapel and, with a flourish of spiritual energy, inscribed 2 delay talismans, which he then presented to Manager Wang. Esteemed Manager Wang, these are delay talismans. When activated, one merely needs to draw a drop of blood and apply it to the surface of the talisman before casting it at the opponent. It will momentarily immobilize even a master of the martial sect. Manager Wang, elated, took the 2 delay talismans into his possession. However, as spiritual energy is colorless, formless, and tasteless, all he perceived were 2 blank sheets of yellow paper. Nevertheless, he had faith that Cheng Yi would not jest with him by offering mere empty talismans. He chuckled and remarked, "It has been but a day, yet Mr. Cheng's talisman crafting skills have evidently reached new heights." "Oh, you flatter me," Cheng Yi replied modestly. Cheng Yi refrained from elaborating on the matter, knowing that he was not yet sufficiently powerful. Maintaining an air of appropriate mystery was far safer. After the 2 finished their lunch and shared a few drinks while engaging in casual conversation, Steward Wang took his leave. Before departing, he reminded Cheng Yi that the live broadcast could commence at noon on an overcast day, and it was time for him to start preparing. Cheng Yi felt no anxiety about this. The lecture he conducted yesterday served as a rehearsal for his inaugural live broadcast, and he was already well aware of how to arrange this upcoming event. Upon returning to the city lord's manor, the first task Wang undertook was to have an announcement posted on the public notice board, proclaiming that Cheng Yi would be live streaming at noon on a cloudy day. Lord Wang was confident that this broadcast would surpass all previous ones in popularity. Past broadcasts predominantly consisted of various sects promoting their martial arts, each boasting of their prowess while conveniently omitting any shortcomings. The audience was well aware of this ploy. However, Cheng Yi intended to impart genuine skills during his live stream. Furthermore, his prior assertion that no martial arts aptitude was necessary had become widely known across the city, ensuring that ordinary individuals without such qualifications would flock to attend. Lord Wang even harbored concerns that the central square of the main city might not suffice to accommodate the crowd. Perhaps they would need to borrow the mirrored blossoms from other squares. With this thought in mind, Lord Wang promptly summoned his subordinates to coordinate the borrowing of mirrored blossoms from other districts for the cloudy day. The main city, being the epicenter of talent, wealth, and resources, boasted the most valuable mirrored blossoms, primarily utilized by the major sects and prominent martial arts families, alongside several influential mid-tier factions. Conversely, the gathering of crowds, talents, and resources in other districts was significantly inferior to that of the main city. Thus, the mirrored blossoms in those areas were predominantly employed by smaller and mid-sized factions, with the larger sects only airing a brief, fixed advertisement. However, Cheng Yi's upcoming live stream had the potential to become a phenomenon, and it was plausible that the mirrored blossoms in the main city would be insufficient. Therefore, it was necessary to borrow those from other district squares to ensure that some attendees from those areas would not have to journey to the main city to watch the broadcast. For the major sects and families, the mirrored blossoms in other districts were of little consequence, granting Lord Wang complete control over them. As for the smaller factions that had originally planned to broadcast during that time, they could only blame their misfortune. Nevertheless, out of a sense of humanity, Lord Wang would still offer a modest compensation. After all, to truly usurp another's broadcasting slot without any form of recompense would tarnish Cheng Yi's reputation. Cheng Yi, I eagerly await your performance. Do not let me down. After arranging the live broadcast, Wang Ho summoned individuals from the main city office, instructing them to seek out a skilled investigator to uncover the identities of the assailants in black who attacked Cheng Yi at the Chuanxiang Tower the previous night. Beginning with inquiries into the Huifeng sect. Within the martial arts realm, the weapon employed was a staff, and given the existing enmity towards Cheng Yi, it was unsurprising that the perpetrator was Liu Haifeng, the leader of the Huifeng sect. However, Liu Haifeng was ultimately the head of a mid-sized sect with extensive connections to numerous major sects and martial arts families, making it imperative to gather concrete evidence before attempting to apprehend him safely. Furthermore, rumors suggested that the Huifeng sect might have connections to the Lingyun sect, a super sect with branches in many of the great cities within the Jiuzhou kingdom, rendering the strength of the city lord's office insufficient in comparison. Yet, rumors remain merely rumors. Caution is prudent, but one must not allow fear to dictate actions. The personnel under Wang Ho's command were remarkably efficient. Less than 15 minutes after he issued his orders, a notice was posted on the public bulletin board in the main city. announcing that Cheng Yi would commence his live broadcast at noon on the day of Ein. Within half an hour of this notice, other districts within Jishui City also displayed announcements indicating that those outside the main city need not travel there, as all districts would simultaneously broadcast Cheng Yi's live session at the same time on their respective plazas. With the release of these two notices, the entire Jishui City erupted in excitement. Cheng Yi, whose popularity had been waning, was now soaring to new heights. It seemed he had indeed secured a coveted noon broadcasting slot. Could he possibly be the scion of a notable martial arts family? Otherwise, how could he afford such substantial resources for a midday broadcast? Surely not. Which martial arts family has the capacity to create talismans? Did you not notice the other announcement? Cheng Yi's live broadcast would simultaneously air in other districts of the city. Goodness, that means the entirety of Jishui City would be tuning in to his broadcast. Indeed, how else could one explain his wealth? I heard that Cheng Yi had first visited the Chuanxiang Tower for pleasure and then took up residence at the Yulai Inn. The Yulai Inn? While the Chuanxiang Tower is accessible to those with wealth, entry to the Yulai Inn necessitates a certain status and background. This confirms it. Cheng Yi is surely the son of a prominent family. Is that really definitive? It seems rather hasty to conclude. You may not know, but Cheng Yi accomplished something remarkable at the Yulai Inn yesterday. What remarkable feat? Please, do share. Yesterday morning, in the garden of the Yulai Inn's backyard, Cheng Yi held a lecture specifically designed to introduce individuals to talisman crafting. Some attendees, lacking martial arts aptitude, were able to sense spiritual energy merely through a single talisman. No way. Is that true? If they sensed spiritual energy, does that not mean they have one foot in the realm of martial cultivation? Such occurrences pale in comparison to the significant aspect. He publicly taught the method for creating talismans capable of allowing individuals to sense spiritual energy. And the process was not overly complex. The materials were readily available, requiring merely diligent practice. Truly, what is the method? Please, do enlighten us. To be honest, I am quite unaware. The person who informed me did not disclose the method of creating such talismans, nor do I even know the name of the talisman itself. Nonsense. It is merely your reluctance to impart knowledge that hinders me. I speak the truth. Otherwise, you could simply observe the live stream on a rainy day. For I suspect Cheng Yi will teach it once more. In light of this, I shall certainly attend that live broadcast. The news of Cheng Yi's imminent live broadcast is not only fervently circulating in Jishui City, even in Huido City, where no official notices have been posted. Many are aware of it. Among them are several merchants and martial artists who attended Cheng Yi's lecture at the Moon Inn. I assure you, I can already sense the spiritual energy, all thanks to this spirit-seeking talisman. Although it has lost its efficacy now, I speak the truth. A talisman? Is that not merely a leaf? How absurd. Do you take me for a fool? Well, believe it or not, I have shared all I can, regardless. I am certainly going to Jishui City to watch the live broadcast. By the way, I heard that Miss Lu Lan of the Lu family has already become Cheng Yi's disciple. Is that true? It is indeed no fabrication. I personally witnessed this in the garden at the Moon Inn, where Miss Lu Lan referred to Cheng Yi as her master. What does this imply for the Lu family? Could it be that they wish to align themselves with Cheng Yi's influential connections? I am uncertain. The Lu family has always exploited ordinary people mercilessly. While Cheng Yi teaches anyone regardless of their status, these two do not seem to be on the same path. Who knows? Let us observe how these powerful figures contend with one another. By the way, are you going to watch Cheng Yi's live broadcast on a cloudy day? Of course. I am going. I shall prepare to set off shortly to avoid being late. I shall accompany you. Also, I heard from a friend who just came from Jishui City that Cheng Yi's broadcast will be simultaneously streamed in all public squares throughout the city. So we need not crowd into the main urban area. We could go to a less populated district instead. You are quite well informed. Indeed, I strive to be. Meanwhile, in Huido City, Lu Qiuyuan listened to his subordinate's report. His expression is dark as water. The news of Lu Lan becoming Cheng Yi's disciple had already spread within a small circle and would soon be common knowledge throughout Huido City. Yet, he could not ascertain whether Cheng Yi had any affiliations with a secretive sect. If this information were to reach the other martial families and prominent sects in Huido City, they would undoubtedly question their loyalties and wonder if the Lu family intended to betray the martial community. Given Cheng Yi's teaching methods, the interests of both parties are fundamentally opposed. Regardless, it is imperative to swiftly determine Cheng Yi's background. If Cheng Yi indeed possesses connections to a secretive sect, and with Lu Lan now his disciple, the Lu family would have thus established ties with that sect. rendering the attitudes of other martial families less significant. However, should it turn out that Cheng Yi lacks any formidable connections, then he cannot be faulted for employing ruthless measures at that juncture. Eliminating Lu Lan would serve to sever ties. Lu Qiuyuan smiled faintly, as if everything were under his control. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a subordinate and commanded, "Go, prepare the horses." "Yes, my lord." Lu Qiuyuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Given that the last black-clad master of the martial sovereign realm was effortlessly defeated by Cheng Yi, it seemed futile to send other martial sovereign experts from the estate. Thus, he resolved to confront Cheng Yi personally, curious to witness the true marvels of his talismanic arts, and, if the opportunity arose, to gauge his own skills against Cheng Yi's. At the break of dawn, Cheng Yi arrived at the garden in the rear courtyard, where, as before, practitioners were engaged in cultivating the reincarnation of eternal life technique. However, he noted with some satisfaction that the number of practitioners had increased significantly since the previous day. Most of those present could now sense the spiritual energy, and approximately 70% were capable of absorbing it into their bodies, transforming it into spiritual power, though none had yet succeeded in opening their spiritual seas. This endeavor required patience and gradual accumulation. Haste would yield little. Upon seeing him, the crowd greeted Cheng Yi with enthusiasm, and he reciprocated with nods. He offered guidance to a few disciples, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude. In a secluded area, Cheng Yi chose not to practice the reincarnation of eternal life technique again, but instead devoted himself entirely to mastering the control of spiritual energy technique. However, unlike the previous day when he had practiced until noon, he planned to train for just 1 hour before visiting the city lord's estate to familiarize himself with the various considerations and procedures for the upcoming live broadcast. The hour passed swiftly, and Cheng Yi exhaled deeply, a light sheen of sweat glistening on his skin. Utilizing a cleansing talisman, he soon found his clothes refreshed and dry. Negating the need for a change of attire, he proceeded directly to the city lord's estate. Upon arrival, Cheng Yi first sought out Wang Ho, who engaged him in casual conversation before leading him to the designated live broadcast venue. It was a grand hall within the estate, its wooden floor adorned with numerous circular cushions. At the far end of the hall, a larger, solitary cushion awaited him, marking the position where he would sit during the broadcast. The remaining cushions comprised the audience seating, where attendees could pose questions, to which he could choose to respond selectively. Surely, the audience in the seating area must have paid for admission? Cheng Yi inquired. Wang Ho chuckled lightly. Indeed, however, previous broadcasts here have lacked intrigue, resulting in poor sales. Yet, with your live streaming, I anticipate no such concerns. Wang Ho then summoned a slender, fair-skinned young man of modest height. This is Yu Shao. During your broadcasts, he will sift through the audience comments collected from the illusory realm and relay them to you. He will also provide the identity of the commenter and the content of their inquiries, allowing you the discretion to respond or refrain from answering. Yu Shao bowed respectfully to Cheng Yi, saying, "I humbly request your guidance, sir." Cheng Yi nodded with a smile. Wang Ho continued. Your live broadcast will commence today and will last for 3 months. Whether it can be extended thereafter will depend on your capabilities. Otherwise, your broadcast will have to be transferred to other districts. Cheng Yi comprehended the implications of Wang Ho's words. He understood that if, upon the conclusion of the 3-month live broadcast, his influence had sufficiently garnered the attention of the prominent sects and martial arts families within Gathering Water City, he would be granted the opportunity to continue broadcasting in the main urban area. Essentially, this meant that his standing would have risen to a level of significance recognized by them. Achieving such a feat within merely 3 months was exceedingly challenging. For others, it would be akin to scaling the heavens. After all, those esteemed sects and martial families had reached their current stature through generations of relentless accumulation. Nevertheless, Cheng Yi felt emboldened to accept the challenge. The broadcast effect and its outreach in the main urban area were undoubtedly unparalleled by those in other districts. Should he manage to maintain a live broadcast in the main area, it would significantly aid in acquiring a substantial amount of teaching value in the early stages. With all matters duly settled, Manager Wang had other affairs to attend to and thus took his leave from Cheng Yi. At this juncture, the hour was already past the 4th, with half an hour remaining until noon. A number of individuals began to enter the courtyard, taking their seats in the pavilion outside as they awaited the commencement of the live broadcast. Many who entered did not cast a glance at Cheng Yi, likely mistaking him for just another audience member who had purchased a ticket for the event. Although Cheng Yi was quite renowned, Almost universally recognized throughout Gathering Water City, there remained a considerable number of individuals who had not yet had the opportunity to witness the live election and thus had not beheld his true visage. Cheng Yi paid little mind to this. Whenever he encountered someone who acknowledged him, he would nod in response. As the final quarter of an hour approached before the live broadcast, Cheng Yi made his way into the main hall. Observing his entrance, others followed suit. When they saw Cheng Yi moving toward the innermost position, one individual hastily interjected, that is the broadcaster's seat." Cheng Yi offered a faint smile and replied nonchalantly, "I am indeed the host for a while." The man's expression faltered momentarily before he murmured an apology and returned to his seat. Soon, the hall was filled with people. "And you shall timely approach to remind, Mr. Cheng, it is noon. Shall we commence?" "Let us begin," Cheng Yi replied. "Understood." You shall move to a corner of the hall, withdrew a key, and unlocked an iron cabinet. From within, he retrieved a palm-sized, smooth crystal. After manipulating the crystal, the entire hall was illuminated by the ethereal light of the mirror flower water moon transmission crystal. In no time, images began to broadcast across all districts, including the main urban area. In the visuals, Cheng Yi was seated at the highest position, surrounded by 300 on-site spectators. Some were quietly awaiting the event, while others engaged in hushed conversations with acquaintances. After all, this was a live broadcast, and given the rarity of a citywide transmission, no one wished to embarrass themselves in such a setting. The audience was not only filled to capacity, but even the central square of the main urban area, invisible to them, was crowded with people. Fortunately, the city lord's office had promptly noticed the situation, calling in personnel to maintain order and prevent further entries. Otherwise, a stampede or chaos could have ensued, potentially resulting in the loss of at least a third of the throng. Those unable to enter remained outside the square, unwilling to leave, hoping to glean some sound from within. Meanwhile, the affluent had taken refuge in the inns and restaurants surrounding the central square or sought vantage points in local residences, even climbing rooftops equipped with telescopes and megaphones to watch the live stream. Some merchants, seizing the opportunity presented by the telescopes and megaphones, swiftly brought in a full cart of supplies. Yet, despite the influx, demand for these items continued to exceed supply. Those tasked with maintaining order marveled at the spectacle. Indeed, this is a rare sight in a century, they mused. Typically, there are few who enjoy live broadcasts, yet this one has incited such fervor. One could not overlook the identity of the host. Mr. Cheng Yi was not here to peddle advertisements but to impart genuine skills without charge. This moment was bound to alter the lives of many less fortunate individuals. We are indeed fortunate, as we need not spend a dime or endure the crush of the crowd to witness the live broadcast. Look, there is even someone selling spots. In the central square, a rogue known as Lai Papai, who usually went by that name, had seized the opportunity to slip in while the crowd was lighter. However, as more people arrived, he soon found himself amidst a growing throng. With noon approaching and the sun blazing, having gone without food since yesterday, he felt himself on the verge of fainting from the heat. Damn it, at this rate, I might perish before I even get to see the broadcast, he thought. Thus, Lai Papai began to push his way through the crowd, heading towards the exit. As he neared the perimeter of the square, a merchant he had previously stolen from spotted him and shouted loudly, Lai Papai, do not flee. I am not here to demand repayment. Rather, I come bearing gifts of coin." Upon hearing this, the scoundrel, Lai Pippi, halted in his tracks, puzzled, and turned back to inquire, "What manner of gifting are you proposing?" The merchant, adorned with a cheerful countenance, responded, "You find yourself within the confines of this establishment, and I perceive you intend to exit. As fate would have it, I wish to enter. Thus, I propose this. Inform the guard stationed at the line that you are departing, and I shall be entering in your stead. In exchange for this simple transaction, I shall bestow upon you 50 coins. What say you?" Upon digesting this proposition, Lai Pippi's small eyes darted with intrigue. A lucrative deal. However, he refrained from providing an immediate affirmation, instead adopting a stern visage and declaring gravely, "Nay, I demand 300 coins. You." The merchant's eyes widened, and his beard quivered with indignation, his foot tapping in frustration. "Very well, 300 coins it shall be. Now, hasten and allow me entry." Bless you, Master Qian." Lai Pippi approached the guard line, clarified the situation, and subsequently swapped positions with Master Qian. Witnessing this exchange, onlookers began to emulate the transaction, engaging in similar dealings with those inside the plaza. Master Qian observed Lai Pippi's jubilant departure, his disdain unmistakable. The scoundrel, as ever, lacked foresight. Oblivious to the opportunity for elevation he had squandered for a mere 300 coins. Not only was the central plaza of the main city abuzz with activity, but the squares in other districts were equally vibrant. Particularly in the labor district, workers inundated their employers with requests for leave, disregarding the employer's consent. As they flocked to the Mirage Plaza, the factory owners, incensed, fumed with frustration. Yet, the laborers, typically submissive and compliant, suddenly exhibited a newfound backbone. Emboldened to resist their masters, they proceeded to report their grievances to their respective employers. The proprietors, largely affiliated with prominent sects and martial clans, were infuriated upon receiving news from below. They swiftly activated a grand auditory and visual stone array capable of simultaneous communication for multiple individuals, convening with other sects and martial families to strategize. How audacious these laborers are to defy us. One remarked. Traditionally, the impoverished have little recourse. Let the factory owners withhold their wages for half a month, and we shall see if they dare to resist further. Brother Wang, did you not withhold wages just last month? Inquired another. The man addressed as Brother Wang smirked condescendingly. No matter, they are but lowly peasants. Missing a couple of meals will not lead to their demise. Besides, without us, where could they possibly seek sustenance? Mark my words, regardless of how we squeeze them, they will swallow their grievances in silence. I believe our primary concern should be Cheng Yi, stated another. I wholeheartedly endorse Brother Lu's perspective. The laborers' insurrection is merely a result of Cheng Yi's insidious persuasion, leading them to believe they have encountered a benefactor. I suspect this sudden emergence of Cheng Yi may be an extension of some super sect. By the way, have we ascertained Cheng Yi's origins? I dispatched numerous individuals. Yet I could not ascertain the origins of Cheng Yi, nor his mentors, nor could I uncover the enigmatic forces that lie behind him. The source of his mastery in the art of talismans remains shrouded in mystery. This is indeed the most perplexing aspect. A person cannot simply materialize from thin air. If such an individual truly exists, it could either be a figment of imagination or a manifestation of a formidable power lurking in the shadows. By the way, I heard that 2 nights ago, a master of the martial sovereign realm attempted to assault Cheng Yi at the Fragrant Pavilion. However, the attempt was thwarted, and the assailant, severely injured, fled and has since vanished without a trace. Brotherly, your spies from the dominant sect are renowned in Shuigang City. Do you have any information? Sect leader Li Xiong pondered for a moment before lifting his head to share what he knew. Esteemed guests, I have just received a report indicating that the masked assailant in black who targeted Cheng Yi is none other than Lu Haifeng. What? It is he? Sect leader Li. Is your information accurate? Li Xiong replied. I cannot claim absolute certainty. We are still in the process of verification. However, I believe there is an 80 to 90% chance that this is correct. It is rumored that the wind-returning sect has connections to the Lingyun sect. It seems this was an attempt by the Lingyun sect to probe Cheng Yi and reveal the forces behind him, but they underestimated Lu Haifeng's capabilities, leading to not only his failure but also his own exposure. This matter remains to be verified. We should refrain from reaching any hasty conclusions. It is crucial that we keep this information to ourselves, for the Lingyun sect is not an entity we can afford to provoke. Understood, understood. How shall we deal with Cheng Yi? Li Xiong stroked his beard and replied, for the time being. We shall remain idle and investigate the forces behind him before making any plans, whether to ally with or eliminate him. Until then, we must not act rashly. Sect leader Li's reasoning is quite sound. I shall comply. After all, the Lingyun sect's initial probing was not entirely successful, and I anticipate they will make another move soon. Beyond the main urban area, in each of the other districts, many gathered near the Mirage of Flowers and Moon in their respective plazas. Although not as awe-inspiring as the central square, it was nonetheless a remarkable sight for these districts. I never expected that Mr. Cheng Yi would go to such lengths to teach us the art of talismans, purchasing this time slot across all districts. What a fortune that must have cost. Indeed. And Mr. Cheng Yi offers his teachings free of charge. Have you ever encountered such a selfless individual? Certainly, Mr. Cheng Yi's benevolence rivals that of the sages from a millennium ago. I believe we cannot allow him to sacrifice so much for us. Perhaps we should pool our resources and find an opportunity to present our contributions to Mr. Cheng Yi? But I have heard that Mr. Cheng Yi does not even possess a dojo. Where would he have a residence? Then it becomes even more imperative that we provide him with the means to establish his own abode. We cannot allow the virtuous to suffer. Your reasoning is sound. I shall discuss this matter with my colleagues upon my return. Hush, be quiet. For Mr. Cheng Yi has commenced his lecture in the live broadcast hall. Cheng Yi has begun to expound upon the concept of spiritual cultivation. Martial cultivators absorb spiritual energy into their bodies, transforming it into vital blood, while spiritual cultivators assimilate spiritual energy, transmuting it into spiritual power. Upon utterance of these words, the entire city trembled. Previously, in the garden behind the Moon Inn, Cheng Yi had broached this concept. However, at that time, only a mere few hundred were aware, and those residing at the Moon Inn were not of ordinary lineage. They understood the gravity of the matter, recognizing that mishandling it could lead to a tempest of bloodshed. Thus, they dared not speak of it openly. Even when confiding in their closest acquaintances, they would implore them to keep it secret. Consequently, the term spiritual cultivation had not gained traction, and those who had attended Cheng Yi's lecture in the garden could scarcely have anticipated that he would audaciously declare the existence of spiritual cultivation in a citywide broadcast. Did he not fear the peril of his own life? Cheng Yi was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, yet he had already devised a strategy. Within the system, there existed a formidable weapon. Once the live broadcast concluded, he would exchange it. Subsequently, he would solidify the veracity of the influential background that supported him, ensuring its permanence. In the live broadcast hall, as Cheng Yi concluded his opening statement, the message board across various districts was already inundated with comments. The law enforcers from different locales swiftly transmitted the top 10 inquiries from the message board to the specialized crystal stone in Yu Xiao's possession. Faced with a barrage of messages, Yu Xiao selected the 3 most representative questions to relay to Cheng Yi. However, upon hearing these inquiries, Cheng Yi opted not to respond. Yu Xiao refrained from pressing further. The live instructor had his own rhythm, and her role was to diligently assist. After elucidating some pivotal concepts for spiritual practitioners, Cheng Yi began to impart the intricate method for crafting the spirit-seeking talisman. Once again, the city trembled with excitement. The mere mention of a spiritual practitioner had already rendered the audience incredulous, and now, the revelation of a talisman that enabled those without martial aptitude to perceive spiritual energy sent the crowd into a frenzy. Among this vast sea of faces, countless individuals bore the lifelong regret of lacking martial aptitude, and the inability to sense spiritual energy was a formidable barrier they could never surmount. Now, that barrier was poised to be crossed. Despite Cheng Yi's subsequent clarification that merely sensing spiritual energy did not guarantee the ability to cultivate martial arts, that those without martial aptitude would still be unable to practice, the crowd remained in a state of exhilaration. What had once seemed unfathomable was now being resolved by Cheng Yi through the spirit-seeking talisman. Moreover, the simplicity of crafting such a talisman was astonishing. Yellow paper, ink, and cinnabar, these were items even the most impoverished could afford with a bit of effort. Even if one lacked the funds, borrowing from a neighbor was hardly a challenge, given the modest nature of the materials. In the central square of the main urban area, many listeners, having grasped the method for creating the spirit-seeking talisman, immediately began to gather the necessary items from those around them to attempt its creation. Observing this, some individuals readily offered their backs for others to draw the talismans. Although most people failed on their first attempt, a few succeeded, prompting those who had initially faltered to procure the materials once more and try again. With each successive attempt, the number of successful creators increased. However, the demand for crafting talismans was overwhelming, and the scattered supplies of paper, ink, and cinnabar brought by the crowd were insufficient. Yet, people soon discovered that vendors outside the square were selling these very items. It turned out that a merchant surnamed Qian, whose shop was located near the central square, had noticed the crowd's frantic search for the materials needed to create talismans. He hurried to the edge of the square's perimeter, beckoning his son to come over and quickly bring the items from home to set up a stall. As soon as the stall was ready, within the span of a mere incense sticks burning, it was completely sold out. The joy on the face of the boss's son was unmistakable, for these goods were being sold at a price 50% higher than usual. What are you grinning about? Quickly fetch all the stock from home. Also, have your mother take the staff to procure more supplies. Remember, we need whatever they have in stock. Hurry. In the central square, numerous affluent merchants devoid of martial arts qualifications had acquired materials but failed in their endeavors. Witnessing others successfully crafting talismans, they began to offer exorbitant prices for the finished products. However, he was not the only one seeking to purchase ready-made talismans. A bidding war erupted, transforming the scene into an auction. Ultimately, a single talisman sold for an astonishing 100 taels. For the ordinary lower-class individuals, with some frugality, The price of just one talisman could sustain them for a significant portion of their lives. The sellers of the talismans were beaming with joy, while others could only sigh in resignation, hastening to acquire the materials and tools necessary for crafting their own talismans, hoping to secure a worry-free future. Those who successfully purchased talismans or crafted them without selling were eager to employ them as per Cheng Yi's method. Those who could not obtain the chicken blood resorted to pricking their fingers to use their own blood. I did it. I succeeded. I can feel the spiritual energy. It's real. It's truly real. As the first ordinary person to use the spirit-seeking talisman successfully sensed the spiritual energy, the atmosphere became electrified once more. This excitement was not confined to the main urban area. In other districts, especially the labor district, firecrackers were ignited as if for a festival, celebrating the arrival of this momentous day. The common people, long oppressed by the martial arts elite, finally glimpsed a chance for resurgence. Those who had previously doubted Cheng Yi were now wholly convinced, some even kneeling in reverence. The reactions of those around did not evoke laughter. They understood the sensation of being mired in despair and suddenly discovering hope. Mr. Cheng, reports from various regions indicate that many have successfully used the spirit-seeking talisman and perceived the spiritual energy, Yu Shao reported, gazing at Cheng Yi, who sat like a mountain, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Cheng Yi surveyed the bustling scene within the hall, where lively activity abounded. The materials required for crafting talismans were promptly supplied by the city lord's manor, ensuring an ample supply. Consequently, over half of the 200 attendees had successfully created their talismans, with approximately 60% of them managing to sense the spiritual energy. Each time an individual succeeded in sensing this energy, they would rise, bowing in gratitude to Cheng Yi. In turn, he responded to each bow with a warm smile and a nod. As the time approached, Cheng Yi began instructing on how to absorb spiritual energy into one's body and convert it into spiritual power. The ability to absorb spiritual energy and transform it into spiritual power is one of the principal distinctions between spiritual cultivation and martial cultivation. If you can successfully convert spiritual energy into spiritual power, you will no longer need to rely on animal blood to activate your talismans. Utilizing your own spiritual energy will yield swifter and more effective results. Subsequently, Cheng Yi imparted the reincarnation and long life technique to everyone. Many hastily retrieved the leftover yellow paper and ink from earlier, diligently noting down every word. Once you master the reincarnation and long life technique completely, it will autonomously function even while you sleep, drawing in spiritual energy and converting it into spiritual power. Across the various districts of Mirror Flower Water Moon, as well as in the live hall, some quick-witted individuals who memorized the technique immediately began to practice. Many struggled to fully grasp the essence of the reincarnation and long life technique, but Cheng Yi addressed the questions relayed from the audience and various districts one by one. Soon after, some individuals successfully absorbed spiritual energy, and shortly thereafter, others managed to convert that energy into spiritual power. Each person who previously lacked martial aptitude, upon achieving this transformation, bowed 3 times to Cheng Yi, referring to him as their master. However, without Cheng Yi's consent, their actions did not constitute a successful apprenticeship. Regardless of whether he agreed, they felt compelled to express their respect. Beyond the hall, in front of the Mirror Flower Water Moon locations across various regions, people witnessed the bowing of the live audience and began to imitate the gesture, bowing towards Cheng Yi. In an instant, thousands were paying their respects, creating an unprecedented spectacle. The brilliance of the midday sun paled in comparison to the fervor of the crowd. Upon hearing Yu Shao's excited report, Cheng Yi felt a tinge of concern and promptly instructed Yu Shao, in moments of excitement, people are prone to overlook their discomfort. Please inform the officials at the Mirror Flower Water Moon in each district to prepare some cool broth for the audience in the square. I will cover all expenses. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the audience gathered in various squares had all savored the refreshing soup, and upon learning that it was a gift from Cheng Yi, their gratitude deepened. As the live broadcast time dwindled, Cheng Yi resolved to discuss the topic of opening the spiritual sea. The attendees in the hall, upon noticing Cheng Yi's intention to continue his discourse, fell silent and focused intently on his words. The spiritual sea serves as the foundation for practitioners to employ various techniques. Without its opening, one may still utilize some rudimentary talismans, yet other methods would remain unsupported. After Cheng Yi elucidated the specific process of opening the spiritual sea, he proceeded to remind everyone that the endeavor is far from simple. However, he added that if anyone were to successfully open the spiritual sea within a single day, They would be welcome to visit my dojo, where I could offer further guidance. At that moment, Yu Xiao approached, saying, Mr. Cheng, it is time for the live broadcast. Cheng Yi nodded, finally addressing the crowd. Esteemed guests, today's live broadcast concludes here. At noon on this overcast day, I shall resume my teachings on the art of talisman crafting. After the broadcast, Cheng Yi rose and bid farewell to the more than 200 attendees present. Before departing the live hall with Yu Xiao, once outside, Cheng Yi called out to Yu Xiao, might I inquire if there is a more secluded room available? Indeed. The adjacent reception room should currently be unoccupied, Yu Xiao replied. Excellent. I would appreciate it if you could escort me there. Mr. Cheng, you are too kind. After leading Cheng Yi to the reception room, Yu Xiao took his leave, intending to report the day's extraordinary live session to his superior. After all, today's broadcast was truly astonishing, unprecedented in its nature. Once Yu Xiao departed, Cheng Yi used his spiritual energy to inscribe a protective talisman on the doors and windows, then activated the system. At this moment, his teaching value had surpassed 300,000. Ah, behold, this is the essence of security. However, Cheng Yi was not naive enough to be carried away by sudden wealth. He understood that such a high teaching value was not a daily occurrence. Most of today's impressive figures stemmed from those who had previously refrained from engaging with his teachings on talismans. Perhaps some had merely watched the broadcast for centuries without ever delving into the subject. Nonetheless, this segment of viewers was likely minimal, as the teaching value on a gloomy day would inevitably plummet sharply. Today, he had imparted knowledge on 3 subjects: the crafting of a spirit-seeking talisman, the conversion of spiritual energy, and the methods for opening the spiritual sea. In the case of the spirit-seeking talisman, even those who did not succeed in their attempts would contribute at least 1 point of teaching value, as long as they were novices in the art. Should they manage to successfully draw the talisman, they would earn an additional point for themselves. It was likely that those who attempted the spirit-seeking talisman but did not succeed accounted for the majority of the teaching value acquired today, possibly even 80 to 90%. Those who successfully draw the spirit-seeking talisman are likely to outnumber those who manage to transform spiritual energy. As for the few who successfully open the spiritual sea, Cheng Yi believes that among the 300,000, there may be only a handful. Nevertheless, 300,000 is no insignificant figure, and it is highly probable that a few individuals of remarkable talent will emerge, even if they do not rival Lu Guer and Lu Lan. Having such individuals under his command would still be commendable. The birth of a new force necessitates an adequate number of individuals. And should this new faction aspire to rapidly enhance its strength, it will require gifted personnel. Talented experts like Wu Qingdao should be actively recruited to safeguard this nascent community of spiritual practitioners. Li Qian is indeed commendable. However, during the drinking session 2 nights ago with Wu Qingdao and Li Qian, he had already gauged the situation. Li Qian has been raised by his master, Lu Qiu Yuan, since his teenage years, receiving martial training and resources that have enabled him to swiftly attain the realm of martial sovereign. This bond of nurturing and rebirth is profound. Moreover, Li Qian is an individual deeply rooted in loyalty, making it absolutely impossible for him to be swayed to join his ranks. With Li Qian's strong sense of loyalty and Lu Lan's kindness and attentiveness, it is likely that Lu Qiu Yuan would also be amicable. If an alliance could be forged, it would be most advantageous. Another potential ally is the City Lord's mansion. Not to mention that the City Lord himself is renowned as the foremost figure beneath the martial sovereign, possessing formidable strength. The City Lord's mansion oversees the entirety of Water Gathering City and commands resources that may surpass even those of the Lu family, a prominent martial lineage. Although Cheng Yi has yet to meet City Lord Yu Chifeng, he shares an excellent rapport with Manager Wang, who is, in effect, the actual administrator of Water Gathering City. As long as he remains in Water Gathering City, it should not be difficult to develop sufficient strength. In summary, the connection with the City Lord's mansion has been established. Now that he has accumulated such a wealth of educational value, Cheng Yi can finally realize his long-held ambition to elevate the talismans to a higher level. Cheng Yi has located the talisman section, which is currently marked as intermediate. Beside it, there exists an option for advancement, with a price tag of 100,000 teaching points. The system inquires, would you like to confirm the upgrade of the talisman to advanced level? Cheng Yi, affirmative. In an instant, a torrent of profound and esoteric knowledge surged into his mind, accompanied by corresponding practical experience. Moreover, Cheng Yi could distinctly sense that the system had altered his physical constitution, rendering him suitable for wielding advanced talismans. This transformative process endured for nearly the duration of a tea ceremony. Once it concluded, Cheng Yi found himself enveloped in an indescribable confidence that radiated from his very being. According to the system, advanced talisman masters are a rarity even in the realm of cultivation where the system resides, typically. One must begin their studies from a young age and endure decades, if not centuries, of arduous training to attain such mastery in advanced talismans. Many do not survive long enough to become advanced talisman masters, passing away with unfulfilled aspirations. Those who emerge from the blood-soaked mountains of corpses to attain the status of advanced talisman masters possess their own unique confidence and pride. This is primarily because advanced talisman masters possess a stark distinction from both novice and intermediate talisman practitioners. An advanced talisman master has the ability to create talismans. For an advanced talisman master, the creation of a novice talisman is a trivial task, while crafting an intermediate talisman merely requires a period of study. The moment Cheng Yi ascended to the rank of advanced talisman master, he transitioned from being a mere user of talismans to a creator of them. In addition to the ability to forge talismans, the combat prowess of advanced talisman masters is, in comparison to novice and intermediate practitioners, akin to the heavens above and the earth below. Among novice talismans, the most potent in terms of instantaneous power is undoubtedly the fire separation talisman, while its intermediate counterpart is the palm thunder, followed closely by the intermediate fire separation talisman. Upon reaching the realm of advanced talismans, the quantity of high-power talismans experienced an explosive increase. The power of the advanced fire separation talisman, among the plethora of high-explosive talismans, is relatively modest, however. One particularly formidable talisman left Cheng Yi utterly exhilarated. Talisman, 10-mile divine light, which emits a beam of divine light from his fingertips capable of penetrating any object, with a maximum range of 10 miles. In Cheng Yi's eyes, this resembles a mobile ground-based laser projector. This device, even against those of the martial sovereign rank and above, if it strikes true, would surely inflict injury, if not death. However, Cheng Yi surmised that such an extraordinary talisman could not be unleashed at will, as its consumption would likely be immense. Furthermore, there exist numerous powerful functional talismans, such as the wall of obstruction talisman, which can conjure an earthen wall from thin air. If the ground is composed of stone, it can summon a stone wall, and the more spiritual energy infused into it, the more colossal and robust the wall becomes. Additionally, there is the electric field talisman, which summons a spherical domain filled with surging currents within a designated area, apart from oneself. All entities entering the domain will be influenced by it. Much like a barrier, the greater the infusion of spiritual energy, the larger the expanse of the domain and the more potent the current. These two talismans possess remarkable tactical significance, and there are numerous other talismans that are equally formidable. This prompted Cheng Yi to ponder, if advanced talismans are already so formidable, what might those of an even higher echelon possess? Cheng Yi cast a glance at the section on talismans. After the advanced talismans, only one perfect talisman remained. Yet, in the column for upgrade conditions, a solitary question mark was displayed. It appeared that the criteria for upgrading the perfect talisman involved more than just the teaching value. And perhaps it was not solely reliant on that. Elevating a mid-level talisman to an advanced one had cost him 100,000 teaching points. Presently, Cheng Yi still had just over 200,000 teaching points in the system's account. Contemplating the plateau he had reached with the reincarnation longevity technique, he resolved to exchange for a superior cultivation method. In the section for cultivation techniques, he encountered something familiar, the reincarnation longevity technique, advanced version. Priced at 100,000 teaching points. Was the version I previously learned merely the basic edition? Beyond the reincarnation longevity technique, two additional cultivation methods caught his eye, one named shadowless sword technique and the other slashing blade technique. Each required the practitioner to wield their respective weapon, sword or blade primarily, enhancing their prowess and increasing the potency of corresponding techniques as they advanced in their cultivation. Cheng Yi has yet to determine whether to wield a knife, a sword, or perhaps both. He believes that possessing a system grants him the liberty to master all disciplines without being overly ambitious. Therefore, he opts to refrain from imposing limitations upon himself at this early stage. Given this perspective, he decides to hold off for the time being. Both martial arts techniques are neither exorbitantly priced nor particularly inexpensive, each requiring 20,000 teaching points. While he can afford them, they are of no immediate use to him, rendering their purchase a mere extravagance. Consequently, he resolves to acquire the advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique. Although it has been a familiar companion, Cheng Yi still hopes for some novel variations to surprise him. System, confirm expenditure of 100,000 teaching points to exchange for the advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique. Cheng Yi, confirmed. System, redemption successful. The rewards have been delivered. The advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique instantaneously permeated Cheng Yi's mind. In a brief moment, Cheng Yi fully comprehended the entirety of the advanced reincarnation longevity technique. As Cheng Yi opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within them. The advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique indeed offered him a delightful surprise. The basic version of this technique comprised 3 tiers. The first tier allowed practitioners to convert spiritual energy and establish a spiritual sea, which he had already imparted to others. The second tier enabled the technique to operate autonomously even when the practitioner was not actively cultivating, significantly enhancing their cultivation efficiency. The third tier allowed for a gradual expansion of the practitioner's spiritual sea while further improving the efficiency of energy conversion. At present, Cheng Yi had mastered the third tier, yet the expansion of his spiritual sea had nearly plateaued, and the efficiency of energy conversion had ceased to advance. The advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique is also divided into 3 tiers. The first tier purifies the spiritual energy within the spiritual sea while simultaneously transforming the practitioner's body, fortifying the inner and outer walls of the spiritual sea. The second tier involves the contraction of the spiritual sea, whereby the spiritual energy is further compressed at this stage. A single unit of spiritual energy is equivalent to 10 from before. The third tier sees the spiritual sea shrink to its utmost limit, rendering the converted spiritual energy nearly incapable of re-entering the sea. At this juncture, the practitioner must defy the heavens, applying further pressure to forcibly infuse an exceedingly volatile surge of spiritual energy into the maximally compressed spiritual sea, igniting the energy within. Upon completion of the first tier, the practitioner will enter the foundation establishment realm of the immortal cultivation continent. Should they succeed in the third tier, they will ascend directly to the golden core realm. Initially, the system provided Cheng Yi with a tome on the fundamentals of cultivation within the novice gift package, detailing the hierarchical levels of the immortal world. The path of immortality is delineated into 9 grand realms: Chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Except for the tribulation crossing realm, each of the other grand realms is further subdivided into early, mid, late stages, and great completion. Cheng Yi has now attained the pinnacle of the Chi refinement stage. Previously, in his quest to solidify his foundation, he deliberately refrained from entering the foundation establishment stage, tirelessly expanding his spiritual sea until it could expand no further. Now, once he cultivates the first tier of the advanced reincarnation and longevity technique, he will effortlessly transition into the foundation establishment stage. Cheng Yi was quite satisfied with this development, at least for the foreseeable future. He would no longer have to worry about the inadequacy of his cultivation techniques. However, despite his elevated realm, he lacked effective close combat methods. While the functions of talismans were indeed comprehensive, there were inevitably areas they could not cover. In such moments, a formidable martial skill would prove invaluable. Moreover, Cheng Yi had always yearned for the visceral thrill of hand-to-hand combat, having recently engaged in a few skirmishes. Yet, each victory had relied on the element of surprise from the talismans and the overwhelming advantage of his realm, lacking the exhilarating essence of close-quarters battle. This discrepancy had been a source of dissatisfaction for him. Glancing at his remaining 100,000 teaching points, Cheng Yi resolved to exchange for 1 or 2 powerful martial techniques. He navigated to the martial skills section. The grading of martial skills in the cultivation world coincidentally aligned with the classification in the fantastical continent he currently inhabited, both categorized into 4 levels: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Presently, the finest martial skills available for exchange in the system store were limited to 2, the earth grade skill, Shadowless Sword, and another earth grade skill, Slashing Blade. The coincidence of their names being perfectly aligned with the Shadowless Sword fetal technique and the Slashing Blade fetal technique was rather remarkable. Nevertheless, regardless of the coincidence, both martial skills were exceptional, each priced at 20,000 teaching points. Cheng Yi did not hesitate and promptly purchased both martial arts techniques, causing his system wallet to diminish instantly, leaving him with only 60,000 teaching points, since he had already exchanged for the martial arts techniques. Should he not also redeem the corresponding cultivation methods? Cheng Yi glanced at the remaining 60,000 points of teaching value and suddenly felt as though he had reverted to a state of poverty. Never mind. Raising the proficiency and comprehension of these two martial arts to their maximum level would require an expenditure of 40,000 teaching points, leaving him with only 20,000, which was certainly insufficient. Ultimately, Cheng Yi decided against exchanging for the two sword techniques and opted instead to elevate the proficiency, comprehension, and experience of the shadowless sword and the severing blade to their fullest potential. Upon achieving mastery in these two martial arts, he instantly transformed into a grand master, his gaze becoming increasingly fierce. It seemed he could effortlessly wield his hands as if they were blades, ready to unleash terrifying attacks. However, utilizing his hands as weapons was, after all, rather unrefined. It appeared that acquiring a fine sword and a quality blade would be prudent. Observing the 21,000 teaching points remaining in his system account, Cheng Yi resolved not to exchange for anything further, promptly exiting the system and leaving the reception room. As he passed by the live broadcast hall, he heard some sounds emanating from within. It appeared that someone was live streaming. Curiosity piqued, he decided to step inside and witness the scene. At that moment, a servant called out to him, hastening over. "Mr. Cheng, I have been looking for you. A gentleman by the name of Bai Xiaofeng is seeking your presence." Bai Xiaofeng? Cheng Yi recalled him, an astute and meticulous individual who had recently become his disciple. Most importantly, this man hailed from a wealthy family and had generously gifted him a dojo. Bai Xiaofeng had mentioned that the dojo would be renovated within a few days. Could it be that the arrangements were already in place? Thus, he addressed his servant, saying, "Very well, lead me to see him." At the lord's residence, a report lay upon the table before the noble, while a neatly dressed and efficient constable stood before them. "Esteemed steward, we have fulfilled our promise and successfully investigated the assault on Mr. Cheng Yi at the Chuanxiang Tower," the constable reported. Upon inquiry, it has been revealed that the assailant was none other than Lu Haifeng, the leader of the Huifeng sect, just as you anticipated. The noble gently stroked his half-inch-long, jet-black beard, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he inquired, "Aside from the Huifeng sect, are there any other sects or martial clans involved?" Replying to your lordship, "There are none. However, it is rumored that the Huifeng sect has ties to the Lingyun sect. We have conducted an investigation and found that Lu Haifeng has indeed maintained a close relationship with the Lingyun sect over many years. It is possible that this incident was instigated by them." Lingyun sect? The noble frowned at the mention of those three words. He was already aware of the rumors surrounding the Huifeng sect's connection to the Lingyun sect, but without tangible evidence. He had dismissed it as mere bravado, a ploy to flaunt power. Now, he was astonished to discover that the rumors held truth. Many had sought this information over the years. Yet this constable had uncovered it in less than 3 days, revealing Lu Haifeng's long-standing dealings with the Lingyun sect. The noble could not help but regard this robust man with newfound respect and gently asked, "What is your name and background?" Replying to your lordship, "My name is Chiu Yinhu. I am 23 years old and hail from the people of Jishui City, where my ancestors have long resided in the main urban area." "And your martial prowess?" "Reporting to your lordship, I am currently at the late stage of the martial master realm, having studied under the esteemed Qianjun Daoist Cheng Qian, where I have acquired his true teachings." The noble nodded approvingly. "Very well, Chiu Yinhu. Your investigation has borne fruit. Go to the reward platform shortly to receive a swift steed and 10 taels of gold. Additionally, your monthly salary will be increased by 10 taels of silver, in hopes that you will achieve further merit." Upon hearing this, Chiu Yinhu's face lit up with joy, and he immediately knelt, bowing his head in gratitude for the reward. After Chiu Yinhu departed, the noble stroked his beard, closing his eyes in contemplation for a moment before picking up the report and making his way to Yu Qinfeng's training room. Upon arriving at the training room, the noble was startled by a loud explosion, which caused cracks to appear in the beams of the room, dislodging a cloud of dust. His expression tightened, and he rushed into the training room in a frenzy. Upon seeing Yu Qifeng unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "My lord, you startled me. I thought you had overexerted yourself in your training." The prince surveyed the chaotic scene around him, a sense of unease creeping in. The tea table lay overturned. The floor tiles shattered, and the fish in the pond had succumbed to the tremors. The ceiling bore a gaping hole as large as a door. His gaze then fell upon Yu Qifeng, disheveled and despondent, slumped against a cracked beam, his body devoid of strength. The prince approached slowly, settling down beside him, and gently patted Yu Qifeng's arm. "Whatever troubles you, please share them with me. There is no need to harbor such frustration alone." Yu Qifeng lifted his gaze towards the prince, exhaling deeply. "Ever since I was ambushed 3 years ago, injuring my dantian, my cultivation has stagnated despite my relentless efforts. For these 3 years, I have focused on recuperation and refrained from combat, allowing my dantian to gradually heal. Just moments ago, the physician informed me that my dantian has fully recovered and I may resume martial practice. I thought hope had finally dawned for my ascension to the realm of martial sovereign, only to discover that due to blockages in my meridians, my vital energy has stagnated. The physician indicated that to break through these obstructions, one must possess the strength of a martial sovereign, and it must come from within. Should I rely on another's power, it would sever my meridians, leaving me bereft of all my cultivation. Upon concluding his lament, Yuchifeng cried out to the heavens. To require the strength of a martial sovereign while needing to unstop my own pathways, how can I possibly ascend to that realm? It is an insurmountable dilemma. Listening to Yuchifeng's plight, the prince felt an unexpected surge of joy, his face breaking into a smile. This reaction bewildered and irritated Yuchifeng. Old Wang, why do you laugh at my misfortune? The prince, maintaining his smile, clarified, I do not mock you. Rather, your predicament may have found a glimmer of hope. At these words, a spark of hope ignited in Yuchifeng's eyes, and he grasped the prince's arm, shaking it fervently. Quickly, tell me more. Calm yourself. Do not shake me so. Listen to what I have to say, the prince urged, seeking to soothe Yuchifeng. Do you recall Cheng Yi from before? Indeed, his talismans are remarkable, granting an ordinary person the strength of a martial zone in a short span. But what does this have to do with my predicament? I require the power of a martial sovereign, Yuchifeng replied. The prince smiled knowingly at Yuchifeng. Upon seeing that expression, Yuchifeng's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that he can create talismans of the martial sovereign realm? The prince handed over a report, which Yuchifeng eagerly accepted and read with haste. Cheng Yi effortlessly defeated Lu Haifeng, who was in the mid-stage of the martial zone. He asked, eyes wide, is this true? The prince replied earnestly, absolutely true. Consider this. Cheng Yi is now capable of reaching above the mid-stage of martial zone with his talismans. And he managed to defeat Lu Haifeng without a scratch despite being ambushed. His true strength may very well have reached the late stage of martial zone. The prince continued. Now ponder this. Could he be concealing his true capabilities? After all, this is not the first instance. During his initial live competition, his performance was not particularly stunning, only to reveal his martial zone prowess in the finals. Upon deeper reflection, one may ponder whether he has truly revealed his genuine abilities. Noticing the hesitation on Yuchifeng's face, Wang Ho continued, even if he is currently unable to craft the talismans of the martial sovereign realm, he has already attained the prowess of the late martial sect stage. How far can he be from the martial sovereign realm? Even if he cannot extricate you from your predicament at this moment, with a bit more patience, success is inevitable. This is far preferable to remaining in a state of helplessness. Seeing the cloudiness in Yuchifeng's eyes dissipate, a smile finally graced Wang Ho's face. I believe it is essential for you to personally approach him for a discussion, as it would demonstrate sincerity. Cultivating a good relationship with him would also benefit the city lord's residents. Yuchifeng nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall seek him out at once. Where is he now? As he exited the city lord's residence, he overheard his subordinates mention that the son of the old Bai family was searching for him. That young man had taken Cheng Yi as his master and even gifted him a dojo. He was likely heading to the southern part of the city to show Cheng Yi the dojo. Upon hearing this, Yuchifeng felt an invigorating rush and dashed out. Wang Ho, witnessing his haste, called after him, wait. It would be wise to tidy yourself up before you go. How can you expect anyone to believe you are the city lord when you appear so disheveled? Yuchifeng halted in his tracks, a cloud of dust rising from his shoes. Ah, right, I must change first. Early that morning, Bai Xiaofeng had received news that the dojo had been successfully renovated. He ventured to the eastern part of the city to inspect it and was indeed impressed. The lavish expenditure had produced extraordinary results. Nestled in the south of Jishui City, the warehouse, originally intended for grain storage, had been constructed with only a single elevated level, each spanning nearly 4 acres, totaling 8 warehouses. Surrounding the warehouses was a rudimentary earthen wall, 3 men high, unattractive but functional. Bai Xiaofeng scrutinized both the structure of the warehouses and the earthen walls, finding them utterly unsatisfactory for a dojo meant for his master. Thus, with a sweeping gesture, he commanded their complete demolition and reconstruction. In a bid to complete the work within 3 days, he invested heavily, employing an entire team of designers who worked tirelessly, providing detailed architectural plans overnight. Furthermore, he recruited numerous adept martial artists and skilled laborers who worked in shifts day and night, astonishingly completing the entire construction of the dojo within the stipulated 3 days. This phenomenon illustrates why martial prowess is esteemed across the mystical continent. Even if an individual's martial aptitude only permits them to reach the level of a warrior or the most rudimentary martial artist, possessing martial cultivation invariably enhances their efficiency in any endeavor, commanding a correspondingly higher wage. Consequently, the lives of ordinary people have become increasingly arduous. Faced with an abundance of martial practitioners, they find themselves lacking in competitiveness, forced to undervalue their labor, toiling tirelessly yet earning barely enough for sustenance. To save money, they would need to adopt a lifestyle akin to that of beggars. From a young age, Bai Xiaofeng displayed a cleverness that surpassed that of his elder brothers, excelling in managing the family business, outshining them all. Even the esteemed patriarch, Lord Bai Shibai, holds him in high regard. Regrettably, Bai Xiaofeng is inherently devoid of any martial prowess. Although Lord Bai had every intention of nurturing him to become the next family leader, circumstances render this aspiration futile. Lacking sufficient martial cultivation not only makes it arduous to command respect but also increases the peril of insurrection. Thus, despite having entrusted Bai Xiaofeng with numerous business ventures at an early age, and the latter excelling in his endeavors, it remains inevitable that the leadership will ultimately fall to Bai Xiaofeng's elder brother, Bai Yuanhua, when Lord Bai grows older and more inexperienced. Consequently, Bai Xiaofeng must assume a subordinate role, forever overshadowed by his brother. However, the arrival of Cheng Yi profoundly altered their perspectives. As Bai Xiaofeng reflects on that pivotal moment, his emotions surge anew. The instant Cheng Yi validated the authenticity of his talismans, his father approached him for a conversation. His father proclaimed that if he could attain the power akin to Cheng Yi's, the mantle of leadership would rightfully be his. Naturally, even without his father's encouragement, Bai Xiaofeng would have sought to become Cheng Yi's disciple. His desire for personal strength had lingered far too long. At a young age, having already immersed himself in the world of commerce, Bai Xiaofeng understood that to garner the attention of someone as significant as Cheng Yi, he must first extend abundant assistance and utmost respect. Regardless of his innate talent for talisman crafting, he was confident that his master would wholeheartedly support him. As long as he achieved the prowess of a martial sovereign, he could firmly secure the position of family leader. Moreover, he anticipated that his master's influence would only amplify with time. Thus, becoming Cheng Yi's apprentice would undoubtedly bolster the family's prospects for growth. Now, with the dojo completed in all its magnificent and intricate glory, he felt compelled to invite his master to witness his contribution. He also wished to request a name for the dojo from Cheng Yi. During the midday livestream, Bai Xiaofeng felt a pang of regret for not securing an on-site ticket. Acquiring tickets from those fortunate enough to have obtained them proved challenging, as those individuals were no fools. Hence, he found himself observing the live stream from a 3-story tavern adjacent to the town square, utilizing a telescope and a megaphone. After several attempts, he succeeded in crafting talismans. And though the process of converting spiritual energy was somewhat protracted, he ultimately triumphed. However, there were no promising signs of establishing a spiritual sea. Yet, he remained undeterred. Recognizing that many could not even achieve the conversion of spiritual energy, indicating that while his talent for talisman crafting may not be exceptional, it was at least of moderate merit, making his pursuit of talismans and spiritual cultivation feasible. Once the live stream concluded, Bai Xiaofeng hurried to the city lord's residence, arriving just in time to meet Cheng Yi before his departure. Upon encountering Cheng Yi, Bai Xiaofeng bowed respectfully and said, "Master, the dojo has been completed. I have come to invite you to inspect it for any modifications or additions that may be necessary, and I would also like to request a name for the dojo." Suddenly, Bai Xiaofeng recalled something. "Oh, by the way, Master, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? At the dojo, I have invited a few skilled chefs whose culinary creations are quite delectable, perfectly suited for sharing a drink with my master." Cheng Yi was somewhat taken aback. His disciple was rather overly attentive. However, one ought not to strike a smiling face, especially since the individual had genuinely lent a helping hand. Regardless, it was necessary to maintain courtesy. Thus, Cheng Yi smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "As it happens, I have no pressing matters at the moment. Let us be on our way." The two mounted their steeds and set forth towards the southern part of the city. As they found themselves in the bustling urban center, the horses were not permitted to gallop hastily. Instead, they ambled leisurely, engaging in conversation to pass the time, with Cheng Yi predominantly listening while Bai Xiaofeng spoke. Their discourse ranged from the influence and business ventures of Bai Xiaofeng's family to the entrepreneurial endeavors of his grandfather, and even stretched to the history of water-gathering city. They delved into the recent circumstances of the Jiuzhou nation, traversing topics as diverse as the heavens and the earth, leaving no subject unaddressed. Cheng Yi felt a sense of assurance with Bai Xiaofeng's presence. Gatherings and team-building events at the dojo would no longer be marred by awkward silences. However, just as he was about to ride out of the bustling city center, an unsettling sensation gripped him. The warning talisman had reacted. Ever since he had been trailed by that group of cloaked figures, Cheng Yi had grown increasingly vigilant. Although that encounter had ended in their defeat, 7 perished and 1 fled, he still broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Yu Qianlu recount the nefarious intentions of those dark-clad individuals. Without the use of talismans, he was indeed just an ordinary person, and in the renowned Jishui city, this fact weighed heavily on his mind. Especially after today. It was likely that a significant portion of Jishui city now recognized him. If he remained unguarded, it would only be a matter of time before he found himself in a perilous predicament. He had only just crossed into this new realm, and the system had yet to warm up to him. Hence, from that day forth, a warning talisman remained in an activated state on Cheng Yi. Once triggered, the talisman allowed its user to sense a certain degree of hostility within a defined radius. The more intense the hostility, the stronger the response. This response was categorized into 3 levels. The first indicated mere dissatisfaction without the intent to act. The second suggested that someone within the vicinity harbored intentions to attack, albeit without lethal intent. The third implied a genuine desire to harm, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Currently, the talisman's reaction fell into the second category. In truth, since Cheng Yi entered the live broadcast hall, a pair of eyes had been observing him from the shadows. At that moment, the owner of those eyes had no intention of taking action, merely watching him with detached curiosity. The observer followed Cheng Yi into the live broadcast hall and took a seat in the audience, witnessing the entirety of his live stream. It was only when Cheng Yi began discussing the concept of spiritual cultivation that the expression in those eyes began to shift. Cheng Yi later spoke of the transformation of spiritual energy, the cycle of rebirth and eternal life technique, as well as the opening of the spiritual sea, which caused a dramatic shift in his demeanor. His eyes oscillated between astonishment and gravity, particularly when he successfully converted spiritual energy into spiritual power. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to open the spiritual sea. It soon dawned on him that his martial arts cultivation was obstructing the very spiritual power meant to facilitate the opening of the spiritual sea. He realized that only by relinquishing his martial arts prowess could he break through that barrier. Yet, how could he possibly do so? After all, he was a martial sovereign. To forsake such a rank in pursuit of an uncertain realm of spiritual cultivation would be the folly of a fool. As the live broadcast concluded, one might have thought Cheng Yi would depart the city lord's residence, granting him the opportunity to act. To his dismay, however, that cursed Cheng Yi retreated to the reception room adjacent to the broadcast hall, lingering there for nearly half an hour, deliberately shutting the door. What could he possibly be doing inside? After what felt like an eternity waiting for Cheng Yi to emerge, he was taken aback when an unexpected portly figure appeared, insisting on escorting Cheng Yi to the southern part of the city. The route from the city lord's residence to the southern district offered no secluded spots, traversing through several bustling urban areas. Reluctantly, he resolved to act once Cheng Yi had left the crowded vicinity, aiming for a swift resolution to avoid attracting the attention of the city lord's lingering influence. Just as he prepared to strike, an unsettling sensation crept over him. He sensed someone trailing him. A glance over his shoulder revealed everything appeared normal. Yet he had already pinpointed a young man clad in a black satin coat, topped with a flat-brimmed cloth cap. Upon realizing he had been discovered, the man exhibited initial surprise, followed by a relaxed grin as he approached with confident strides. As he drew closer, the stranger spoke first. "What business do you have following Cheng Yi?" "I don't know what you're talking about," he replied. "You've disguised yourself, I can tell. Since you've figured it out, what do you intend to do?" "Cheng Yi is my friend. Your unwarranted pursuit of him, now uncovered, leaves me with little choice but to act accordingly." The two men exchanged icy glares, yet both wore polite smiles. One donned white attire, while the other was cloaked in black, standing face to face amidst the throngs of the marketplace, leaving onlookers to believe they were old acquaintances. The man in black spoke again. "Are you certain you wish to do this here?" The man in white responded. What objection could there be? The black-clad figure frowned, his expression darkening. "If you dare to cause a scene here, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The white-clad man hesitated, recognizing that his true target was Cheng Yi, not the man before him. If entangled with this individual, his plans could unravel, so he decided to acquiesce momentarily, intending to resolve matters swiftly later. Finally, The man in white stated, "Lead the way, but do not stray too far." The man in black's demeanor finally relaxed. 100 paces ahead, there is an open space, sparsely populated. Very well. Upon their arrival at the clearing, the man in black spoke. "May I inquire your name?" The man in white hesitated for a moment before responding. "Yuan Qiulu." He then bowed slightly and asked, "And you are?" "I am Cheng Yi," the latter replied. No sooner had Cheng Yi spoken than he launched an attack, his speed startling Yuan Qiulu. A peak martial master? In all of Water City, those of such caliber were few and far between. Who could he be? Yuan Qiulu, wishing to conceal his true prowess as a martial sovereign, refrained from revealing his strength, choosing instead to engage with his peak martial master capabilities. He believed that his extensive experience and combat skills honed in the martial sovereign realm would easily allow him to prevail, even when suppressed to an equivalent level. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of this Cheng Yi. The peak martial master was demonstrating an unexpected level of skill. Could it be that Yuan Qiulu was underestimating the man's true abilities? As he pondered Cheng Yi's identity, he realized that the latter had retained some strength and was now surging beyond his prior limits, making it increasingly difficult for Yuan Qiulu to fend him off. Moreover, the man in black seemed intent on destroying his disguise. Should that occur, it would spell disaster. How could a martial sovereign like himself be bested by a mere martial master? The thought of such humiliation spreading was unbearable. Thus, he decided to unleash his full martial sovereign power. Cheng Yi, taken aback, soon found himself at a disadvantage. "Since you have compelled me to reveal my true strength, you shall pay the price. Blame only your own arrogance for meddling in affairs beyond your reach." Cheng Yi witnessed his opponent suddenly draw a slender sword from his waist, launching it toward him with incredible speed. The swordplay was exquisite, fluid as a bird skimming over water. Despite his utmost effort to defend, he emerged battered, with several wounds deep enough to expose bone. Alas, just as he glimpsed the hope of ascending to the martial sovereign rank, was he to perish in this moment? Cheng Yi, resigned to his fate, was unexpectedly met with an object he knew all too well, which soon adhered itself to Yuan Qiulu. The fire separation talisman. Boom. Yuan Qiulu's seemingly lethal strike was abruptly interrupted by the explosion, propelling him back several paces, his white garments now charred and riddled with holes. Though his body remained unscathed, he appeared quite disheveled. In a fit of rage, Yuan Qiulu glared at the newcomer, only to be taken aback. The newcomer was none other than Cheng Yi. Meanwhile, upon sensing he was being followed, Cheng Yi had cleverly sent by Xiaofeng away under the pretext of fetching wine, preparing a set of high-level talismans before turning to confront his pursuer. However, he found himself unable to locate them. Fortunately, with the martial sovereign talisman kit he had utilized, he heard the sounds of combat from 100 paces away. Following the noise, he discovered two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, engaged in battle. The man in black appeared to be gravely injured. Cheng Yi was uncertain which of the two individuals harbored hostility towards him. However, he concluded that anyone who attacked a stalker would undoubtedly be on his side. Despite not knowing who the culprit was, he believed that even if he mistakenly saved the wrong person, it would be preferable to having that individual perish due to his inaction. Thus, he decided to intervene, raising his hand to unleash a mid-level fire-severing talisman as a preliminary test. The two figures, clad in black and white respectively, were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of Cheng Yi. Yet, he could not afford to linger in their astonishment and promptly inquired, "Which of you is the one following me?" The man in black pointed towards the man in white. Although the latter contemplated retaliating by pointing back, he ultimately refrained. Mindful of his dignity, having been uncovered, they might as well confront him together. The man in black intended to caution Cheng Yi about the man opposite him, but was caught off guard when Cheng Yi spoke first, addressing the man in white. "Are you a martial sovereign?" Yuan Qiulu was immediately astonished and retorted, "How do you know?" Cheng Yi, standing nearby, mirrored the shock on his face. Unable to fathom how Cheng Yi discerned that the opponent was a martial sovereign, especially since he had yet to issue a warning. "As long as it is true," Cheng Yi replied. Cheng Yi refrained from posing any further inquiries and immediately charged towards Yuan Qiulu. Aware of the adversarial intent directed at him, he deemed it prudent to strike first, irrespective of the underlying reasons. Moreover, he was eager to test the efficacy of his recently upgraded talisman set. The Advanced Mighty Talisman, Lightness Talisman, Spirit Ear Talisman, and Eagle Eye Talisman had all been activated in advance, complemented by two fully mastered Earth-level martial techniques. Cheng Yi was keenly anticipating the enhancement of his combat prowess. With a formidable martial sage present, harboring hostile intentions towards him, there was no time like the present to engage. As he advanced towards Yuan Qiulu, Cheng Yi deftly picked up a branch, roughly the length of an arm, from the ground to wield it as a sword, eager to ascertain the power of his shadowless sword technique. Yuan Qiulu was utterly unprepared for such audacity from Cheng Yi, and even more astounded to discover that Cheng Yi possessed the strength of a martial sage. Though a wave of trepidation washed over him, he had no choice but to respond to the impending attack. In an instant, he shifted his stance, gently thrusting his longsword forward. Clang! What was happening? An overwhelming shock coursed through Yuan Qiulu as he clashed his precious sword against the branch wielded by his opponent. To his astonishment, the branch not only remained intact, but also resonated with a metallic clang. What could be the explanation for this? Upon closer inspection, he noticed that a long talisman was tightly coiled around the branch in Cheng Yi's hand, adorned with intricate and profound runes that shimmered with a golden light at every moment. As Cheng Yi noticed his gaze, he offered a faint smile, lifting his branch slightly to showcase it. With a casual air, he remarked, "Just a little trinket, quite amusing. Should you triumph over me, I shall gift you one." A flicker of annoyance crossed Yuan Qiulu's face. He had already disowned Cheng Yi's capabilities from their previous exchange, a practitioner at the initial stage of martial sovereign, while he himself had attained the mid-stage of the same realm. Coupled with his family's time-honed technique, the sweeping water sword, there was no reason he should not prevail over Cheng Yi. Thus, he scoffed, anyone can boast, but lacking the requisite prowess only invites ridicule. Cheng Yi, unyielding, declared, "Since it is so, come and test your mettle." In an instant, both figures surged toward one another, vanishing from sight, though they were no longer visible. The air resonated with the relentless clash of metal, reverberating painfully in the minds of the onlookers. The fierce combat between the two was soon discovered by the distant crowd. What transpired over there? Why do we only hear the thunderous clang of iron without a trace of their forms? A martial artist of elevated rank edged closer, sensing the gravity of the situation. These were individuals of remarkable prowess. At the very least, they must be at the martial sovereign level. No, I have witnessed battles of martial sovereigns, and none were as dramatic as this. Could they be martial emperors? Surely not. I recall that our gathering water city lacks martial emperors among its ranks. True, none are publicly known, but a few reclusive masters have long ascended to the martial emperor realm, albeit in their advanced age. They would only emerge in times of great turmoil. Could these two be the hidden martial emperors of our city? It's also possible they hail from the outer city. What are we waiting for? We must swiftly alert the city lord's residence. Feng Qingyu, standing nearby, found himself both amused and distressed. The city lord was right here. Indeed, he was none other than Yu Qingfeng, the city lord of Gathering Water City, with his name pronounced in reverse. Unfortunately, in the face of this celestial duel, he was utterly powerless to intervene. The chasm between martial emperors and martial sovereigns was far greater than that separating martial sovereigns from martial apprentices. Even he, the foremost among the martial sovereigns, stood no chance against a martial emperor, not even one in the early stages. Yet, one thing brought him joy. Cheng Yi's talismans were evidently potent enough to bestow martial emperor-level strength. This indicated a hopeful prospect for overcoming his own ascent challenges. Would Cheng Yi falter against Yuan Qiulu? Yu Qingfeng felt a pang of concern and was about to summon a few elderly masters from seclusion when, at that moment, Yuan Qiulu and Cheng Yi broke apart. Both were drenched in sweat, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath. With each exchange, Yuan Qiulu's countenance darkened. He never anticipated that, having executed most of his techniques, he could only match Cheng Yi evenly, while Cheng Yi appeared increasingly invigorated. As the crowd swelled, he feared that escalating the situation might attract the attention of the city's elderly masters, leaving him unable to escape. Thus, he resolved to disengage from Cheng Yi, swiftly employing the water gliding technique to turn and depart without hesitation. Cheng Yi realized too late that, upon observing the opponent's swift retreat, he would likely be unable to pursue. The adversary was a martial artist of a higher realm, a master of the martial sovereign level. If that individual were determined to flee, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to be detained. After all, even the use of binding talismans necessitates a certain range and requires a moment of reaction time. As Cheng Yi lamented his inability to retain the other party, all present were taken aback. It was Master Cheng Yi. It is the master. My goodness, I just finished watching his live stream lecture. It turns out he is at the martial sovereign level. Don't be ridiculous. My master is a spirit cultivator, possessing strength equivalent to that of a martial sovereign. But he is not one. I don't care. Master Cheng Yi is the most handsome. Out of courtesy. Cheng Yi saluted the onlookers with a slight bow before striding directly towards Yu Chengfeng, offering another bow. Thank you for your chivalrous intervention in stopping the nefarious pursuit. I am unworthy. May I ask your esteemed name? Chivalry is too much to claim. I share a connection with you, sir. Oh? Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow. I am all ears. Once the crowd had dispersed sufficiently, Yu Chengfeng lowered his voice and replied, I am Yu Chengfeng. Cheng Yi retracted his neck slightly, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Yu Chengfeng closely. As for the city lord's mansion, he had previously been negotiating with Wang Ho, establishing a decent rapport over time. Though he had wished to meet the legendary city lord, Wang had consistently claimed that the lord was preoccupied with his training, preventing their encounter. Observing this individual's performance earlier, capable of exchanging blows with a mid-stage martial sovereign clad in white, Cheng Yi recognized the man's remarkable prowess, reminiscent of the preeminent figure beneath the martial sovereign rank. Forgive my rudeness, you city lord, for meeting you face to face, he said courteously. I wish to speak candidly without veils. I have a request. Might we converse in a more secluded setting? Surely, it is only fitting to honor the city lord's request. Allow me to summon my disciple, Cheng Yi replied. Eh? Xiaofeng? Not far away, Bai Xiaofeng stood with his mouth agape, utterly astonished, causing one of the 2 jars of wine he held to slip from his grasp. His own master possessed the strength of a martial sovereign. The southern city's dojo was fully prepared, devoid of any distractions, and it was akin to his own domain, thus manageable. Therefore, when Yu Chengfeng sought a quiet place, he promptly suggested his dojo, to which Yu Chengfeng readily agreed. The 3 mounted their swift steeds, and before long, they arrived in the southern part of the city. Cheng Yi gazed upon the grand and meticulously crafted expanse of the dojo before him, feeling somewhat undeserving. Xiaofeng, can you truly part with such a dojo? It is for the use of my master and fellow disciples. What is there to hesitate about? Please accept it without reservation, Bai Xiaofeng insisted. Seeing the determination in Xiaofeng's words, Cheng Yi felt that further refusal would come off as petty. In that case, thank you, he said graciously. Master is too kind, Bai Xiaofeng replied. Since learning of Cheng Yi's martial sovereign strength, Bai Xiaofeng had grown increasingly convinced that his initial choice was indeed wise. He had constructed the dojo so impressively. Initially, his father had criticized him for being extravagant. Yet, upon returning home that evening, he intended to reveal Cheng Yi's true capabilities to his father, eager to see what his father would say then. Under Bai Xiaofeng's guidance, the 2 entered the dojo and subsequently seated themselves in a tastefully decorated dining hall, where Bai Xiaofeng discreetly excused himself. Yu Chengfeng, having harbored certain thoughts for an extended period, did not wait for the chefs to finish serving the dishes before he spoke candidly. Without concealing anything from you, Cheng Yi, I have been trapped in the martial zone realm for quite some time due to an injury to my dantian. The only solution lies in acquiring the inner strength of a martial sovereign to disperse the stagnation within my meridians. Might you have a remedy for this? Cheng Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that his talismans did not fulfill Yu Chengfeng's requirements. However, he noted a certain affinity between the inner strength of the martial honor realm and the advanced giant force talisman. Although he could not create advanced talismans from scratch, he could modify existing ones. Naturally, this process would not be straightforward. Thus, he replied, Lord Yu, I do not possess such talismans, but I can endeavor to make alterations to the existing advanced ones, which may meet your needs. However, it will require some time. Upon hearing that this was indeed feasible, Yu Chengfeng stood up in excitement, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed sir. If you can truly assist me in advancing to the martial honor realm, please do not hesitate to call upon me whenever you require assistance in the future. Cheng Yi smiled and returned the gesture modestly, saying, Not at all. After finishing the meal and bidding farewell to Yu Chengfeng, he called Bai Xiaofeng over. Xiaofeng, please send a letter to everyone who registered their names in front of the city lord's mansion that on this overcast day, our dojo will officially open its doors. However, we will not be accepting new disciples for the time being. Additionally, I would appreciate your effort in bringing Yu Qianlu and his companions from the Yu Lion. Understood. Master, Bai Xiaofeng replied, pausing momentarily before inquiring, Master, what should we name our dojo? Cheng Yi bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before responding, Our sect is known as the Immortal Gate, and this Daoist temple shall be named the Hall of Eternal Life. As Bai Xiaofeng departed, He found that the more he pondered these two names, the more profound their significance became. Cheng Yi, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. The celestial realm corresponded to his cultivation legacy system, the eternal life pavilion. This was primarily due to the fact that the reincarnation of eternal life technique constituted the foundational lesson of spiritual cultivation. Moreover, it served as a compelling selling point. Those who embarked on the path of immortality could indeed attain a lifespan far surpassing that of ordinary beings, with longevity increasing in proportion to their strength. Ultimately, one could even achieve immortality alongside the cosmos, existing for eons. Having issued these instructions, Cheng Yi retreated to his chamber within the Eternal Life Pavilion to commence his advanced training of the reincarnation of eternal life technique. At the first level of this technique, he sought to refine his existing spiritual energy, transforming his physique to enhance the resilience of both the inner and outer walls of his spiritual sea. The refined spiritual energy was markedly different from before. It was initially completely colorless, only perceivable through one's senses. However, the purified energy, while still translucent, now exhibited a faint blue hue. Furthermore, as Cheng Yi successfully refined his first strand of spiritual energy, he resisted the urge to break through the long-standing foundation establishment phase, which ultimately came to fruition. In that moment, he felt a damp surge within, as his perception of spiritual energy, the rate of its transformation, and the breadth of his spiritual sea all experienced a remarkable increase. Simultaneously, the cultivation legacy system issued a notification: your realm has reached the foundation establishment stage. The store for exchanging celestial arts and techniques is now open. Cheng Yi opened the exchange shop, only to discover that the least expensive celestial technique required a staggering 100,000 teaching points, a sum he could not afford at present. Thus, he resolved to bide his time. Meanwhile, on Yuan Cholu's side, it became evident that Yuan Cholu was merely a pseudonym concocted by Lu Choyuan. With his altered appearance crafted by an adept from the manor, he never imagined that Cheng Yi had developed to such an impressive extent. Unfortunately, he still could not ascertain whether Cheng Yi possessed the backing of a secretive sect. At this juncture, he found himself unable to contend with Cheng Yi, for summoning the ancestor seemed an overreaction. Hence, he decided to remain passive for the time being and observe the reactions of others. Given that Ling Yun's sect had already made one attempt and failed, he found it hard to believe they would refrain from making a second move. At the Moon Inn, Bai Xiaofeng had arrived and conveyed Cheng Yi's intentions to Wu Qingdao and Lu Lanyu, as well as Qian Lu. The most pronounced reactions came from Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan. Ever since Cheng Yi had facilitated their access to the spiritual sea, they had devoted themselves to training, leaving little time for anything outside of their basic needs. Their progress was remarkable, advancing by leaps and bounds with each passing day. However, as Cheng Yi's disciples, they remained separated from him, residing in the Moon Inn. Despite it being the finest inn in Water City, they felt a lingering sense of disconnection. Finally, with the establishment of the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, it signified that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, seeking out Cheng Yi would become significantly easier for them. Wu Qingdao was equally pleased, having resolved not to continue with his so-called Wind Blade sect. With only a handful of disciples, he decided that those willing to follow him in the pursuit of immortality would stay, while others could receive a refund of their tuition and seek their own paths. However, Bai Xiaofeng's subsequent revelation left everyone astonished. Their master possessed the strength of a martial sovereign. Wu Qingdao was so taken aback that he nearly lost his composure. He had initially believed that Cheng Yi had showcased his full capabilities during the attack on Xuanxiang Building, only to discover that this individual had remained exceedingly low-key, concealing his martial sovereign prowess. How terrifying! A master of such caliber. From now on, they could never afford to offend him. Otherwise, they might be met with an unexpected surprise. He would never truly fathom the extent of his master's capabilities. Lu Lan's reaction diverged from the others. Upon hearing of Cheng Yi's true strength, she was momentarily taken aback. However, shortly thereafter, her eyes became misty, and her brows arched with a hint of spring, as if she had just heard that the person she admired was even more formidable than she had ever imagined. Sensing a flush creeping to her cheeks, Lu Lan hurriedly composed herself, feigning the need to gather her belongings, and slipped away from the gaze of the crowd. Once outside the room, the image of Cheng Yi triumphantly defeating a master of the martial sovereign realm brought a smile to her face, and a delicate blush once again adorned her cheeks. Bai Xiaofeng was indeed reliable and efficient. For someone as significant as Wu Qingdao, he personally came to convey the message. locating him within the main city and summoning others to follow the address. For those beyond the main city, even farther afield, he instructed his subordinates to send urgent letters of notification. During a moment of respite, Cheng Yi meandered within the Changsheng Dao Pavilion, where he observed a considerable number of individuals originally residing in the main urban district arriving at the pavilion. Some appeared solitary, carrying their luggage as they inquired about the location of their accommodations. Others were accompanied by servants or porters hired specifically for the task of transporting their belongings, while they themselves strode confidently ahead like young gentlemen. Each person who encountered Cheng Yi would respectfully bow and offer a brief introduction of themselves. Cheng Yi, without any pretentiousness, responded with a gentle smile. Observing these young individuals, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This scene resembled his own experience when he first reported to high school. Yet, at this moment, it was a different world, different people. And he himself was now the teacher upon whom they would depend in the future. Cheng Yi harbors a certain aversion towards the rigid hierarchical dynamics often observed in the master-disciple relationships prevalent in this world, as well as the customary practice of disciples ranking themselves amongst one another. He prefers a more egalitarian and harmonious teacher-student relationship akin to that found on Earth. Perhaps, he muses, he could adopt this model when imparting the path of immortality in the future. He imagines a scenario where all those who pursue the way of immortality may simply refer to him as a teacher, eschewing the title of master. Furthermore, he envisions that disciples would address one another as classmates rather than brothers and sisters in the craft. However, Cheng Yi is acutely aware that such a master-disciple paradigm has been entrenched in the mystical continent for millennia, and it is not something he can change overnight. Thus, he resolves to initiate this transformation with the titles used. Although a considerable number of individuals have already gathered, Cheng Yi does not intend to commence his teachings on an overcast day. Instead, he plans to wait until everyone is present and settled before beginning his instruction. After dinner, he delves into the task of reforming the advanced giant strength talisman. Entrusted by Yu Chifeng, Cheng Yi is determined to assist him earnestly. Establishing a strong friendship with Yu Chifeng would be tantamount to forming a solid alliance with the lord of the city. Moreover, Cheng Yi can discern that this city lord is indeed as legendary as the tales suggest, a man utterly devoted to martial arts, indifferent to the affairs of governance, and one who is unlikely to renege on his word without considerable shame. Cultivating a friendship with such a person is undoubtedly reassuring. Furthermore, should he successfully resolve this matter, it would create a substantial debt of gratitude, ensuring that his life in the city would be significantly more tranquil and devoid of excessive hardship. However, this task is not without its complexities. Upon meticulous examination, Cheng Yi realizes that the undertaking is far from simple. As an advanced talisman master, he generally has the capacity to create only basic and intermediate talismans, while Yu Chifeng requires an advanced talisman, although he will not be crafting the advanced talisman directly, but rather modifying an existing one. The intricacies remain daunting. The most suitable candidate for transformation into an advanced inner strength talisman is indeed the advanced giant strength talisman. Yet, as he gazes upon the intricately convoluted distribution of spiritual energy within the advanced giant strength talisman, he is overwhelmed. While it is not impossible to achieve, dissecting the thousands of spiritual pathways and the esoteric runes embedded within them one by one could take an eternity. However, neglecting to thoroughly analyze each detail could lead him astray into erroneous research directions, ultimately prolonging the endeavor even further. Cheng Yi furrowed his brow, momentarily caught in a quandary. Seated alone upon the rooftop, he gazed at the ethereal lines of spiritual energy shimmering in soft blue under the moonlight. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes. To rectify Yu Chengfeng's affliction, it was not imperative to rely solely on talismans. Spiritual energy could serve as an alternative. The essence of spiritual energy lies in its boundless adaptability. It can be as ferocious as a raging inferno or as gentle as a flowing stream. Provided one masters the appropriate force, he could gradually employ spiritual energy to alleviate the congestion within Yu Chengfeng's meridians. Moreover, the manipulability of spiritual energy surpasses that of the internal forces wielded by martial practitioners, akin to a precision surgical scalpel. If the practitioner possesses sufficient control over this instrument, success is virtually assured. Fortuitously, after days of diligent training in his spirit control technique, he had become remarkably proficient, instilling him with utmost confidence in executing this intricate procedure to clear the meridians. Cheng Yi discovered that regardless of the Daoist techniques or methods he pursued, He could progress at an astonishing pace without the need for teaching points. Could this be his innate talent? Regardless, he needed to clarify his plan with Yu Chifeng before the overcast day arrived. After all, utilizing another's spiritual energy to help him open his meridians carried certain risks. And Cheng Yi could not guarantee that Yu Chifeng would consent. If Yu Chifeng declined, he would have to rely on talismanic methods, though the timeline for completion remained uncertain. Should he manage to elevate his talismans to perfection, creating advanced ones would be a mere trifle. However, he was currently unaware of the prerequisites for perfecting his talismans, leaving him unable to make any promises. Having prepared for the overcast day, Cheng Yi bid goodnight to the moon, turned from the rooftop, and returned to his chamber to rest. The following morning, after rising and completing his morning rituals, Cheng Yi enjoyed a simple breakfast before heading to the grassy expanse by the river to practice his skills. This Daoist temple had originally served as a granary for the Bai family. To facilitate transportation, it was not only accessible by broad roads, but also boasted a navigable waterway, situated right next to the Longyu River. The Longyu River, with its wide surface and sufficiently deep riverbed, was capable of accommodating large vessels. However, the river's swift currents often revealed dragonfish, giving it its name, yet the turbulent waters were ill-suited for docking. Consequently, the Bai family excavated a section of the riverbank to create a dock. Just a few days prior, Bai Xiaofeng had ordered the planting of a vast lawn and flowers along the bank, using herbal fertilization to stimulate their growth. At this moment, blossoms were in full bloom, and the soft grasses complemented the breathtaking riverscape, a splendid place for morning cultivation. Cheng Yi sat cross-legged on the verdant lawn, immersing himself in the cultivation of the spirit control technique. This morning, he temporarily set aside the reincarnation longevity art, dedicating his time entirely to mastering the intricacies of spirit control. Once Yu Chifeng responded with the spiritual energy to clear the meridians, his confidence would undoubtedly flourish. After a period of practice, others began to arrive, yet upon noticing Cheng Yi deeply engrossed in his training, they chose not to disturb him. Instead, they found their own spaces that would not interfere with his focus and commenced their own practice of the reincarnation longevity art. Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu had come together, and their bond had strengthened considerably over the past few days. Since his defeat at the hands of Cheng Yi, Yu Qianlu had taken greater care in his appearance. His previously unkempt visage now appeared quite charming and imbued with an ethereal quality. Meanwhile, Yu Qianlu found immense joy in the company of this lovely and gentle older sister. The two settled in close proximity, each absorbed in their respective practices. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, Cheng Yi concluded his training, partook of an early lunch, and then mounted a swift steed, setting off directly towards the city lord's residence. When Cheng Yi arrived at the city lord's mansion, there was still a quarter of an hour until noon. After instructing the servants to take away his horse, he made his way directly to the live broadcast hall, where he found Yu Xiao already waiting for him. Cheng Yi was about to enter the live broadcast hall when he was halted by Yu Xiao, who said, "Mr. Cheng, Manager Wang has prepared a private live broadcast hall for you. Please follow me." Cheng Yi was taken aback, yet he understood that this was undoubtedly the intention of Yu Chifeng. To his surprise, before he could resolve the issue of the meridian blockage, he had already arranged for a separate live streaming hall for himself. Another live streaming venue was situated not far away in another courtyard. Although it was somewhat smaller than the previous one, the number of seats was only half that of the former, suggesting that the live event would be quieter. Moreover, this new streaming space was divided into an indoor and an outdoor hall, allowing Cheng Yi the option to broadcast outside when necessary. The staffing here was also more abundant than in the previous hall. There was even a separate bedroom, where Cheng Yi could rest whenever he felt fatigued. Food, drinks, and entertainment were readily available at a mere command. Was this a live streaming hall? It resembled a five-star hotel. What a remarkable friend old Yu is. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, those who had secured tickets for the audience walked in with expressions of triumph. "Brother, how much did you pay for that ticket?" "I got it from an old man for 30 taels. "Only 30 taels? That old man must be clueless. Tickets for Cheng Yi's live event have already skyrocketed to 70 taels each. I was just lucky. How much did you spend?" 70 taels. "Brother, my condolences. It's all right. The money was well spent. I plan to frame this ticket and hang it prominently in my living room. It'll be more impressive than any renowned artwork. I have a feeling this will only increase in value over time." When the crowd arrived at the previous live streaming hall, they were informed that Cheng Yi's streaming location had changed, and they were subsequently escorted to the new venue. Upon arrival, Those knowledgeable recognized the significance of the place. This is the exclusive live streaming hall of the City Lord's mansion. I had heard tales of such a hall designated for important figures, but I never imagined Cheng Yi would have access to it. What is so surprising? Haven't you heard? Just yesterday, Cheng Yi publicly defeated another master of the martial sovereign realm. Ah, such a monumental event, and I only just learned of it. Who was the opponent he fought? I don't know. The person was dressed in white and seemed unfamiliar. No one recognized him. However, the martial artists and cultivators present confirmed that he was indeed a martial sovereign and likely not a novice. It's astonishing that talismanic abilities can reach such heights. This spiritual cultivator is evidently on par with martial practitioners. I wonder if I could beseech Cheng Yi to accept me as his disciple. You wishful thinker. Even ordinary martial sovereigns have high expectations for their disciples' martial talents. Although Mr. Cheng Yi mentioned that spiritual cultivators do not require martial aptitude, looking at you, with your rotund features and plump physique, I doubt you possess any talent at all. Humph, you think you're clever. Why don't you try? I'd like to see if Mr. Cheng Yi would take you in. As noon swiftly approached, the audience had gathered, filling every seat. However, with half the seats available compared to the previous day, many who failed to secure a spot expressed their desire to peer through the windows of the live broadcast hall, but were met with rejection by the officials from the City Lord's manor, who deemed it inappropriate. The second live stream officially commenced, and this time, Cheng Yi did not intend to teach explosive or widely impactful talismans, opting instead for the indoor broadcasting hall once more. Esteemed guests, I am Cheng Yi. Today, we shall first review the content from yesterday's lesson. Following that, you may submit any queries arising from your cultivation process to the rumor official at the Mirage Square, and I will endeavor to address them, he announced. Indeed, scarcely had he finished speaking when a flurry of messages began to flood the live-streaming communication crystal in Yu Zhao's hand, increasing at an astonishing rate. Yu Zhao closed her eyes, letting out a resigned sigh, and retrieved 3 additional communication crystals from the cabinet, managing 4 workstations simultaneously. Before long, a plethora of meticulously filtered cultivation-related questions were transmitted to Cheng Yi. Upon reviewing these inquiries, he could not help but regard Yu Zhao with newfound respect. She was truly a prodigy akin to the most powerful minds in the realm of fantasy. As Cheng Yi meticulously elucidated each query, all were answered in turn. I initially believed my question to be quite complex, yet Cheng Yi clarified it with just a few words, enlightening me completely. No, your question was indeed difficult to resolve. It was merely that Mr. Cheng Yi's prowess is so elevated that the path of spiritual cultivation is second nature to him. Why was my question regarding whether Mr. Cheng Yi has a spouse left unanswered? I too posed that question, yet there was no response. I've heard that live streamers typically have assistants who filter out less significant inquiries. Could it be that ours were dismissed as unimportant? How infuriating. How can such a question be deemed trivial? It is of great significance. Indeed, even if Cheng Yi is already married, I would gladly be a concubine. And even if he has a concubine, I wouldn't mind being a servant. You are quite bold. Sisters, let us unite and pose our questions. While diligently sifting through the questions, Yu Zhao was suddenly taken aback as all 4 crystal interfaces erupted with a multitude of inquiries. Upon closer inspection, she could only shake her head in disbelief. Why, in a live stream dedicated to the art of cultivation, were there so many inquiries of this nature? Indeed, it seems necessary to filter out certain inquiries, however, that may not be entirely appropriate, as the volume of such questions has significantly surpassed other inquiries related to cultivation at this moment. These questions should be regarded as quite representative. In fact, it is not only the individuals in the square who are concerned about this issue. In the live broadcast room of the Chongqing Dao Pavilion in the southern part of the city, Lu Lan is also quite invested in this matter. This is all thanks to Bai Xiaofeng, who, in his desire for everyone to enjoy the master's live broadcast without having to trek to the central square and contend with the crowd, went to great lengths to purchase a transmission stone. With the approval of the City Lord's office, he connected the illusory moon of the central square to the transmission stone at the Chongqing Dao Pavilion. Subsequently, he relayed the audio and visual content from the transmission stone to the illusory moon in the live broadcast room. This arrangement has allowed everyone to comfortably sit here and watch the Master's live stream. Moreover, since the Master has not yet formally imparted teachings within the pavilion, the content of the broadcast holds even greater value for them. Thus, as Cheng Yi commenced the live stream, the room quickly filled to capacity. At this moment, Lu Lan gazed at Cheng Yi on the screen, occasionally becoming unwittingly entranced by his visage, momentarily forgetting the teachings being presented, only to snap back into a learning mindset upon realization. However, at that moment, Cheng Yi's expression on the live feed shifted to one of subtle complexity. "You shall. Are these questions to be taken seriously?" Yu Xiao responded with a hint of helplessness. "There's no alternative, Mr. Cheng. The number of individuals posing these questions is simply overwhelming. It's not just the main urban area. Many from other districts are also involved. If we choose not to address them, it might reflect poorly. Of course, if you genuinely prefer not to respond to this question, that is entirely your prerogative, as the live stream is fundamentally centered around you." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. "It's nothing to be overly serious about. My live stream need not be solemn and grave. A more relaxed atmosphere would surely make learning enjoyable for everyone. And I would find teaching to be a delight as well." Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiao felt a deep respect, realizing that this gentleman, who cared for the common people, was refreshingly unorthodox and exceptionally approachable. A good teacher, indeed. I shall remember this. After sending Yu Xiao away, Cheng Yi turned to the live stream, smiling as he spoke. "It seems that many of you are quite interested in my life, so I shall share a few details." At that moment, all viewers of Cheng Yi's live stream, regardless of age or gender, perked up their ears, eager to listen. "I am 25 this year, without parents, and yet unmarried. I currently reside at the Changxing Dao Pavilion in the southern part of the city, which also serves as my teaching venue. However, I presently lack the energy to take on new students, but should I decide to do so in the future, I will certainly inform you all. As for now, that is all I wish to say on the matter. I hope for your understanding." Noticing some unrest among the audience, Cheng Yi raised his hand, and gradually, the venue fell silent. The other viewers, enchanted by Cheng Yi's demeanor, ceased their chatter as well. Previously, we discussed the opening of the spiritual sea. Some may have succeeded in this endeavor, while others have yet to do so. However, this is of little consequence. While talent in the celestial path may determine your upper limits, it does not dictate your lower limits. As long as one diligently practices without slacking, success is inevitable. Though opening the spiritual sea is indeed not an overnight task, before everyone successfully opens their spiritual seas, we can actually employ talismanic techniques. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with astonishment. "Is the master actually going to teach us practical talismans today? Haha, this is exactly why I'm here. It's finally happening." Amidst their speculation, Cheng Yi retrieved a piece of yellow paper and, without utilizing spiritual power, meticulously crafted a talisman using ink, brushes, and cinnabar. With Yu Xiao's assistance, the image on the transmission stone was zoomed in on the talisman Cheng Yi was drawing. "Ah, this talisman looks quite familiar. Indeed, I believe I have seen it before. Hee, it's clear you haven't been paying close attention to the previous livestream selection. Fortunately, I took notes. This is the giant strength talisman that Master Cheng Yi used during the second round of the livestream selection. He even demonstrated it for us to remember. Could it be that we are going to learn the giant strength talisman today? I have seen Master Cheng Yi use it. It is incredibly practical." Cheng Yi, having completed the drawing of the talisman, lifted it with great care and displayed it meticulously. This particular talisman was a basic giant strength talisman, which, when activated, endowed an ordinary individual with the strength akin to that of a late-stage martial master for a limited duration. The specific effects and the duration of this enhancement depended heavily on the skill of the talisman creator and the amount of spiritual energy within them. If the talisman creator possessed a satisfactory level of proficiency and had already opened their spiritual sea, the effect could last for approximately 15 minutes. Conversely, if the spiritual sea remained unopened, this duration would be halved. Should the creator's talisman-making skills merely meet the basic standards, the resulting power would only equate to that of a late-stage warrior. To achieve the prowess of a late-stage martial master, the creator must attain perfection in the crafting of the basic giant strength talisman, with not a single flaw present. The audience present at the venue, as well as those watching through the illusionary mirror, were all taken aback. Was it truly the case that this was merely a basic giant strength talisman? Moreover, it required perfection to unleash the strength of a late-stage martial master. How could one dare to complain? As an ordinary individual lacking any significant strength, to possess the power of a late-stage warrior should be sufficient. At the very least, even the typical ruffians would think twice before provoking you. I found myself intrigued. If the giant strength talisman for the martial master realm requires at least a basic version, what level of talisman would be necessary for the martial sovereign realm? Have you not yet mastered the basics? And you are already contemplating the martial sovereign? Do you not wish to know? I do. Yu Xiao presented the latest audience comments for Cheng Yi's perusal. Cheng Yi then responded. Now that everyone is aware that the basic giant strength talisman can maximally unleash the strength of a late-stage martial master, I shall proceed to elaborate on the remaining varieties. The intermediate giant strength talisman can reach the power of a mid-stage martial venerable, while the advanced giant strength talisman can unleash the strength of a martial sovereign. As for the ultimate perfect giant strength talisman, it is still far beyond your current reach. Understanding it now would be of no benefit. I shall enlighten you when one among you becomes a senior talisman master. Since we are on the subject of talisman masters, I shall take a moment to digress. Cheng Yi picked up a fine chrysanthemum tea beside him, took a sip, and continued, the path of immortality is a grand avenue, on which numerous branches diverge. The path of talismans is the first of these branches along the way of immortality. Should you ever find yourselves weary of this path, having explored it thoroughly, you may return to the main road and choose other branches to pursue. Naturally, if you can traverse the path of talismans to its conclusion, you will have the ability to traverse the world with ease. At this moment, someone in the audience suddenly inquired, Master Cheng Yi, have you reached the end of the path of talismans? Cheng Yi smiled faintly, his expression enigmatic as he remarked, this is a secret. The time for the live broadcast soon arrived, and before the session concluded, Cheng Yi had completed his explanation of the crafting method for the basic giant strength talisman. Well then, esteemed audience, this concludes today's broadcast. We shall meet again tomorrow. At that moment, everyone present rose to their feet. Bowing respectfully towards Cheng Yi and in unison uttered, safe travels, master. Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected scene before him. After a brief pause, a confident smile reappeared on his face. Class dismissed, he announced. As the live broadcast concluded, everyone began to depart one by one. Yu Xiao was in the midst of compiling the overall report from Cheng Yi's live stream when she noticed him approaching. Yu Xiao, do you have any idea where the city lord might be at this moment? Cheng Yi inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiao replied. If you are looking for the city lord, you should certainly check the training room. You won't be disappointed. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yi pondered briefly and discerned the underlying meaning. Truly, he is a martial arts enthusiast. He raised his hand to Yu Xiao and offered a slight bow, saying, thank you. Yu Xiao returned the gesture with a bow, replying, you are too kind. Cheng Yi, recognizing that Yu Xiao had other matters to attend to, did not request him to lead the way. After a series of inquiries, Cheng Yi successfully located the training room. Outside the training chamber stood two formidable-looking martial cultivators. Upon seeing Cheng Yi, they immediately remarked, are you here to see the city lord, Mr. Cheng? The city lord has instructed that you may enter directly without the need for prior notification. Cheng Yi was somewhat taken aback, however. He uttered no words and proceeded straight inside. As soon as Cheng Yi entered the training room, he was noticed by Yu Chifeng, who turned his head as well. What brings Mr. Cheng here? Has there been any progress regarding the talisman matter? Cheng Yi approached the tea table and seated himself. Addressing the two individuals before him, last night, I conducted a thorough study and discovered that crafting an internal force talisman of the martial sovereign realm is exceedingly challenging. Although I possess a certain degree of confidence, it is a time-consuming endeavor. Thus, I pondered whether there might be alternative methods to assist Lord Yu in transcending his current boundaries. Yu Chengfeng inquired anxiously, have you found a solution? Cheng Yi replied calmly, I have found it, but this method still requires your consent. Mr. Cheng elaborated with great care. Cheng Yi took a deep breath. The reason why Lord Yu felt an obstruction in his meridians, unable to draw strength from others, was due to the overly vigorous and turbulent internal energy of a martial artist. If Terror were to intervene, it could easily damage the meridians, correct? Indeed. This is my greatest concern. However, I have devised a method to utilize my spiritual energy to clear the obstructions in Lord Yu's meridians. Upon hearing this, Yu Chifeng furrowed his brow. Mr. Cheng, is spiritual energy not also tumultuous? Spiritual energy is multifaceted. It can rage like fire or flow gently like water. Be as soft as a whisper or as unyielding as steel. Such a phenomenon exists in this world. Yu Qinfeng's face was filled with astonishment, clearly struggling to believe it. He then inquired, can you truly aid me in clearing my meridians with your spiritual energy? Hearing this, Cheng Yi understood that Yu Chifeng was apprehensive and wished to assess his abilities. However, Cheng Yi bore no ill will. It was a natural inclination for one to be skeptical in a world where surgical procedures were not commonplace, making such invasive methods hard to accept immediately. To demonstrate his prowess, Cheng Yi plucked a strand of his own hair. Yu Qingfeng and Wang Ho exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled, yet they refrained from questioning further, choosing instead to await Cheng Yi's next move. A faint blue light emanated from Cheng Yi's fingertips, gradually becoming more substantial, shimmering with a hue of blue tinged with white. He then gently struck the hair with this light, and in that instant, the strand divided into two. Yu Qingfeng and Wang Ho exchanged a surprised glance. Such a skill of solidifying the intangible was indeed rare, but still not conclusive enough to sway their belief. Soon after, the light at Cheng Yi's fingertips began to narrow until it was almost invisible to the naked eye of Wang Ho. Then, Cheng Yi's fingers moved slightly, inscribing something upon the hair. Within 10 breaths, he ceased his actions and handed the strand to Yu Qingfeng. Observing this, Wang Ho felt a twinge of confusion but was suddenly struck by the sight of Yu Qingfeng's astonished expression. You inscribed the talisman on a single hair using spiritual energy. Cheng Yi nodded slightly. Is it usable? Cheng Yi extended his hand, retrieving the strand of hair, and subsequently, utilizing his spiritual energy. He cast it far away to a relatively open area. Cover your ears, Cheng Yi instructed Wang Ho, who promptly complied. As the hair made contact with the ground, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering several tiles into fragments, sending dust billowing into the air. This was an intermediate fire separation talisman. Following this, Cheng Yi produced another talisman, activating it, as a gentle breeze swept in from outside, dispersing the dust entirely. Lord Yu, can you now feel at ease? At this moment, Yu Qingfeng was already deeply impressed by Cheng Yi's earlier display of skill. After his usual training sessions, he often watched Cheng Yi's live streams and attempted to carve talismans himself. Previously, when Wang Ho had requested a basic fire separation talisman from Cheng Yi on his behalf, he frequently attempted to replicate it. To date, he had yet to successfully complete a single basic fire separation talisman, let alone the intricate intermediate version crafted by Cheng Yi. The complexity of those runes and patterns was utterly astonishing. Most remarkably, Cheng Yi was able to inscribe such intricate and densely packed runes onto a single strand of hair. Such extraordinary control, employed to assist him in clearing the blockages within his meridians, was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yu Qingfeng bowed deeply to Cheng Yi, saying, Mr. Cheng, I implore you. Cheng Yi stepped forward to assist Yu Qingfeng, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. So, when shall we commence? He inquired. There is no better time than the present. Let us begin now. The excitement and eagerness gleaming in Yu Qingfeng's eyes were evident even to Wang Ho, who stood nearby. Under Yu Qingfeng's guidance, the trio departed from the training room and made their way to Yu Qingfeng's chamber. Recognizing the necessity for an undisturbed environment, Cheng Yi instructed Yu Qingfeng to recline on the bed while he asked Wang Ho to step outside and secure the door. Must I disrobe? Cheng Yi smiled gently, remarking that spiritual energy could penetrate clothing, rendering it unnecessary for Lord Yu to disrobe. Yu Qingfeng nodded slightly, closing his eyes, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety reminiscent of a patient awaiting surgery. Observing that Yu Qingfeng was adequately prepared, Cheng Yi began to extend his tendrils of spiritual energy, delving into the meridians of Yu Qingfeng's body. Cheng Yi closed his eyes, wholly relying on his spiritual energy to perceive the world in place of sight. Following the meridians, he diligently searched and indeed discovered a blockage. It was not entirely obstructed. Rather, approximately half of the passage was rendered unusable. Yet, this minor hindrance was sufficient to prevent Yu Qingfeng from advancing to the martial sovereign realm. Under Cheng Yi's meticulous control, the tip of his spiritual energy occasionally transformed into a remarkably sharp surgical blade, and at other times into an intricate circular saw, gradually peeling away the impurities that obstructed the meridians. However, Yu Qingfeng felt quite perplexed. He had been lying there for nearly a quarter of an hour. Although he could sense a force moving within the meridians, there was not a trace of pain. He had prepared himself to display the heroic demeanor of a steadfast warrior. To his surprise, there was no discomfort at all. Was Cheng Yi not yet commenced? All right, Master Yu, you may rise now. Yu Qingfeng opened his eyes in confusion, gazing at Cheng Yi, who was now slightly perspiring on his forehead. Was it already over? It felt as though he had been dreaming. At this moment, Cheng Yi felt a profound satisfaction with his recent surgery. Unlike the meticulous crafting of talismans on a mere hair strand, the task at hand involving Yu Qingfeng required a far greater exertion. Furthermore, given that the procedure took place within the human body, it necessitated an even more intense focus and utmost caution, demanding considerable mental fortitude. Although merely a quarter of an hour had elapsed, Cheng Yi nonetheless experienced a slight fatigue, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lord you may now attempt to circulate your vital energy and inner strength to ascertain the unimpeded flow of your meridians," he suggested. Upon hearing this, Yuchifeng promptly set about the task. After a brief moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a brilliant light igniting within them. He felt an overwhelming sense of clarity as every meridian within him flowed seamlessly, devoid of any obstruction. Indeed, his pathways felt even more unencumbered than before his previous blockages. This was akin to an elevation of his innate martial prowess, a fortuitous surprise. Yu Qingfeng turned sharply to Cheng Yi. Recognizing that such an extraordinary ability to transform decay into vitality was an exceedingly rare resource. Hearing the commotion from within the room, Wang Ho understood that the procedure had concluded and thus pushed open the door to enter. "How do you feel, Lord Cheng?" he inquired. Yu Qifeng, exuberantly swinging his arms, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Unprecedentedly splendid. I believe we should seize this moment to break through to the martial sovereign realm. However, a guardian is essential during the breakthrough," Wang Ho replied, glancing at Cheng Yi. "Mr. Cheng, might I trouble you to serve as a guardian for my lord?" Cheng Yi responded with a gracious nod. "It would be my pleasure." Wang Ho expressed his gratitude with a bow. The commotion accompanying the ascension to the martial sovereign realm could be rather significant, so to avoid damaging the bedroom, the trio relocated to an unoccupied courtyard. The moment of elevation is perilous for any martial practitioner, on one hand, that cannot afford to interrupt the process at will. Should an attack occur, the initial strike would undoubtedly land with full force. On the other hand, if the ascension is abruptly interrupted or subjected to considerable external influence, it could inflict immeasurable harm on the practitioner's body, making future advancements exceedingly arduous. Thus, every martial practitioner keeps their intentions of breaking through a closely guarded secret, while simultaneously seeking a companion of comparable strength or someone even more formidable to act as a guardian, safeguarding against potential retribution from adversaries. Even if the news remains contained, having a guardian prevents unforeseen incidents that could disrupt the ascender's process. Typically, guardians are trusted individuals close to the aspirant, and Yu Qingfeng's request for Cheng Yi to fulfill this role indicates a significant level of trust. Given the necessity of protection, Cheng Yi could not merely stand idly by. He retrieved several vigilance talismans, placing them strategically around the courtyard. Additionally, he prepared a few barrier and electrical field talismans, ready to deploy them should any intruders appear, effectively thwarting any assailants. Logically, he should also activate the full suite of martial sovereign abilities to elevate his overall strength to that of the martial sovereign level. However, Cheng Yi was unaware of how long the process of Yu Qingfeng's breakthrough would take. To prevent the effects of the talisman from expiring before Yu Qifeng completed his ascension, Cheng Yi employed only the spirit ear talisman to remain vigilant of his surroundings. Once Cheng Yi had made all necessary preparations, Yu Qingfeng no longer hesitated and promptly commenced his breakthrough. A surge of blood vitality erupted from Yu Qingfeng's dantian, rapidly tightening his entire meridian system. Simultaneously, he activated the formidable giant barbarian technique he had practiced since childhood, allowing the blood vitality to flood into his muscles and veins. Soon thereafter, his dantian was once again filled with the vitality that had surged forth. In a mere few breaths, Yu Qingfeng's figure had doubled in stature, his physique robust and solid, exuding a crimson hue, resembling a colossal blood giant. Following this, his aura surged once more, causing the spiritual energy within the courtyard to rush frantically toward him. In just 3 breaths, the spiritual energy in the courtyard was completely depleted. However, this amount of energy was evidently insufficient. With his eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed, Yu Qingfeng exerted all his strength to absorb the spiritual energy, yet it remained scant, and his expression began to reflect agony. Witnessing this alarming situation, Wang Ho was immediately taken aback and anxiously implored Cheng Yi, saying, "Oh dear. Previously, when Lord Yu suddenly vanished, he was unable to pass down the ascension methods for the martial sovereign realm. It seems something has gone awry now. I am not a martial practitioner. I beseech you, Master Cheng, to swiftly assist the city lord in discerning the issue and how to resolve it." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi's expression grew grave as he meticulously observed Yu Qingfeng's current condition. In a short while, he discerned the truth. It appeared that the elevation of the Yu family's martial arts realm was sufficient in locations abundant in spiritual energy, particularly for those at the martial sect and below. However, once one aspired to ascend to the martial sovereign realm, it became imperative to seek a site rich in spiritual essence. Otherwise, the ascendant might find themselves incapacitated by an inability to absorb energy, potentially leading to dire consequences. It was akin to a water pump operating at full throttle. Yet devoid of water, it would inevitably overheat and explode. Yu Chengfeng's predicament mirrored this dire analogy. The urgency of the situation demanded immediate action. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yi formulated a plan and reassured Wang, saying, "Rest easy, Manager Wang. I have devised a solution. Please remain calm." Wang looked at Cheng Yi with anticipation, hoping fervently for a resolution to Yu Chengfeng's pressing dilemma. Cheng Yi produced a high-level lightweight talisman, activating it with haste. He then leaped into the air, channeling his spiritual energy to inscribe a colossal advanced gathering talisman around Yu Chengfeng. With urgency, he commanded, "Open." Instantly, a tempest erupted, drawing spiritual energy from within 1,000 meters to converge upon this location. In that moment, the atmosphere brimmed with such dense spiritual essence that even those untrained in martial arts, like the noble Wang, could perceive it. "You city master, unleash your absorption. There is more than enough to go around." Hearing Cheng Yi's words, Yu Chengfeng, intent on not disrupting the process, refrained from responding. Instead, he pushed himself further, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The speed at which Yu Chengfeng absorbed the spiritual energy had surpassed the rate at which it gathered. To prevent a shortage of this energy, 4 identical gathering arrays were added around the courtyard. It seemed that Yu Chengfeng's body sensed the incredibly dense spiritual energy surrounding him, instantly becoming more invigorated, and his absorption rate surged once again, nearly matching the combined power of 5 large gathering arrays. Witnessing this phenomenon, even Cheng Yi could not help but exclaim, "Remarkable, truly a monster. What kind of extraordinary cultivation technique is he practicing?" Noticing Cheng Yi's curiosity, Wang Ho pondered for a moment. Considering Cheng Yi's character and his recent assistance, he deemed him trustworthy and proceeded to explain the origins of Yu Chengfeng's technique. "Young Master Cheng, the techniques of the Yu family are no ordinary matter. They are derived from the innate powers of an ancient ferocious beast, the savage giant. This savage giant towered nearly 100 meters tall and weighed as much as a mountain. With one kick, it could shatter colossal peaks, and with a single punch, it could rend the very heavens apart. Once, the savage giant fell victim to a treacherous ambush by malevolent forces and sustained grave injuries. After escaping, it received the devoted healing of the Yu family's ancestors. Once healed, it bequeathed its innate cultivation technique to them. Being illiterate, the savage giant did not name its gift. Hence, the ancestors of the Yu family named this technique the Giant's Might. Over generations, this technique underwent modifications, eventually evolving into a form that could be cultivated by humanity, and it has been passed down through the ages. However, as time wears on, the potency of the Giant's Might has diminished due to the inevitable loss and distortion during its transmission, leading to the gradual decline of the Yu family. By the time of the current city lord, they had fallen to the status of merely a mid-sized city lord. Upon hearing this, a twitch involuntarily crossed Cheng Yi's lips. To describe the lord of a mid-sized city as having fallen from grace suggested that the Yu family's ancestors must have indeed been extraordinarily illustrious. After narrating the origins of the Giant's Might, Wang Ho succinctly outlined its characteristics. When invoked, the technique could dramatically enhance both the practitioner's size and strength. Most importantly, despite the increase in weight, the speed of movement did not suffer. As Cheng Yi conversed with the noble Wang, Yu Chengfeng, having inhaled an immense amount of spiritual energy, experienced a remarkable increase in both stature and height. He now stood nearly 2 zhang tall, translating to approximately 6 meters. At last, the rate at which Yu Chengfeng absorbed the spiritual energy began to gradually decrease until it ceased entirely. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which had transformed into a blood-red hue interspersed with flecks of gold. Suddenly, a surge of intense, heated blood energy erupted from his body, as if an unparalleled power had been pent up for far too long, demanding release. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yu Chengfeng opened his mouth, unleashing a torrential wave of energy into the sky. A roar akin to that of a colossal beast reverberated throughout half of the main city. The livestock and pets of every household were thrown into a state of panic, as if confronted by a terrifying creature deeply etched into their ancestral bloodlines. Cattle and sheep desperately rammed their horns against fences. Dogs dashed about in frantic confusion, eager to escape the dread-laden atmosphere, while piglets collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Even the humans felt the chill of fear, their hair standing on end as they instinctively sought shelter. The effects were even more pronounced within the courtyard. Cheng Yi, having sensed the impending danger, had already invoked a protective talisman of the martial sovereign realm. Now, witnessing the sheer might of Yu Chengfeng's roar, He hurriedly positioned himself in front of Wang, enveloping him in a protective barrier of spiritual energy to shield him from the potentially lethal reverberations of the roar. Fortunately, the roar did not last long. Soon enough, Yu Chifeng expelled the last of the blood energy from his chest, his expression returning to a state of tranquility. With his hands placed flat before his chest, palms interlocked, he took a deep breath, gradually drawing the residual blood energy back into his dantian. During this process, Yu Chifeng's physique visibly reverted to that of an ordinary human. At this moment, Wang brandished a set of garments he had prepared, replacing Yu Chifeng's tattered clothing. "Haha! What a relief!" exclaimed Yu Chifeng as he approached Cheng Yi and embraced him. "Brother Cheng Yi, I owe my life to you. Without your presence, I would have perished today." Indeed, the earlier situation had been perilous, had it not been for Cheng Yi's gathering talisman, which attracted a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Yu Chifeng might not have survived. Wang, with a smile, joined in the gratitude. "I must also express my thanks to Mr. Cheng. Had you not shielded me from that overwhelming surge of blood energy, I would have been gravely injured, if not worse." In response to their heartfelt appreciation, Cheng Yi graciously accepted their thanks. "If you wish to thank me, then surely you must prepare the finest food and drink at your estate." Yu Chifeng and Wang exchanged a knowing glance, both bursting into laughter. "Of course, in the cellar of my estate, I have several jars of exquisite wine aged for 50 years. Today, let us bring them forth and indulge to our heart's content." The nobleman chuckled and remarked, "I shall summon the finest chef, who will bring the best ingredients to prepare a sumptuous feast." "Ah, hold on a moment," Yu Chifeng interjected, stopping the nobleman as he was about to leave. "Such matters can be entrusted to the servants. There is something I have longed for. And now that I have ascended to the realm of martial prowess, my eagerness is insatiable. I can hardly wait another moment." "Oh, what matter weighs so heavily on your mind, my dear brother Yu?" Yu Chifeng gazed earnestly at Cheng Yi and declared, "I wish to spar with you." "Oh, what prompts you to seek a duel with me?" Cheng Yi was utterly perplexed, but Wang Ho, who was standing nearby, quickly grasped the situation. Had Mr. Cheng forgotten that the lord of the city was an ardent martial enthusiast? Yu Chifeng chuckled. "I recall hearing that you effortlessly defeated a mid-stage martial sovereign last time. And since then, I have longed to engage in a contest with you. My encounter with that unfamiliar martial sovereign was originally intended as an opportunity for us to spar. But alas, fate did not favor us. Furthermore, having witnessed your remarkable prowess with talismans, I hardly dare to propose a contest. Now that I have ascended to the ranks of martial sovereign myself, we stand on equal footing. Might you indulge this humble brother's wish?" Cheng Yi smiled faintly. "Since brother Yu is willing to bring forth his cherished long-held treasures, how could I possibly refuse to indulge in his wishes?" With a hearty laugh, he continued, "Excellent. Old Wang, go and instruct your subordinates to prepare a feast shortly, and then return promptly to witness this moment with us." "That would be splendid. Although I am not a martial practitioner, I have always relished the spectacle of martial contests." After speaking, Lord Wang departed to arrange for the banquet, ensuring every detail was meticulously addressed. Before long, Lord Wang returned. "Brother Yu, shall we remain here, or would you prefer a different location?" "Let us stay here. After my recent breakthrough, I have already laid waste to this place to a considerable extent. It would be more fitting to completely demolish it, allowing for the reconstruction of a new courtyard. It appears this time we shall truly be able to engage in a satisfying bout." "Haha. Then I shall defer to Brother Yu's judgment." In truth, ever since Cheng Yi ascended to the rank of a senior talisman master, he had yearned for an opportunity to spar with the renowned city lord, yet had found no suitable occasion, until now, when the opportunity presented itself so fortuitously. Moreover, Brother Yu's recent breakthrough had exuded an impressive aura, further igniting Cheng Yi's eagerness to test his skills against him. The combat prowess of a senior talisman master, compared to that of an intermediate talisman practitioner, was vastly superior. Cheng Yi had yet to unleash his full potential, and the frustration of withholding his abilities weighed heavily upon him. Now, at last, he had the chance to engage in a thrilling confrontation. Before the contest commenced, Cheng Yi prepared 2 high-grade protective talismans, activating them and affixing them to Lord Wang. He then instructed him to find a safe yet visible vantage point to observe the duel. Once Lord Wang situated himself in a secure location, Cheng Yi faced off against Yu Chifeng, both offering respectful bows. "Brother Yu, please proceed." Without hesitation, Yu Chifeng began to channel his formidable technique, his stature swelling to an impressive height of 10 feet, as he swung his fist with great speed towards Cheng Yi. It seemed that Yu Chifeng was not willing to hold back. Thus, Cheng Yi resolved to let him experience the true power of talismans. The effects of the martial arts talismans on Cheng Yi had yet to fade, and as long as he willed it, he could maintain his current state until the spiritual energy in his spiritual sea was depleted. Given his current reservoir of spiritual power, he could sustain the strength of a martial sovereign and engage in high-intensity combat for an entire day without issue. However, mealtime was approaching, so he could not afford to prolong the battle unnecessarily. Thus, he decided to make Yuqing suffer a little, allowing him to unleash his true potential. With this thought, Cheng Yi brought together all the fingers of his right hand, forming a blade with his palm, and executed his perfected slashing blade technique. Aiming for the opening in Yuqing's charge, striking down with precision. To Yuqing's eyes, Cheng Yi's palm strike appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any power. Yet, the years of combat experience warned him that this blow should not be met head-on. Could it truly be so formidable? He refused to believe that even if Cheng Yi could harness talismans to attain the strength of a martial sovereign, his physical prowess could not possibly rival that of someone who had cultivated the giant barbarian technique like himself. With that thought, Yuqing charged forward without hesitation, determined to break through whatever tricks Cheng Yi might employ. Of course, if he found that Cheng Yi could not withstand his assault, he would retreat in time. The swiftness of Yuqing's movements produced a series of tearing sounds in the air. The ordinary noble, Wang Ho, could no longer discern Yuqing's figure, only catching a glimpse of a blurred shadow hurtling towards Cheng Yi. In the face of this overwhelming momentum, Cheng Yi's expression remained unperturbed. He fixed his gaze on Yuqing's form. As Yuqing closed in, Cheng Yi suddenly moved, vanishing from Yuqing's sight. Startled, Yuqing turned to see what had happened, only to feel a sharp pain in his lower back as an immense force propelled him away, sending his towering frame crashing through a wall. When Yuqing rose from the rubble, cradling his head, he found Cheng Yi standing there with his hands behind his back, a smile gracing his face. He spoke lightly. Lord Yuqing, since we are to engage in a spirited contest, feel free to exert your full strength. Are you truly afraid that I cannot withstand it? Yuqing brushed off the dust from his clothes, laughing heartily as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I underestimated you. Brother, I deserve this hardship. Now, please be cautious, Cheng Yi. With that, Yuqing's expression turned serious, his internal energy surging, and he grew in stature once more, reaching a height of 2 zhang, matching his form after the recent advancement. Seeing this, Cheng Yi nodded in satisfaction and picked up a branch that Yuqing had knocked down, employing the shadowless sword technique to charge towards the giant's imposing figure. At that moment, not only was Wang Ho unable to see Cheng Yi, but even Yuqing could not discern where he had gone. Once again, I was defeated this way before. I must not fall into the same trap again. However, Cheng Yi's pace had completely surpassed Yuqing's capacity to react. Just as he was about to defend himself, Cheng Yi had already struck his knee with a branch. Strangely, despite being merely a twig, the moment the lash met Yu's leg, it buckled beneath him. Had he not swiftly used his hand for support, he would have found himself on his knees. Moreover, that knee which had been struck now struggled to regain its strength, rendering him unable to stand. At that moment, Cheng Yi's figure reappeared before him, wearing the same expression. Brother Yu, if you do not reveal your true prowess, I shall not hold back. Yuqing offered a faint smile, his internal energy surging as it flowed into his knee, and he promptly regained his footing, standing upright once more. Brother Cheng, you possess keen eyesight. It seems I must make my move. No sooner had he spoken than Yuqing surged towards Cheng Yi, his speed now exceeding that of before by more than double. Though still somewhat slower than Cheng Yi for one of his stature, such swiftness was commendable. It appeared he had indeed employed his martial arts techniques. Cheng Yi no longer held back, seamlessly alternating between the slashing blade technique and the shadowless sword technique based on the circumstances, always eluding Yuqing's grasp, never allowing him to catch up. Even when he occasionally managed to land a successful strike, the immense force was deftly dissipated by Cheng Yi through various means. However, when Yuqing truly unleashed his prowess, both his strength and speed were formidable. Despite Cheng Yi's ability to mitigate some of the force, his physical constitution, which was not particularly exceptional among martial sovereigns, still left him feeling somewhat unsettled, impacting his speed of movement and resulting in an increasing number of strikes landing upon him. Moreover, regardless of the magnitude of impact, any damage inflicted upon Yuqing could be swiftly restored as long as he concentrated his vital energy at the affected area. The giant barbarian technique truly maximized the potency of his vital energy. As time passed, the accumulated hidden energy from Yuqing's strikes on Cheng Yi increased, causing his speed to decline. Sensing that he was on the verge of being completely overwhelmed, Cheng Yi could no longer remain passive. Talisman, electric field. A bolt of white lightning descended from the heavens, striking the location indicated by the talisman in Cheng Yi's hand, precisely where Yu Chifeng stood. Instead of dissipating immediately, the lightning transformed into a semicircular shield with a diameter of 6 zhang, enveloping Yu Chifeng within. Inside the lightning shield, a torrent of white electricity surged freely, continuously coursing through Yu Qingfeng's body. In an instant, even such a robust physique as Yu Qingfeng's trembled uncontrollably, each step becoming exceedingly arduous. Next, Cheng Yi unleashed another talisman. Talisman, barrier wall. A beam of yellow light shot forth from the talisman, burrowing into the ground beneath Yu Qingfeng's feet. In less than a breath, four walls of earth, each a foot thick, erupted from the ground, nearly encasing Yu Qifeng entirely, leaving only his chest and head exposed. Now, Yu Qifeng was utterly immobilized. He desperately surged his vital energy, striving to unleash his strength to topple the earthen walls. However, just as his energy began to coalesce, it was completely scattered by the electric currents. Simultaneously, Cheng Yi released his spiritual power, gathering all the scattered leaves in the vicinity, which quivered wildly as he inscribed each leaf with advanced fire departure talismans. This was made possible thanks to the spirit control technique, honed through relentless practice day and night, coupled with his ascension to an advanced talisman master, allowing him to inscribe over 100 advanced fire departure talismans simultaneously. A significant upgrade from merely inscribing intermediate ones in bulk. Once over 100 advanced fire departure talismans were inscribed, under Cheng Yi's control. They all soared above Yu Qifeng's head but remained suspended in midair. Gazing at the more than 100 talismans brimming with terrifying, explosive power hovering above him, Yu Qifeng surveyed his predicament and realized he was akin to a fish on a chopping board. With a resigned sigh, he proclaimed loudly, "Brother Cheng, I concede." Upon uttering these words, Cheng Yi swiftly retracted the spiritual energy attached to the over 100 advanced fire talismans, which instantly transformed back into ordinary fallen leaves, cascading gently to the ground. Following this, Cheng Yi conjured another talisman, directing it towards the earthen wall confining Yu Qifeng within the electric field. In an instant, the electric barrier vanished, and the wall of obstruction crumbled into soft earth, easily toppled by Yu Qifeng. Observing Cheng Yi's adept mastery and the boundless power of his talismans, Yu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with admiration as he approached Cheng Yi with earnestness. "Brother Cheng, if I were to immerse myself in your path of immortality, how long would it take for me to attain such talismanic prowess as yours?" Cheng Yi chuckled softly at this inquiry. How can one possibly predict such a thing? However, if you merely wish to dabble, that is one matter. To reach my level, you must relinquish your martial arts cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yu Qifeng let out a gentle sigh. Although the allure of talismans was undeniable, the thought of abandoning the martial legacy passed down through his ancestors was inconceivable. Yet, soon, his disappointment evaporated. Throughout his life, he had always excelled among his peers, and encountering someone as extraordinary as Cheng Yi was no reason for self-deprecation. He burst into hearty laughter, clapping Cheng Yi on the shoulder. "Fear not, Brother Cheng, your prowess elevates my own. You pursue the path of immortality while I tread the martial way. What is there to lament? Let us set aside these trivialities and indulge in some wine. Old Wang, instruct the servants to prepare the drinks and hasten the dishes." The three of them walked side by side, Yu Qingfeng and Cheng Yi discussing their recent duel, while Wang Ho listened quietly, a smile gracing his lips. Before long, they arrived at the designated dining room for Wang Ho and Yu Qingfeng, where they gathered around a round table, a dozen jars of wine at their feet. One jar had already been uncorked, filling the room with an intoxicating aroma that made their mouths water and their noses twitch. As they chatted and drank, leisurely finishing a jar of wine, the dishes began to arrive. A variety of exquisite delicacies competed for prominence, each bite bursting with flavors that danced from their noses to their mouths, cascading down their throats and into their stomachs, leaving a lingering aftertaste that beckoned for more. The chefs truly displayed their prowess. Such deliciousness surpassed the offerings of the fragrant towers in the moonlight and by more than tenfold. "Haha, Brother Cheng, you simply haven't indulged enough. This is the finest cuisine of the 9 provinces. Next time I travel to the capital for my duties, I shall take you with me to savor the best delicacies our nation has to offer. Haha, I shall count on your good fortune, Brother Yu." Amidst their jovial discourse, Yu Qifeng suddenly inquired with curiosity, "Brother Cheng, your swordplay and blade techniques are nothing short of transcendent, rivaling my giant fist technique, which is a terrestrial-level martial art that I have perfected. How is it that you can surpass me?" Cheng Yi replied candidly, I possess two martial techniques. One is called the shadowless sword, whose greatest strength lies in its fluidity of movement. Unless one is confronted by a formidable opponent with an extraordinary realm or is inherently suppressed by the opponent's martial skills, one can indeed kill without leaving a trace. Another martial technique, known as the slashing blade technique, specifically targets the vulnerabilities of the enemy, yet possesses immense power, rendering it invariably effective. Both of these martial techniques are classified as earth-level techniques. However, today they have met their match, for Brother Yu's giant barbarian technique is truly unparalleled throughout history. At present, within the realm of martial sovereigns, there seems to be no one capable of inflicting harm upon you. Haha, not at all. Brother Cheng, your two martial skills are exquisite and unparalleled, with your sword and blade executing divine artistry. It is only because you wish to avoid causing bloodshed today that you refrain from using true weapons. Otherwise, I would have surely perished on the spot. At this point, Yu Qingfeng, intrigued, leaned in closer. What kind of weapon does a master like Brother Cheng, who possesses both sword and blade mastery, wield? Might I be granted the honor of observing it? In response to Yu Qingfeng's inquiry, Cheng Yi chuckled playfully. To be candid, Brother Yu, I do not possess any fixed sword or blade. I simply use one until it is worn out and then switch to another. How can that be? When it comes to swords and blades, one must prioritize familiarity and adaptability. It is unthinkable to wield a weapon without a master's touch. I happen to have a selection of weapons that Brother Cheng may choose from. Without waiting for Cheng Yi to decline, Yu Qingfeng summoned his subordinates, instructing them to retrieve his most cherished swords and blades from his private arsenal for Cheng Yi to select from. Before long, a subordinate arrived, accompanied by 7 or 8 others, each dragging a wheeled iron rack, upon which hung 2 or 3 swords or blades. Brother Cheng, these weapons are my favorites. Each is extraordinary in its own right. Even if they are not renowned blades, they are certainly not inferior to them. They simply await their destined master. Should there be one among them that is fortunate enough to capture your favor, with your abilities, it is destined to become a legendary blade in the future. Noticing Cheng Yi's hesitation, Yu Qingfeng feigned a look of irritation and declared, Brother Cheng, if you refuse, it would mean you do not regard me as a friend. And I would truly be offended. Cheng Yi offered a faint smile, realizing that further refusal would seem disrespectful given the circumstances. He clasped his hands in gratitude and said, In that case, I shall express my thanks in advance. He then rose to his feet and walked past the 8 iron frames, scrutinizing each one. Ultimately, he selected a knife and a sword. The knife exuded a sharpness tempered with ruggedness, while the sword was both resilient and exquisitely crafted. Truth be told, Cheng Yi's mind was awash with the myriad experiences of shadowy swordsmanship and cleaving techniques imparted by his mentors, which included the very swords they wielded. These experiences had become etched in his memory, leading him to regard the mundane iron before him with a certain disdain, no matter how finely crafted. Weapons forged from common iron could never rival the divine weaponry born from celestial materials. Only such extraordinary arms could truly unleash the combat prowess of a cultivator. It seemed that Yu Qingfeng perceived Cheng Yi's sentiments and continued, Brother Cheng, the weapons here cannot compare to those of true quality. However, within our humble city of Daoist, there are several reclusive masters residing in the mountains, all of whom are formidable experts at the martial sovereign level. Among them is one whose forging skills are unparalleled. Few in the world can surpass him. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that such extraordinary talents were concealed within the relatively small city of Daoist. Yu Qingfeng continued, I have a good rapport with this elder. Shortly, I shall write him a letter to inform him, and then we can arrange a day for you, Brother Cheng, to accompany me into the mountains to seek a weapon of unparalleled excellence. Cheng Yi understood that the treasures of heaven and earth were exceedingly rare. Even if the esteemed elder possessed an unparalleled weapon, it was unlikely that he would part with it. Nevertheless, given Yu Qingfeng's fervent enthusiasm and his genuine rapport with the elder, indulging in a small favor seemed inconsequential. Thus, Cheng Yi expressed his gratitude to Brother Yu. After the banquet concluded, he set forth with the sword and dagger he had selected, preparing to return to the Changxing Dao Hall. Wang Ho and Yu Qingfeng accompanied him to the entrance of the city lord's mansion. As twilight descended, he urged his steed to quicken its pace, hoping to reach the Dao Hall before darkness enveloped the land. After bidding farewell to the 2 gentlemen, Cheng Yi mounted his horse and, just before nightfall, arrived at the Changxing Dao Hall. In his selection of the sword and dagger, Cheng Yi had already devised a plan. The dagger was intended for Yu Qianlu, while the sword was destined for Lu Lan. Although today's live stream may not have yielded the same bountiful rewards as yesterday's, it was certain that he would still accrue a substantial amount of teaching credits. Cheng Yi resolved to exchange some of his teaching points for the shadowless sword technique and the blade of rupture technique. He intended to impart these martial arts to Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan, two promising talents he could not afford to squander. They must be nurtured with utmost dedication. Upon returning to his chamber, Cheng Yi initially planned to access the system, yet he feared that it might take too long. So he summoned a servant to inform Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan to meet him at the banks of Longyu River at the first hour of the day. Once this was accomplished, he accessed the system. First, he checked his teaching points. After his first live broadcast, he had amassed a total of 300,000 points. He spent 100,000 to elevate his talismans to an advanced level, another 100,000 to acquire the upgraded version of the reincarnation and longevity technique, and a further 100,000 to obtain the two martial arts, the blade of rupture and the shadowless sword, both of which he upgraded to their maximum level, expending 80,000 in the process, leaving him with a balance of 21,000 teaching points. Originally, Cheng Yi had intended to purchase the foundational techniques of the shadowless sword and the blade of rupture as well, but alas, his teaching points fell short. Now that he was intent on teaching Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu the blade of rupture and the shadowless sword, he felt compelled to also impart the corresponding cultivation methods. Today, during his duel with Yu Chifeng, he managed to hold his own against him solely through martial skills, even without practicing the foundational techniques. It is noteworthy that Yu Chifeng had not only perfected his martial arts but also possessed the formidable giant barbarian skill. Thus, Cheng Yi, relying solely on his martial prowess, achieved an equal footing with him, highlighting the exceptional nature of these two techniques. Should he be able to combine them with their respective cultivation methods, Cheng Yi was confident that he could easily maintain the upper hand against Yu Chifeng with remarkable ease. Cheng Yi glanced at his current accumulation of teaching points, which, combined with the remaining from the previous session, totaled 150,000 teaching points. Cheng Yi first exchanged the shadowless sword formula and the fracture blade formula, which cost a total of 40,000 teaching points. He had long since acclimated to the system's method of imparting techniques, and as he received the transmission, he simultaneously perused the details. Upon examination, he discovered that if the shadowless sword and the fracture blade were cultivated in conjunction with their respective techniques, they could yield a combat effectiveness 3 to 4 times greater than when employed individually. However, Cheng Yi did not intend to practice these two techniques. For one, they could not be cultivated simultaneously. For another, he already possessed an advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique. Cheng Yi believed there would be even higher tiers available, and once he amassed enough teaching points, he would be able to exchange for them. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, quality supersedes quantity. There exists a degree of exclusivity among techniques. While some may be compatible, others are not. The shadowless sword formula and the fracture blade formula exemplify this incompatibility. As one cultivates more techniques, the demands for compatibility increase, leading to a gradual realization that the available techniques dwindle. Occasionally, one might encounter exceedingly rare techniques, yet due to a conflict with an existing one, must reluctantly forfeit the opportunity. Such principles are well documented in the lore of cultivation. Therefore, Cheng Yi had long established criteria for his choice of techniques. Unless a technique possessed exceptional value or was deemed indispensable, he would refrain from adopting it. After exchanging for the shadowless sword formula and the fracture blade formula, Cheng Yi had 11,000 teaching points remaining. What should he do with these teaching points? Currently, whether it be elevating talismans to perfection or continuing to exchange for higher tiers of the reincarnation longevity technique, his points were far from sufficient, and there were no additional conditions met for further exchanges. Thus, the possibilities for utilizing this 11,000 teaching points were numerous. Should he exchange for consumables? No. Cheng Yi was more inclined to acquire items that could enhance his potential or tangibly improve his combat prowess. Reflecting on what Yu Chifeng had said earlier, Cheng Yi found it quite insightful. Had he wielded a proper sword or knife instead of a mere branch during their confrontation, the encounter would have been significantly easier. Presently, aside from his offensive capabilities through talismans, his primary means of attack were martial techniques, specifically swordplay and knife techniques. Yet, he possessed neither a sword nor a knife. How could he proceed? It would be absurd to rely on branches or bamboo sticks for every skirmish. Such an approach would be the utmost waste of his two fully leveled earthly martial techniques. Consequently, Cheng Yi opened the exchange shop and navigated to the weaponry section. To his astonishment, the prices were exorbitant. He was taken aback to discover that even the most basic dagger offered by the system demanded a staggering 200,000 teaching points, while blades and swords were priced even higher, starting at 300,000. What was this? A sword embryo? As Cheng Yi pondered his troubles, he stumbled upon the sword blanks section, where an exquisite array of various sword blanks hung in abundance. Most of the weapons displayed in the armory could find their corresponding sword blanks within this section. Cheng Yi surveyed his surroundings, noting that the number of sword molds that could be exchanged for 100,000 teaching points was quite considerable, amounting to approximately 10. Yu Qingfeng appeared to hold the reclusive martial ancestor residing in the mountains in high esteem, suggesting that his prowess in weapon forging was indeed remarkable. Cheng Yi pondered thoughtfully, his fingers stroking his chin. The most effective means to enhance his combat prowess undeniably lay in weaponry. However, the weapons produced by the system were exceedingly expensive and of remarkable quality, lacking the corresponding strength. Wielding an exquisite blade would be akin to a child cradling a gold ingot, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. In light of this, it would be prudent for him to procure a sword blank from the system and enlist the assistance of that esteemed elder to forge it. The products of the system were far from ordinary, given the elder's passion for crafting weapons. It was only natural that he would be tempted and eager to work with such fine materials. It was plausible that the elder might even implore him to allow the sword blank to be transformed under his skilled hands, nonetheless, to exercise caution. The forging requirements of the chosen sword blank should be kept as low as possible, with Yu Qingfeng backing him. Cheng Yi was assured that the elder's forging skills would be at least adequate, yet he remained uncertain of their true caliber. As he perused the array of over 10 sword blanks available within the system, he indeed discovered one that met his criteria, the dragon scale sword blank. This blank, forged from the scales of a true dragon, had been refined through the celestial influences of the sun and moon. Upon completion, the blade would exhibit natural dragon scale patterns and possess exceptional hardness. The forging prerequisites for this sword blank were modest, yet once shaped, it would exhibit remarkable resilience. Impervious to both ice and fire, and could not be reforged. Thus, success in the initial forging was imperative. Once transformed into a sword, it could withstand a full-force strike from an early-stage martial spirit adept, while also exhibiting strong elemental compatibility, allowing most talismans or martial techniques to be applied to this blade. Cheng Yi meticulously examined the description of this sword embryo, and upon reviewing other weapon prototypes, he found none that better suited his current requirements. Furthermore, this sword was more than adequate for his needs within the martial sovereign realm, and even when his overall strength ascended to the martial spirit realm in the future, it would still prove to be a valuable asset. With this thought in mind, Cheng Yi decisively exchanged for the dragon scale sword embryo, and in an instant, the system displayed that his instructional value had dwindled to just 10,000. Cheng Yi's expression bore a hint of discomfort. It's of little consequence. Even if the teaching fee is lost, we can always earn it back. Cheng Yi quietly reassured himself, and at the same time, he beheld a beam of white light shimmering in front of him. Gradually, this radiant glow expanded, and a hefty black lump fell from the illumination, striking the wooden floor with a force that caused it to splinter. The dragon scale sword embryo. Cheng Yi endeavored to lift the dark lump, yet it remained utterly immovable. I had yet to employ a talisman, and my physique was merely that of an ordinary person. Subsequently, he invoked a mid-level strength talisman, reached out, and with a modest exertion effortlessly raised the sword mold, which was roughly the size of a human head. Upon a slight examination, Cheng Yi discerned that this sword mold was indeed 5 or 6 times heavier than an iron block of comparable size. For someone at the martial sovereign level, it felt somewhat weighty, while it would be perfectly manageable for a martial venerable to wield with one hand. Cheng Yi temporarily disregarded the pit, opting instead to find a piece of cloth to carefully wrap the sword embryo, which he then tucked away beneath the bed. He resolved not to touch the remaining 10,000 teaching points, planning to reserve them for the time when he would require essential consumables. After completing these tasks, Cheng Yi settled onto his bed and began to cultivate the advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique. Recently, he had observed a diminishing effectiveness in his practice of the spirit control technique, perhaps due to his proximity to the upper limits of its current level, where diminishing marginal returns began to manifest. Thus, Cheng Yi redirected his focus back to the advanced reincarnation longevity technique. He practiced diligently until close to midnight, at which point he concluded his session and succumbed to slumber. The following day, at the break of dawn, when Cheng Yi arrived by the banks of Longyu River, Lulan and Yu Qianlu were already waiting there. The two greeted him with a courteous gesture. Cheng Yi nodded thoughtfully. After opening the spirit sea, have you devoted yourselves to serious cultivation? Master, we have not dared to be negligent for even a single day, they replied earnestly. Very well, Cheng Yi responded, channeling his spiritual energy to probe into their spirit seas. Indeed, he found them considerably more abundant than when they had just been opened, indirectly confirming that neither had been idly slacking. Both possessed exceptional talent. However, a genius who relies solely on innate ability while harboring a lazy disposition is not worthy of cultivation. Fortunately, these two had not disappointed him. Master, what is it that you carry on your back? Lulan and Yu Qianlu had noticed the two elongated objects wrapped in black cloth since Cheng Yi's arrival and had been filled with curiosity. At last, it was Lulan who voiced the question. Cheng Yi, upon hearing Lulan's inquiry, removed the object from behind him and unveiled it from the black cloth, revealing the sword and dagger he had acquired from Yu Qingfeng the previous day. Come closer, he beckoned. The two approached obediently, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Cheng Yi extended the sword towards Lulan and the dagger to Yu Qianlu. Lulan, your innate tranquility and penchant for beauty render you most suited to wield a sword. He then turned his gaze towards Yu Qianlu. Qianlu, I perceive your character to be courageous and unyielding, with a blend of subtlety amidst your robustness. Thus, a dagger is befitting for you. The moment Lulan grasped the sword, she sensed its extraordinary nature. Even when compared to the sword wielded by her father, Lu Qiu Yuan, it was scarcely inferior. And in the marketplace, it was nearly priceless. As for Yu Qianlu's dagger, she found herself unable to discern its superiority over her own sword. Such weapons, if one were willing to part with them, would command an exorbitant price. Yet, as far as she knew, Cheng Yi possessed little wealth. From whence had he acquired these treasures? Yu Qianlu, still youthful and lacking extensive experience, observed the dagger in his hand, captivated by its intricate patterns and keen edge, yet oblivious to its true worth. Thus, Lulan tentatively remarked, Master, such a precious dagger is too grand for a mere disciple to wield. It is you who are worthy of such a weapon. Initially elated by the gift from his master, Yu Qianlu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Lulan's words, and he mimicked her gesture, cradling the dagger with both hands, intent on returning it to Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi observed the two individuals' cautious demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, there is no need for such reluctance. This sword and dagger were gifts from a dear friend of mine. Initially, I had no intention of accepting them. Yet he insisted, and I could not refuse. I remembered that I possessed 2 sets of martial arts techniques and skills that would suit you remarkably well. Hence, I selected this sword and dagger from his collection. It appears you are quite pleased with them, and I do not feel my efforts were in vain. Upon hearing his words, the two individuals felt reassured and gratefully accepted the sword and dagger, their faces glowing with joy as they traced their fingers along the blades and hilts. Cheng Yi pressed down with one hand and cautioned, do not rejoice too soon. The swords I bestow upon you are intended to teach you the corresponding martial techniques and practices. From this point forward, there shall be no room for complacency. Lulan and Yu Qianlu exchanged glances, each perceiving the questions reflected in the other's eyes. They first bowed respectfully to Cheng Yi, after which Lulan inquired, Master, are we not meant to learn talismans? Why must we also study martial practices, which are typically reserved for those possessing martial aptitude? Cheng Yi shook his head, saying, not at all. First and foremost, I must clarify that the techniques I refer to are not martial arts, but rather the methods of the celestial path. Each breakthrough not only extends one's lifespan, but also unleashes boundless power. Furthermore, the path of talismans is but a minor avenue within the celestial way, and it is the first of such paths. Cultivating talismans does not require martial talent nor celestial gifts. Hence, it is relatively accessible, albeit with a lower ceiling of potential. While it may suffice for ordinary individuals to practice the talisman path, you too, with your exceptional celestial talents, should not confine yourselves to a minor path. You ought to aim for the grand avenue. From today forth, I shall impart to you the principles of the grand celestial path, which encompasses not the art of talismans but the art of the celestial. Do not be oblivious to the fortune that lies before you. Upon hearing this, Lulan and Yu Qianlu were enlightened, their faces brimming with joy, as they both bowed deeply, exclaiming, Master's immense grace shall be etched in our hearts for eternity. Cheng Yi led the two individuals to a flat area and instructed them to sit alongside him. Lulan, the technique I shall impart to you is known as the shadowless sword technique. Its greatest strength lies in its footwork. Once executed, Your adversaries will be utterly oblivious to your presence, often meeting their demise before they even realize it. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's words, Lu Lan's eyes shimmered with boundless aspiration. He had forsaken the affection of his father and the comforts of his life in pursuit of a day when he could wield a sword and traverse the martial world, exacting vengeance and justice. Having concluded his instruction to Lu Lan, Cheng Yi turned his gaze towards Yu Qianlu. Qianlu, the technique I will teach you is called the rending blade technique. This method allows one to exert a mere fraction of strength and yield effects exponentially greater, always finding the chinks in the enemy's armor and delivering a powerful strike. Mastery of this technique will enable even a child to vanquish a giant. The notion of a child slaying a giant filled Yu Qianliu's eyes with astonishment. Such a scenario was beyond his wildest imagination. The mere thought of the terrifying man who often haunted his nightmares sent him retreating into the shadows, weeping. Yet now, possessing such skills, would he have the chance to confront and slay that very man? As Yu Qianlu pondered, Cheng Yi continued, "The martial techniques you are learning are of earth rank, possessing formidable power. However, to unleash their true potential, corresponding cultivation methods are essential. The corresponding technique for the shadowless sword is the shadowless sword embryo technique, while the rending blade corresponds to the rending blade embryo technique. With the appropriate cultivation methods, the might of both the rending blade and shadowless sword can multiply severalfold." With that, Cheng Yi produced 2 books, distributing them to Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu. Within these texts are the initial sections of the shadowless sword embryo technique and the rending blade embryo technique. Your task today is to memorize the contents thoroughly. If you can grasp the essence while reciting, all the better. On cloudy days, I will teach you how to operate these 2 techniques. Additionally, be aware that these methods are mutually exclusive. I do not mind if you borrow from one another, but be cautioned not to practice each other's techniques. Otherwise, even the greatest talent may be rendered worthless in an instant. Yes, we will heed your teachings, Master. After imparting these crucial instructions, Cheng Yi allowed the 2 to return and memorize, while he remained on the riverbank's grass, continuing his practice of the reincarnation longevity technique. It was not until less than half an hour remained before noon that Cheng Yi finally ceased his practice. After enjoying lunch at the cafeteria, he mounted his horse and leisurely made his way to the city lord's manor. Cheng Yi refrained from disturbing Wang Ho and Yu Chengfeng, opting instead to proceed directly to his streaming studio. He settled into his designated spot, engaging in the practice of the reincarnation longevity technique while patiently awaiting the commencement of the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the audience gradually filled the seats, and Yu Xiao also arrived. However, upon noticing Cheng Yi with his eyes closed in meditation, they chose to remain silent and unobtrusive. Even when they had matters to discuss, they approached him quietly, speaking in hushed tones. As the time for the broadcast drew near, with merely a cup of tea's worth of time remaining, Yu Xiao approached Cheng Yi to offer a gentle reminder. "Mr. Cheng, the live stream is about to begin." Cheng Yi opened his eyes, concluded his practice, and glanced at the audience before turning to his companion and saying, "Let us commence." The 3rd day of the live broadcast began, and Cheng Yi, adhering to his usual routine, provided a more detailed explanation of the elementary giant force talisman taught in the previous session, inviting questions from the audience which he addressed one by one. However, the ambience of this live stream was notably more vibrant than the last, and the phrase "class dismissed" uttered by Cheng Yi had gained popularity among the community of talisman learners. In the central district, at the heart of the plaza, under the shimmering reflections of the water, 2 modestly dressed men engaged in hushed conversation. "Have you mastered the elementary giant force talisman that our master taught yesterday?" one asked. "Not yet. I am rather slow-witted. I've attempted it dozens of times without success," the other replied. "That's merely a reflection of your lack of diligence. I have practiced it over 100 times. This is not merely a matter of diligence. During the day, I have to work hauling bricks to make a living. I can only practice the giant force talisman after finishing my shift at dusk, while the sun still lingers. How coincidental, my friend. I too labor in bricklaying and practice under the fading sun after work. Yet, I have an advantage over you. I continue my practice even after the sun sets. Do not deceive me. How can you practice in the dark of night? Do you light an oil lamp? Oil is exceedingly expensive now, with the northern conflict disrupting supplies. The price of oil has surpassed that of meat by 2-fold. As a bricklayer, I certainly cannot afford an oil lamp. However, my neighbor is quite wealthy and lights an oil lamp every night. One evening, I accidentally discovered a crack in the wall, through which the light from my neighbor's lamp streamed. I used that faint glow to lay on the ground and practice my talismans. Such fortune. Why not quietly widen that crack a bit so I can join you in practice? Go away. How can you be so unscrupulous? Merely borrowing their light is already a stroke of luck. You would dare to enlarge their wall? Be wary of the consequences. My friend, do not be upset. I was merely jesting. But tell me, have you succeeded? Hiki, it was by borrowing that light continuously that I finally succeeded on my 121st attempt. Really? You are impressive. Do share what it felt like to use the elementary giant force talisman? Ah, the man said, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. It felt truly divine. Normally, I can only jump half a meter, but with the giant force talisman, I easily leaped onto the roof. I immediately sought out a martial artist relative who told me that my strength has reached the initial level of a martial master. My heavens, you are remarkable. Indeed. You should have seen the look on my relative's face. His mouth could fit 10 eggs, due to the limited time of merely one day. The number of individuals successfully mastering the elementary Titan's rune was not substantial, with roughly 1/3 achieving this feat, however, among those. It is likely that only 2 or 3/10 have truly comprehended it. Nevertheless, this is somewhat satisfactory. Cheng Yi cannot afford to wait for the majority to grasp the knowledge before proceeding with his teachings, with the live streaming period being only 3 months. He aims to cultivate as many adept apprentices as possible. Even if these individuals do not formally pledge their allegiance to him, they will become steadfast supporters. The greater the strength and number of such individuals, the more formidable his influence will become, enriching his pool of talent. In truth, Cheng Yi could request Yu Chifeng to extend his live streaming duration beyond the initial period. However, this recent live streaming experience has underscored the value of the Mirror Flower Water Moon broadcasts. Other prominent sects and martial families will likely emulate this model. Should the City Lord's office wish for him to continue streaming, they will have to concede certain benefits, which cannot simply be compensated with fine blades or swords. Therefore, Cheng Yi is determined to expedite the development of his influence. In time, even if Yu Chifeng does not negotiate benefits with other factions, he can maintain his steady position in the live streaming domain. Indeed, he envisions disseminating this method of teaching through live streaming to other cities. After revisiting the previous material and addressing everyone's inquiries, it is now time to introduce the new rune. Since the term classmates has been embraced by everyone, Cheng Yi is more than willing to adopt this appellation in future interactions. Dear classmates, regarding yesterday's Titan's rune, I trust some of you have already mastered it. For those who have yet to do so, fret not. I encourage mutual exchange and learning among classmates, as camaraderie is fostered through assistance and collaboration. To make the most of this precious live streaming opportunity, I will strive to teach a new rune each day. For those who find it challenging to keep pace, please take care to jot down notes with pen and paper, facilitating self-study and future discussions. Cheng Yi paused momentarily before continuing. Upon utilizing the power amplification talisman, some of you may have noticed that your agility fails to keep pace with your newfound strength, resulting in a frequent lack of coordination, to the point where even walking may become uncomfortable. This indicates a deficiency in agility. The solution is rather straightforward. While employing the power amplification talisman, one should concurrently activate a lightness talisman. Indeed, while watching the live election, I observed my master using both the power amplification and lightness talismans together. No wonder I have felt something amiss. I initially believed I was merely unaccustomed to this surge of power, when in reality it was the absence of the lightness talisman that was to blame. Subsequently, Cheng Yi retrieved the tools necessary for crafting talismans, and Yu Shao deftly directed the focus of the camera onto Cheng Yi's hands. This time, the process of drawing the talismans was deliberately slow, allowing everyone to observe with clarity. Why do I find watching Mr. Cheng Yi create talismans to be an exquisite experience? I must admit, I share that sentiment. Indeed, it seems as though he is not merely inscribing talismans but rather composing a masterpiece, fluid and graceful. Do you not find the forms of those runes to be remarkably intricate? Recently, I scoured every historical text and ancient art book within my home. Yet I could not uncover any references pertaining to talismans. Even the runes inscribed upon them appear to leave no trace in history. Is this truly to be believed? I had thought that my master had inherited some ancient talismanic knowledge. If there are no historical records whatsoever, does that not imply that my master has indeed created an entirely original path of talismanic art? In Buddhism, there exists the notion of reincarnation. Could it be that my master is a divine being descended from the heavens to impart wisdom upon humanity? I genuinely believe so. Observe my master's conduct since his arrival in this world. He is never constrained by status nor material wealth. wholly devoted to ensuring that anyone with martial potential may acquire the necessary skills. Such benevolence in aiding the world, could it be anything less than the manifestation of a divine being? My classmates, you speak with great insight. Cheng Yi was oblivious to his classmates' opinions of him. He remained wholly focused on imparting the essential techniques and effects of crafting a basic levitation talisman. Dear classmates, he began. The levitation talisman bears many similarities to the powerful force talisman in various aspects. However, in terms of effect, it merely transforms the bestowal of strength into the bestowal of agility. This singular distinction, though seemingly minor, leads to myriad differences in the runes and the flow of spiritual energy. It is imperative that you meticulously replicate the rune patterns of the levitation talisman. As he spoke, Cheng Yi held up the freshly drawn levitation talisman, displaying it before him, and then released it. To everyone's astonishment, the talisman began to float effortlessly in the air. Do you see that? He exclaimed as the talisman hovered motionless in midair. Is this a technique of talisman crafting? A floating talisman? Or perhaps an object control talisman? Before long, Yu Shao diligently compiled the audience's inquiries onto paper and handed it to Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi merely cast a fleeting glance before returning the paper to Yu Shao and proceeded to respond. Classmates, the effect you are witnessing with the levitating lightness talisman is not the result of the talisman itself, but rather a fundamental skill practiced by cultivators, the manipulation of spiritual power. Previously, we have explored how to transmute spiritual energy into spiritual power and how to cultivate the spiritual seed to store this power within our bodies. Moving forward, we will delve into the mastery of controlling spiritual power for various purposes, such as inscribing talismans, enhancing our physical capabilities through the flow of spiritual power within our bodies, and externalizing our power for object manipulation, among other applications. However, mastering such control requires diligent practice, complemented by a modicum of innate talent. For now, we must first learn to utilize talismans to augment our strength, while the cultivation of spiritual power will be reserved for more advanced studies. Following Cheng Yi's enlightening exposition, the audience experienced a revelation. Their excitement surged upon discovering the myriad applications of spiritual power. They vowed to diligently grasp the current lessons and eagerly anticipated advancing their studies under Cheng Yi's guidance. Those struggling to keep pace, furiously taking notes, silently motivated themselves, pledging to catch up quickly, for they understood that these skills might one day alter their destinies. As Cheng Yi's resonant voice filled the air, an hour swiftly passed, and the attendees departed, many of whom had not yet dined, forming groups to seek lunch together. Thanks to the enriching atmosphere of the live lessons, numerous friendships blossomed, expanding their horizons beyond mere labor and the daily return to their modest abodes. After exchanging pleasantries with Yu Shao, Cheng Yi exited the city lord's residence, opting not to seek out Yu Chifeng or Wang Ho, but instead made his way back to the Chongqing Dao Pavilion. Upon his return, before he could even step into his chamber, he was hailed by a voice. Master, Xiaofeng, what brings you here? It was nothing of great significance. Merely that my father had arranged a banquet at Longjiang Tower this evening and wished to invite you for a meal. I came to inquire if you might have time to join us tonight. Cheng Yi pondered briefly on the underlying intentions of Bai Xiaofeng's father in inviting him to dinner. It was evident to him that Bai Xiaofeng's generous gift of such an opulent dojo was not merely a gesture of goodwill. Rather, it was intricately tied to the Bai family's aspirations and his father's ambitions. Upon learning of Bai Xiaofeng's decision to apprentice under him, it became clear that his motivations transcended the mere pursuit of talismanic cultivation. Instead, they were rooted in the family's recognition of his potential. Especially after the news of his prowess in the martial sovereign realm began to circulate, prompting a shift in the Bai family's attitude towards him. In light of his association with Bai Xiaofeng, Cheng Yi had sought out Wang Ho to gather insights into the Bai family. According to Wang Ho, the current head of the Bai family was Bai Qianhe, a man in his 60s, wielding the strength of a martial sect master. Though the specifics of his rank remained undisclosed, Bai Xiaofeng was merely 19, a late-born child in the family, with two elder brothers preceding him. The eldest, Bai Zhaomo, aged 39, stood as the most formidable martial artist within the family, having reached the pinnacle of the martial master realm. Bai Xiaofeng's second brother, Bai Chenyang, was 2 years his senior and had attained the peak of the martial warrior realm, poised to ascend to the martial master level. Bai Zhaomo, not only the most powerful member of the Bai family, also held significant prestige, second only to Bai Qianhe, making his succession as the next family had a foregone conclusion. However, 2 years prior, he had fallen victim to a vengeful attack from an enemy, suffering a poisoning ambush. Though the adversaries were ultimately vanquished, Bai Xiaomu's health deteriorated due to the poison, and it was likely he would succumb before Bai Qianhe. Consequently, the responsibility for the family's future now rested on the shoulders of Bai Xiaofeng and Bai Chenyang. While Bai Chenyang possessed commendable martial talents, he was inherently gentle and lacked the acumen for management, with his current strength insufficient to safeguard the family legacy. In contrast, Bai Xiaofeng, known for his keen intellect and exceptional business acumen, often garnered admiration from the family head, Bai Qianhe, who would sometimes consult him on matters of uncertainty. Despite Bai Xiaofeng's remarkable abilities, his lack of martial aptitude precluded him from being the unequivocal choice for the next family head, leaving Bai Chenyang as the candidate, with Bai Xiaofeng positioned as his advisor to mitigate his shortcomings. Having understood this complex dynamic, Cheng Yi grasped the precarious situation of the Bai family. Externally, they appeared to be thriving in their business endeavors. Yet, this is merely a fade. The looming crisis of transition has already descended upon the Bai family. At this juncture, they desperately require a robust ally to serve as their support. Bai Xiaofeng, utilizing his keen intuition, has become one of the first to board his own vessel. Bai Qianhe, in extending an invitation to him, seeks to formally welcome him as a patron of their family and simultaneously impart the arts of talismanic doctrine to Bai Xiaofeng, equipping him with both a nimble intellect and the requisite strength to protect the family. Bai Qianhe's implication is quite subtle. By attending this banquet, Bai Xiaofeng would be expressing his willingness to become a patron of the Bai family, the specific terms being negotiable. Conversely, if he were to decline the invitation on the pretext of being pressed for time, it would signify a rejection of the Bai family's request. In truth, Cheng Yi does not oppose the idea of becoming the Bai family's patron. On the contrary, he finds himself in need of the Bai family's commercial influence to broaden the reach of talismanic doctrine in preparation for future expansion and teaching through live broadcasting. Moreover, the Bai family's demeanor towards him is neither servile nor lacking in courtesy and goodwill, showcasing their financial strength, which greatly pleases Cheng Yi. Thus, he finds no justifiable reason to refuse an alliance with the Bai family. While these considerations may appear intricate, they occupy but a fleeting moment in Cheng Yi's mind. After contemplating, he smiled at the eagerly expectant Bai Xiaofeng and said, "Xiaofeng, tell Lord Bai that I shall certainly attend tonight." Upon hearing Cheng Yi's resolute response, Bai Xiaofeng immediately sensed that the evening's event would proceed smoothly, his smile blossoming fully at that moment. "All right, master. My father will undoubtedly be delighted to hear this news." As Bai Xiaofeng was about to depart, Cheng Yi suddenly recalled something and called him back. "Xiaofeng, wait a moment." Bai Xiaofeng turned around, beaming with joy. "Master, do you have any instructions? Are the other disciples gathered?" "Yes, the last of our fellow disciples arrived yesterday evening." "Then here is what we shall do. You go find a few fellow brothers and have them notify the others. At the initial hour of the Yin day during the Qun period, all disciples of the Chongqing Taoist Academy are to assemble by the Longyu River, and we shall commence formal lessons." Bai Xiaofeng's face lit up with delight as he exuberantly replied, "Yes, master." After sending Bai Xiaofeng on his way, Cheng Yi took a brief nap. Subsequently, he checked on the progress of Lu Lan and Yu Qinliu's studies, discovering that both had memorized the first parts of the Wu Ying sword embryo technique and the Zhanlie blade embryo technique with remarkable proficiency, and they had numerous questions to pose to him. Cheng Yi was immensely satisfied with their progress, expressing a sense of curiosity, noting that Yin and the others had not neglected to contemplate and comprehend while reciting. What master would not cherish such a diligent and gifted disciple? After assisting them with several inquiries, Cheng Yi retired to his chamber. In the interim, Bai Xiaofeng had sought him out, mentioning that the banquet at Longzhong Tower was scheduled for 1/4 the hour of Yu, approximately 6 in the evening. At this moment, it was merely the beginning of Yu. Cheng Yi initially wished to avoid keeping the elderly waiting. However, the customs of the Jiuzhou kingdom dictated that invited guests should not arrive prematurely. Should the hosts be unprepared, an early arrival could distract them from their duties of hospitality. Thus, Cheng Yi practiced diligently until nearly 1/4 Yu, before mounting his steed and setting off for Longzhong Tower. Upon his arrival, it was precisely 1/4 the hour of Yu. Jishui City boasts 3 renowned establishments in its vicinity: the Entertainment and Leisure Sanctuary, Xuanxiang Building, the residence rich in connections, Yulian, and lastly, the finest restaurant in Jishui City, Longzhong Tower. Within Longzhong Tower, the most exceptional chefs gather, offering unparalleled service and an exquisitely elegant dining environment. Notably, the private rooms near the Longyou River each feature a terrace, providing direct views of the river's most magnificent scenery. With the higher the elevation, the more captivating the vista. At Longjiang Tower, one can observe the river meandering through several bends and branching off into tributaries. It appears as if a dragon composed of flowing water is gliding across the earth, with the splashes upon the river resembling glistening scales. From ancient times to the present, countless poets, scholars, and heroes have been captivated by this breathtaking masterpiece of nature, leaving behind an abundance of poetry and prose. Among these, several original manuscripts of esteemed works are still preserved within Longjiang Tower. The establishment does not intend to sell these literary treasures. Instead, they are displayed in every riverside private room, with the value of the works increasing with the height of the room. It is said that on the highest floor, one can find the poetry of Su Luan, one of the 5 greatest poets of all time. Moreover, Su Luan was not only proficient in poetry but also skilled in painting. It is rumored that during his visit to Longjiang Tower to admire the river view, he not only composed a poem but also created a painting, both of which now adorn the highest floor. With such prestigious accolades, access to the top floor of Longjiang Tower is no longer merely a matter of wealth. Those who ascend must possess extraordinary talent or noble status. It can be said that in the entirety of Jishui City, fewer than 10 individuals are permitted entry. The private room reserved for Bai Qianhe's banquet is situated on the 5th floor, directly beneath the highest level. Cheng Yi surmised that this was the utmost extent of Bai Qianhe's capabilities. After all, the Bai family, renowned far and wide as a prominent merchant clan, engages in a vast array of endeavors, including the auctioning of weapons, armor, daily necessities, treasures, as well as operating restaurants, brothels, and entertainment venues. However, within the confines of Longjiang Tower, they still do not command the highest respect. This is primarily because the Bai family has begun to show signs of decline. Their most formidable member has barely reached the pinnacle of the martial master realm and is, regrettably, a frail individual whose lifespan remains uncertain. Given such circumstances, it is only natural that they cannot secure a private room in the upper echelons. Cheng Yi speculated that it was indeed in this elegant room on the 5th floor that Bai Qianhe had invested a considerable sum and navigated various connections. The Bai family had shown such sincerity, and although he had mentally prepared himself in advance, Cheng Yi still felt somewhat overwhelmed by the unexpected attention at this moment. Cheng Yi cast a glance at his attire, a slight frown creasing his brow. He ought to acquire a new outfit for the evening, as dressing appropriately for the banquet would not only enhance his appearance but also serve as a gesture of respect towards the host. However, as he reached for his purse, he abruptly hesitated. Despite his esteemed position as a teacher, presiding over a grand Chongqing Daoist hall, and enjoying a cordial relationship with the city lord's residents, he remained, in truth, quite impoverished, with little money to his name. His altruistic approach to teaching, offering his wisdom without charge, and the free admission to his hall for disciples left him with scant funds, were it not for the generosity of others treating him wherever he went. In the communal dining hall at Chongqing Daoist Hall, he would have long been acquainted with the hardships of begging. It seems I must seek out some lucrative endeavors, otherwise my perpetual financial scarcity is untenable. Moreover, if I wish to expand my influence in the future, substantial funds will be necessary, and I cannot rely solely on the White family's patronage. Cheng Yi reined in his horse before Longjiang Tower, bringing it to a halt, and then gracefully dismounted. At that moment, a doorman hurriedly approached him with eager greetings. "Welcome, Mr. Cheng, to Longjiang Tower." "Oh, how do you recognize me?" Cheng Yi inquired with a smile. "Mr. Cheng, your name resonates throughout the entire Jishui city. I have had the privilege of attending each of your live lessons, and your extraordinary talent has left me in awe. In fact, I ought to address you as my esteemed mentor." "Haha, there is no need for such formalities. The greatest reward is for you to acquire knowledge that proves beneficial. By the way, this is my first visit to Longjiang Tower, and I am not very familiar with it. Would you kindly guide me to Mr. Bai Qianhe's private room?" "Ah, so it is you whom Mr. Bai is hosting. Had I known it was you, our proprietor would have arranged your private room on the highest floor." "Oh, your proprietor recognizes me as well?" "Not only recognizes, but our proprietor holds you in the highest regard. I shall inform the proprietor, and he will surely be delighted to meet you in the private room." Cheng Yi smiled, sensing that this profound admiration carried a somewhat peculiar connotation, yet he chose not to dwell on it. "In that case, I shall take your assistance," he remarked. Amidst their casual conversation, the doorman had already escorted Cheng Yi to the 5th floor. This level featured a total of 6 private rooms, comprising 3 street-facing rooms designated as D and 3 riverside rooms labeled Tian, each further subdivided into 3 categories, 1, 2, and 3. The doorman extended his hand, indicating the Tian room number 3. Mr. Cheng, the esteemed Mr. Bai awaits you in this Tian room number 3. Cheng Yi nodded to the doorman, expressing his gratitude with a smile, then pushed open the door to room 3. The private chamber was spacious, adorned not with ostentatious luxury that dazzles the eye, but rather with a palette that exuded comfort. Yet, for those with discerning taste, it would be apparent that every drape and chair here bore a considerable value. The room could comfortably accommodate 20 to 30 guests without feeling cramped. A grand table was laden with exquisite, tantalizing dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, accompanied by several porcelain bottles exuding a delightful fragrance of fine wine. However, the only individuals about to partake in this feast were Cheng Yi and an elderly gentleman seated nearby, his hair grizzled, but his gaze profound, engrossed in a paper newspaper. Sensing an arrival, the elder lowered his paper, looked up, and recognized Cheng Yi. He slowly rose to his feet, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he clasped his fist in greeting. I am Bai Qianhe, honored to meet you, Mr. Cheng. Cheng Yi returned the greeting, acknowledging the esteemed elder. It is a privilege to meet you, Mr. Bai. I had intended to pay my respects personally, but circumstances have conspired against me. I am truly honored that you have taken the initiative, and I am humbled by this encounter. As he spoke, Cheng Yi poured a glass of wine for both himself and Bai Qianhe. Raising his glass, he offered a toast to Bai Qianhe and drank deeply. Bai Qianhe, touched by Cheng Yi's regard, reciprocated, raising his own glass and savoring the wine, wiping the remnants from his lips with a broad smile. Your respect for elders moves me greatly, Mr. Cheng, Bai Qianhe remarked. I have heard much of your remarkable deeds from my son and have long held you in high esteem. I have arranged this gathering to honor your distinguished presence. Bai Qianhe paused momentarily before continuing. Having inherited my father's legacy, I have toiled for half a lifetime to establish our family's fortune, our business spanning dozens of cities. With countless guests in our halls, I am still able to make considerable contributions. Should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to speak freely. Given your kindness towards my son, I shall certainly offer my utmost support. Cheng Yi pondered for a moment upon hearing these words. Bai Qianhe's mention of inheriting his father's business and expanding it to such a scale was a testament to his capabilities. His assertion that their influence reached numerous cities indicated the Bai family's extensive reach. Yet, Cheng Yi understood that while their influence might be widespread, its potency remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he placed little value on influence itself. As long as it was sufficiently broad to elevate the reputation of his talismans, that sufficed. Bai Qianhe's humble remark regarding his multitude of guests was a subtle acknowledgement of his family's martial prowess. Although lacking in extraordinary combat prowess, there exists a solid foundation of strength. The final remark regarding the care of Bai Xiaofeng is, in essence, a directive for him to safeguard the Bai family, positioning him as a protector and support during the family's future development and expansion amidst peril. By specifically mentioning Bai Xiaofeng, it subtly conveys that he is destined to become the future head of the Bai family. Additionally, the bond of mentorship shared between myself and Bai Xiaofeng alleviates any concerns of betrayal. Indeed, the wisdom of age prevails. With a mere phrase, I articulated my advantages, the assistance I can extend to Cheng Yi, and the conditions that accompany it, all while leaving room for negotiation. Should Cheng Yi decline, he could easily respond with jest and pleasantries, offering no commitments and feigning ignorance of my implications, thereby preserving amicability. With the connection to Bai Xiaofeng, there will be ample opportunities for future discussions. Conversely, if Cheng Yi acquiesces, he would, like Bai Qianhe, provide his assurances while also delineating his specific terms, thus allowing the dialogue to progress. Undoubtedly, one cannot underestimate the shrewdness of an elder. This strategy is impeccably meticulous. Recognizing the depth of Bai Qianhe's words, Cheng Yi chose not to feign ignorance and replied with a smile, Bai Xiaofeng, my disciple, is astute and possesses remarkable vision. I hold him in high regard, and I shall diligently teach and protect him, as he may one day emerge as a hero of his generation. Cheng Yi's words served as a comprehensive affirmation of Bai Qianhe's earlier statements. Indeed, upon hearing Cheng Yi's remarks, Bai Qianhe's expression brightened with delight. He picked up his glass and poured drinks for both himself and Cheng Yi, then raised his cup in a toast to Cheng Yi, who promptly lifted his glass in return. Mr. Cheng, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Haha, not at all. The two glasses clinked melodiously before they each downed their drinks. When their eyes met once more, both erupted into hearty laughter. The alliance between the Bai family and Cheng Yi was thus forged at that very moment. Subsequently, the two continued to exchange toasts, savor exquisite dishes, and engage in spirited discussions, reveling in the joy of newfound camaraderie, akin to that of old friends. Initially, Cheng Yi harbored doubts about how Bai Qianhe, at the age of 50, could possibly have given birth to Bai Xiaofeng. However, it now appeared evident that Bai Xiaofeng was indeed the son of Bai Qianhe, having inherited a remarkable shrewdness in social matters. Yet, there remained an aspect in which Bai Xiaofeng needed further development. That was the ability to maintain composure when confronted with those of greater strength. The relaxed demeanor he exhibited was exemplified to perfection in Bai Qianhe. This realization filled Cheng Yi with profound respect for the elder before him. During their conversation, Bai Qianhe inquired about several intricate details regarding talismans. When he learned that, after adjustments and modifications, these talismans could empower individuals devoid of any spiritual energy or martial prowess to attain the strength of a martial sovereign. Bai Qianhe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Mr. Cheng, since even advanced talismans can be modified for the use of ordinary individuals, why not take advantage of your spare time to create more of such talismans for auction? Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow. A lucrative opportunity has arisen. Mr. Cheng, talismans such as these, while only effective for a limited time, can decisively influence a person's fate at critical moments, even determining the survival of a family. The value of such talismans is immeasurable. Only through auction can one maximize the financial returns. Coincidentally, the Bai family owns numerous restaurants and marketplaces, where we regularly auction treasures. Since you wish to expand the influence of talismans, why not auction them in various cities, allowing others to experience their benefits and paving the way for your future teachings? I must say, Bai Qianhe's suggestion is quite astute and fundamentally sound. Thank you, Mr. Bai, for your thoughtful consideration. This is indeed an excellent idea. However, I have limited time to dedicate to the crafting of talismans for auction. I can likely only produce a few high-quality talismans during my spare moments for this purpose. No matter, Mr. Cheng, the value of an auction item lies not in its quantity but in its rarity and utility. The more unique and useful the item, the higher the price it will command. This is the essence of commerce. After concluding their discussion on the auction, the two began to engage in light-hearted conversation. During this time, several musicians and dancers entered, as Bai Qianhe had arranged in advance, with fine wine, exquisite cuisine, and enchanting melodies, complemented by the magnificent view of the Longjiang River. Cheng Yi felt a deep sense of joy. Since his arrival in this world, he had been devoid of modern entertainment, such as computers and smartphones, spending his free time solely on cultivation to fill the void. However, after a prolonged period, boredom inevitably set in. It became clear that wherever there is wealth, entertainment can be found. One merely needs to seek it out. After a considerable time, as dusk began to fall and the food and drink were nearly finished, the musicians and dancers departed. Cheng Yi was the first to express his intention to leave, and Bai Qianhe gracefully acquiesced. Finally, the two bid each other farewell and returned to their respective homes. After Cheng Yi exited the Longjiang building, atop the structure, a pair of beautiful eyes calmly observed his retreating figure. The owner of those enchanting eyes delicately lifted a small cup of fine wine with her slender fingers, consuming it in one swift motion. A few drops of residual wine glistened on her cherry-red lips, and as she pressed her lips together, the remnants heightened her allure. Little did anyone suspect that such a woman was a master at the level of a martial sovereign. With her lips slightly parted, she inquired of the attendant behind her, "Has there been any response from the Lingyun sect?" The attendant bowed respectfully, hands clasped above his head, and replied, "Madam, your report has been dispatched via the messenger hawk. But there has yet to be a response from the Lingyun sect." The woman furrowed her brow. In her time of peril, she had previously sought assistance from the Lingyun sect, though they did not demand anything of her at that time. They did request that she perform a task for them when the need arose, a request she could not refuse. At that moment, her experiences in the martial world were still limited, and she did not perceive this as problematic. She believed it was only natural to repay those who had assisted her. That event had transpired several years ago, and Lu Yunxi thought it had been laid to rest. However, just a few days prior, the Lingyun sect had sent her a letter instructing her to assassinate Cheng Yi. Lu Yunxi had been wandering the martial world, and recently, her father, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the responsibilities of managing their tavern, decided to retire and summoned his only daughter, Lu Yunxi, to take over the establishment. Just as she assumed the role of the proprietor of Longjiang Tavern, the Lingyun sect presented her with a task. Although Lu Yunxi had considered the possibility of refusing or feigning compliance with the Lingyun sect's request, she lacked the courage to do so. The Lingyun sect was no ordinary faction. It was a powerful sect with influence spanning the entire 9 provinces. Their masters were numerous, and it would be trivial for them to eliminate her or her entire family. While she was uncertain of the reasons behind the Lingyun sect's desire to eliminate Cheng Yi, she surmised that they were likely concerned about certain individuals discovering their involvement in the matter, prompting them to use her to achieve their ends. The question then arose, who could be backing Cheng Yi to warrant such caution from a superlative sect like the Lingyun sect? Cheng Yi, oh Cheng Yi, you have piqued my curiosity further. In truth, she held a favorable impression of Cheng Yi. He was handsome and accomplished, and from what she had recently heard about him, he was an ambitious man with aspirations that reached far beyond the ordinary. Most importantly, his talismans were unparalleled throughout the land, and based on current knowledge, they possessed at least the power equivalent to that of a martial sovereign. At the age of 20, Lu Yunxi considered herself exceptionally gifted in martial arts and beauty, having encountered no peers worthy of her admiration throughout her journeys. Now, Cheng Yi had indeed captivated her attention. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that the Lingyun sect demanded she eliminate the very man she had come to appreciate. She had contemplated solutions, and, upon discovering Cheng Yi's martial sovereign strength, had penned a letter expressing her inadequacy to fulfill the task, suggesting it would be wiser to seek someone else, thereby avoiding revealing the Lingyun sect's intentions. However, 2 days had passed since she dispatched the letter, and there had been no response. Given the speed of the messenger eagle, a round trip to the nearest information hub of the Lingyun sect should have taken merely a day. The prolonged silence was concerning. Nevertheless, Lu Yunxi remained unconcerned about the delay. She decided to bide her time, seeking a discreet opportunity to subtly warn Cheng Yi of the impending threat from the Lingyun sect. It was likely that with foreknowledge, he would be prepared, making it more difficult for the sect to carry out their plans, especially considering the influential figures behind him. The question lingered. When would be the appropriate moment to provide him with this crucial warning? After bidding farewell to Bai Qianhe, Cheng Yi mounted his horse and rode directly back to the Chongqing Dao Pavilion. After indulging in a warm bath, he began crafting the talismans intended for auction. The auction business was just beginning to take shape, and the foremost objective was to allow the people from various cities to truly appreciate the formidable nature of these talismans. Take the Fire Departure Talisman, for instance. While it possesses immense power and delivers a stunning visual spectacle, even the advanced versions are often dismissed as merely a lightweight variant of high explosives. Despite their might, they come with significant usage restrictions. In this mystical realm, where martial prowess is revered, everyone possesses at least a modicum of combat skill, though the disparity in foundational abilities and martial ranks often prevents many from showcasing their talents. Given this context, talismans like the Great Strength Talisman and the Lightness Talisman are the most sought after. It was precisely their appearance during the live auction that catapulted Cheng Yi to widespread fame overnight. Hence, for the talismans he planned to auction, he resolved to utilize the 4 essential talismans of the martial respect realm: the Great Strength Talisman, the Lightness Talisman, the Eagle Eye Talisman, and the Spirit Ear Talisman. With these 4, an individual's physical attributes and martial rank would closely resemble those of an early-stage martial respect expert, with the primary distinction lying in the martial techniques employed. However, Cheng Yi recognized that he could not assist with this aspect. The only means to instantly impart a martial technique lies within his own cultivation inheritance system. He could not conceive of any other method. While talismans might hold potential, creating one that enables a person to instantly master a martial technique, especially to the level of perfection, would certainly require advanced or even perfect-grade talismans. He felt that he was still quite some distance from that day. Nonetheless, Cheng Yi believed that once he achieved the perfect grade for his talismans, even if such talismans did not exist within the realm of talisman crafting, he could create them himself. As the night deepened, Cheng Yi meticulously crafted the 4 essential talismans of the martial respect realm. Exhausted, he finally set aside his brush and cinnabar, tidied up his materials, and retired to bed. Tomorrow, he would impart teachings of the celestial way to his more than 200 disciples. The following day, at the first light of dawn, Cheng Yi, utilizing his self-made toothbrush and coarse salt, finished brushing his teeth, washed his face, and then proceeded to the cafeteria, where he collected 2 steamed buns. He ambled towards the banks of Longyu River, munching as he walked. Upon reaching the riverbank, he noticed over 200 disciples already waiting. He hastily stuffed the last half of his bun into his mouth, resulting in a slight choking sensation. At that moment, Bai Xiaofeng approached at just the right time, offering him a jug of water. Observing the thoughtful Bai Xiaofeng, Cheng Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that his conversation with Bai Qianhe from the previous night had reached her ears. After taking a sip of water, Cheng Yi instructed Bai Xiaofeng, who then directed everyone to sit cross-legged on the grass, maintaining a distance of 1 meter between each disciple. Cheng Yi then settled himself among them. Disciples, I shall now utilize my spiritual power to gauge your potential for the celestial path. Remain still and do not resist, he proclaimed. As his words resonated, the gathered disciples witnessed delicate strands of pale blue spiritual energy extending from Cheng Yi, connecting to each of them in succession. Master is truly remarkable, capable of assessing the celestial potential of over 200 individuals at once. But can he actually remember all of us? Some whispered. Indeed, does he even know our names? Stop your unfounded speculations. Our master has his own methods. We disciples need only to cooperate, came the response amidst the murmurs. In the midst of their quiet discussions, Cheng Yi completed the assessment of the celestial aptitude of all 213 disciples present, correlating each with their respective names. With the exception of one who had only arrived the evening prior, he had already memorized the names of those he had regularly greeted. For some, he could even recount details about their family circumstances. Ever since his reincarnation, Cheng Yi had distinctly sensed an enhancement in his cognitive abilities. After evaluating their potentials, Cheng Yi remained seated and began to call out their names. Upon hearing their names, each disciple would rise and approach him to sit down. For each disciple summoned, Cheng Yi would disclose their celestial aptitude in detail and subsequently recommend the most suitable path for their cultivation. Those who returned after conversing with Cheng Yi exhibited a range of emotions. Some were exuberantly thrilled while a few appeared somewhat disheartened. However, the majority radiated excitement and joy, with only a handful displaying signs of disappointment. Among them, some bore a hint of regret on their faces, yet their eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Many of those who returned to their spots could not help but engage in discussions about their recent exchanges. Master is extraordinary. I've only greeted him once, and he already remembers me. He even knows I have a younger brother still attending school and encouraged me to teach him the methods for condensing spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is beneficial for the body and fosters development. Indeed, Master is like a father figure to me. By age, I should technically refer to him as an elder brother. That is a misperception. Even my younger brother understands that a master deserves respect and reverence. I know. I was merely making an analogy. Cheng Yi's efficiency was remarkable. As soon as one student departed, another would arrive. Even the apprentice who had just arrived the previous day and whom he had yet to meet, Cheng Yi already knew by name through the roster. However, due to his meticulous attention to detail and his inquiries into each individual's preferences, this singular task consumed nearly 2 hours of his time, leaving him with less than a quarter of an hour before noon. Very well, my disciples, today's lesson concludes here. However, I must assign you a task. Each of you is to watch the upcoming live lecture and attempt to create the talismans I taught you today. Regardless of success or failure, bring your final creations to me tomorrow for evaluation. Yes, Master. To Cheng Yi. The modern educational methods of Earth were far more efficient than the traditional master-apprentice system of the fantasy realm. In this mystical domain, particularly in the nation of Jiuzhou where he currently resided, there was a strong emphasis on the cautious transmission of knowledge, with legacies passed from father to son and master to apprentice, often accompanied by lengthy tests of talent and loyalty. Even once instruction began, masters would often withhold certain techniques to prevent their disciples from turning against them, leading to a culture rife with intrigue and competition. This adversarial approach to teaching had resulted in the loss and degeneration of many powerful techniques and martial arts over the millennia. The case of the Yu family's great barbarian technique serves as a prime example. In its heyday, the Yu family had established itself as a formidable force amidst an era teeming with extraordinary martial prowess, gradually evolving into one of the largest martial arts families in Jiuzhou. Yet, due to infighting among heirs and the current leaders, coupled with the machinations of enemies, the great barbarian technique became fragmented. Even attempts to reconstruct it later resulted in a decline in its efficacy with each subsequent generation. Now, the Yu family had diminished from a once mighty martial lineage to mere stewards of a central city, though they had not fallen to the level of commoners. Their plight was nonetheless disheartening. After engaging in profound discussions with Yu Chifeng regarding these matters, Cheng Yi resolved that his teaching methods must diverge from the norm. It was imperative to integrate the earthly educational practices into the broader context of this fantastical realm, even if some modifications were necessary. With his disciples bidding him farewell, Cheng Yi departed from Longyu River, retrieving the black horse he rode daily from the stables, and made his way directly to the city lord's mansion. Ultimately, he arrived at his designated live broadcasting hall just in time, not a moment late, before the scheduled start of the session. 100 live audience members were seated in their respective places, mirroring the eager students he had just instructed. Meanwhile, the plazas of various districts were already filled with spectators. Given the midday heat, Cheng Yi always arranged for cooling tea to be provided to the audience at the Mirror Flower Water Moon to prevent heat exhaustion. Over time, the spectators had taken the initiative to prepare this themselves without needing reminders. Nevertheless, a certain number still succumbed to faintness due to the oppressive heat each day. Although the number of individuals affected is not substantial, and most of those who faint due to the sweltering heat are already frail, it nonetheless weighs heavily on Cheng Yi's mind. Initially, he contemplated distributing oiled paper umbrellas to everyone. However, he soon realized that they would obstruct the ethereal vision necessary for their lessons, potentially disrupting the educational experience and igniting conflicts. Reluctantly, he abandoned this idea. Nevertheless, over the past few days, Cheng Yi has been diligently utilizing his spare time to research and develop a rudimentary talisman capable of withstanding the oppressive heat. And he is now in the final stages of this endeavor, anticipating that he will be able to teach it to everyone by tomorrow. Cheng Yi settled down shortly before the live broadcast commenced. As per usual, he began by revisiting the rudimentary lightness talisman taught the previous day, addressing most of the queries raised. Subsequently, he continued to gather any lingering questions that had not yet been discussed, providing thoughtful answers. Finally, they arrived at the most exhilarating segment of the session, the new talisman instruction. Today, we shall learn the Eagle Eye Talisman, Cheng Yi announced. The audience immediately responded with enthusiasm. The Eagle Eye Talisman? I have seen Master Cheng Yi utilize it in the live competition, one viewer remarked. Indeed, it is often employed alongside the Giant Strength Talisman and the Lightness Talisman. Another interjected, I also recall there is a Listening Ear Talisman. Could it be that we will learn that on a cloudy day? I believe that is quite possible, came the reply. Cheng Yi, still in the process of addressing the audience's inquiries, continued, we all understand that a cultivator's combat prowess is not solely reflected in their strength, agility, and speed, but also in their corresponding sensory abilities. Among all the senses, vision and hearing play pivotal roles in combat. Lacking either can significantly diminish one's effectiveness. This is particularly true in higher-tier battles, where sensory perception becomes increasingly vital. Imagine, if you possess immense strength and agility, yet cannot discern your opponent's movements or hear their approach, even the mightiest of strengths may not suffice for victory. Today, we will focus on the rudimentary Eagle Eye Talisman, and on cloudy days, we shall continue to explore the crafting of the basic Listening Ear Talisman. The audience erupted with excitement once more, especially those who had successfully mastered both the Giant Strength Talisman and the Lightness Talisman. Each newly acquired basic talisman represented a significant step toward their aspired martial cultivation realm. I have already learned the basic Giant Strength Talisman and the basic Lightness Talisman. Once I grasp the Eagle Eye Talisman and the Listening Ear Talisman, I will be able to transform into a master of martial arts whenever the need arises. Exclaimed one student. Wow, you're impressive. I just learned the basic Giant Strength Talisman yesterday and am pondering how to catch up quickly. Another responded. Let us encourage one another, came the enthusiastic reply. Cheng Yi continued his lecture. The Eagle Eye Talisman. Originally conceived by an ingenious creator inspired by the eagle's prowess in hunting hares, has undergone continuous enhancement and evolution, giving rise to intermediate and advanced versions. However, in homage to the first generation of talismans, the name Eagle Eye Talisman has been retained. In truth, by the time we reach the advanced talismans, the capabilities of the Eagle Eye Talisman have far surpassed mere keen sight. Upon this revelation, certain individuals noted a pivotal phrase, the original creator? Was not Master Cheng Yi the pioneer of talismanic arts? Let us not be misled. Master Cheng Yi has never claimed to be the originator of talismanic practices. He has always identified himself as an immortal cultivator and spiritual practitioner, suggesting a collective identity. While this assertion holds merit, it is indeed the first time Master Cheng Yi has explicitly articulated his non-role as the creator of talismanic arts. Yet, does it truly matter who the originator is? The fact that Master Cheng Yi has attained such mastery at a young age, capable of vanquishing formidable opponents at the martial sovereign level, speaks volumes about his extraordinary prowess. Moreover, whether in live lectures or discipleship, Master Cheng Yi has never solicited a single coin, an admirable virtue that few can emulate. In my estimation, Master Cheng Yi is a magnificent disseminator of wisdom. In truth, Cheng Yi did not speak these words lightly. He understood that the foremost priority was to cultivate discreetly. Expanding his influence before the major sects and martial families could ascertain his identity. Simultaneously, he aimed to enhance his combat prowess, ensuring he possessed adequate means of self-defense against potential threats. Creating the illusion of an entire community of immortal cultivators behind him serves as the most effective means of safeguarding himself and his disciples. As anticipated, upon receiving intelligence from spies dispatched to the realm of Mirror Flower, Watermoon, the leaders of the various sects and martial families were left astounded. Indeed, behind Cheng Yi lies a group of cultivators. In the city of Water Gathering, the prominent sects and martial families, known for their close interactions, convened a temporary audiovisual conference using the mystical transmission stone of the mansion. I have often found it perplexing how such a young individual like Cheng Yi could establish a system of talismans so intricate and expansive. Furthermore, the emergence of spiritual cultivators and immortals suggests that he hails from such a collective. However, my subordinates have scoured historical records, uncovering no mention of talismans, cultivators, or spiritual practitioners. What could account for this? There remains but one possibility. Cheng Yi is from a hidden sect. A hidden sect? Do not frighten me. The last appearance of such a sect unleashed a tempest of bloodshed. Numerous martial families and esteemed sects, with lineages spanning centuries, were obliterated overnight. It was only through the intervention of the sovereign, at a considerable cost, that order was restored, compelling that hidden sect to retreat from the world. Now, you tell me that another hidden sect is about to emerge. Or is there an alternative explanation? Pray, enlighten me. I perceive this as an extraordinary opportunity. Oh, how so? The last hidden sect emerged in a most aggressive manner, offending all and sundry. Yet, Cheng Yi's demeanor warrants careful examination. Indeed, since his arrival in the city of Water Gathering, he has only resorted to violence when absolutely necessary, displaying remarkable cordiality towards the majority. Ah, now I understand. You imply that Cheng Yi's demeanor reflects the disposition of the imminent hidden sect? Precisely. Cheng Yi's exceptional talents are evident to all present, who themselves are paragons of virtue and aptitude. However, at his age, I suspect that most of you were merely at the level of martial masters or martial sovereigns, while Cheng Yi has already attained the martial venerable realm. Such a formidable individual must be rare even within a hidden sect. Consequently, his stance could be construed as indicative of the hidden sect's attitude towards you. Therefore, I believe we ought to express our own intentions and swiftly align ourselves with this hidden sect. I have a premonition that this hidden sect will initially adopt a conciliatory strategy, harboring grand ambitions, and we should follow in their wake. Even if it is merely to partake in their bounty, it would be sufficient for us to strengthen our own influence. I trust that none of you wish to remain confined to the city of Water Gathering for eternity, do you? Damn it. Let us seize this opportunity. Indeed. Observe how the Bai family and the city lord's mansion have astutely boarded this vessel early on. They are likely to be the ones feasting in the future. Gentlemen, we can no longer afford to hesitate. Cheng Yi's affiliation with the hidden sect is virtually a foregone conclusion. If we do not promptly declare our intentions, when the hidden sect truly emerges, we risk becoming mere cannon fodder. Indeed, this is true. However, I believe that the investigation into Cheng Yi's background must not cease. Only with incontrovertible evidence can we truly feel at ease. I propose that, prior to obtaining such evidence, we might extend goodwill towards Cheng Yi. Yet we should refrain from prematurely aligning ourselves. Do you all concur? After recounting the origins of the Eagle Eye Talisman, Cheng Yi proceeded, adhering to the customary practice, to impart comprehensive teachings on the talisman. He meticulously slowed his movements while crafting the talisman on site, elucidating each detail of the current procedure. As the live broadcast approached its conclusion, Cheng Yi had successfully conveyed all the intricate steps and essential techniques for creating the Eagle Eye Talisman. All right, class. Practice diligently when you return. We shall teach the Spirit Ear Talisman on a cloudy day. Now, class is dismissed. Not only the audience present in the live broadcast hall, but also those gathered before the Mirror Flower, Water Moon, bowed in unison to Cheng Yi as he departed. Unbeknownst to him, upon exiting the live broadcast hall, he intended to return directly to the Changsheng Taoist temple. Yet, just as he was about to leave the city lord's mansion, he spotted Yu Chifeng waiting by the entrance. Ah, it's brother Yu. Do you seek me for something? Yu Chifeng smiled and gave Cheng Yi's shoulder a light pat. Is it not permissible to seek you out for a chat if there is nothing pressing? Cheng Yi responded with a smile, of course, but given your temperament. If you find yourself bored enough to converse with Zhao Wu, it must mean you are facing some challenges. Haha. Only someone who knows me well, like Cheng Yi, would say that. However, I am in splendid spirits today, for I am about to introduce you to a remarkably skilled elder. Oh? Cheng Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring, is it not the esteemed elder you mentioned previously, renowned for his weapon-forging prowess? Indeed. He has already replied to me this morning via messenger eagle, indicating that we can visit him today. That sounds splendid. But is the elder's residence far from here? Although the elder's abode is somewhat concealed, it is not particularly distant. However, you should refrain from riding that slow steed of yours. Instead, choose a fine horse from my estate to expedite our journey. We may even return before dusk. There is no need for that, brother Yu. While my horse may be ordinary, do not forget my skills in talisman crafting. Even a humble steed can match the pace of a fine steed with my assistance. Oh? Then I must witness this for myself. However, brother Yu, before we meet the elder, I must return to the dojo for a moment to fetch something. What is it? Could it be a gift? Cheng Yi smiled and remarked, for one who is passionately devoted to the art of forging weapons, this is indeed a remarkable gift. Haha. Cheng Yi, you are overly concerned with decorum. Though that individual may possess a rather peculiar temperament, he does not place much value on such elaborate formalities. However, since you have expressed your intentions, I shall accompany you to the dojo, and afterward, we shall embark on our journey together. Very well, brother Yu. Let us depart at once. Let us go. The two mounted their steeds and galloped towards the Chongqing dojo, in order to save time. It was indeed as Yu Chifeng had claimed. His magnificent steed quickly outpaced Cheng Yi's modest black horse. Frustratingly, Yu Chifeng could not resist turning back to mock Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi, unable to contain his frustration, produced a mid-level lightness talisman and affixed it to his steed's back. The small black horse emitted a resounding neigh, its speed suddenly surging, swiftly catching up to Yu Chifeng's prized steed. When Yu Chifeng happened to glance back, he was astonished to see that the seemingly inferior horse was on the verge of overtaking him. He immediately urged his horse to gallop faster, attempting to distance himself from Cheng Yi once more. To his dismay, the black horse beneath Cheng Yi accelerated even further, and before long, Yu Chifeng found himself matched in pace. Realizing that his magnificent steed had been outpaced by Cheng Yi's small black horse, Yu Chifeng reluctantly eased his speed, reverting to their original pace on the journey. Upon witnessing the scene, Cheng Yi also slowed his pace, riding alongside Yu Chifeng. Yu Chifeng playfully punched Cheng Yi and remarked, Brother Cheng, I admire your skills. Do you still possess that talisman? I would like to have a bit. Cheng Yi chuckled, So there comes a day when you seek my assistance. If you desire it, catch up to me first. With that, Cheng Yi tightened his grip on the horse's belly. And the little black horse, understanding its master's intent, surged forward like an arrow. Curse it. If I fail to catch you today, I shall roast this steed for dinner. Perhaps the words were heard by the steed beneath Yu Chifeng, for it let out a long neigh and, in a frenzy, surged towards Cheng Yi's little black horse, almost managing to keep pace. Amidst their spirited chase, the two soon arrived at the Chongqing Daoist hall, where Cheng Yi invited Yu Chifeng to enjoy a cup of tea in the reception room. He then returned to his chamber and retrieved the dragon scale sword mold from beneath his bed. His sword was on the brink of being forged. Cheng Yi had already settled on a name for it, Dragon Scale Sword. Simple, imposing, and easy to remember. Most importantly, it took him just a second to decide, saving him much trouble. I am ready, let us depart. What gift are you presenting to that esteemed elder? It appears quite substantial. Could it be a weapon? Yet, what kind of weapon could fit into this square box? Cheng Yi smiled mysteriously. You will know when the time comes. Humph, still keeping me in suspense. I'm not particularly interested, as whatever it is cannot possibly compare to what I have brought. Oh, and what have you brought? Cheng Yi observed that Yu Chifeng's hands were empty, leading him to wonder what gifts he might have brought. Yu Chifeng dismounted from his horse, revealing two items, 2 roasted ducks from Huji in Yuanshan Alley, and a treasured bottle of aged wine that I have cherished for 30 years. This wine has always been the old fellow's favorite, and particularly this jug of aged wine. He had long sought it from me. Yet I had always hesitated to part with it. However, today, in light of your matter, I deemed it worthwhile to make such a generous sacrifice. Cheng Yi chuckled softly. All right, I remember. I won't forget your share. He then inquired with a hint of confusion. You've treasured it for 30 years. But you were just a wee child back then, weren't you? How did you come to know about wine collection? Yu Chengfeng grinned. It was my father who kept it. After a playful exchange, the two mounted their horses and galloped swiftly toward Yinzhu Mountain. This mountain hardly qualified as a renowned peak. Its elevation was modest, with only the side facing the steep cliffs boasting picturesque scenery. Furthermore, the forests here teemed with wild beasts and venomous creatures. Thus, aside from a few hunters residing nearby, few ventured to this place. Wu Yiguan had taken refuge here. Wu Yiguan was the master craftsman of the martial sovereign realm that Yu Chifeng had spoken of. According to Yu Chifeng, Wu Yiguan was not originally from Jishui City. He had arrived here 5 years prior when Yu Chifeng was not yet the city lord and was besieged by foreign martial artists in the streets. While seeking forging materials, Wu Yiguan happened upon the scene and intervened, aiding Yu Chifeng. After a conversation, they discovered a mutual affinity and thus formed a deep friendship across the years. Thereafter, Yu Chengfeng frequently visited Wu Yiguan, bearing wine and delicacies, gradually realizing that Wu Yiguan was indeed a master of the martial sovereign realm, with an unparalleled skill in weapon forging that was rare to encounter. Yu Chifeng was intrigued as to why such a formidable figure would choose to live in the relatively obscure Jishui city. However, despite Yu Chengfeng's persistent inquiries, Wu Yiguan remained reticent about his true origins, cautioning that revealing his identity could bring peril. Yu Chengfeng, of course, was indignant, as the son of a city lord. What could possibly scare him? Yet Wu Yiguan shook his head, unwilling to divulge, asserting that when Yu Chifeng reached the martial spirit realm, he would share his secrets. This prospect drove Yu Chengfeng to train even harder, and despite the damage to his dantian, he ascended to become the foremost among those below the martial sovereign. Upon hearing Yu Chengfeng's account of Wu Yiguan, Cheng Yi felt an increasing fascination for this unseen master craftsman. The mere statement that Wu Yiguan would disclose his secrets only when Yu Chifeng attained the martial spirit realm suggested that the elder had encountered levels of existence that were extraordinarily high. Such elevated status implied that his secrets could pose considerable danger to an unseasoned Yu Chengfeng. Moreover, only someone at the martial spirit realm would possess the capability to resolve his troubles. As for why Wu Yiguan found himself embroiled in such high-stakes entanglements while remaining at the martial sovereign realm, Cheng Yi mused that it was not without reason. After all, one cannot simultaneously achieve greatness in multiple domains. As Yu Chengfeng had remarked, Wu Yiguan was singularly devoted to the art of weapon forging. In such a distracted state, Cheng Yi felt that for the old man to have cultivated to the martial sovereign realm was already quite an impressive feat. Had he devoted even half of the time and energy he spent on forging to the practice of martial arts, he would likely have already reached the martial spirit realm by now. However, every individual has their own aspirations, and Cheng Yi would not presume to criticize others in this regard. His thoughts were consumed by the dragon scale sword, which he still needed this venerable gentleman to forge for him. According to Yu Chengfeng, Mr. Wu Yiguan was nearly 70 years old this year. It remained uncertain whether he could still wield iron or swing a hammer. Amidst their conversation, they paused several times, and at last, they arrived at Yanzhashan. Yu Chifeng pointed towards a cliff at the mountain summit and said to Cheng Yi, "Look, Mr. Wu resides on that sheer cliff." "He lives on a cliff?" Cheng Yi inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, Mr. Wu has nearly hollowed out that mountain. The entire cliff serves as both his dwelling and his forging site." Following Yu Chifeng, Cheng Yi traversed a winding and intricate path before finally reaching the base of the cliff. "If it weren't for your guidance, I would have likely flown straight up. This path is far too convoluted and difficult to navigate. How do you remember it?" Yu Chifeng chuckled lightly and replied, "At first, Mr. Wu provided me with a map of the mountain trails and instructed me to follow it. After traversing it multiple times, I no longer needed the map. See, we have arrived." Following the direction indicated by Yu Chifeng, Cheng Yi spotted a cave 2 men high at the base of the cliff. Entering through that cave leads directly to Mr. Wu's abode. Let us proceed. As Cheng Yi followed Yu Chifeng into the cliff cave, he discovered an enchanting world within. Adorned with pavilions and towers, flourishing flora and fauna, babbling brooks and serene fish ponds, everything one could imagine. Surprisingly, despite it being the hottest season of the year, the atmosphere here was refreshingly cool and remarkably comfortable, akin to a splendid vacation retreat. Was this all crafted by the venerable Mr. Wu Yiguan himself? Yu Chifeng smiled slightly. He did enlist the help of nearby hunters, but the main structure was indeed his own handiwork. The hunters mainly assisted with procuring and transporting supplies. Amid their conversation, the faint sound of hammering echoed in the background. Upon hearing it, I immediately surmised that the old man was forging weapons. With that, Yu Chifeng lifted a jar of ageless wine, uncorked it, and gently blew across the opening. In an instant, an intoxicating aroma wafted forth, permeating every corner of the cavern. Before long, the hammering ceased, replaced by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Just from the sound of those steps, one could tell that the arriving individual possessed formidable strength. Indeed, moments later, a middle-aged man, bare-chested with his braided hair bound by leather thongs, leaped down from a high platform and landed before them. He barely acknowledged Cheng Yi, extending a hand directly toward the jar of ageless wine in Yu Qingfeng's grasp. "Ha, you lad, you finally brought this jar of wine." Just as he was about to seize the jar, Yu Qingfeng deftly moved his right hand, causing the jar to vanish from Wu Yiguan's sight, leaving him grasping at air. Turning back to Yu Qingfeng, the man's expression shifted from surprise to delight. "You lad, you've ascended to the martial sovereign realm?" Yu Qingfeng smiled and nodded at Wu Yiguan. "Ha. After all these years, you've finally crossed that threshold. I thought you'd remain stagnant for life." Suddenly, Wu Yiguan furrowed his brows and inquired, "Wait a moment, your Dantian issue can be nurtured over time, but the problem with your meridians is far more challenging to resolve. I can assert with certainty that only a handful of individuals across the entire 9 provinces could mend your meridian issues. Speak swiftly, who was the great physician you consulted? And what price did you pay?" Yu Qingfeng chuckled and replied, "No price at all. Instead, I gained a legendary friend." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yiguan glanced at Cheng Yi, his brow furrowing in confusion as he asked, "Could it be him?" Wu Yiguan scrutinized the unfamiliar youth standing before him. Apart from his extraordinary beauty and remarkable demeanor, it is difficult to discern what abilities he possesses that could possibly remedy the perplexing ailments afflicting Yu Qingfeng. Ailments that even the most esteemed physicians find daunting. Noticing the look of skepticism in Wu Yiguan's eyes, Yu Qingfeng chose not to respond directly. Instead, he led Wu Yiguan to a nearby pavilion, where he elegantly arranged fragrant roasted duck upon the stone table. From his sleeve, he produced 3 exquisite jade wine cups, filling each with the immortal wine he had brought. "Come, Cheng Yi and Old Wu, please take a seat. Let us first indulge in some wine and converse leisurely." Old Wu, his eyes fixated on the precious nectar in the cup, could hardly contain his eagerness. As soon as he sat down, he grasped the wine cup, taking a sip before Yu Qingfeng could even propose a toast. "Ah," Wu Yiguan exclaimed, his expression one of sheer delight. "How long have I awaited this cup of wine? Only today do you choose to share it with me. This isn't a request for something in return, is it?" Yu Qingfeng replied, "Old Wu, today I seek your assistance in forging a formidable weapon for my brother's use." "Oh, what kind do you desire?" Yu Qingfeng hesitated before articulating. "It must at least be suitable for someone at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm." Old Wu immediately set down his wine cup and inquired, "That is agreeable. What is your friend's martial cultivation level?" Although Wu Yiguan posed this question to Yu Qingfeng, his gaze remained fixed upon Cheng Yi. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yi clasped his hands together and replied, "I, a mere junior, lack the aptitude for martial arts and am not a practitioner." "Humph. If you are not a martial artist, what business do you have here? One could simply purchase a common chopping knife at the market for practical use. Why come to me?" In truth, Wu Yiguan discerned at first glance that Cheng Yi possessed no martial realm, although traces of profound martial skill were evident in his movements. Without a foundational martial realm to support it, no matter how formidable his techniques, he could at best serve as a tutor for affluent families, never ascending to the status of a true master. For someone of such caliber to seek his weapons was nothing short of an affront. Each of his creations, even a humble chopping knife, surpassed the quality of those sold to martial masters in the market. Did such a person truly deserve to wield weapons forged by him? Yu Qingfeng, sensing Wu Yiguan's growing irritation, hastily interjected, "Old Wu, you are mistaken. Although my brother Cheng Yi lacks a martial realm, he possesses a unique ability known as talismans, which, when activated, can grant one the power of a martial sovereign in an instant." "Oh, am I to be deceived? In my many years of experience, I have encountered countless phenomena. How could I be unaware of such a thing existing in the world?" "Be wary of the tricks of those with ulterior motives," Wu Yiguan remarked, casting furtive glances at Cheng Yi, clearly insinuating that Cheng Yi was a charlatan. Cheng Yi did not take these words to heart. When Yu Qingfeng cast a glance at him, signaling him to demonstrate, Cheng Yi instantly harnessed his spiritual energy to activate the talisman of the martial sovereign realm concealed within his garments. In that fleeting moment, he transformed into a figure indistinguishable from an early-stage martial sovereign master. Wu Yiguan, seated before Cheng Yi, felt an abrupt surge in his aura, nearly rivaling his own. Decades of experience traversing the rivers and lakes warned him that the man before him was exceedingly perilous. Suddenly, Wu Yiguan appeared to see Cheng Yi thrusting a sword towards him. Before he could react, he realized the tip of that sword was less than a finger's breadth from his brow. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was not a sword at all, but rather Cheng Yi's finger. The overwhelming sword intent had momentarily led him to believe that a blade was drawn. Cheng Yi retracted his finger, smiling as he bowed and said, "I apologize for my rudeness, esteemed Mr. Wu, and I hope for your forgiveness." Wu Yiguan stared blankly at Cheng Yi and suddenly exclaimed, "What an exquisite swordsmanship! What is the name of this technique?" "This swordplay is called shadowless," Cheng Yi replied. Wu Yiguan muttered to himself, "Shadowless, what a remarkable name." However, upon deeper contemplation, he sensed something amiss. "No, this swordplay is merely a terrestrial-level martial technique. It is you who has fully unleashed its potential. No, you have even endowed it with greater force." Wu Yiguan gazed intently at Cheng Yi, exclaiming, "What a master swordsman!" Seeing that Wu Yiguan had finally ceased to underestimate Cheng Yi, Yu Chifeng interjected, "What you may not know is that his slash and tear technique is equally formidable as his shadowless swordplay." Wu Yiguan, astonished, replied, "No wonder I sensed an unstoppable momentum in that strike. It seems it has been infused with another form of blade technique. Such an adept use of both is truly rare among swordsmen and blade masters." Indeed, Cheng Yi had been increasingly employing both the slash and tear technique and the shadowless swordplay. Coupled with the fact that he had already maximized the skill points for both martial arts through the system, he had unconsciously begun to blend the two techniques. This fusion not only enhanced their individual powers, but also produced a synergy that exceeded their combined capabilities. When wielding the sword, he infused it with the force that the shadowless technique lacked, resulting in a terrifying lethality. Conversely, when executing the blade technique, he incorporated the cunning and agility that the slash and tear technique did not possess, making his strikes more precise and difficult to evade. Wu Yiguan regarded Cheng Yi with admiration. Yet a lingering confusion remained. "Young friend Cheng Yi, I sense no trace of martial realm within you moments ago. Yet how did your aura suddenly escalate to that of a martial venerable? Could it be that your martial arts conceal their true realm?" Cheng Yi replied with a smile. "Mr. Wu, my brother, you did not deceive you earlier. I truly lack any martial arts aptitude, and even more so, I possess no martial realm. My sole capability lies in the mastery of talismans." As he spoke, Cheng Yi retrieved a high-grade talisman, the electric field, from his clothing and presented it to Wu Yiguan. Wu Yiguan solemnly accepted the talisman, observing the delicate, pale blue threads of spiritual energy that formed intricate runic patterns and pathways. "What is this?" he wondered, sensing a shadow of spiritual essence that was entirely distinct from the power of vitality. "Mr. Wu, the patterns constituting the talisman are composed of a substance known as spiritual energy. Just as martial practitioners transform spiritual essence into vitality, spiritual cultivators convert it into spiritual power, which they store within their bodies." Spiritual cultivation. Spiritual power. Is this a new system of cultivation? Indeed, Mr. Wu. Cheng Yi then reclaimed the talisman from Wu Yiguan's hands. This talisman, named Electric Field, can render martial masters immobile within its domain, making it impossible for them to summon their vitality. He then tossed the talisman onto a nearby patch of ground, and the moment it landed, a thunderous barrier enveloped the area, filled with wildly surging currents of electricity. Wu Yiguan observed the terrifying currents within, estimating that if a martial master were to enter, even if they managed to summon some vitality, they would likely be instantly scattered by the electric surge. Furthermore, the overwhelming currents would course through their bodies, leaving them paralyzed and unable to escape, at the mercy of their adversaries. Should a martial sovereign enter, they would probably sustain severe injuries, and prolonged exposure could even threaten their life. For those below the martial sovereign realm, be they martial masters or warriors, they would likely be struck dead the moment they were enveloped, meeting their demise instantly. Gazing at the formidable barrier of lightning that emanated from a mere piece of yellow paper, Wu Yiguan pondered the implications of such a seemingly inconspicuous talisman in a life-and-death struggle. It would be utterly unforeseen, plunging one into a state of vulnerability in an instant. With this realization, he could not help but swallow hard. "My young friend Cheng Yi, such a powerful talisman must be exceedingly precious. To use it merely for demonstration seems a waste." In truth, Wu Yiguan thought that such a useful item, if gifted to him, would be far better than being squandered in such a manner. However, Cheng Yi, undeterred, continued, "It is not a waste. I can easily draw such talismans with great speed. Even without yellow paper, I can utilize a leaf, a piece of bark, or a stone to inscribe such talismans. And if fortune truly frowns upon me and I lack any of these, I can still draw talismans in midair." albeit with slightly diminished potency due to the absence of a medium. Nevertheless, it matters little, as I can overwhelm with numbers. Wu Yiguan swallowed again, this time genuinely intimidated, as he began to grasp the true terror of the talismans. Under the influence of such talismans, as long as one prepared a sufficient quantity in advance, even when faced with a formidable opponent at the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, Cheng Yi could effortlessly exhaust his adversary using talismans. Even if the opponent was exceptionally strong, retreating when faced with defeat would be a straightforward endeavor. After plotting against Bai, Wu Yiguan immediately bowed to Cheng Yi and remarked, "Mr. Cheng Yi's mastery of talismans is unparalleled, transcending even the capabilities of deities. I apologize for my earlier disrespect. I hope you can overlook it." Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yi hastened to assist him, lifting him up. "Mr. Wu, you humble me." After being helped up by Cheng Yi, Wu Yiguan shook his head and sighed, "Alas, I, an old man who has long ceased to concern myself with worldly affairs, have merely indulged in my own weaponry, oblivious to the profound changes occurring outside. How shameful. Dear Mr. Wu, do not belittle yourself. Though you may turn a blind eye to the world will inevitably seek you out. Just look. Am I not here today with a request of you?" "Oh, indeed. How could I forget?" Wu Yiguan chuckled, patting his forehead. "You have come to seek weapons from me, correct? Follow me." Under Wu Yiguan's guidance, Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng entered yet another cavern within the mountain. Wu Yiguan ignited a circle of oil lamps and torches adorning the walls with a fire stick, revealing a stone chamber approximately 40 to 50 square feet in size before Cheng Yi. The walls of the stone chamber were adorned with an array of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, throwing knives, and various concealed armaments, a veritable cornucopia of martial tools, leaving Cheng Yi in awe. All the weapons in this chamber are yours to choose from. However, you may only take one. As for whether you select a fine one or a flawed one, that shall depend on your affinity with these weapons." Cheng Yi surveyed the array of weapons surrounding him, his eyes betraying no emotion. Though these weapons were seldom seen on the market, they were, at best, suitable only for practitioners at the ordinary martial sovereign level. What he sought was far beyond such offerings. Noticing that Cheng Yi had merely glanced around without making a selection, Wu Yiguan felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that he discerned the inferiority of all the items within the stone chamber? Was he seeking my hidden treasures? Wu Yiguan promptly inquired, "What is it? Does Mr. Cheng find my weapons unworthy?" Cheng Yi waved his hand, stating, "Not at all, not at all. In truth, I have brought the sword embryo, and I wish to request Mr. Wu to forge a sword." "Oh." Wu Yiguan, who had crafted weapons for many throughout his lifetime, noted that it was quite rare for someone like Cheng Yi to present a sword embryo. Those who brought their own sword embryos often shared a common trait. Their sword embryos were anything but ordinary. However, there were occasional missteps. Some individuals mistakenly believed their sword embryos to be exceptional, rare treasures. In such cases, Wu Yiguan would unhesitatingly refuse them without mercy. He hoped that what Cheng Yi brought was not a mere trinket. If it were merely an average sword embryo, he would prefer to use his own rather than settle for a subpar one to create a sword. "Then, Mr. Cheng, please present the sword embryo so that I may examine it." Cheng Yi opened the box he always carried with him, revealing the dragon scale sword embryo within. "Cheng Yi, is this black trinket what you brought home?" Yu Chifeng asked, somewhat astonished. While Yu Chifeng failed to discern the extraordinary nature of the dragon scale sword embryo, Wu Yiguan furrowed his brow upon seeing it. He stepped closer to Cheng Yi, retrieving the embryo from the box. It felt somewhat light, yet its hue was peculiar. Subsequently, Wu Yiguan fetched a torch to heat it, struck it with a hammer, and listened intently to the resonant echoes emanating from the dragon scale sword embryo. As he conducted this series of tests, Wu Yiguan's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Once all evaluations were complete, he excitedly approached Cheng Yi and inquired, "Cheng Yi, what is the origin of this sword embryo?" Yu Chifeng, witnessing Wu Yiguan's fervent reaction, was taken aback and remarked, "Old Wu, is this item truly remarkable?" Wu Yiguan regarded Yu Chifeng with an expression akin to disbelief. "What do you mean by remarkable? I dare say that even if one scoured the entire world, it would be unlikely to find another sword embryo of this caliber." Upon hearing this, Yu Chifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. "So rare." He turned to Cheng Yi, his gaze filled with uncertainty. "Indeed, as I had anticipated, although this sword embryo appears to lack hardness and is easily malleable, I am confident that once this sword is forged and fully cooled, it will undoubtedly be indestructible. Even a master at the martial spirit realm might find it impossible to shatter this sword." Cheng Yi was equally astonished and taken aback by Wu Yiguan's words. Given the account provided by Yu Chifeng during their journey, he had formed a certain expectation regarding Wu Yiguan's expertise. However, he was still surprised by Wu Yiguan's accurate assessment of the dragon scale sword embryo's characteristics. Cheng Yi immediately clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Mr. Wu, your keen perception truly pierces through all veils. Nothing escapes your discerning gaze. Indeed, the characteristics of this sword embryo are precisely as you have articulated, and it is aptly named the dragon scale sword embryo." The dragon scale sword embryo. What a splendid name. Might you elaborate on its origins? I regret to inform you, Mr. Wu, that I cannot divulge the specific provenance of this sword embryo. However, I can certainly enlighten you on its formation. Wu Yiguan waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed, and replied, "No need for concern. The origins of such treasures should not be taken lightly, lest one invites peril. I merely inquired out of curiosity. Yet, I am indeed intrigued by the formation of this dragon scale sword embryo. Please, do elaborate." With that, Wu Yiguan invited Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng to return to their previous seating in the pavilion. In order to enlighten Mr. Wu, Cheng Yi began. The dragon scale sword embryo is, in fact, a fragment of a true dragon's phalanx. It has been tempered by the sun and moon, and was subsequently grazed by celestial fire, melding with metal and iron. After enduring the relentless passage of billions of years, a portion of the true dragon's essence has been entirely transformed, resulting in this unparalleled dragon scale sword embryo. As Wu Yiguan listened intently to Cheng Yi's narration, he took a sip of the ageless wine and could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the legendary true dragon is remarkable. Even after eons of decay, its remnants possess such formidable power. It is indeed rare and wondrous." Wu Yiguan paused momentarily, then pounded the table and declared, "Excellent. Cheng Yi, simply for your success in refining Yu Qingfeng's meridians, I am compelled to assist you. Now that you not only possess exceptional swordsmanship, but have also brought forth such a rare sword embryo, I, Wu Yiguan, shall dedicate my entire lifetime of knowledge to forge for you an exquisite sword." Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng exchanged knowing smiles. Rising from his seat, Cheng Yi lifted his wine cup and, with a gesture of respect towards Mr. Wu Yiguan, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Wu. I am truly appreciative. Although my abilities are modest, should you require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall exert myself to the utmost." "Splendid. Ha." With that, the three of them raised their glasses in unison. After consuming the timeless wine, Mr. Wu, somewhat bashful, ventured to speak. "Mr. Cheng Yi, might I trouble you for a copy of that lightning talisman you employed earlier?" "Of course." Cheng Yi promptly retrieved a talisman inscribed with field of electric currents from his robes, subsequently channeling his spiritual energy to modify it. Within the span of a few cups of wine, he completed the transformation of the talisman and handed it to Mr. Wu, advising him, "Mr. Wu, I have amended this talisman for you. When you wish to use it, simply drop a drop of blood upon it and recite the incantation urgent as the law commands to activate it. Upon its descent, it will summon a protective lightning barrier around you. As I previously mentioned, it is quite effective for offense, ambush, or retreat." "Thank you," Mr. Wu replied graciously. "I entrust my sword to your expertise." Following this exchange, Cheng Yi continued to engage with Mr. Wu in discussions regarding the requirements and particulars concerning the sword. Cheng Yi also informed Wu Yiguan that he intended to name the sword Dragon Scale Sword, and requested Wu Yiguan to summon him with a messenger eagle when he was ready to finalize its design. Cheng Yi was required to engrave various talismans and runes upon the blade, as well as to inscribe lines of spiritual energy. With the enhancement provided by these runes and energy lines, the Dragon Scale Sword would be able to unleash greater power and possess additional functionalities. Subsequently, Wu Yiguan presented another sword to Cheng Yi, meticulously instructing him in swordsmanship while also noting Cheng Yi's habits and the distinctive features of his wig. Finally, he inquired about Cheng Yi's preferences regarding the sword's appearance, which would serve as a basis for his future designs and forging methods. Having completed these tasks, Cheng Yi bid farewell to Wu Yiguan alongside Yu Chifeng and descended the mountain. As night had yet to fall, they hastened back on horseback. At last, bathed in the glow of the evening sun, Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng returned to Jishui City. As they approached the city, the two slowed their pace. Cheng Yi then retrieved an envelope from his clothing and handed it to Yu Chifeng. The envelope appeared to be quite full, suggesting it contained something significant. "A small token of my appreciation," Cheng Yi remarked. "What is this?" Yu Chifeng inquired as he accepted the envelope. Inside were 4 talismans of the electric field and 4 talismans of the wall of resistance. "Those 2 types of talismans I had used to subdue you during our last sparring match. Upon realizing the contents, Yu Chifeng was filled with delight. He had long desired these talismans but had been at a loss for how to express his yearning. Surprised by Cheng Yi's generosity, he expressed his gratitude. "I am truly thankful, Brother Cheng Yi." After thanking him, Yu Chifeng graciously tucked the envelope into his attire, adding, "Today is indeed a joyous occasion. You have gifted me such precious talismans, making it a day of celebration for me as well. Allow me to treat you to a fine dining experience." "Oh, then I shall humbly accept your invitation." Shortly thereafter, Yu Chifeng led Cheng Yi to the banks of Longyu River. "Isn't this Longjiang Tower? Have you been here before, Brother Cheng?" Cheng Yi asked. "The head of the Bai family, Bai Qianhe, once hosted me here," Yu Chifeng replied. "I see. He must have spared no expense for that. This time, I cannot be outdone. Please, lead the way." As they entered, they encountered the same doorman with whom Cheng Yi had exchanged a few words previously. The doorman appeared quite familiar with Yu Chifeng and greeted him enthusiastically. "Ah, Lord City Master. It has been some time since your last visit. And Mr. Cheng is here as well. Today, our establishment is truly graced by your presence. Please, ascend to the upper floors." The two followed the doorman upstairs, and to their surprise, he did not stop until they reached the 5th floor. "Little doorman, why are you leading us to the top floor? I did not reserve a private room there." In response to the city master, our proprietor instructed that when Mr. Cheng visits next, he must be accommodated in a private room. Yu Chifeng cast a surprised glance at Cheng Yi, remarking, "I had no idea. Cheng Yi, you hold such prestige. To think that even I would have to wait for some time to secure a reservation for the top floor, yet here you are, directly escorted to the pinnacle. Could it be that you are well acquainted with the owner of Longjiang Tower?" Yu Chifeng had developed a close camaraderie with the previous proprietor of Longjiang Tower, frequently indulging in the pleasures of food and drink together, sharing laughter and stories over cups of wine. Now, as the old gentleman plans to retire, he has entrusted his daughter with the responsibility of managing Longjiang Road. Before his departure, he summoned you, imploring him to look after his daughter in the days to come. By returning to assume control of Longjiang Tower, the intention is for her to focus her energies and refrain from reckless adventures in the world. 4. Should fate take a turn for the worse one day, it would be too late for regrets. Upon hearing Yu Chifeng's words, Cheng Yi promptly replied, "I have never had the pleasure of meeting the proprietor of this Longjiang Tower. However, the doorman mentioned previously that the owner expressed a desire to meet me." Understanding the situation, he added, "Very well, I shall inquire further when we meet." After ascending to the 6th floor, Cheng Yi observed that there were only 2 rooms, one facing the street and the other overlooking the river. The doorman opened the door to the river-facing room, revealing it to be entirely unoccupied. "Please wait a moment. Refreshments will be served shortly, along with fine wines and exquisite dishes. Thank you for your efforts." Cheng Yi replied graciously. Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng entered the elegant chamber, discovering that it was indeed more exquisite than the Tianzi room on the 5th floor. Not only was it opulent, but it also exuded an air of utmost comfort. The expansive river view and the gentle breeze seemed to calm even the most restless of hearts. The 6th floor, which jutted slightly towards the river, was enclosed by a railing, offering an even broader vista. Though merely a single floor higher, Cheng Yi experienced a sensation that was strikingly different from that below, more delightful and imbued with poetic essence. At that moment, Yu Chifeng was captivated, engrossed in admiring the 2 poetic paintings. Cheng Yi approached, while Yu Chifeng remained transfixed by the poetry and paintings before him. Without turning his head, he inquired, "Cheng Yi, what emotions do you perceive from these 2 pieces of art?" Cheng Yi maintained a faint smile on his face and replied, "Brother Yu, I have never possessed much interest in poetry or painting since my youth. I regret that I cannot share in your appreciation." "No matter," Yu Chifeng responded. "These pursuits are ultimately mere amusements for the soul. Whether one is intrigued or proficient is of little consequence." As the 2 conversed, several maidservants entered, bringing with them exquisite snacks and steaming tea, meticulously arranging them on a small table. However, instead of departing after their task, they proceeded to the small stage, setting up musical instrument stands and seats to facilitate the upcoming performance by the musicians. Yu Chifeng paid them no mind, continuing to admire the 2 pieces of art, while Cheng Yi moved to the small table to sample the delightful treats. It must be said that in this fantastical realm, devoid of food additives and advanced culinary techniques, the richness of flavors and textures in these delicacies astonished Cheng Yi. It seemed likely that this was the result of skills honed and passed down through generations, combined with high-quality ingredients. These snacks were not only appetizing but also remarkably light, allowing Cheng Yi to indulge, often savoring multiple pieces in a single bite. As time passed, the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a faint glow that cast a rosy hue across the sky. At that moment, the chefs began to present the dishes, and wine was also served. Inhaling the fragrant aromas of the exquisite cuisine and the enticing scent of the wine, Cheng Yi finished the last of his pastry, while Yu Chifeng reluctantly tore himself away from the paintings to approach the dining table. Ah, the Bailing Spring wine, how rare. Your former master usually reserved this for himself. Why is it that the new owner is willing to share it today? Yu Chifeng inquired. Just as he finished speaking, a voice, sweet yet androgynous, chimed in. Of course, I wish to drink with you all. The speaker was none other than Lu Yunqi, the current proprietor of Longjiang Tower. Cheng Yi turned his gaze and beheld a young woman, seemingly no older than 18 or 19, emerging from behind the curtain. She wore a delicate pink gauze dress, her hair intricately braided, and her petite face featured a charmingly pointed chin adorned with dimples that appeared when she smiled. This young lady not only possessed exceptional beauty but also bore a rare elegance, exuding a warmth intertwined with a hint of allure. Upon catching sight of Cheng Yi, Lu Yunqi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her lips curving into a smile as she slightly bowed and greeted him, saying, I am Lu Yunqi, honored to meet you, Sir Cheng, and Lord Yu. For a moment, Cheng Yi found himself momentarily entranced by Lu Yunqi's enchanting demeanor. Her delightful appearance and attire seemed more befitting of a wealthy family's unwed daughter than the proprietor of a renowned establishment. However, out of respect, he refrained from gazing too long. With a gentle smile, he inclined slightly toward Lu Yunqi and remarked, I have long heard of your esteemed name, Miss Lu. To see you in person is indeed to witness extraordinary grace. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's compliment, Lu Yunqi raised her sleeve to conceal her face, a soft smile gracing her lips, clearly delighted by the praise. She then invited Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng to take their seats. At that moment, 7 female musicians entered, each carrying various instruments. They settled into their respective places, exchanged glances, and commenced to play. The light and soothing melody flowed from their fingertips, further easing Cheng Yi's spirit. Cheng Yi lifted his wine glass and toasted to Lu Yunqi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Lu, for your gracious hospitality. I raise my glass in your honor. Lu Yunqi reciprocated the gesture with his own glass. After acknowledging Lu Yunqi, whom he met for the first time, Cheng Yi poured himself another drink and raised it towards Yu Chifeng. I appreciate your assistance today in resolving my weaponry concerns. I toast to you, brother Yu. Oh, what business have you and Mr. Cheng undertaken today to be in such high spirits? Nothing of great consequence, really. I have long been without a suitable weapon. In times of conflict, I would resort to picking up branches and bamboo sticks from the ground. Brother Yu, unable to bear this any longer, kindly referred me to a skilled swordsmith, and we finalized the design of the sword today. I see. Boss Lu, we are strangers. Yet you have unexpectedly invited me to the finest private room of this Longjiang Tower. Is there something you require assistance with? Please, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever I, Cheng Yi, can do, I will offer my utmost support. Not at all, Mr. Cheng. You see through me. I have merely long admired your esteemed reputation and wish to forge a friendship. Your forthrightness, Boss Lu, resonates with me. Consider me your friend, Cheng Yi, without a doubt. The two clinked their glasses once more. They then engaged in light conversation, discussing Cheng Yi's talismans, Yu Chifeng's damaged meridians, and the relationship between Yu Chifeng and Lu Yunqi's father, eventually delving into Lu Yunqi's adventures in the martial world. To his astonishment, Cheng Yi learned that Lu Yunqi, though merely 20 years of age, had experienced such thrilling escapades, leaving him feeling humbled. Mr. Cheng, your dedication to the study of talismans leaves little room for roaming as I do. Although you have only just emerged into the world, you have achieved something monumental. My experiences over the past few years pale in comparison to yours. You flatter me, Boss Lu. I merely contribute what little I can, shining with the heat I possess. What a splendid sentiment, to contribute one's light according to one's heat. Such integrity is no less than that of the great heroes of both ancient and modern times. Let it shine forth. Yu Chifeng raised his cup, and the other two followed suit, lifting their wine glasses in unison. After indulging in a satisfying meal, the trio engaged in conversation for a while longer before bidding each other farewell. Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng mounted their horses and rode off in different directions. However, unbeknownst to them, shortly after Cheng Yi departed, a slender figure clad in dark attire leapt from the rooftop of Longjiang Tower and stealthily trailed Cheng Yi from a distance. Upon returning to the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, Cheng Yi first attended to his personal hygiene. Once refreshed, he settled at the table, methodically crafting advanced power talismans, lightness talismans, eagle eye talismans, and spirit ear talismans, producing them in batches of 10. Additionally, he took the opportunity to create several intermediate talismans. Just as he was nearing the required quantity, he instructed Xiao Wei to summon Wu Qingdao. Xiao Wei, responsible for overseeing some aspects of Cheng Yi's daily life and basic tasks, served as a diligent assistant, characterized by his fair complexion and capable demeanor. Since hearing Cheng Yi mention that he could not cultivate the spirit sea and had to relinquish his martial arts prowess to become a spiritual practitioner, Wu Qingdao resolved that, even if he could not attain spiritual cultivation, he would not hinder Cheng Yi's progress. Consequently, he began secluding himself for intensive training, dedicating each day to rigorous practice. Today, Cheng Yi heard that he had emerged from seclusion, though he remained uncertain whether he had attained the realm of martial sovereign. Additionally, the task of escorting the talismans required a trustworthy individual endowed with considerable strength. Thus, Cheng Yi contemplated enlisting Wu Qingdao, not only for the escorting duty, but Cheng Yi resolved to entrust all matters related to the auction of talismans to Wu Qingdao henceforth. From the moment Cheng Yi crossed paths with Wu Qingdao, he discerned that this was a man adept at amassing wealth. Wu Qingdao possessed an undeniable penchant for extravagance, particularly when it came to the establishments of pleasure and revelry found throughout various regions. Yet, despite his occasional lavish expenditures, he never found himself lacking in funds. The purpose of auctioning off the talismans was twofold. Firstly, to amplify their influence and enhance the acceptance of these talismans among the populace of nearby cities, sects, and martial clans. Secondly, to generate revenue. Entrusting this endeavor to Wu Qingdao, Cheng Yi held firm in his belief that he would excel in this task. Shortly after Cheng Yi completed all the talismans designated for the inaugural auction, Wu Qingdao arrived. Once Xiao Wei had departed, Wu Qingdao stepped forward and clapped Cheng Yi on the shoulder. "Brother Cheng," he exclaimed, "these days of seclusion have been so dull. I've missed you terribly." In the realm of fantasy, such sentiments serve to epitomize the camaraderie between two men, in stark contrast to the potential for awkward misunderstandings that might arise in more mundane settings. Cheng Yi gently patted Wu Qingdao on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "As a fellow companion, I too am concerned, yet my recent obligations have kept me preoccupied. We are brothers, so let us not mind such trivialities. Brother, is there anything I can assist you with? After my prolonged seclusion, I feel as though my body is growing rusty. I yearn for some activity, preferably a good sparring match." "Indeed, there is," Wu Qingdao replied with a grin, "though I wonder if your skills are sufficient." Cheng Yi, attuned to the fluctuations of spiritual energy, sensed the surge of vitality emanating from Wu Qingdao, revealing that he had remarkably ascended to the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm, an impressive leap of 2 levels. "Brother Wu, you have advanced to the mid-stage of the martial sovereign realm." "Indeed," Wu Qingdao chuckled. "Do you think my abilities are adequate now?" "Absolutely. Most certainly." Cheng Yi laughed heartily. "Your promotion to the martial sovereign realm truly brings me joy." After a moment's pause, Cheng Yi continued, "Brother Wu, to celebrate your successful ascent, might I present you with a gift?" "Oh, what kind of gift?" Wu Qingdao inquired eagerly. "A weapon or perhaps a talisman? Do show me." Cheng Yi smiled mysteriously and said, "Is it not so? Then what is it?" Cheng Yi extended a finger, declaring, "Martial arts, a complete set of earth-level sword techniques." Wu Qing was astounded. After all, his own wind-breaking sword technique was merely of the profound level. Cheng Yi was actually offering him a set of earth-level sword techniques. Earth-level sword techniques. "Brother, are you truly sincere? Could I have misheard?" Cheng Yi chuckled heartily. Indeed, it is the earth-level sword technique I have recently acquired. I have gained some insight into it and am more than capable of teaching you." At that moment, Wu Qingdao was overwhelmed with emotion, rendered momentarily speechless. This was an earth-level sword technique. Even the Xian-level techniques he currently possessed had taken his master 7 or 8 years of servitude to fully impart. Yet, Cheng Yi, driven solely by brotherly affection, presented him with this invaluable earth-level martial art without hesitation. How could this not stir his heart? Tears welled up in Wu Qingdao's eyes. But adhering to the principle that a man should not weep lightly, he held them back, gripping Cheng Yi's hand tightly as he said with deep emotion, "With a brother like you, I would have no regrets even in death." Cheng Yi grasped Wu Qingdao's hand and said, "Do not mention merely a set of earth-level martial techniques. Even the celestial-level skills pale in comparison to your prowess, Wu Qingdao." Wu Qingdao, deeply moved, nearly shed tears. "All right, Enough of this sentimentality. I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. Cheng Yi replied, brother, whatever it may be. I am willing to traverse mountains of blades or plunge into cauldrons of oil for you. No, if you dare to go, I would be too reluctant to let you. Wu Qingdao chuckled. Wu, 2 days ago, I spoke with Bai Qianhe, the head of the Bai family, who is also the father of my disciple Bai Xiaofeng. He is willing to assist me in auctioning the talismans in other cities. This way, we can amass considerable wealth while simultaneously expanding the influence of the talisman arts. Although this endeavor bears countless benefits and no drawbacks, it requires a trustworthy individual to undertake it. Thus, I thought of you. Indeed, this venture holds great promise. Wu Qingdao affirmed. Very well, I shall take charge of it. You can rest assured. Upon hearing Wu Qingdao's agreement, Cheng Yi's face lit up with joy as he pointed towards a box on the table. Inside this box are several high-level talismans and a number of intermediate appendices. I have set it up with special talismanic arrangements, but now it requires a drop of your blood. Without hesitation, Wu Qingdao bit his fingertip, allowing a single drop of blood to fall. Cheng Yi dipped his finger into a drop of blood and subsequently inscribed a talisman within the confines of the box using that very blood. Now, henceforth, apart from you and me, no one shall have the ability to unlock this box. Should anyone attempt to force it open, the talisman within shall be entirely obliterated. This is a rudimentary talisman that Cheng Yi hastily devised, one that he has not even named. However, despite its elementary nature, its practicality is remarkably high. It serves 2 primary functions: to identify the individual attempting to open the box, and to annihilate all the runes and lines of spiritual energy contained within, including its own. Once all the talismans within this box are destroyed, it shall also promptly erase itself. Otherwise, the box itself holds a certain intrinsic value. Cheng Yi believes that only those with determination can bring back even a single rudimentary talisman. My brother has considered this thoroughly, thus, success is assured. Cheng Yi nodded and said, furthermore, whenever Bai Qianhe requests a certain quantity from you, you must provide precisely that amount, not a single piece more. Additionally, it is imperative to ascertain the destination of each item, ensuring that you communicate clearly with Bai Qianhe, and you must also dispatch someone to verify that the seller has indeed received the corresponding talismans. Cheng Yi would never be foolish enough to unconditionally trust the cunning old fox, Bai Qianhe, solely based on his connection with Bai Xiaofeng. Within this box, one could easily gather dozens of martial arts masters, each at the initial stage of the martial sovereign realm. If these were to be utilized or secretly concealed by Bai Qianhe, it would mean unleashing the power of numerous formidable warriors. Although this strength could only be sustained for an hour, it possesses the potential to obliterate many factions in an instant. Furthermore, Cheng Yi's greatest concern is that these dozens of talismans may ultimately lead back to him. Cheng Yi possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate all the talismans he inscribes within a certain scope using his spiritual energy, rendering them inactive with remarkable ease. However, such an action would undoubtedly displease him, and it would signify the irrevocable end of his collaboration with Bai Qianhe. Presently, Cheng Yi still requires this power to facilitate his own development. He is not yet prepared to relinquish this vital support. Should Bai Qianhe demonstrate sufficient integrity, Cheng Yi would not hesitate to extend his assistance, aiding in their growth. Nevertheless, to prevent an alliance from devolving into enmity, the most effective strategy is not to appeal to the alliance's emotions or bind them with the constraints of friendship, but rather to render them incapable of becoming adversaries. Thus, until he has fully matured, he will not afford Bai Qianhe any opportunity or means to betray him. However, to avert unforeseen circumstances, Cheng Yi must ensure that adequate protective measures are established for Wu Qingdao in advance. Cheng Yi retrieved an envelope from his garment, containing precisely 4 sets of the martial sovereign's complete package, all meticulously modified to be activated solely by the blood of Wu Qingdao. Additionally, within the envelope lay several talismans for the domains of electric currents and barriers, both of which are exceptionally simple and swift to employ, yet immensely powerful, making them ideal for those lacking in talismanic knowledge or proficiency. Brother Wu, take this envelope. It holds numerous advanced talismans for your protection in critical moments. Do not hesitate to use them. I can create as many as you require. Your survival is paramount. All right. Subsequently, Cheng Yi led Wu Qingdao to an open area outside, illuminating the surroundings with a few light talismans. Brother Wu, I shall now impart that martial technique to you. After an hour of meticulous instruction from Cheng Yi, Wu Qingdao, leveraging his years of experience with blades, seamlessly grasped the severing blade technique. However, his current mastery only allowed him to execute the technique under normal circumstances. To truly become proficient in this method would necessitate vast amounts of practice and real combat experience. Having learned the severing blade technique, Wu Qingdao was now exhilarated beyond measure. The more he studied, the more astonished and enamored he became. This technique was extraordinarily formidable, combining finesse with brute strength, intricate yet powerful, in comparison. His original wind-returning blade technique seemed trivial, akin to comparing scattered stars to a full moon, or dust to the sun, utterly incomparable. Yet, he possessed the discernment to understand that Cheng Yi harbored numerous secrets of great significance, which could not simply be divulged based on the nature of their relationship. Such discretion was entirely warranted for reasons of safety and precaution. Thus, Wu Qingdao refrained from inquiring about the origins of this technique. He was not foolish enough to do so. Well then, Brother Wu, it is getting late. Take the box home and rest early. On the Yin day, I shall introduce you to Bai Qianha. Very well, brother. I bid you farewell. Good night. After Wu Qingdao departed, Cheng Yi dedicated some time to furthering his research on the cooling talisman. Just before drowsiness overtook him, he finalized the design of the cooling talisman, a new creation aimed specifically at the populace watching live courses in the Mirror Flower Water Moon Square. As a high-level talisman master, the creation of a basic talisman was as effortless for him as drinking water. However, this comes with a stipulation. The talisman is solely for his personal use. Regardless of the intricacies involved in the engraving and application of the talisman, he remains invincible within this realm. Consequently, when crafting a rudimentary talisman, he need not concern himself with the quantity, variety, arrangement, or the complexity of the spiritual energy pathways of the newly formed symbols. His mastery of talismanic arts is so profound that these factors are trivial. The difference lies not between carrying one bucket of water versus two, but rather between holding a single grain of sand versus two. For those with a significantly lower proficiency in talisman crafting, or even those devoid of such skills, a hastily created, unrefined talisman may prove to be more challenging to learn and execute than a mid-level talisman. This is due to the fact that the beginner talismans he casually produces often necessitate techniques employed in the creation of intermediate or even advanced talismans. Thus, it is said that the newly created talismans may only be wielded by him. Nonetheless, optimizing a rudimentary talisman is no trivial endeavor. It requires not only the refinement of symbols and patterns, but also the careful selection of materials and the meticulous design of spiritual energy pathways. Moreover, he must take into account the target demographic for the talisman and the potential adverse reactions following its use. Upon his first live broadcast, Cheng Yi was determined to address this issue. After upgrading the talisman technique to an advanced level, he immediately commenced the development of the cooling talisman. Following several days of meticulous research, he was finally ready to finalize the design today. Although the cooling talisman may not yet be perfect, it must undergo practical crafting and usage by the public, who will provide valuable feedback before the design can be deemed conclusive. Nevertheless, Cheng Yi could assure that for the vast majority, inscribing this talisman would not pose considerable difficulty. Having resolved a significant concern, the night grew deep, and fatigue began to weigh on Cheng Yi. After washing his face and drying it with a towel, he retired to bed. However, in the shadows of the night, a pair of clear eyes remained fixated on the window of Cheng Yi's bedroom, attentively listening to the sounds within. It was only when he heard Cheng Yi settle into bed, his breathing gradually becoming slow and steady, that he waited an additional quarter hour to confirm that Cheng Yi was completely asleep. Only then did the figure in black begin to approach Cheng Yi's chamber. The caution of the figure in black was warranted, for Cheng Yi's reputation was fearsome. Previously, a mid-stage martial sovereign had attempted a nighttime ambush on Cheng Yi, only to have his entire force decimated, leaving the assailant severely injured and fleeing in disarray, never to be seen again. Through investigation, it was revealed that this mid-stage martial sovereign was Liu Haifeng, the leader of the returning Wind sect, who had not made an appearance since, likely recuperating from his injuries. Subsequently, Cheng Yi had engaged in a fierce battle with another mid-stage martial sovereign adept in swordsmanship, defeating him as well, leading to yet another hasty retreat. These two significant achievements compelled the figure in black to exercise extreme caution. The first incident underscored Cheng Yi's heightened alertness. Even in slumber, he remained vigilant, with sharp senses ensuring that no mid-stage martial sovereign could successfully ambush him. The second incident indicated that after employing talismans, Cheng Yi possessed at least the strength of a mid-stage martial sovereign. The figure in black himself was at the late stage of martial sovereign, but could not guarantee victory in a direct confrontation with Cheng Yi. After all, Cheng Yi had yet to reveal his trump cards in battle. Moreover, Who could say whether Cheng Yi possessed talismans of the martial spirit realm? If he indeed held such talismans and discovered the figure's presence, it would spell great danger, leaving no chance for escape. Despite these thoughts, the figure in black hesitated only briefly before continuing to close the distance to Cheng Yi's bedroom. Should he be discovered and unable to withstand the encounter, he could simply remove his mask to reveal his identity, trusting that Cheng Yi would not harm him upon learning who he was. Thus, the figure in black proceeded with utmost caution, taking a few steps, pausing for several breaths, and then advancing again, until he finally reached the corner of the wall beneath Cheng Yi's bedroom. Cheng Yi's bedroom was situated on the second floor, a mere leap away for the cloaked figure. With effortless grace, the figure ascended to the ledge of Cheng Yi's window. Instead of rashly attempting to pry open the window, the figure took a moment to steady their breath, then retrieved a slender letter from within their garments, carefully inserting it through the narrow gap of the window. Once the letter was completely lodged inside, the figure exhaled softly in relief. Fortunately, Cheng Yi remained undisturbed. Just as the figure contemplated departing, they hesitated. If they were in Cheng Yi's place, they would have awakened by now. Perhaps they were overthinking. Could it be that Cheng Yi was not as extraordinary as they had imagined? Such an opportunity to observe him discreetly was rare. Should they perhaps open the window for a better look before leaving? After a moment of indecision, the figure resolved to take a peek. With a tentative hand, they gently pushed the window, which gradually opened wider, revealing Cheng Yi's slumbering form, now barely discernible. It seemed he was not as remarkable as they had believed. Just as the figure basked in their triumph, their gaze fell upon a talisman affixed to the inner side of the window, previously obscured while the window was shut. To their astonishment, the talisman was now glowing, indicating it had been activated. Who goes there? Cheng Yi abruptly sat up in bed, exclaiming with fervor. The figure clad in black, disregarding everything, immediately unleashed his utmost speed and fled like the wind. As Cheng Yi activated the full array of his martial prowess and lunged towards the window, the shadow had already vanished without a trace. Gazing at the distant figure that was no longer visible, a wave of trepidation washed over Cheng Yi. Judging by the speed of that black-clad individual, it was evident that he was at least at the mid-stage of martial mastery, quite possibly in the late stage. A sudden ambush from such a foe would indeed pose a grave danger. If things went awry, it could very well cost him his life. However, upon observing the warning talisman on the window, Cheng Yi felt a sense of confusion. This talisman had not been triggered by hostility, but rather had been physically activated due to the window being opened. This implied that the intruder bore no ill intentions towards him. Yet, if there was no animosity, what was the purpose of the visit? To merely observe him while he slept? That seemed implausible. This is... Cheng Yi noticed a letter that had fallen by the window. Upon picking it up, he observed the words, "To Cheng Yi, personally." After opening the envelope and reading its contents, a look of surprise crossed his face. What is this Lingyun sect? Have they set their sights on me? Yet, who could be so kind-hearted as to come quietly in the dead of night to warn me without revealing their identity? Cheng Yi searched through his mind for all conceivable names, yet none seemed likely to engage in such an act. Firstly, it was evident that the individual bore him no ill will, as indicated by the response of the alert talisman. Furthermore, Cheng Yi did not believe anyone could fathom the operational mechanism of his alert talisman or the corresponding defensive measures. The talisman had never been revealed to the public. It had solely been utilized by him, rendering any potential leakage improbable. Additionally, the fact that the stranger sought to conceal his identity was apparent from the masked figure in black, who fled upon encountering him. Lastly, and most crucially, the individual was a formidable master at the late stage of the martial venerable realm. With such a powerful presence fixated upon him, even if there was currently no animosity, future complications could not be dismissed. It was prudent to unmask this person. To uncover his identity, one must commence the investigation with the Lingyun sect he mentioned. Cheng Yi resolved that after the live broadcast on that overcast day, he would seek out Wang Ho for an inquiry. Given Wang Ho's prolonged engagement in governmental affairs and his responsibilities in liaising with various factions, he would likely possess insights that elude the common populace. The following day, before the first light of dawn, numerous disciples of the talismanic arts had already gathered by the banks of Longyu River. At this moment, Cheng Yi had yet to arrive. Yet some individuals had already commenced their training according to the regimen he had outlined the previous day. Among these diligent practitioners, many others were engaged in hushed conversations, exchanging insights. At this juncture, two youths were sharing their experiences. The master is astonishing. Following the training path he assigned yesterday, I began with the giant strength talisman. and to my surprise, it became significantly easier. I had spent 2 days on the lightness talisman with little progress, and I even began to doubt my aptitude for talismanic arts. However, once the master instructed me to start with the giant strength talisman, everything changed. It was truly miraculous. How peculiar. I experienced the opposite. I began with the lightness talisman to no avail, but when I turned to the giant strength talisman, I found it far more manageable. The master is truly extraordinary. I wonder what the master has planned for today. I eagerly anticipate his lessons, feeling that under his tutelage, I will inevitably become a master of talismans. That must be a mere illusion of yours. Get lost. As the first light of dawn broke, Cheng Yi arrived at Longyu River, his countenance slightly weary, with dark circles under his eyes. The previous night, he had fallen asleep, only to be startled awake by a figure clad in black, which left him exhilarated for quite some time, rendering him unable to sleep. In desperation, he ascended to the rooftop to gaze at the stars and the moon, only finding peace late into the night before returning to bed. Having promised his disciples that he would conduct a lesson this morning, he rose early, as maintaining the image of a teacher was essential. Upon Cheng Yi's arrival, the chatter among the crowd gradually ceased. Those who had previously been utilizing their fragmented moments for cultivation also paused, attentively awaiting the commencement of today's instructional content. Cheng Yi had meticulously devised the lesson plan the day prior, which entailed assessing everyone's progress in their studies. Subsequently, he would categorize individuals with similar advancement into groups of unrestricted size. Should anyone's progress significantly surpass that of their current cohort, they would be reassigned to an appropriate group. Each individual's capacity for learning, diligence, and innate talent varies, necessitating the application of diverse pedagogical approaches. If all were to remain within a single group, Cheng Yi would be compelled to frequently alternate between different teaching methodologies during the same session, which would not only diminish efficiency but also prove to be quite cumbersome and exhausting. Such a scenario would likely result in the instructional content being applicable to only a fraction of the group, leaving the remaining members with a notably reduced rate of comprehension. Rather than pursuing this inefficient method, it would be more prudent to categorize individuals based on their learning progress, allowing for distinct groups to receive instruction at different times. This approach mirrors the educational models prevalent on Earth, albeit with the distinction that Cheng Yi is the sole instructor. Hence, he refrained from accepting a multitude of disciples at the outset, as the current cadre of over 200 already demands a considerable investment of his time, which he must also balance with his own cultivation. With perseverance, once a portion of this group attains a sufficient level of proficiency, they will be able to substitute for him in teaching the relatively less advanced groups, thereby alleviating a significant amount of his burden. This underscores why Cheng Yi places immense importance on nurturing Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu, as they are the most likely to reach a level capable of instructing others in a short span of time. Moreover, many critical positions within his future organization will require the talents of individuals like them. As Cheng Yi stood before the assembly, he cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Next, anyone who hears their name called shall step forward to present their skills in talisman crafting and the manipulation of spiritual energy, as per my instructions." Upon concluding his statement, Cheng Yi turned to the young Wei beside him and said, "Let us begin." Wei, holding a list in his hand, nodded at Cheng Yi and proceeded to announce the first name, Yu Qianlu. Upon hearing his name, Yu Qianlu promptly rose and swiftly approached Cheng Yi. "Master." "Indeed." Cheng Yi acknowledged with a nod and instructed Yu Qianlu, "First, channel your energy to absorb the spiritual essence and attempt to convert it." Heeding the master's words, Yu Qianlu complied without hesitation. As Yu Qianlu engaged in the conversion of spiritual energy, Cheng Yi focused his own energy into his eyes, employing the method of the spiritual gaze to observe the speed of Yu Qianlu's transformation. Yu Qianlu, a prodigious talent blessed with an innate spiritual see, exhibited a conversion speed that rivaled a mere fraction of Cheng Yi's own current capabilities. The stark contrast between their abilities was not a reflection of Yu Qianlu's inadequacy, but rather a testament to Cheng Yi's formidable prowess. Cheng Yi has long harbored a suspicion that he possesses a certain innate talent for the celestial arts. Otherwise, his progress in the realm of talisman crafting and cultivation would not have been so swift and smooth. Lacking peers of comparable prowess in the art of cultivation for reference, he remains uncertain of the true extent of his abilities. Regardless, he has not encountered any descriptions of talents in the path of cultivation that mirror his own experiences. Nevertheless, the fact that the celestial inheritance system chose him rather than another reinforces his belief that he possesses a unique distinction compared to others. Yet, the exact nature of this difference remains for him to explore, or perhaps it will become apparent as he ascends to greater heights. After assessing Yu Qianliu's rate of spiritual energy conversion, Cheng Yi requested that he create several talismans on the spot. Subsequently, Cheng Yi evaluated Yu Qianliu's speed and fluidity in crafting talismans, the dexterity of his spiritual energy manipulation, the success rate of his creations, and his physical and mental state during the process to form a comprehensive judgment of Yu Qianliu's talisman-making abilities. At Cheng Yi's behest, Yu Qianliu produced 5 of each talisman he currently mastered. While crafting the basic lightness and great strength talismans, he encountered one failure for each, with the rest proving successful. Cheng Yi was quite satisfied with these results. They were enough to indicate that Yu Qianliu not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also exhibited remarkable diligence, a rare combination indeed. It is difficult to achieve such proficiency in such a short time relying solely on innate talent. Once Yu Qianliu had demonstrated all his skills, Cheng Yi, noticing the hopeful gleam in his eyes, praised him. Qianliu, you are exceptional, but do not overexert yourself. Occasionally, take the time to enjoy leisure with your companions and unwind. Yu Qianliu eagerly nodded, understanding that his master not only recognized his skills, but also acknowledged his hard work, hence the advice to rest. Now, you may go. As Yu Qianliu descended, some others began to feel a surge of anxiety and embarrassment, fervently hoping that their master would refrain from summoning everyone at once. Most of them were acutely aware that their talisman skills paled in comparison to others, while Yu Qianliu confidently demonstrated his abilities. Many felt a profound sense of shame and guilt. Perhaps it was due to a lack of aptitude or insufficient diligence. In any case, their proficiency in talismans was decidedly among the lowest of their 200 peers. During this session, they bowed their heads in deep embarrassment, silently wishing that Xiao Wei would not call upon them. However, the name that Xiao Wei called next filled its bearer with despair. Next, Chu Fei. Among the crowd of over 200, a small, slight boy with a buzz cut sat timidly at the back, shrinking away from the gazes of others. Upon hearing his name, his face turned pale with fear. He had yet to even open his spiritual sea and had not learned a single talisman. Was he to merely subject himself to ridicule? At this moment, he longed to escape from this place. He felt that perhaps he should never have heeded his father's advice to seek out Cheng Yi at the Lord's mansion as a mentor, perhaps in this vast world. The labor district, with its unchanging station for a lifetime, was truly his best sanctuary. Nevertheless, he understood that ascending to the position was his master's intention, and he must comply. Once a disciple, forever a son. This was a lesson his father had imparted to him countless times before he formally departed from home to join the Chongqing Dao Academy. His father had said that the master, who bestowed upon him the skills necessary for survival, was akin to a second father, deserving of the same respect he held for his own progenitor. Chu Fei was obedient, even though his heart felt so heavy with shame that he could have wept. Yet he stifled his emotions and gradually approached Cheng Yi step by step. Cheng Yi gazed at the modestly dressed little boy, his brow furrowed and a tearful expression adorning his face as he approached him step by step, evoking a sense of compassion within him. This boy was familiar to him. Among all his apprentices, he was the last to arrive at the Zhangxin Dao Academy. It was said that his family was exceedingly impoverished, unable to afford a donkey cart, forcing him to trek from the most distant labor district, farthest from the city center, one painstaking step at a time. In truth, Cheng Yi was more than willing to fetch this young lad. However, by the time he learned of the situation, the boy had already arrived, his already tattered straw sandals having succumbed to wear during the journey, leaving his feet bloodied. It was likely that his feet had yet to fully recover. Thus, Cheng Yi rose, walked over, and lifted Chu Fei into his arms, carrying him back with great care. After Cheng Yi gently cradled Chu Fei, he did not hasten to prompt him for a demonstration. Instead, he delicately removed Chu Fei's shoes and examined the soles of his feet. Upon arriving at the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, Chu Fei's feet had already undergone some treatment. He had changed dressings several times and relied on crutches for a few days. Now, he was almost fully recovered, though he still experienced slight discomfort while walking. His recovery was progressing well, and in another 2 or 3 days, he would be entirely healed. Remember, refrain from running or jumping for the next couple of days. Cheng Yi then released his spiritual energy, soothing Chu Fei's soles, and a gentle, comforting sensation enveloped him, instantly alleviating all pain. Now, you will heal even faster, Cheng Yi assured him. Since being picked up by Cheng Yi, Chu Fei had remained in a state of bewilderment. But upon hearing these words, he finally comprehended what was transpiring. He felt Cheng Yi's warmth akin to that of a father. Tears welled up in Chu Fei's eyes, on the verge of spilling over, when Cheng Yi gently patted his shoulder. All right, it is your turn to demonstrate. Begin by performing the reincarnation of eternal life technique to absorb spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual power. At Cheng Yi's words, Chu Fei's tears halted abruptly. The conversion of spiritual power was manageable, as only his master could perceive it. However, he still had to create talismans shortly after. If he failed to produce even one, it would be quite embarrassing. This thought rekindled the fear that had just been subdued by his earlier emotions. All right, Chu Fei, let us begin, Cheng Yi encouraged. Yes, master. Chu Fei steeled himself, his little face flushed with effort as he strained to extract the last vestiges of his strength, fully absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into spiritual power. Yet, to Cheng Yi's discerning eye, Chu Fei's conversion speed was still lagging far behind Yuqian Lu's by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Cheng Yi's expression remained neutral. He did not display displeasure. He understood that every individual is unique, and as a master, he ought to be accommodating. The educational philosophies here diverged significantly from those on Earth, where a teacher-student relationship was simply that, perhaps evolving into friendship, but rarely transcending beyond unless familial ties existed. Since his disciples regarded him as a father figure, he too must fulfill the dual role of mentor and paternal guide. After evaluating the speed of spiritual power conversion, the next task was to assess the size and width of Chu Fei's spiritual sea. Cheng Yi had not examined Yuqian Lu's spiritual sea earlier because he was already aware of its condition. However, for others, such assessments were necessary. Yet, when Cheng Yi extended his spiritual tendrils into the location of Chu Fei's spiritual sea, he discovered it to be completely vacant, indicating that Chu Fei had yet to successfully establish his spiritual sea. It seemed that Chu Fei would become a beneficiary of his guidance in the future. All right, Chu Fei, we shall now proceed to the next task, the creation of talismans. Simply produce 5 iterations of each talisman you know. After Cheng Yi finished speaking, he noticed that Chu Fei had not begun crafting talismans. Instead, he kept his head bowed deeply, practically resting on his chest. Master, I am sorry. I cannot create talismans. I do not know how to make even a single one. Chu Fei had braced himself to face his master's reprimand, yet unexpectedly, a large hand gently patted him on the shoulder. It is all right. I shall teach you. If there are areas in which you struggle, feel free to ask your elder brothers and sisters for assistance. At that moment, several individuals below observed Chu Fei's lack of action and immediately deduced that he likely lacked the ability to draw even one talisman. Could it be that this cannot draw a single talisman? One scoffed. Just look at his attire. It is evident he hails from a laborer's district. Poorly educated and quite foolish. It is only natural he cannot learn. I dare say the master should not have taken in such a person. It is a waste of effort. Ah, I see you are dressed quite finely. How can you be so rude? The noble youth interjected. Rude? I am merely stating a fact. Suddenly, the elegantly dressed young man felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning around, he was struck with terror. The one staring at him was none other than his master. Cheng Yi. The privileged youth, confronted by Cheng Yi's cold gaze, felt a sense of unease. Surely, the master would not scold me for this impoverished boy, would he? Moreover, I am of the Zhou family. The master surely relies on our support for his ambitions. Taking in these poor folk must be merely for show. With thoughts of his own status and the realization that Cheng Yi would depend on his family in the future, the noble young man straightened his back, smiled, and met Cheng Yi's gaze directly. Seeing the sudden display of confidence from the young master of the Zhou family, Cheng Yi felt a mix of surprise and amusement. However, he could not find humor in the situation, for this behavior was something he would never tolerate. Cheng Yi's expression was grave as he rose to his feet. Upon witnessing this, Chu Fei also stood up. Cheng Yi then placed his hand firmly on Chu Fei's shoulder and, pointing at the young master of the Zhou family, spoke in a deep voice, "You, stand up." The imposing demeanor of Cheng Yi suggested that this was not a matter to be taken lightly, causing the Zhou family scion to feel a surge of anxiety as he wobbled to his feet. However, he was soon struck by words that fell upon him like a thunderclap. "Zhou Zhu, you may return home. From this day forth, you are no longer my disciple." All present, including Xiao Wei, were left in stunned disbelief at Cheng Yi's declaration. The individual at the center of this turmoil, Zhou Zhu, was now rendered speechless. His complexion pale. His intention in seeking Cheng Yi as a master was not merely to hone his skills. The primary motivation was to forge a connection between the Zhou family and Cheng Yi. After all, Cheng Yi was a master of the martial arts realm, a status that even the city lord Yu barely attained. Furthermore, it was rumored that Cheng Yi had a close rapport with city lord Yu. Thus establishing ties with Cheng Yi would effectively mean establishing connections with Yu as well. achieving two objectives with one effort. The most formidable protector in the Zhou family was only at the martial sect level, and his father had high hopes for him to become a trusted disciple of Cheng Yi, thereby forming an alliance akin to that of the Bai family, paving the way for future success. Yet now, due to a trivial matter, he faced expulsion from his master's tutelage. How would he return home to explain this to his father? His father might very well lash out in anger, leaving him battered. The mere thought of this caused Zhou Zu's legs to weaken, nearly rendering him unable to stand. In his desperation, he dropped to his knees, weeping profusely, "Master, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please do not expel me from your teachings. I promise to amend my ways. I will change." The onlookers, who had just witnessed the once arrogant Zhou family scion daring to meet his master's gaze with disdain, now saw him reduced to this pitiful state, stirring feelings of sympathy within them. Many anticipated that Cheng Yi would forgive Zhou Zu, opting for a minor reprimand, especially considering the Zhou family's considerable influence in Jishui City. Yet, they misjudged Cheng Yi's resolve. With an unyielding gaze, he addressed Zhou Zu. "What did I say when I took on disciples? I declared that here, regardless of wealth or status, any individual wishing to learn could come to study my path of symbols. In my presence, there is no distinction. I treat all my disciples equally and strive to unleash their utmost potential. Yet, what have you done?" Cheng Yi continued. "You have regarded your fellow disciples as inferior beings." Cheng Yi cast a sweeping gaze around the assembly and solemnly declared, "Today, I shall establish the first rule of our sect. Among us, the practitioners of the celestial way, there may be conflicts, disputes, and competition. However, any prejudice of wealth or status, and any acts of malice or oppression shall not be tolerated. Those who violate this rule shall find their celestial cultivation eradicated, and shall be expelled from this sect." Upon concluding his proclamation, Cheng Yi extended his left hand toward Zhou Zu, as if grasping 5 invisible strings attached to him, and swiftly pulled them back. Zhou Zu, who had been increasingly alarmed by Cheng Yi's words, was utterly terrified at the mention of losing his celestial powers and turned to flee. Yet, to his astonishment, his body felt as though it were ensnared by 5 ropes, rendering him unable to take a single step forward. Suddenly, those ropes yanked him back with tremendous force, lifting him into the air. He found himself facing away from Cheng Yi, his neck gripped firmly as if he were a mere chick being held aloft for all to see. Then, Cheng Yi raised his right hand, channeling a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy. With a decisive strike, he thrust this energy into Zhou Zu's body from behind. The violent energy transformed into myriad blades, piercing every channel of Zhou Zu's spiritual flow, ultimately assaulting his spiritual sea and shattering it into oblivion. Never before had Zhou Zu experienced such all-encompassing agony. He foamed at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, on the brink of unconsciousness. At that moment, Cheng Yi flung him away. Throw him out of the dojo. The destruction of his spiritual veins and sea would not inflict lasting harm upon his physical body. The process was merely excruciating, rendering any future cultivation of the celestial way impossible. Thus, Cheng Yi harbored no concerns about Zhou Zu's ability to return home unaided. After executing this decisive act, Cheng Yi turned his attention back to the onlookers, who were all left in a state of shock. Yet, the expressions of Yu Qianlu, Lu Lan, Bai Xiaofeng, and Chu Fei were notably distinct from the rest. Yu Qianlu gazed at Cheng Yi, his eyes shimmering with admiration, feeling an undeniable urge to emulate such a heroic figure in the future. Lu Lan regarded Cheng Yi with an adoration so palpable it seemed she might leap into his embrace like a mother wolf at any moment. Fortunately for her, her unusual gaze went unnoticed. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaofeng scrutinized Cheng Yi, savoring his earlier words, his eyes glinting with ambition. He believed he had chosen the right master. This man was destined to change the world. In stark contrast, Chu Fei could no longer contain his emotions. Tears flowed freely down his cheeks. Moved profoundly by Cheng Yi's earlier words and actions, observing the astonishment etched on the faces of those around him, Cheng Yi surmised that his declaration had indeed left a significant impact. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his convictions, unwilling to alter his stance. This was a matter of principle and a line he would not cross. With the farce concluded, he urged them to remember his words. Here, they were equals. He hoped never to witness another individual like Zhou Zu emerge from their midst. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's solemn reminder, the crowd abruptly regained their composure, responding in unison, "Yes, Master, we shall heed your words." Cheng Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, let us proceed." Cheng Yi subtly gestured to Xiao Wei, who promptly bent down to retrieve the roster that had fallen to the ground in shock. and continued to announce the next name. After meticulously examining each individual, Cheng Yi had formed a general assessment of the talismanic proficiency, innate talent, and current learning progress of his 212 disciples. Originally, there had been 213 disciples, but after dismissing one Zhou subordinate, only 212 remained. Among them, the highest proficiency in talismans and the most advanced in their studies were undoubtedly Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu. However, Cheng Yi was quite astonished to find that Bai Xiaofeng's learning progress was surprisingly just below that of Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu. Cheng Yi was aware of Bai Xiaofeng's situation. His talent was not particularly outstanding, placing him only in the mid-range of the cultivation system. Even among his more than 200 disciples, his gift could hardly be considered exceptional, especially when compared to Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu. Furthermore, Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu had not faced many distractions during this period, aside from their cultivation. In contrast, Bai Xiaofeng had to manage a portion of the Bai family's business alongside his own occasional assignments. Under such circumstances, it was challenging for Bai Xiaofeng to carve out much time for the study of talismans. Yet, despite these constraints, he managed to closely trail Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu in learning progress, which genuinely impressed Cheng Yi. How had he achieved this? Could it be that his innate talent for the celestial path was simply hidden from his view? Upon deeper reflection, Cheng Yi frowned. His assessments were accurate. Bai Xiaofeng did not possess any notable innate gifts in terms of physical condition. However, Bai Xiaofeng was astute. His agile and adaptive mind granted him a strong comprehension of talismans. Thus, through swift and precise understanding, he was able to master numerous basic talismans and the cultivation method of the reincarnation longevity technique within a short time frame. Moreover, while his celestial qualifications were mediocre, they were by no means lacking, making the opening of his spiritual sea a manageable task. Naturally, after dealing with a plethora of unavoidable trifles, he still managed to dedicate some time to the study of talismans, which could be deemed quite diligent. Cheng Yi held a natural affinity for hardworking students. Regardless of their level of talent, Cheng Yi intended to categorize his over 200 disciples into 4 groups based on their learning progress. The lowest group consisted of those who had yet to unlock their spiritual potential, accounting for approximately 50% of the total. The third group had successfully crafted 2 of the 4 fundamental talismans taught thus far, namely the primary strength talisman, the primary lightness talisman, the primary eagle-eye talisman, and the primary spiritual ear talisman, representing around 40% of the total. The second group comprised those who had successfully produced all 4 fundamental talismans, making up less than 10% of the total. The first group included those who had mastered the 4 basic talismans, able to produce them swiftly while maintaining a high success rate. Within this echelon, only Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu had achieved full proficiency. Bai Xiaofeng found himself in a rather awkward position. He far surpassed the capabilities of the third group, making it unsuitable for him. Yet, he lagged slightly behind Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu in his mastery of the 4 basic talismans. However, after careful consideration, Cheng Yi decided to place Bai Xiaofeng in the first group. Although Bai Xiaofeng's innate talent did not match that of Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu, his diligence and comprehension were significantly superior. His intelligent insights could compensate for the deficiencies in understanding exhibited by Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu. Furthermore, Bai Xiaofeng's capacity for understanding promised a developmental speed that could rival that of Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu, given sufficient time and space for study. Surpassing them in the near future seemed highly plausible. He was a prodigy, not endowed with innate physical gifts, yet capable of rapid growth. Taking all factors into account, Cheng Yi believed that grouping Bai Xiaofeng with Yu Qianlu and Lu Lan would be entirely beneficial. It was evident that Bai Xiaofeng was eager to pursue the path of immortality, not merely to seek the support of others. With this in mind, Cheng Yi was more than willing to facilitate his aspirations. As Cheng Yi pondered, he meticulously arranged the names of 212 individuals into 4 distinct groups using paper and pen. The others did not have to wait long, for Cheng Yi promptly completed this task. Once everyone had been categorized, he gently blew on the rice paper to hasten the drying of the ink. Subsequently, he handed the finalized roster to Xiao Wei, instructing him to read aloud the names. When Xiao Wei discovered he had been assigned to Group 2, a smile graced his face for a moment. Xiao Wei, whose full name is Wei Xiaohu, would typically be referred to as Xiaohu. However, there exists another apprentice named Wei Xiaohu, whose name differs by only 1 character and shares the same pronunciation. To distinguish between the 2, the group resorted to differentiating them by age. Wei Xiaohu is 2 years senior to Wei Xiaohu, earning the moniker Wei. while the younger Wei Xiao, who was affectionately dubbed Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei's talent surpasses that of Bai Xiaofeng, yet he lacks Bai Xiaofeng's astuteness. Nevertheless, he is grounded, neither arrogant nor impatient, and approaches tasks with methodical precision. His honest and sincere character makes him a trustworthy companion, which Cheng Yi greatly appreciates. After securing Xiao Wei's consent, he appointed him as his assistant. As Xiao Wei read the names aloud, Cheng Yi organized the individuals according to their respective groups, with each group taking their designated positions. In the end, all members had successfully formed their teams. Cheng Yi instructed each of them to recognize their respective group members, after which he asked them to reseat themselves according to their groups. From this point forward, we shall conduct our teachings in accordance with different groups at various times. I shall not show favoritism to those in one group nor disregard those in another. All shall be treated equally. My aspiration is to guide each of you along the path of immortality, helping you to reach the pinnacle of your potential. This endeavor requires our collective effort. Furthermore, when we encounter shared knowledge that needs imparting, we shall continue to hold joint classes. Among fellow disciples, if you find kindred spirits, do not concern yourselves with status. In the future, should any of you find yourselves in trouble, as long as it does not contravene the principles of propriety and righteousness, I will extend my hand to assist you. Do not hesitate to seek my help. Likewise, among fellow disciples, when faced with difficulties, it is imperative that you offer mutual assistance as much as you are able. Is that understood? The disciples responded affirmatively. After arranging various matters, the hour was soon approaching noon. Cheng Yi then informed the students of the time for the class under the overcast sky before declaring the lesson concluded. We bid farewell to our master. After a hasty lunch, Cheng Yi mounted his black steed, affixed a mid-level agility talisman, and swiftly made his way to the designated live broadcast hall at the city lord's mansion. Cheng Yi hastened his pace, ensuring he was not late. As he settled into his seat, Yin Xian perceived the palpable excitement radiating from the 100 spectators in attendance. This enthusiasm stemmed from Cheng Yi's prior announcement that today's lesson would focus on the rudimentary spirit ear talismans. Mastering this talisman would empower them with the strength akin to that of a martial master in various aspects. As the clock struck noon, the live broadcast commenced. Cheng Yi cleared his throat and, adhering to the customary practice established during his previous live teachings, commenced a review of the key points regarding the lightning talisman discussed yesterday. Upon concluding the recap, he transitioned into the audience's question and answer segment. During this session, Cheng Yi keenly observed that the caliber of inquiries posed by the audience had markedly improved compared to earlier days. Initially, the questions over the first couple of days predominantly revolved around rudimentary concerns, such as how to identify the sensation of channeling spiritual energy or whether talismans must be crafted on yellow paper and if toilet paper could suffice. However, in recent days, such foundational queries had significantly diminished, giving way to more representative questions focused on enhancing talisman success rates and the optimal sequential use of different talismans for greater efficacy. Cheng Yi greatly welcomed this development. The audience gradually recognized that, regardless of how intricate their questions became, Cheng Yi consistently provided comprehensive answers on the spot, further deepening their admiration for his mastery of talisman crafting. After addressing the lingering details of the eagle eye talisman, it was time to delve into the spirit ear talisman. Classmates, he began, let us now explore the spirit ear talisman. Some of you may be aware that human ears passively receive external sounds and other information. A martial practitioner's vital energy can enhance this passive reception capability. Thus, typically, the higher the martial realm, the more acute the hearing becomes. Furthermore, they possess the ability to adjust their auditory reception strength at will, thereby avoiding excessive interference from superfluous information. In contrast, our spiritual practice of talisman crafting actively draws surrounding sounds into our ears. This proactive absorption does not require meticulous control on our part because, during the creation of the spirit ear talisman, we have already inscribed a method for sound absorption within the talisman itself. In practical application, we merely need to activate the talisman, and the spirit ear talisman will generate a sound-absorbing field centered around you. The extent of this field depends on the talisman's grade and the amount of spiritual energy you have infused into it. Your control over this field, however, hinges on your level of cultivation and proficiency with talismans. Yet, there is no need for concern. Even if you lack in both spiritual energy reserves and skill, you can still harness at least 70% of the spirit ear talisman's effectiveness. After elucidating the operational mechanism, precautions, and specific crafting methods of the spirit ear talisman, Cheng Yi noted that the time for concluding the live session was drawing near. Seizing the moment, he decided to leave the audience in suspense. "Classmates," he announced, "on a cloudy day, I will unveil a rather intriguing talisman I have recently developed. Do look forward to it." The audience, both present and virtual, were momentarily perplexed. Since joining Cheng Yi's teachings, they had never heard him refer to a talisman as particularly interesting, let alone one he had recently created himself. They were surprised to find their master engaging in a bit of suspense. "No worries," they reassured themselves. "After all, he will teach it to us on a cloudy day." The crowd hurriedly returned, diligently practicing the spirit ear talisman as per the notes they had taken. Mastering this talisman would allow them to genuinely experience the sensation of becoming a formidable martial artist. Furthermore, recently, some individuals who had successfully learned the Cheng Yi talismans were recruited by affluent families and powerful factions, becoming their esteemed guests. Although the remuneration offered was far inferior to that of true martial arts masters, it nonetheless liberated them from their previous impoverished existence. This development incited envy among many who shared similar hardships, prompting them to strive even harder in their studies. Despite the exhaustion and fatigue that followed a long day of labor, they resolutely carved out time to delve into the study of talismans. After the live broadcast concluded, Cheng Yi did not depart. Instead, he inquired with the servants and made his way to the residence of the Marquis. At that moment, the Marquis had just finished his lunch and was enjoying tea and reading in the pavilion of his courtyard. Upon seeing Cheng Yi enter, the Marquis set aside his book. "Ah, Mr. Cheng, your timing is impeccable. This morning, merchants from the southern region arrived in Jishui City, and I procured a considerable amount of exquisite mountain tea from them. I must say, it possesses a unique flavor. Do join me in savoring it." Cheng Yi smiled gently, slowly approaching and taking a seat on the stone bench beside the stone table in the pavilion. He lifted the cup of tea that Wang Ho had just replenished and took a moment to inquire about it. To his delight, it possessed a refreshing and elegant fragrance. Although Cheng Yi lacked any refined tea-tasting skills, he could still discern the basic difference between pleasant and mediocre. Subsequently, he took a few quick sips, and the curiosity he had expressed earlier intensified, leaving a delightful aftertaste on his lips. Indeed, it was exquisite. "Haha, Mr. Cheng enjoys it. I shall bring some for you shortly, as I have plenty," Wang Ho replied with a smile. Certainly, Cheng Yi responded, and then, after a brief pause, Wang Ho inquired, "Is there something specific that brings you to my humble abode? If there is a matter, please do not hesitate to speak. I shall not decline." "Thank you, Manager Wang. It is not a significant matter, merely a query regarding a particular sect." "Oh, please continue," Wang Ho urged. The name of the sect was Lingyun sect. "Do you have any knowledge of this sect, Manager Wang?" Upon hearing the name, Wang Ho's expression subtly shifted. He was well aware of it. Although Lingyun sect might not be widely recognized among the common folk, it was certainly notorious among the prominent powers within the cities. Lingyun sect was undoubtedly one of the largest sects in the Jiuzhou kingdom, harboring considerable ambitions. Firstly, the sect's influence spread across nearly every major city in the Jiuzhou kingdom. In certain medium-sized cities, even if they did not have direct holdings, they would certainly have factions that were affiliated with it. Secondly, Lingyun sect excelled in forming alliances with other powers, employing various tactics, whether through coercion or persuasion. In any case, they managed to secure their loyalty, instilling fear of betrayal. Furthermore, should anyone dare to betray them, Lingyun sect would reveal its ruthless side, often reducing the family's patriarch to a state of powerlessness, or in severe cases, leaving no survivors at all. Lingyun sect also exhibited a keen interest in various global forms and significant events, effectively positioning itself as a second kingdom within the Jiuzhou realm. Naturally, the Jiuzhou kingdom held great apprehension towards such a formidable force, constantly seeking to eliminate this latent threat. However, given the overwhelming strength of Lingyun sect, any attempt to act against it required extreme caution and patience. Otherwise, they risked inflicting harm upon themselves, potentially destabilizing the royal family. Compounding this issue was Lingyun sect's cunning approach. Despite its domineering style, it left little trace, often conducting its formidable deeds under the guise of others or through different factions, making it difficult to pin down any tangible evidence against them. This strategy left the ruler of the Jiuzhou kingdom in a state of frustration, feeling utterly powerless. The city lord's office, being subordinate to the kingdom's ruler, was something Lingyun sect dared not directly interfere with. Yet, for such a colossal entity, especially one that could potentially become an adversary in the future, how could Wang Ho refrain from further investigation? Since discovering the existence of this formidable force, he had not ceased his inquiries into Lingyun sect for a single day. However, the Lingyun sect operates with meticulous precision, leading to many of the rumors gathered being mere conjectures from involved parties or outsiders, lacking substantial evidence. Nevertheless, over the past few years, the investigation into the Lingyun sect has yielded some insights. One crucial point is the nature of the sect's strongest combatant. It is essential to understand that at the level of such a formidable sect, the ultimate outcome of battles is not determined by the sheer number of individuals but rather by whether one side's pinnacle strength can overpower the other. From the martial spirit realm onward, martial practitioners begin to reveal their extraordinary capabilities, rendering tactics reliant on numerical superiority largely ineffective. Only adversaries of equivalent rank pose a genuine threat. A martial spirit realm expert can easily defeat countless martial sovereign realm practitioners. Similarly, a martial saint realm master is unassailable by numerous martial spirit realm challengers. According to the investigations conducted by the prince, there is a significant likelihood that the Lingyun sect is fortified by a martial saint realm expert. Such a presence would instill considerable apprehension in the ruler of the Jiuzhou kingdom. This is not to imply that the royal family lacks martial saint realm masters. On the contrary, they possess 6. Yet, each of these martial saints is under constant scrutiny from various domestic and foreign powers, and any indiscretion could lead to catastrophic consequences for the kingdom. Initially, the royal family of Jiuzhou had a master at the peak of the martial arts realm, known as the martial god Mirror, but this figure mysteriously vanished one day. Whether this disappearance was genuine or orchestrated as part of an elaborate scheme by the royal family remains shrouded in uncertainty, with only unfounded speculation circulating. Nonetheless, one fact stands firm: the Lingyun sect possesses at least one martial sovereign realm force, which could either be a person or an exceptionally formidable innate treasure. Furthermore, based on years of meticulous investigation and synthesis of various intelligence, the prince surmises that the Lingyun sect boasts no fewer than 10 martial spirit realm experts. The prince does not believe that Cheng Yi is aware of any issues concerning the Lingyun sect, but he is perplexed by Cheng Yi's sudden interest in the organization. Despite Cheng Yi's current acclaim and influence being confined to the water-gathering city, his motivations for seeking information about the Lingyun sect appear enigmatic. Could it be that he has inadvertently become entangled in some misunderstanding with the sect? A misunderstanding would be the most favorable scenario for the prince, if it were not. The implications could be dire. Misunderstanding? Cheng Yi replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. He too hoped it was merely a misunderstanding. Yet his intuition suggested that all of this was orchestrated by the Lingyun sect. However, observing the expression on the prince's face, it was evident that the Lingyun sect was a formidable power that the city lord's mansion could not provoke. Given this, should he still inform the prince about the Lingyun sect's intention to eliminate him? Cheng Yi hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether it was prudent to divulge the matter to them. Doing so would merely transfer the burden to the lord's manor, a weight they might not be able to bear. Adhering to the principle of not harming his friends, Cheng Yi resolved against informing Wang Ho about last night's letter. For once Wang Ho was aware, Yu Chifeng would undoubtedly learn of it too. Given Yu Qingfeng's forthright disposition, he would likely side with Cheng Yi, regardless of the peril involved. Yet, if the Lingyun sect proved too formidable for even the lord's manor to withstand, dragging them into the fray would serve no purpose but to provide an additional scapegoat. It was not in Cheng Yi's nature to divert calamity toward his friends' homes. Thus, Cheng Yi chuckled heartily and replied, "Wang Guancher, you worry too much. I merely heard of the Lingyun sect from a friend, who cautioned me to avoid offending them at all costs. My curiosity prompted me to inquire about their formidable nature." Upon hearing Cheng Yi's response, Wang Ho closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. "I see. You genuinely startled me. I thought you had crossed paths with the Lingyun sect. However, you have indeed come to the right person for answers. Your friend is correct. The Lingyun sect is not one to be trifled with. As for their prowess, allow me to elaborate." Wang Ho generously shared the information he had gathered over the years, including some unverified speculations, all while cautioning Cheng Yi that these were mere conjectures for consideration. As Wang Ho's account deepened, Cheng Yi's astonishment grew. The Lingyun sect was far more terrifying than he had imagined, particularly when he learned that the sect boasted no fewer than 10 martial spirit realm experts and a martial saint. Cheng Yi struggled to maintain his composure. Furthermore, when Wang Ho described the sect's ruthless and meticulous nature, unyielding to even the slightest imperfection, and executing plans with flawless precision, Cheng Yi felt his heart sink. To be targeted by such an adversary left him uncertain whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate. If he deemed himself fortunate, it would be for attracting the attention of such a powerful entity intent on eliminating a mere pawn like himself. Conversely, the misfortune was palpable. He had only just begun to explore the path of cultivation with his newfound system and had yet to take flight before encountering such a formidable boss, effectively facing a nightmarish beginning. After absorbing Wang Ho's analysis of the Lingyun sect, Cheng Yi suppressed the bitterness within and bid farewell to Wang Ho with a smile. "Thank you, Wang Guanshi, for enlightening me. This small token of appreciation is but a humble gesture." Cheng Yi presented a complete set of talismans from the martial sovereign realm to Wang Ho, who, with a sheepish expression, graciously accepted them. "How can I possibly accept this? By the way, Mr. Cheng, are these of intermediate or advanced grade?" Cheng Yi chuckled softly and responded, "These are advanced talismans, the giant force talisman, the lightness talisman, the hawk's eye talisman, and the spiritual ear talisman. Their usage is akin to the intermediate ones I previously provided. Merely a drop of your own blood is required to activate them. Once awakened, you will possess the foundational strength of a martial sovereign. However, it is advisable to study martial techniques as well, for only then can you truly harness the full potential of these talismans." "Excellent, excellent." Cheng Yi delivered a respectful fist to Lord Wang, saying, "Then I shall take my leave." As he departed from the Lord's mansion, he was met with the Lord's warm smile. In truth, he wished to leave behind a few more talismans to affirm his presence in this world. However, he had no choice. A precisely measured set was all he could offer. Should he leave too many, Lord Wang's keen perception would surely arouse suspicions about his intentions. After Cheng Yi departed, Wang Ho resumed his reading, taking a sip of tea before immersing himself in the pages of his book. Suddenly, he set the book aside, deeply reflecting on his earlier conversation with Cheng Yi, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. This disquiet grew increasingly pronounced within him. Trusting his instincts, Wang Ho could not pinpoint the source of his unease, yet his years of experience compelled him to believe that this matter was far from simple. Consequently, he promptly left his courtyard and made his way to Yu Qingfeng's location. He intended to discuss the matter concerning Cheng Yi with Yu Qingfeng, suspecting that there might be underlying implications yet to be uncovered. After leaving the city lord's residence, Cheng Yi found himself engulfed in a cloud of despondency. He could hardly fathom how to withstand the formidable presence of the Lingyun sect. He had just examined his own mastery level, realizing that elevating himself to the martial spirit realm within a short span seemed a daunting task, let alone the fact that the Lingyun sect boasted numerous martial saint experts. Upon reaching an advanced level in talisman arts, the criteria for promoting to perfect grade talismans remained elusive, and as such, he was unable to convert his celestial realm into tangible combat prowess. While spiritual energy wielded significant power, it was predominantly functional in nature. In the throes of battle, inflicting damage relied heavily on talismans. Without attaining the perfect grade, the damage potential of talismans, no matter how much it was supplemented by spiritual energy, could hardly pose a threat to adept martial spirit practitioners. Presently, he found himself utterly devoid of the strength or means to counter any impending assault from the Lingyun sect. Perhaps initially, the Lingyun sect would refrain from deploying their martial spirit experts. However, even if he were to defeat their martial venerable or lower-tier combatants, it was inevitable that the sect would dispatch even more formidable individuals, such as those at the martial spirit level. By that time, he would truly find himself at a loss. Each subsequent attack would be increasingly potent, and he simply could not endure the onslaught of the Lingyun sect. This encapsulates the terrifying depth of a super sect's foundation. Cheng Yi sat atop his steed, guiding the horse slowly forward, his mind seemingly elsewhere. At that moment, the black horse appeared to sense its master's melancholic disposition, suddenly rearing its front hooves and letting out a long, resonant neigh. "Ah!" Cheng Yi was momentarily taken aback by the little black horse's unexpected display of understanding, feeling a stir of emotion as he recognized the dissonance within himself. Indeed, even if he were to ultimately be bested by his adversaries, should that serve as justification for his own self-despair? Such thoughts were unwarranted, even in death. He should strive to ignite one last blaze, ideally incinerating the eyelashes of the Lingyun sect, ensuring that their victory, if it were to come, would be fraught with disarray. With this realization, the gloom that had previously enveloped Cheng Yi dissipated entirely. He gently caressed the mane of the little black horse and smiled faintly. This was a fine steed. Although lacking in innate talent, it possessed the invaluable quality of being attuned to human sentiment. Henceforth, I shall call you Xiaohei. Should I survive, I shall endeavor to cultivate you into a magnificent horse. Upon hearing these words, to Cheng Yi's surprise, the little black horse seemed to comprehend, letting out a resounding and jubilant neigh. "Ha ha ha, let us ride." Galloping on Xiaohe, they soon arrived at the Chongqing Dao Pavilion. However, upon entering the pavilion, before he could retreat to his quarters for a moment of respite, he spotted Xiao Wei approaching him with an eager jock. "What is it, Xiao Wei?" "Master. Just now several individuals presented gifts and silver to you, expressing their reluctance to see you imparting the teachings of talismans without receiving due recompense, thus opting to convey their sentiments through offerings." "Oh?" This revelation caught Cheng Yi off guard. "Is there a list of the gifts?" "Yes, master. I have noted everything down." "Well done. Lead me to see them." "Yes, master." The praise from Cheng Yi brought a broad smile to Xiao Wei's face. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Wei guided Cheng Yi to a side chamber behind the main hall, where an array of gifts and silver had been neatly organized into piles. "Master, I have arranged each group of gifts according to the givers. Here is the list for your review." Upon perusing the gift list, Cheng Yi raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. Among the entries were indeed some students from his live-streamed classes, paying their respects to him. However, the majority of the gifts and monetary offerings came from the influential local factions of the water-gathering city. What was the clan up to? Cheng Yi pondered deeply and suddenly realized that the local martial arts families and prominent sects of Jishui City had seemingly refrained from taking any action against him. The only instance of aggression came from a band of cloaked individuals, later revealed by Wang Ho to be led by Lu Haifeng, the master of the Huifeng sect. Although Cheng Yi had no immediate intention of retaliating, he surmised that these shadowy figures were likely scouts from Lingyun's sect, sent to gauge his strength. Beyond this, it appeared that none of these sects had made any overt moves against him. Even Yuan Qiulu, investigated by Wang Ho, was not a native of Jishui City. What could account for such an unexpectedly tranquil demeanor among the local forces? While it could be attributed to the influence of the city lord's residence, it seemed improbable that there would be no expression of dissatisfaction whatsoever. Now, they appeared to be suddenly eager to curry favor with him, extending unexpected goodwill. What were they hesitating over? What were they wary of? Why had they not taken action against him? Cheng Yi lowered his head in contemplation, while Xiao Wei stood quietly beside him, refraining from interruption and patiently awaiting instructions. Suddenly, Cheng Yi's eyes brightened as he lifted his gaze. He might have discerned the reason behind his thoughts. Perhaps it stemmed from his earlier live broadcast, where he intentionally hinted at the existence of a mysterious organization backing him, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. Could it be that such a formidable force truly exists in this world? One so powerful that they dare not act recklessly before uncovering his true identity? Furthermore, after their initial probing attempt failed, Lingyun's sect had not made any significant moves against him, suggesting they too were wary of this unseen power. What manner of force could evoke such apprehension even in a super sect like Lingyun? Cheng Yi suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. As long as he could seize the banner of this mysterious force, all the major powers, including Lingyun's sect, would hesitate to act against him. However, to achieve this, it was imperative to discern the true nature of the force that instilled such trepidation in them. Cheng Yi thought of someone, Wu Qingdao, since childhood. Wu Qingdao had followed his master through the trials and tribulations of the martial world, accumulating countless experiences and likely possessing knowledge of the hidden secrets within it. Having made up his mind, Cheng Yi turned to Xiao Wei, who had been standing nearby for some time, and said, "Xiao Wei, please gather these gifts and silver and store them in the treasury. Ensure that they are properly recorded. Since these local powers fear the unfounded mysterious force behind me, I should graciously accept them." "Yes, master. By the way, do you know where Wu Qingdao is?" "I just passed by the training ground and saw Brother Wu practicing there." "Very well, I shall go there myself. You may continue with your tasks." Indeed, when Cheng Yi arrived at the training ground, he found Wu Qingdao practicing the slash and split technique. Seized by a sudden impulse, Cheng Yi decided to challenge him. Instantly, he activated the complete array of talismans from the martial sovereign realm and, executing the movements of the slash and split technique, surged towards Wu Qingdao like a gust of wind. As Wu Qingdao was training, he suddenly heard a swift sound approaching him and immediately entered a defensive stance, drawing his weapon and turning to strike at the intruder. However, upon glancing back, he only saw a figure that seemed strikingly familiar, though he could not clearly discern it due to the rapidity of the movement. Realizing that the individual might be an acquaintance, Wu Qingdao instinctively directed his blade toward himself, attempting to retract it. Yet, the blade was already perilously close to the stranger's head, and should it continue its trajectory, it would surely cause grievous harm. Just as the blade was about to strike its target, Wu Qingdao found that the figure had abruptly vanished. A chill suddenly gripped his throat, and he sensed an incredibly sharp blade positioned against his neck. Turning to face the newcomer, His eyes widened in astonishment. How could it be you? After the initial surprise, he quickly regained his composure. Of course, it was no wonder that the movement felt so familiar. It had to be you. Looking down, Wu Qingdao realized that the weapon at his neck was not a real blade, but rather Cheng Yi's hand, shaped like a knife with fingers extended. Despite being merely a hand, Wu Qingdao had no doubt that it could effortlessly sever his head. Cheng Yi, upon noticing Wu Qingdao had recognized him, offered a subtle smile and withdrew his hand. Brother Wu, your swordsmanship still requires refinement. Wu Qingdao sensed the current aura emanating from Cheng Yi, understanding that he had deliberately employed a mid-level talisman to align their realms. Cheng Yi, this is to test your proficiency in swordsmanship. Wu Qingdao, with a wry smile, remarked, you are truly extraordinary. Who could possibly rival you? This style of swordplay, I fear, can scarcely be matched by anyone else in this world. Cheng Yi smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to the inquiry. Wu Qingdao then pressed on. You are going to meet the head of the Bai family, aren't you? No need to rush. Cheng Yi replied calmly, there is still ample time. Before that, I wish to pose a few questions to you. Oh, very well, Wu Qingdao replied. There are a few stone stumps over there, and it is quite secluded. Let us converse there. Upon reaching the secluded spot, Cheng Yi inquired, Brother Wu, are you aware of any faction that is both enigmatic and reclusive, yet possesses such formidable power that even the most prestigious sects regard it with trepidation? The super sects dare not provoke it? Wu Qingdao stroked his beard, contemplating. After a brief moment, he tentatively asked, could it possibly be the secretive sect? Cheng Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Please elaborate, he urged. Wu Qingdao responded, in truth, my understanding of the secret realm sect is quite limited. I only know that the sect remains hidden from the world, and no one can ascertain their whereabouts. However, each time they emerge, they unleash a tempest of bloodshed. The last time the secret realm sect made their presence known, numerous sects and martial clans suffered devastating losses. Ultimately, it was the sovereign who intervened, offering certain concessions to persuade the members of the secret realm sect to retreat back into obscurity. That is the extent of my knowledge. For deeper insights, you would need to consult those in positions of power who have experienced the last emergence of the sect and witnessed more than I have. Are there any other formidable forces akin to the secret realm sect? To which Wu Qingdao replied, none that I can recall. Upon hearing Wu Qingdao's response, Cheng Yi fell into contemplation. Unsurprisingly, the local powers of Water Gathering City, as well as the Lingyun sect, were wary of the secret realm sect. His sudden emergence and various displays indeed resembled those of someone who had stepped forth from the secret realm. They might have mistakenly perceived him as a precursor or an envoy heralding the sect's arrival. Cheng Yi secretly hoped their misconceptions would deepen, as it would only enhance his safety. Nonetheless, maintaining this air of mystery would require considerable effort, and he must hasten to elevate his own prowess. Currently, those forces were undoubtedly probing into the existence of the elusive secret realm sect behind him. Their inability to uncover it would only lead them to harbor suspicion. It was quite normal, after all, for the members of the secret realm sect to remain enigmatic, eluding discovery. Cheng Yi deduced that even if they were to vanish without a trace of their background, they would refrain from rash actions. Instead, they might alter their investigative methods, seeking to compel those behind him to take action. His primary objective was to enhance his combat prowess, vanquishing all who were sent to test him, particularly guarding against Lingyun's sect. In truth, the most perilous threat to Cheng Yi was not the probing from Lingyun's sect, but rather the enigmatic and elusive secret realm sect. Should this sect truly manifest in the world, how should he respond? If he revealed even the slightest hint of his intentions, it would lead to an irrevocable downfall. However, as of now, the secret realm sect had yet to show any signs of emergence, so there was no need for excessive concern. When the time came, he would counter their moves. For the present, his best course of action was to swiftly elevate his strength, ideally reaching the celestial realm equivalent to the martial spirit realm, and to do so expeditiously. Upon receiving a definitive answer from Wu Qingdao, the heavy burden in Cheng Yi's heart finally lifted, and his spirits lightened. Brother Cheng, what has prompted your sudden curiosity about this matter? It's nothing. Today, Steward Wang mentioned it to me, and out of curiosity, I thought you, with your extensive travels and experiences, might have some insights, so I came to inquire. I see. The time is near. I shall now escort you to the Bai family to meet Bai Qianhe. Very well. As they were to meet a person of considerable stature, Cheng Yi insisted that Wu Qingdao change out of his sweat-soaked training attire for something more presentable. Before long, Cheng Yi awaited Wu Qingdao, and together they mounted their horses. setting off towards the Bai residence. After Cheng Yi departed from the city lord's mansion, Wang Ho sought out Yu Chifeng to recount the earlier conversation. As he listened to Wang Ho's account of the dialogue, Yu Qinfeng's brow furrowed deeper. "Old Wang, could it be that you were overly sensitive?" Wang Ho shook his head and replied, "City lord, after years of navigating the intricacies of power in this position, I have honed my most prized skill, sensitivity. I can almost assert with certainty that there exists a connection between Cheng Yi and Lingyun's sect, and it is likely not a favorable one. Thus, we must strategize on how to respond." Yu Chengfeng grasped Wang Ho's implication. The question was whether to sever ties with Cheng Yi or to support him steadfastly. After a lengthy contemplation, an idea struck him. "Ah, old Wang, did you not mention that Cheng Yi might have ties to the Secret Realm sect? Even if Lingyun's sect is powerful, they would undoubtedly be wary of the influence of the Secret Realm sect. In that case, they would hesitate to act against Cheng Yi." Hearing Yu Qingfeng's reasoning, Wang Ho felt a sense of gratification. It seemed that his efforts over the years to mentor Yu Chifeng in governance were not in vain. Though somewhat slow to grasp the situation, Yu Chifeng was still able to discern the crux of the matter concerning Cheng Yi. His performance elicited considerable satisfaction from Wang Ho, who could not help but display a hint of smile. Indeed, this aspect would undoubtedly provoke apprehension within the Lingyun sect. However, the conjectured affiliation of Cheng Yi with a secretive sect remained unsubstantiated. I am confident that the Lingyun sect will spare no effort in investigating Cheng Yi's background. Even if they cannot ascertain it immediately, they will not remain idle, but will surely take measures to probe further. Lu Haifeng serves as a prime example of this. If it turns out that Cheng Yi does possess ties to a clandestine sect, the Lingyun sect would not only refrain from harming him, but would also seek to mend relations and draw him closer. Conversely, should Cheng Yi lack such connections, those who ally with him are certain to face dire consequences. At this juncture, Yu Chifeng remarked, "The city lord's mansion is directly subordinate to the sovereign. The Lingyun sect likely dares not confront the royal family, does it?" Wang Ho pondered for a moment before replying, "Indeed, but that depends on the circumstances. The actions taken by Cheng Yi have already struck at the very foundation of the Lingyun sect. A significant portion of their revenue has historically been derived from the exploitation of ordinary citizens and lower-tier martial practitioners, who previously had little choice but to submit to the sect for their livelihoods. However, with Cheng Yi's emergence, these individuals now have a better alternative. Lacking martial aptitude, they can still attain parity with martial practitioners by studying talismans under Cheng Yi's guidance. Should these ordinary citizens and lower-tier practitioners abandon the Lingyun sect, the sect would suffer tremendous losses. Therefore, I suspect the Lingyun sect may be inclined to oppose the royal family in this matter or offer certain concessions to the crown in order to eliminate Cheng Yi. In that case, we who protect Cheng Yi may very well become casualties of this conflict." Upon hearing these words, Yu Chengfeng contemplated for a long while before finally raising his head, his gaze resolute. "Cheng Yi is not only my dear friend but has also bestowed upon me great kindness. He resolved my meridian blockage, allowing me to ascend to the realm of martial sovereign, and saved both our lives when unexpected peril arose during my ascension. Now, in this time of his tribulation, I cannot forsake a friend in need. If indeed a tempest should arise in the future, I am willing to stand alongside him." Wang Ho observed the fervent spirit radiating from Yu Chifeng, feeling a surge of admiration within him. Yu Chifeng had an innate ability to inspire genuine devotion in those around him. When he committed himself to a cause, he did so wholeheartedly. It was precisely this quality that led Wang Ho to consider Yu Chengfeng's interests at every turn, dedicating decades of diligent service to him. Nevertheless, Wang Ho held a more optimistic perspective on the matter than Yu Chifeng. "City lord, you know me well. As long as you ascend, I shall accompany you. However, this situation is not as devoid of options as you might believe." "Oh?" Yu Chengfeng's eyes brightened. "Pray, do share." The Duke elucidated. "Cheng Yi has subtly hinted during his live stream that the path of talismans is not of his own invention. The realm of spiritual cultivation encompasses a far broader community. I am inclined to believe his assertions, for based on what Cheng Yi has thus far revealed, the system of talismanic arts and spiritual cultivation he practices is remarkably comprehensive. I posit that such mastery cannot be achieved by a solitary individual. It likely necessitates at least a century, if not millennia, of dedication. We cannot ascertain the origins of Cheng Yi, and given the secretive nature of this matter, it would be inappropriate to inquire directly. Nevertheless, I am convinced that behind him lies a community of cultivators, or perhaps one that once thrived but has now diminished. Yet, I believe there are still a few reclusive masters in existence, Otherwise, it would be unfathomable how Cheng Yi attained such profound expertise in talismanic arts. Should anything happen to Cheng Yi, I trust they would not remain idle. Furthermore, we might explore avenues to connect Cheng Yi with the royal lineage, thereby establishing the royal family of Jiuzhou as his backing. This would certainly deter the Lingyun sect from acting rashly. Although implementing this plan would be quite challenging and necessitate careful consideration. Upon hearing the Duke's words, Yu Chengfeng felt a measure of reassurance. Old Wang, I shall rely on you for this matter, yet I believe it is prudent to communicate with Cheng Yi, so that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, we may timely alert one another and prepare accordingly. This course of action is feasible, the Duke concurred. When do you intend to approach him? Cheng Yi is scheduled to stream at the City Lord's mansion on an overcast day. Perhaps it would be best to wait until after his broadcast to engage him in conversation. Agreed. Previously, Bai Qianhe had informed Cheng Yi of the Bai family's location. Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao traveled smoothly, departing from the Changsheng Daoist Hall and arriving at Bai Manor in a quarter of an hour. Bai Manor, situated in the northern part of the main city, sprawled across an area several times larger than that of the Changsheng Daoist Hall. The estate was adorned with watchtowers and patrolled by sentinels, exuding an air of formidable authority. Yet, this also subtly reflected the Bai family's profound insecurity at this juncture. The guards, evidently briefed by Bai Qianhe in advance, had all seen Cheng Yi's portrait and were instructed to ensure that he would not be left waiting at the entrance. They were to usher him into the main hall, offer him fine tea, and then announce his presence. It is Mr. Cheng who has arrived. Our master has conveyed that Mr. Cheng's visit requires no waiting for announcement. Please, follow me to the hall for a moment of respite. Our master will be along shortly. In this situation, Cheng Yi could not help but admire Bai Qianhe's exceptional hospitality. Every detail was meticulously arranged, creating a most comfortable atmosphere for him. Given Bai Qianhe's attentiveness, Cheng Yi felt inclined to invest his efforts into the affairs of the Bai family. Having waited in the hall for a short while, without even finishing a cup of tea, Bai Qianhe soon arrived, bowing from a distance. Mr. Cheng, your esteemed presence is most welcome. I regret not greeting you sooner, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Cheng Yi chuckled softly, finding Bai Qianhe's humility rather disconcerting, especially given that Bai was nearing 70. Mr. Bai, you honor me excessively. I am but a junior and do not deserve such esteemed courtesy. Before Bai could continue with further pleasantries, Cheng Yi gestured for Wu Qingdao to join them, addressing Bai Qianhe. Esteemed Mr. Bai, allow me to introduce Wu Qingdao, my disciple and dear friend. Henceforth, he shall be responsible for all matters pertaining to talismans on my behalf. Ah, it is Mr. Wu. I have long admired your reputation, Bai Qianhe replied, recognizing the formidable prowess of the robust figure before him, who was also of the martial sovereign rank, exuding an impressive aura, indicative of extraordinary martial skills. Mr. Wu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Wu Qingdao, smiling, replied, You flatter me, Mr. Bai. I shall rely on your esteemed counsel. After a round of courteous exchanges, the three took their seats. Cheng Yi and Bai Qianhe occupied the main positions at the table, with Cheng Yi seated to the right and Bai Qianhe to the left, while Wu Qingdao settled into the first seat to Cheng Yi's right. Once seated, the steward instructed the servants to present tea and a selection of exquisitely crafted pastries to the trio. Gentlemen, these are the finest confections from the renowned pastry chef at Longjiang Tower, freshly made this afternoon. The texture and flavor of the jade blossom cake are truly exceptional, and I make it a point to request these delicacies every few days. However, securing them is not always guaranteed. Today, fortuitously, the chef prepared an extra batch, allowing you both to indulge. With that, Bai Qianhe took the initiative to sample the treat, a look of delight gracing his features. Cheng Yi also picked up the yuhua cake and took a taste. Indeed, as Bai Qianhe had mentioned, it was a rare delicacy. The moment it touched his palate, it was soft and glutinous, accompanied by a perfectly balanced chewiness, truly remarkable. Not only that, but the flavor of this yuhua cake was exquisite. It combined the refreshing sweetness of osmanthus with a subtle hint of wine aroma, enchanting and utterly impeccable. Cheng Yi recalled the last time he was atop the Longjiang Tower, savoring the exquisite pastries served by a maid. Those confections were indeed unique in flavor. Dear Mr. Bai, may I inquire the name of the pastry chef at Longjiang Tower? Such a remarkable individual, I would very much like to make her acquaintance. Cultivating friendships with exceptional chefs is an innate awareness for a true gourmand. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianhe shook his head and chuckled. Alas, I know not her name, only that she appears to be a woman. Oh, a woman, indeed? Cheng Yi mused. He was uncertain about the customs in other realms of the fantastical continent. but he was well aware that in the kingdom of Jiuzhou, there lingered a vestige of the ancient Earth's preference for sons over daughters. Exceptional culinary skills were traditionally passed down to males, and even in the absence of sons, a daughter would often marry a son-in-law, bestowing her skills upon him instead. Thus, it was rare for daughters to inherit such talents. This female pastry chef possessed remarkable skills, yet it was unclear where she had acquired them. In any case, it matters not. I shall visit Longjiang Tower next time and inquire personally. To my surprise, Mr. Cheng, your interest in these pastries is quite profound. I have some at my residence as well. I shall have them brought along shortly. Many thanks, Mr. Bai. Not at all. After the exchange of pleasantries, it was time to address more pressing matters. Mr. Bai, I shall entrust all future talisman auctions to Wu Qingdao. He will accompany your party and oversee the auctions in various cities. All the talismans designated for auction will be kept in his possession, and he will dispense them as needed. Many of the talismans he possesses are of high rank, capable of bestowing the strength of a martial sovereign, which is of great significance. I hope you will allocate sufficient personnel for his protection. Furthermore, from the sale of each talisman, you may retain 30% as commission. Cheng Yi inquired with Wu Qingdao about the average commission rate across the majority of auction houses in the 9 provinces, which stands at 30%. However, should the item you wish to auction possess considerable value, the commission is negotiable and can be reduced. Although Cheng Yi and the Bai family currently share an alliance, it is imperative to maintain a balance of interests. If one were to take advantage of the commission discount on the auction talisman now, the repercussions in terms of future benefits could be significantly greater. Thus, Cheng Yi prefers to earn a little less at present rather than entangle himself with the Bai family over trivial gains. Mr. Cheng is being overly modest. The Bai family does not require any commission for serving you. Cheng Yi, resolute in his stance, declared, Mr. Bai, even among brothers, there are accounts to settle. I implore you to acquiesce to this matter. Upon witnessing Cheng Yi's unwavering determination, Bai Qianhe refrained from pressing further and decided to heed Mr. Cheng's directives. The three subsequently engaged in a thorough discussion regarding specific details, ensuring that all arrangements for the talisman auction were satisfactorily in place. As the twilight deepened, Cheng Yi rose to bid farewell to Bai Qianhe, with Wu Qingdao standing alongside him, assuming they were to depart. However, Bai Qianhe insisted on retaining Cheng Yi, employing numerous entreaties and justifications, making Cheng Yi feel that leaving would be an affront to Bai Qianhe's hospitality. Given such warmth, it seemed inappropriate to remain aloof. Thus, Cheng Yi graciously accepted the invitation to dine at the Bai residence that evening. After Cheng Yi agreed, Bai Qianhe led the two men to tour his residence. During their visit, they encountered Bai Qianhe's 2 exquisite daughters, whom he introduced to Cheng Yi. Upon seeing Cheng Yi's handsome visage, the sisters' eyes sparkled with admiration, revealing their feminine charm. All right, you may take your leave now. I wish to continue the tour with these 2 gentlemen, Bai Qianhe instructed. The sisters curtsied slightly, replying, Yes, father. As they wandered to a distance, believing Cheng Yi and the others could no longer hear them, they began to whisper, Is that Cheng Yi? How handsome! I have never seen a man more striking than him in Water City. Sister, he is mine. Do not covet him. When did he become yours? Shall I turn back now and tell him he belongs to you? Oh, no, no, no. I was wrong, sister. He is yours. You dare strike me. Bai Qianhe and Wu Qingdao, both experts at the martial sovereign level, possessed extraordinary hearing, and Cheng Yi, as he had departed, had been imbuing his eyes and ears with spiritual energy, rendering his sight and hearing no different from that of a martial sovereign. Therefore, the three clearly overheard the sisters' conversation. Bai Qianhe's face turned slightly awkward as he clasped his hands and said, My daughters are mischievous. I beg for your forgiveness, young Master Cheng. Faced with such an embarrassing situation, Cheng Yi could only smile wryly, yet he maintained an air of indifference. No harm done, no harm done. Your daughters are innocent and delightful, beyond reproach. Observing Cheng Yi's expression, Wu Qingdao suddenly felt an urge to confront him. If he possessed Cheng Yi's looks, he would surely visit the brothel daily, for the ladies would not only forego their fees, but would willingly pursue him. However, despite his resentment, he acknowledged that he could never rival Cheng Yi. He had never won against him, especially recalling the final round of their live competition, which he believed he could boast about for a lifetime, for he once battled Cheng Yi to a standstill. Eventually, after Cheng Yi and Wu Qingdao completed their tour of the Bai residence, dusk began to settle. Bai Qianhe then led the two men to the guest hall, where fine wines and sumptuous dishes had been prepared, and the sounds of drums and dancing maidens filled the air. As Cheng Yi dined, He engaged in light-hearted conversation with Bai Qianhe, exchanging amusing anecdotes from various places, all the while savoring the graceful movements of the dancers. Once the performers concluded their enchanting display, Bai Qianhe's two daughters approached. The sisters gracefully performed a courteous bow and announced, "We would like to play a piece for the two young gentlemen." Wu Qingdao's expression remained impassive, for he was acutely aware that in the presence of these two beauties, he was merely an accessory to Cheng Yi, his name mentioned only out of politeness. A sudden realization struck Wu Qingdao. He ought not to accompany Cheng Yi too frequently in the future. Otherwise, he mused, not only would he miss out on romantic prospects, but he might also find himself overlooked entirely. After finishing their meal, Bai Qianhe urged Cheng Yi to stay the night, but this time, Cheng Yi resolutely declined. He sensed an uncanny coincidence in encountering Bai Qianhe's daughters, particularly with the sisters personally performing for them at the banquet. He felt it prudent not to prolong his visit. Cheng Yi wished to avoid any disturbances that might render him vulnerable. Under the cover of night, he and Wu Qingdao returned to the Chongqing Dao Pavilion. After bidding farewell to Wu Qingdao, Cheng Yi retreated to his chamber, preparing to delve into the advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique. However, before commencing his practice, he decided to take a bath first. His chamber was equipped with a dedicated bathroom and a soaking tub, which was already filled with water. This arrangement had been made at Cheng Yi's behest, instructing the servants to simply replace the water in the tub each day, rather than boiling fresh water daily. Cheng Yi produced a self-created heating talisman, ignited it, and cast it into the cold water. Upon its entry, the talisman neither sank to the bottom nor floated atop the surface. Instead, it hovered at a mid-depth, continuously emitting high-temperature bubbles that warmed the water within the bath barrel. In no time at all, the water reached a temperature suitable for bathing. At that moment, the heating talisman ceased to release bubbles and floated gracefully to the surface. Cheng Yi retrieved the spent heating talismans, discarding them into the trash, and then prepared to take a bath. Observing the warm water in the tub, and contemplating the agreement he had reached with Bai Qianhe regarding the talisman auction that evening, he suddenly felt that marketing such elementary talismans, capable of enhancing life satisfaction and convenience, was indeed a commendable endeavor. Firstly, due to their basic nature, the crafting of these talismans would not pose significant difficulty. Should Cheng Yi undertake the creation of these talismans himself, he could inscribe several hundred within the span of a single tea break, ensuring a flawless success rate. Moreover, once these talismans are released into the market, there would be no concern regarding sales. The talisman market across the 9 provinces is currently devoid of competition at all levels, be it upper, middle, or lower. By merely entering this arena, Cheng Yi could anticipate a rapid ascent to wealth, with no rivals to contend with over this lucrative opportunity. While his high-end talisman auction grants access to an upscale market, it would be prudent not to neglect the mid-range and lower-end sectors as well. Cheng Yi is convinced that as long as individuals utilize his talismans and experience their convenience, there will undoubtedly be many willing to invest. Perhaps the mid to low-end talisman market could yield him profits comparable to those of the high-end sector. While wealth is undeniably appealing, what Cheng Yi truly cares about is the ultimate aspect, the expansion of the talisman's influence. These small talismans, capable of transforming lives and likely to permeate the public consciousness in the future, will emerge as the most formidable emblem of the immortal path. Cheng Yi found that he did not need to engage in overt advertising. The talismans in people's hands served as the most effective promotion. He considered this plan quite promising. Yet the supply of talismans at his disposal remained insufficient. He intended to develop several more practical and convenient elementary talismans before launching them into the market, ideally accompanied by a grand press conference. However, those were matters for the future. He needed to survive until then, as the Lingyun sect still kept a watchful eye on him. His accumulation of teaching value was nearing completion, and after the live broadcast on that overcast day, Cheng Yi resolved to see if he could resolve the Lingyun sect issue with the aid of the system. That evening, he aimed to challenge the second layer of the reincarnation longevity technique. The first layer of this technique involved altering one's constitution, enhancing the body's resilience against the onslaught of spiritual energy. The second layer focused on the continuous compression of the spiritual sea, allowing the spiritual energy to become increasingly refined during this period. Throughout this compression, the condensed spiritual energy would permeate the inner and outer walls of the spiritual sea, causing transformative changes within. As the walls grew more robust, they would also undergo a corresponding evolution. Upon reaching the advanced stage of the reincarnation longevity technique's third layer, one would forcibly inject the last trace of spiritual energy into the already maximally compressed spiritual sea. just as the spiritual sea was on the verge of bursting. One would completely relax the compression. The spiritual sea, having accumulated immense pressure, would react explosively under the powerful spiritual pressure, rapidly expanding outward. This moment would test the resilience of the practitioner's spiritual sea walls. Should the walls not have been sufficiently reinforced during the initial 2 layers, they risked bursting under such overwhelming pressure, leading to the shattering of the spiritual sea. To be honest, Cheng Yi had not anticipated that the cultivation method of the reincarnation longevity technique would be so radical. However, after practicing the foundational and first advanced layers, he gradually understood the underlying intent of the immortal cultivation inheritance system. Perhaps he possessed an unknown talent that led the system to select him. Or perhaps the system had bestowed upon him some latent ability unbeknownst to him. This enabled him to cultivate any technique with remarkable ease, often maximizing the potential of what he practiced. Perhaps it was for this reason that, upon perfecting the second layer of the advanced reincarnation longevity technique, the walls of his spiritual sea became extraordinarily resilient. Cheng Yi is confident that he need not worry about the fragmentation of his spiritual sea. His sole task is to infuse as much spiritual energy into the sea as possible. Once it can hold no more, he will exert all his effort to compress the spiritual sea to its utmost limit. Then, he will make a decisive leap into the third layer, transitioning from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. In contrast to more conservative cultivation methods that typically involve squeezing the spiritual energy within the sea to condense it into a golden core, the method of the Reincarnation Longevity Sutra diverges significantly. It compresses the spiritual energy within the sea to the point of explosion, during which the purest essence of the energy crystallizes, ultimately forming the golden core. This method yields a golden core that, while smaller in volume than that produced by more traditional techniques, is far more refined. The conversion rate of spiritual energy and the purity of the resultant energy are vastly superior to those achieved by the former methods. Naturally, the risks associated with this approach are considerably greater, incomparable to those of the traditional methods. At this juncture, Cheng Yi prepares to fully saturate his spiritual sea, a process that necessitates the absorption of an immense quantity of spiritual energy. Cheng Yi harnessed his spiritual energy, inscribing numerous spirit-gathering talismans upon the floor and windows, subsequently activating them all. In an instant, dozens of these talismans surged to life, akin to a battalion of high-powered engines, drawing all the spiritual essence from the entirety of the Changsheng Daoist temple and a 3-mile radius surrounding it into Cheng Yi's bedroom. Cheng Yi exerted himself to the utmost, channeling all his strength to fervently absorb spiritual energy. Subsequently, employing the reincarnation and longevity technique, he transformed all the absorbed spiritual energy into spiritual power. However, Cheng Yi's spiritual sea greatly exceeded the usual dimensions expected of someone at the foundation establishment stage, rendering it impossible to fill it swiftly. In a bid to expedite the process of saturating his spiritual sea, Cheng Yi, despite having already exerted himself fully, tapped into his latent potential, thereby elevating the speed of absorption and conversion of spiritual energy once more. In an instant, the absorption rate of dozens of advanced spirit-gathering talismans proved insufficient. Thus, Cheng Yi multitasked, unleashing spiritual energy tendrils that inscribed advanced spirit-gathering talismans in every available space within his chamber. At this juncture, the number of advanced spirit-gathering talismans in his room surged to an astonishing total of over 130. It is noteworthy that during his last endeavor, Yu Chifeng had utilized merely a handful of such talismans. Now, with over 130 spirit-gathering talismans operating at full capacity, they finally matched Cheng Yi's rate of absorption. As Cheng Yi accelerated once more, his spiritual sea was rapidly filled to the brim. The realm from which Cheng Yi draws spiritual energy encompasses the entirety of the central urban area of Jishui City. Fortunately, the inhabitants of this fantastical continent tend to retire early. Otherwise, the martial practitioners might have already perceived the situation. Indeed, it is possible that some have already noticed and are hastening towards this location. With this thought in mind, Cheng Yi observed that his spiritual reservoir was entirely filled, leaving no room for even a trace of additional energy. Consequently, he promptly commenced the second tier of the reincarnation longevity technique, focusing on compressing his spiritual sea. For most cultivators, compressing the spiritual sea is a gradual process, requiring patience and perseverance. The majority cannot endure the prolonged agony that accompanies the continuous constriction of their spiritual sea. Should one faint during this compression, all previous efforts would be rendered futile, necessitating a complete restart. Thus, One would have to begin afresh in filling the spiritual sea, only to start the compression anew. Moreover, it is preferable for the compression of the spiritual sea to be achieved in a single attempt. Repeated compressions could diminish its elasticity, rendering it increasingly fragile. In truth, to avert such outcomes, Cheng Yi should adopt a more measured approach, compressing a small portion each day while gradually acclimatizing himself to the pain of compression. However, he lacks the luxury of time to proceed slowly. The Lingyun sect looms over him like a sword poised to descend, compelling him to seize every opportunity to enhance his power expeditiously. Cheng Yi considers himself to be quite diligent in his cultivation. However, due to a lack of urgency and the fact that the majority of his initial efforts were devoted to talismans, his advancement in the realm of immortality has lagged behind. The conditions for upgrading to perfect-grade talismans appear elusive and distant, leading Cheng Yi to place his hopes on the path of immortal arts. Unlike talismans, which temporarily harness the power of heaven and earth to enhance oneself or to achieve certain functions, immortal arts directly utilize the laws of the universe, allowing one's body to connect with the cosmos. At this point, one is no longer merely borrowing power. The forces of the universe become readily available for use. The stronger the immortal arts and the higher the level of one's immortal realm, the greater the celestial power one can access. Consequently, some seals or treasures created through immortal arts can endure for millennia while retaining their original functions. However, since practitioners of immortal arts can draw energy from the universe, the cosmos can similarly siphon power from them, even threatening their very lives. Each time a practitioner ascends to a new level, they are subjected to heavenly tribulations, with the intensity of the lightning strikes increasing with higher realms. Though perilous, it must be acknowledged that the potential of the immortal path far surpasses that of the talisman path. Moreover, many techniques of the talisman path can also be realized through the immortal path, without the cumbersome process of crafting talismans, allowing for immediate application. To achieve something significant in this world, relying solely on the talisman path is neither sustainable nor far-reaching. The talisman path merely provides a quick means of self-defense in the early stages. To truly make a difference, one must delve into the immortal path. This was the decision Cheng Yi made after becoming aware of the crisis facing the Lingyun sect and diligently reviewing his knowledge of cultivation. Cheng Yi diligently followed the advanced version of the reincarnation longevity art, continuously compressing his spiritual sea. Indeed, an overwhelming sensation of pain swiftly engulfed him. This agony predominantly stemmed from his acupoints. Each acupoint in the human body is interconnected by numerous spiritual veins, and each one serves as an entrance and exit to the spiritual sea. While it is said that the spiritual sea resides within the body of a cultivator, its elusive nature makes it impossible to locate when one truly seeks it. Previously, Cheng Yi had disrupted Zhou Zu's spiritual sea by unleashing his destructive and violent spiritual energy through Zhou's meridians, ultimately wreaking havoc upon his spiritual sea. At this moment, Cheng Yi found himself enduring the sensation that his own spiritual sea was seemingly being dismantled. Yet, rather than yielding, he pressed on, for with each increment of pressure, the torment intensified. Cheng Yi's body trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. To prevent himself from inadvertently crying out in pain and attracting the attention of those in the dojo, he endured the excruciating agony while setting up a soundproof talisman in his chamber. Simultaneously, he affixed a pre-prepared clarity talisman to himself, ensuring that he would not succumb to unconsciousness from the torment within the next hour. With that, Cheng Yi redirected his full concentration back to compressing his spiritual sea and enduring the pain. In the main urban area at the Longzhong Tower, Lu Yunqi was preparing to retire for the night, changing into her night attire when suddenly her movements halted. She sensed a disturbance in the spiritual energy of the world. Although it was likely a distance away, her keen perception as a late-stage martial sovereign allowed her to detect this subtle shift. This disturbance seemed to emanate from the Changsheng dojo. Even from such a distance, the turbulence in the spiritual energy was palpable. What could Cheng Yi possibly be up to? Could it be that he intends to use talismans to explode the main urban area? No, I must investigate. Lu Yunqi set aside her nightgown and retrieved a set of night gear from the hidden compartment of her wardrobe. Without delay, she made her way towards the Changsheng dojo. Meanwhile, at the city lord's manor in the main urban area, Yu Chifeng was engaged in his final practice before sleep when he suddenly felt a violent turbulence in the spiritual energy surrounding him, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. What on earth is happening? He continued to keenly assess the situation. This surge of spiritual energy seemed to originate from the direction of the Changsheng dojo, and its manner of disturbance felt oddly familiar. Had he encountered this phenomenon before? After a moment of reflection, Yu Chunfeng's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, the last time Cheng Yi assisted him in advancing to the martial sovereign realm, he had expended over a dozen high-grade gathering talismans, resulting in a similar violent upheaval in the surrounding spiritual energy. The current phenomenon mirrored that event precisely. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the spiritual turbulence, the quantity of high-grade gathering talismans in use must be nearly tenfold compared to when he ascended to the martial sovereign realm. Such a grand display, could it be that Brother Cheng is attempting to advance to the martial spirit realm? But he is not a martial cultivator. Furthermore, if he intends to elevate his realm, it is rather inconsiderate of him not to inform me to serve as his protector. Just as Yu Chifeng resolved to hasten to the Changxing dojo to assist Cheng Yi, he hesitated momentarily. Should he notify Wang Ho? Never mind. Urgency dictates that he must act swiftly. In his chamber, despite the visible compression of his spiritual sea occurring at an observable pace, Cheng Yi found it insufficient. Faster, more speed. The pain did not deter him from his relentless endeavor to compress his spiritual sea. Instead, it ignited a fierce determination deep within him. The greater the resistance, the more resolutely he sought to overcome it. Thus, while he continued to compress his spiritual sea, Cheng Yi once again absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. The transformed essence permeated every part of his body, and the vast influx of spiritual power surged in like the ocean, gradually filling each and every cell. The excess spiritual force, unable to penetrate further into the cells, spontaneously vaporized and enveloped Cheng Yi in a misty aura. Under the immense burden of such a profound influx of spiritual energy, Cheng Yi's body acquired an unprecedented strength. The force exerted on the spiritual sea surged dramatically, doubling the rate at which it was compressed. The consumption of spiritual energy required to accelerate this compression was nothing short of terrifying. With each exertion, the spiritual energy within Cheng Yi's cellular structure was entirely depleted. The finely condensed, vaporous spiritual energy that had previously surrounded him was once again drawn into his body. This cyclical process repeated itself, not only hastening the compression of the spiritual sea, but also inducing radical transformations within Cheng Yi's physique. However, as the compression of the spiritual sea progressed, the pressure within it intensified, making it increasingly arduous for Cheng Yi to continue the compression. Cheng Yi's exertion of power upon Ling Hai grew increasingly formidable. However, the rate at which Ling Hai was being compressed gradually began to diminish. Cheng Yi understood that he had entered the final stage of compressing his spiritual sea. His only focus now was to minimize the spiritual sea as much as possible, until it could no longer be compressed further. What Cheng Yi remained unaware of was that, as he entered the final phase, Lu Yunxi, clad in a dark outfit, had already arrived at the entrance of the Changxing Dao Pavilion. The closer she drew to the pavilion, the more pronounced the tumultuous fluctuations of spiritual energy became. Upon reaching the Changxing Dao Pavilion, Lu Yunxi felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The intensity of the spiritual energy surges had escalated significantly. Was he perhaps on the verge of a breakthrough? Yet, Cheng Yi possessed no martial prowess. Could it be that the celestial path he spoke of during the live stream could invoke such a grand upheaval? Surely. This indicated a level of ascension akin to the martial spirit realm. The elderly gatekeeper, upon observing Cheng Yi, could discern at a glance that he lacked martial cultivation. Even amidst the profound disturbances in the ambient spiritual energy, he remained blissfully unaware, continuing with his nightly vigil as usual. Lu Yunxi disregarded the gatekeeper, skillfully evading the patrolling guards of the Changxing Dao Pavilion, and scaled a tall wall, deftly making her way towards the source of the most intense energy fluctuations. With her prowess at the late-stage martial sovereign realm, navigating this place felt as familiar as returning home. However, as she approached the bedroom where Cheng Yi was located, she halted her advance. To ascend directly within his quarters seemed rather reckless, did it not? Was he not concerned that others might exploit the commotion to intrude? Lu Yunxi hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed. The last time she had visited to warn Cheng Yi about the attention from Ling Yun's sect, she had nearly pressed her face against the window. Yet Cheng Yi had remained oblivious until she had inadvertently triggered a warning talisman by opening the window, thus revealing her presence. Would it not be even harder to notice her this time, as he was on the brink of a breakthrough? Having tasted success in her previous endeavor, Lu Yunxi's courage had evidently grown. She emulated her earlier approach, inching closer to Cheng Yi's bedroom. Indeed, she reached the base of the wall without eliciting any response from him. A triumphant smirk crept across her face. It appeared all was well. With practiced ease, she leapt up and grasped the edge of the window. This time, instead of opening it as she had last time, She gently punctured a small hole in the window paper. As anticipated, the warning talisman remained dormant. Peering through the minuscule aperture, Lu Yunqi failed to spot Cheng Yi. Instead, she beheld a swirling mass of blue mist, pulsating and fluctuating, encircling an unspecified object at its core. Was Cheng Yi within that enigmatic haze? The energy contained within that mist exuded a remarkably pure essence, reminiscent of spiritual energy yet distinctly different. Could this be spiritual power? Lu Yunqi had no intention of meddling further. She was entirely ignorant of Cheng Yi's methods for cultivating his spiritual power. In matters of breaking through realms, she could offer no assistance. All she could do was remain outside, providing protection for Cheng Yi. It would have been preferable to gaze upon his visage, at least for the sake of aesthetic pleasure. However, now he was enveloped in that ethereal mist of spiritual energy, rendering him invisible to her sight. Thus, Lu Yunqi ascended to the rooftop, where the vantage point was superior, allowing him to survey for any approaching adversaries. Suddenly, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading a spear that lunged toward him. Accompanying this attack was a thunderous roar. Who dares to intrude upon my brother's ascension? Before Lu Yunqi could discern the identity of his assailant, the very spear that had just been thrust at him veered unexpectedly and returned for another strike. This unforeseen maneuver was once again evaded by Lu Yunqi. After dodging the second assault, he finally recognized the intruder. It was none other than Yu Chifeng, the Lord of Water City. Lu Yunqi was aware of the camaraderie between Yu Chifeng and Cheng Yi. He had partaken in a banquet at Longjiang Tower where he had enjoyed their company. It was evident even then that the bond between Yu Chifeng and Cheng Yi was genuine. At this moment, it was clear that Yu Chifeng had come to safeguard Cheng Yi, as evidenced by his earlier exclamation. Realizing he had been discovered and that Cheng Yi was now under protection, Lu Yunqi deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Remaining could jeopardize his own safety once Cheng Yi completed his ascension and attained the martial spirit realm. At that point, his own identity would be at risk of exposure. Although Lu Yunqi held a favorable disposition towards Cheng Yi, he was not yet prepared for a direct confrontation. Before Yu Chifeng could engage, Lu Yunqi made his exit, leaving Yu Chifeng unable to pursue him. Standing atop the rooftop where Lu Yunqi had once stood, Yu Chifeng observed the retreating figure and decided against chasing him. Wary of falling into a trap, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Cheng Yi below, he refrained from interrupting, instead maintaining his vigilance, attuned to any movements in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi was at a critical juncture in his attempt to progress to the second layer of the reincarnation longevity technique. His spiritual sea was nearly beyond further compression. Any remaining capacity was minuscule, requiring immense effort to yield even the slightest result. Almost there, Cheng Yi, enveloped in a blue mist, was drenched in perspiration. To prevent dehydration, he cautiously extended his spiritual tendrils to retrieve the ceramic water jug from the table. In his current state, even the slightest movement could jeopardize the impending explosion of his spiritual sea. He needed to remain steady to avoid losing his progress, with his spiritual power guiding it. The jug floated gracefully to Cheng Yi's vicinity. He refrained from grasping it directly, instead controlling it with his spiritual tendrils to pour the water into his mouth. Soon, the jug was emptied, and Cheng Yi felt a slight alleviation of his thirst. Cheng Yi placed the kettle on the ground with his spiritual power. Very well. It is time to commence. Next, it is time to inject the final thread of spiritual energy into the spiritual sea, which is already become incompressible, brimming with ethereal power and under extreme pressure. This thread of energy must be neither excessive nor insufficient. An excess would lead to a rapid explosion of spiritual energy, leaving no time for a proper response and failing to alleviate the pressure on the spiritual sea, ultimately risking damage to the delicate barrier and jeopardizing future advancements. Conversely, an insufficient amount would hinder the explosion or render it insufficiently intense, resulting in a finalized golden core that lacks purity. Thus, this precarious endeavor would yield diminished returns. It is only by carefully calibrating the injection, ensuring the explosion is sufficiently vigorous yet not overly swift, that one can maximize the ultimate gains while minimizing risks. However, perfection is elusive. A minor deviation is entirely acceptable to Cheng Yi. Before initiating the injection of the final thread of spiritual energy, Cheng Yi meticulously assessed the current compression strength of his spiritual sea, as well as the internal quantities of spiritual energy and pressure. After several estimations, he determined the precise amount of energy to be injected. Taking a deep breath, he began to separate that measured thread of spiritual energy. Shortly thereafter, the energy was ready, and he commenced the stable yet rapid injection into the spiritual sea. Given that the internal pressure had reached a terrifying level, the resistance against further injection was unprecedented. Nevertheless, Cheng Yi employed the previous method, saturating every cell in his body with potent spiritual energy, temporarily gaining formidable strength to forcefully inject that thread into the spiritual sea. The explosion of spiritual energy occurred swiftly, yet within the bounds of Cheng Yi's reaction time. At the most opportune moment, he relaxed the pressure on the spiritual sea, allowing its volume to recover and sharing part of the explosive force. As the spiritual sea expanded, it simultaneously fueled the explosion. And when the barrier returned to its original size, it did not cease to grow. Rather, it continued to expand under the propulsion of the energy explosion. The searing pain coursed through his body once again. Yet after enduring the previous torment, this level of discomfort felt merely like a sprinkle of water to Cheng Yi. At this moment, the significance of the resilience of the spiritual sea became evident. Despite the overwhelming force of the explosion, the spiritual sea expanded steadily. And although the pain was excruciating, Cheng Yi's robust barrier showed no signs of tearing. This rapid expansion persisted for nearly the duration of a tea break, after which the pace began to slow. At this juncture, a final surge toward victory was imminent. The advanced gathering talisman, having been excessively strained, was no longer usable despite its initial capacity to last for an hour. Thus, Cheng Yi unleashed a dozen ethereal tendrils of spiritual energy, each moving with the swiftness of a phantom, inscribing advanced gathering talismans in every available space within the chamber. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth once more. As Cheng Yi keenly observed the impending decline of the expansion of the spiritual sea, he promptly began to fervently absorb spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual power. The wall of the spiritual sea possesses remarkable resilience. Once the force of the explosive spiritual power gradually dissipates, the wall will begin to rebound. To prevent this rebound, Cheng Yi must swiftly ensure the spiritual sea is completely replenished, thereby maintaining the expanded shape of the wall and preventing it from retracting. After sustaining this state for a period, the expanded wall of the spiritual sea will solidify into its new form. An abundance of spiritual power floods into the spiritual sea, filling the void left by the explosion of spiritual energy. However, the nature of the spiritual power being absorbed into the sea has undergone a transformation. Previously, one unit of spiritual power transformed and occupied 1 unit of space within the sea. Now, while still a single unit of spiritual power enters, it gradually diminishes to merely 1/10 of its original volume upon entering the spiritual sea. In other words, every unit of spiritual power that Cheng Yi introduces into the sea is refined, purging impurities and condensing into 1/10 of its original form. Simultaneously, as the spiritual power is condensed to 1/10, Cheng Yi's spiritual sea has expanded to twice its original size. This effectively means that his current reservoir of spiritual power is equivalent to 20 times its former capacity. In the future, when utilizing the spiritual power within the sea, Cheng Yi can dilute the already condensed power tenfold, allowing him to wield it as if it were the previous quantity. Alternatively, he may opt to use the concentrated spiritual power, reduced to 1/10, directly, resulting in even greater potency. For instance, disregarding environmental and material considerations, Cheng Yi could enhance the ability of a high-grade gathering spirit talisman to amplify spiritual power by a factor of 10, or extend its duration to 10 times its original. Either outcome is immensely gratifying. Should Cheng Yi choose, he could even distribute this enhancement, increasing both the talisman's potency and the duration of its effects. If this augmentation were applied to the comprehensive capabilities of the martial sovereign realm, it would equate to a tenfold increase in his overall prowess. Cheng Yi remained uncertain about the distance he had yet to traverse before attaining the strength of the martial spirit realm. However, within the confines of the martial sovereign realm, he felt confident enough to navigate with ease. Perhaps he still lagged slightly behind the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. Yet armed with an array of diverse and potent talismans, he harbored no fear. Furthermore, he had yet to unleash his most formidable talisman, Divine Light of 10 miles, renowned for its unparalleled single-target damage among advanced talismans. With the enhancement of the Divine Light of 10 miles talisman multiplied tenfold, he was convinced that even a martial sovereign at the peak would succumb utterly to such a strike. Having successfully navigated the compression of his spiritual sea and the explosive surge of spiritual energy within, Cheng Yi had achieved a remarkable breakthrough, advancing from the mid to late stages of foundation establishment to reach the consummate phase. At this juncture, his spiritual sea should harbor a nascent golden core in its initial state. Cheng Yi initiated his introspection into the spiritual sea, and indeed, within this ocean of consciousness, he beheld a golden elixir that shimmered perpetually with a resplendent light. To label it merely as an elixir might be somewhat of an understatement, for it was quite diminutive, uneven, and lacked the perfect roundness one might expect. Nevertheless, all these imperfections were eclipsed by its undeniable virtue. This golden elixir was extraordinarily pure. While it radiated a golden luminescence, its texture was reminiscent of crystal, exuding an exquisite clarity and brilliance. What lay ahead for Cheng Yi was the arduous task of continuously refining this nascent golden elixir to cultivate its essence, rendering it larger and more rounded with each effort. The time and spiritual energy required for this endeavor were indeed formidable. Yet, once the golden elixir reached its complete form, he would officially step into the realm of the golden elixir stage. At present, he could only be considered as straddling the threshold between the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage and the golden elixir stage, a true half-step into the latter. Cheng Yi has discerned the distinctive characteristics of the reincarnation longevity technique. It is audacious yet capable of maximizing benefits. This particular method is exceedingly perilous. Had it been entrusted to another, the outcome would likely not have been as seamless as his. His inexplicable and enigmatic talent is indeed formidable. Cheng Yi had no intention of imparting the advanced version of the reincarnation longevity technique to his disciples. For them, cultivating this elevated technique was akin to wagering their very lives, with little hope of success. As for Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu, they remained under consideration. After all, their innate spiritual seas endowed them with a significantly greater capacity for converting spiritual energy and a sturdier barrier than others. Nonetheless, whether this advanced technique was suitable for them required Cheng Yi to conduct a thorough assessment of their spiritual seas. He held a fondness for the diligent Bai Xiaofeng. Yet he refrained from allowing him to practice the advanced reincarnation longevity technique, as he wished to spare him from potential peril. On the rooftop, Yu Chifeng sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy below, which had transitioned from tumultuous to steadily tranquil, ultimately reaching a complete calm. He surmised that Cheng Yi must have completed his advancement. Consequently, he turned over and leaned against the window of Cheng Yi's chamber, gently tapping on the glass, and inquired softly, "Brother Cheng, have you finished?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Cheng Yi was instantly delighted. He approached the window and opened it wide. "Brother Yu, what brings you here?" Yu Qingfeng's expression was somewhat displeased. "How can you even ask? The matter of ascending to a higher realm is of utmost importance, and you had the audacity not to allow me to safeguard you. Fortunately, I sensed the disturbance in your spiritual energy just before I went to sleep, allowing me to return in time. Otherwise, you might have found yourself in peril tonight." "Oh, what happened?" Cheng Yi inquired, feeling puzzled. His alarm talisman had not reacted tonight. Yu Qingfeng's absence was due to his perception of their brotherhood. He would not trigger the talisman unless he actively entered the room, which would set off its physical mechanism. However, even aside from Yu Qifeng, he had not sensed any alerts from the talisman this evening. Yu Qifeng replied, "Just a moment ago, when I arrived, I spotted a figure cloaked in black standing atop your roof, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Thankfully, I managed to scare him off with 2 shots. Otherwise, you would have certainly faced dire consequences." At these words, Cheng Yi was taken aback. The intruder had brazenly stood on his roof, and yet his alarm talisman had failed to trigger. Cheng Yi hurriedly examined the warding symbols within several rooms and found no issues. How peculiar, he mused suddenly. As a flash of insight struck him, he had encountered a similar situation before. It was the night he failed to apprehend the figure clad in black. Previously, that shadowy figure had delivered a message indicating that the Lingyun sect was monitoring him, all without triggering the hostile response mechanism of the warding symbols. Once again, it was a figure in black, and once again, the hostile response mechanism remained dormant. Could it possibly be the same individual? Cheng Yi surmised that it was most likely the same individual who had come to his rooftop. This person, compelled by the turbulence of spiritual energy emanating from his location, seemed to harbor not only curiosity, but also an intention to act as his protector. What could this possibly signify? Who on earth could this enigmatic figure be? Even if the individual bore no animosity towards him and indeed sought to offer protection, the manner of their approach was undeniably alarming. Furthermore, Cheng Yi recalled that the figure in black was a master at the late stage of the martial sovereign realm, while Yu Qingfeng had only recently ascended to the initial stage of the same realm. Given his current capabilities, he was insufficiently equipped to fend off the black-clad adversary. Thus, it appeared that this mysterious figure had chosen to withdraw voluntarily, likely to avoid a confrontation with Yu Chengfeng and to maintain the secrecy of their identity. Otherwise, had a conflict ensued, Cheng Yi feared that Yu Chengfeng might meet his demise before he could fully consolidate his ascent. The previous message and this recent act of guardianship had only deepened Cheng Yi's intrigue towards this shadowy figure. He resolved that he must devise a method to capture this individual, binding them securely to extract the truth. Yes, he needed to seize them and demand answers, even resorting to force if necessary. Upon hearing Cheng Yi's underestimation of the situation, Yu Chengfeng readily echoed his sentiments. Cheng Yi chuckled softly, choosing not to provide any explanation. He turned directly to Yu Chengfeng and said, "All right, stop clinging to the window. It's rather unbecoming. Come inside, please." Cheng Yi sought a comfortable spot to engage in a meaningful conversation with Yu Chengfeng, yet he was taken aback by the chaotic state of his bedroom, a consequence of the recent violent fluctuations of spiritual energy and the tumultuous disturbances surrounding him. The room was in disarray, littered with torn curtains and splintered remnants of furniture. There was hardly a place to sit, let alone enjoy a sip of water. "Ah, brother Yu, my humble abode is quite modest. Let us find another venue," Cheng Yi suggested. Yu Chengfeng nodded in agreement, a splendid idea. As night deepened, most of the inhabitants of the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, including the servants, had succumbed to slumber. Cheng Yi was reluctant to awaken them over such a trivial matter. He could procure food and drink himself. Although the main district of Jishui City thrived with activity, it was not a city that never slept. By the hour of the pig, the townsfolk gradually prepared for rest. If there were any exceptions to this rule within the main district, it could only be found at the Chuanxiang building. "Brother Yu, do not disdain this place. While it may be a den of revelry, the cuisine is quite delectable and serviceable," Cheng Yi remarked. "Ah, no need for your introduction, my dear brother. This place is indeed commendable, and the food is truly delightful," Yu Chengfeng replied. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of intrigue. Yu Chengfeng, catching the glance, responded with an innocent smile. Unbeknownst to them, not far off, Lu Yunxi was employing a technique learned in the martial world to conceal her presence, closely trailing them. Upon witnessing Cheng Yi escorting Yu Chengfeng towards the Chuanxiang building, she felt a surge of anger. Her frustration intensified as she observed Cheng Yi's expression of camaraderie with Yu Chengfeng, nearly igniting her ire and an overwhelming desire to confront him. However, she soon realized that she lacked the standing to do so. Moreover, considering Cheng Yi's recent ascension, she was uncertain of his current strength. Judging by the formidable aura he exuded during his promotion, she doubted her ability to contend with him. This thought only fueled her frustration further. In a fit of rage, she struck out, creating a hole in the nearby wall, the sound echoing loudly. Quickly, she concealed herself, silently watching to see if they had noticed her presence. It was only after both men had entered the Chuanxiang building that she decided to follow suit. Inside the Chuanxiang building, Cheng Yi raised a glass in salute to Yu Chengfeng. Although Yu Chengfeng may have misconstrued the intentions of the cloaked figure who had intervened on his behalf, the gesture was indeed one of goodwill. The fact that someone had come to his aid without prior notification was a testament to loyalty, and Cheng Yi held this in high regard. As for the matter of the cloaked figure, while Cheng Yi sensed no malice, he remained uncertain of the individual's identity and preferred to investigate discreetly rather than disclose anything to Yu Chengfeng. "Brother Yu, I am grateful for your assistance in ensuring my safe ascension tonight. Allow me to toast to you," Cheng Yi proclaimed. Yu Chengfeng clinked his glass against Cheng Yi's, responding, "It is my duty and honor. However, I must ask, how did you suddenly ascend tonight without any prior notice? The moment for promotion has suddenly arrived, leaving me no time to inform my esteemed brother. I must commence immediately, and I hope you can forgive me, brother Yu." In truth, Cheng Yi's intent was simply to avoid causing any inconvenience to others, and this advancement was indeed a spur-of-the-moment decision, somewhat reckless in nature. This inadvertently caused displeasure to Yu Chengfeng, and it seems that next time, I must not hesitate to seek his assistance. "Ah, I see," Yu Chengfeng inquired further, "Brother Cheng, I am aware that you have not practiced martial arts. Which path of cultivation have you embarked upon for this promotion?" Given Yu Chengfeng's demeanor today, Cheng Yi felt assured that he was a trustworthy individual. Thus, he recounted the various obstacles he encountered during his breakthrough. As Yu Chengfeng listened, he expressed his astonishment with exclamations and applause. Once Cheng Yi finished his account, Yu Chengfeng couldn't help but exclaim, "The wonders of the immortal path surpass even that of martial arts. Had I encountered you sooner, perhaps I would have forsaken martial cultivation in favor of your immortal way." Cheng Yi responded, "Not at all, my esteemed brother. Your dedication to martial arts, combined with your extraordinary talent, has allowed you to progress at an astonishing rate. Were it not for the injury to your dantian years ago, you would likely have already approached the realm of martial spirits by now. Such a promising candidate for the martial path should not easily abandon it. Yu Chifeng shook his head with a wry smile. Aware that while Cheng Yi's words held some truth, they were largely infused with a comforting sentiment. Observing the tremendous amount of spiritual energy Cheng Yi absorbed during his recent advancement in the chamber, it was evident that the potential of the celestial path far surpassed that of martial arts. Furthermore, as Cheng Yi implied, the mysteries of celestial techniques seemed reminiscent of the esoteric arts found within certain secret sections. This raised a question in Yu Chengfeng's mind. Could this be a basis to ascertain Cheng Yi's origins from a secret sect? At that moment, Yu Chifeng felt compelled to inquire whether Cheng Yi hailed from such a sect or if he bore any grievances with the Lingyun sect. However, he refrained from asking, fearing that his inquiries might be poorly articulated. This matter, he decided, should be left to Wang Ho, as it had already been agreed upon. To change course abruptly would only disrupt Wang Ho's pace in handling the situation. Cheng Yi and Yu Chengfeng did not indulge in late drinking. Instead, they savored exquisite delicacies and engaged in discussions regarding the path of immortality. As the night deepened, they bid each other farewell, with Yu Chengfeng returning to his lordly residence. Cheng Yi, however, found his own chambers in utter disarray and, disinclined to tidy up, chose to take refuge in the Chuanxiang Tower for the night, intending to return home in the morning and let his servants restore order to his quarters. Upon learning that Cheng Yi would be staying the night, the proprietress of Chuanxiang Tower was positively elated. "Oh, Mr. Cheng, after such a long interval, you have finally decided to take shelter with us. The young ladies have been eagerly awaiting your return, like star-crossed lovers yearning for the moon. You must allow them to attend to you well tonight, or they shall surely find it impossible to sleep." Cheng Yi was aware of the meaning of the term procuress. Today, he had already expended a considerable amount of mental energy merely advancing his cultivation, leaving him with no inclination for distractions. Furthermore, with a lesson to teach his disciples at dawn the following day, he yearned only for a peaceful night's rest. Thus, he gracefully declined the procuress's invitation. Alas, how heartless of him to turn away so many young ladies. Perhaps next time, he thought with a chuckle. After dismissing the procuress, Cheng Yi returned to his chamber to sleep, but not before meticulously arranging a series of protective talismans and wards. With numerous adversaries lurking, many concealed in the shadows, he had no choice but to remain vigilant, ensuring he was well prepared for a restful slumber. As he lay on his bed, Cheng Yi found himself in deep contemplation. Now at the threshold of the golden course stage, he pondered what this equated to within the martial realm. Was it the late stage of martial sovereign? Or perhaps the consummate perfection of that realm? With the aid of various functional talismans and the 10-mile divine light talisman, could he contend with experts of the martial spirit realm? He was uncertain. What he truly desired was to encounter someone at least at the late stage of martial sovereign to gauge his current strength, thus allowing him to make informed decisions when facing formidable foes sent by the Lingyun sect. The enigmatic figure in black seemed to embody that late stage. Who could they be? Were they male or female? Why did they show him such kindness? Was it a command from someone, or merely their own volition? The black-clad stranger intrigued Cheng Yi to no end. Although their intentions seemed benign, remaining in such a passive position was ultimately unsustainable. He needed to devise a plan to capture them, or perhaps it was her. Outside the fragrant pavilion, Lu Yunqi peered through a telescope, observing every movement of Cheng Yi and Yu Chengfeng. When she saw the procuress approach Cheng Yi, intending to summon a maiden to attend him, her heart instinctively clenched, fearing he might acquiesce to the procuress's request. However, she felt a flicker of relief when Cheng Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, politely declined and retreated to his quarters for rest. He was not yet the type of man she despised, those frivolous creatures consumed only by their desires. Thank goodness he was not like them. But what was happening to her? Throughout her life, traversing the martial world and encountering countless gallant heroes, none had ever stirred within her the feelings that Cheng Yi did. Of course, it could be attributed to his superior looks. Yet, what truly captivated her was an intrinsic quality, one that transcended mere appearance. Cheng Yi's visage seemed to resonate deeply within her heart, igniting a profound desire to draw closer to him. Yet, she feared that any rash action might frighten him away, which held her back from deepening their interaction. Even as her yearning for him intensified, truly, this was a predicament from which she could not extricate herself. When had she become so lacking in resolve? Or perhaps it was as the elderly woman she encountered during her wanderings had foretold. However, when a woman encounters her true soulmate, Her heart thereafter belonged solely to him. All previous experiences fade into mere illusions. Once she confirmed that Cheng Yi had fallen asleep, Lu Yunxi returned to Longjing building, freshened up slightly, and lay down to rest. Yet, throughout the night, she tossed and turned, unable to find slumber, her mind consumed with thoughts of Cheng Yi. No, I must draw near to him. Even if it takes time, I must approach him. Early the next morning, Cheng Yi departed from Chuanxiang building and returned to Chongqing Dao Pavilion. After summoning a few servants to tidy his chaotic bedroom, he proceeded directly to the banks of Longyu River. Cheng Yi had already informed Xiaowei in advance of the class timings for each group, and Xiaowei would be responsible for notifying the other groups to arrive here early and prepare for the lessons. Indeed, when Cheng Yi arrived, the students for the first class were already present. The number of students attending the first class was modest, comprising merely 3 individuals. Their limited attendance was not due to their exceptional skills that placed them ahead of their peers, but rather because they had significantly lagged behind. They belonged to the 4th group, which included Chu Fei. Among them, none had yet opened their spiritual seas. The trio consisted of the 12-year-old Chu Fei, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a balding head, and an elderly gentleman in his 70s with a head full of white hair. Regardless of their ages, including the middle-aged man and the elderly man, none brought up age as an issue. Cheng Yi was now their master, and his teachings were regarded with utmost reverence. As long as he was willing to impart the knowledge of talismanic arts to them, they were prepared to overlook the disparity in age and extend their greatest respect to him. Moreover, their profound respect for Cheng Yi stemmed from another reason. When the 3 learned that their master had assigned them to the first class of the morning, they were quite perplexed. Logically, an early class would provide ample time, and the spiritual energy in the morning is at its most abundant, rendering it the most opportune moment for cultivation throughout the day. Yet, Cheng Yi allocated this prime time to their group, composed entirely of the elderly and those at the bottom of the ranks. This decision left them in considerable doubt, prompting them to inquire with Xiaowei. Xiaowei, upon receiving Cheng Yi's schedule, also felt a tinge of confusion. However, knowing that Cheng Yi maintained a serious demeanor during class, but was quite affable with his disciples in private, he did not hesitate to express his thoughts to Cheng Yi. He recalled Cheng Yi's response. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of foundational skills. If they were to be scheduled for the last class, there might be occasions when time would not suffice. After all, he had to rush to the city lord's mansion for a live broadcast before noon. Furthermore, having them rise early in an environment rich in spiritual energy would aid their cultivation of talismanic arts, allowing them to enter a state of learning early on, which would facilitate their diligence upon returning home. Even if they were as dull as wood, he would not abandon any of his disciples. Xiaowei selectively conveyed Cheng Yi's response to Chu Fei and the other 2. Upon hearing these words, the trio was profoundly moved, particularly by the final statement, which caused them to choke back tears. They had always been the forgotten souls in the corners of society, unloved and neglected. Although Chu Fei came from a poor family, he still had both parents, whereas the middle-aged man was far more desolate. This middle-aged man, named Huang Youfu, was of simple character. A few years prior, after finishing work, he was forcibly dragged into a casino by its patrons, who then coerced him into gambling. Should he refuse, they would beat him mercilessly. To preserve his life, Huang Youfu had no choice but to comply, thinking that their brutish methods were merely a means to extort some money. He believed that if he lost a small amount, they might release him. Little did he know, these were ruthless scoundrels devoid of any morality. After losing a few rounds in a daze, they informed Huang Youfu that he now owed the casino 100 taels of silver, demanding repayment within a set time frame, or they would seize his wife and children and sell them off. Huang Youfu was merely a laborer in a struggling district. Once his meager monthly wages were distributed to support his family, he found it impossible to save enough to buy even a single garment for his daughter, let alone the exorbitant sum they demanded. In a fit of desperation, he raised his fists, prepared to fight for his life. However, the thugs were all martial artists, and Huang Youfu stood no chance against them. Not only was he unable to land a blow, but he was also beaten to the brink of death. Upon regaining consciousness, he was carried home by his family, remaining bedridden for 3 days. Once he recovered, Huang Youfu promptly went to the authorities to lodge a complaint against the casino. To his dismay, the casino denied any wrongdoing concerning his forced gambling. Even more infuriating was the fact that the witnesses, all habitual gamblers in debt to the establishment, dared not offend the casino to support Huang Youfu. Instead, they falsely claimed to have seen him gambling of his own volition. Ultimately, his complaint was deemed invalid. The officials genuinely wished to assist Huang Youfu's family, as the casino had a notorious reputation for its malevolent deeds. However, while Huang Youfu lay unconscious, the casino had taken advantage of his state, using his blood to secure his thumbprint, thus solidifying the debt of 100 taels of silver. With both witnesses and evidence against him, Huang Youfu was left with nothing but empty words, unable to defend himself. The judge, a man of integrity, ultimately ruled that Huang Youfu's family, unable to repay the debt, would have to pay back 10 taels of silver annually over the course of 10 years. The casino even attempted to compel Huang Youfu to sell his wife and children to settle the debt, but the judge sternly rebuked them in court, warning the casino that should they dare to harm Huang Youfu's family, he would send soldiers to investigate their establishment, confident he would uncover their misdeeds. The casino owner glared at the judge, begrudgingly acquiescing with his words. However, Huang Youfu, perceiving the glint in his eyes, was likely contemplating how to exact revenge upon the judge. After the verdict was rendered, his entire family found themselves without a roof over their heads, forced to take refuge temporarily with a co-worker. Yet, the accommodations at his co-worker's abode were equally cramped, making it arduous for all involved. Thus, it was not long before Huang Youfu sought financial assistance from a few familiar friends and relatives, enabling him to rent a modest dwelling for his family. Nevertheless, they were still confronted with a formidable challenge, the debt of 100 taels of silver. Not to mention that this predicament was instigated by the casino's malfeasance, which rendered them unworthy of such compensation. They had merely exploited Wuxiu's martial prowess and devious schemes to circumvent the law and prey upon those incapable of resistance. Even if they were to endure this indignity, how could they possibly repay such a sum of 10 taels a year? Their lives had been devoted to diligent labor in the factory, yet they had never even witnessed 10 taels of silver amassed together. They were uncertain when they would ever be able to settle their rent, let alone this daunting debt of 10 taels. However, everything changed for Huang Youfu during one fateful encounter at the Mirror Flower Water Moon. On that day, while on his way to work, he witnessed Cheng Yi wielding talismans with remarkable prowess during a live campaign, and subsequently, he boldly proclaimed that anyone could learn the art of talismans from him. In that instant, Huang Youfu felt a glimmer of hope for his family's future. Upon returning home, he shared with his wife the details of Cheng Yi's talismans and the conditions for apprenticeship. Initially skeptical, his wife's disbelief was soon dispelled when Huang Youfu took her to witness Cheng Yi demonstrating the use of the testing stone firsthand. This revelation not only convinced his wife, but also deepened Huang Youfu's own conviction. Upon returning home, the couple deliberated together and unanimously concluded that the casino's tyranny had unjustly harmed their family, and they should not be liable for the 100 taels. To evade this debt, they needed to empower themselves or align with a formidable influence. Other power structures would not protect ordinary individuals like them. But becoming Cheng Yi's disciple required no martial aptitude. They resolved that one member of their household would study the art of talismans, and ultimately, that individual was Huang Youfu. Their two children were far too young, one merely 3 years old and the other 2, not yet of age for schooling, let alone the study of talismans. Moreover, Huang Youfu was the only literate member of the family, having attended school, thus equipping him with the necessary skills should literacy be a prerequisite for learning talismans. Consequently, on the day of the live campaign, Huang Youfu successfully became Cheng Yi's disciple, accompanied by Xiaofeng and others at the Lord's estate. Upon successfully becoming a disciple, he hurried home to share the joyous news with his wife and elderly mother. The family, upon hearing the delightful tidings, was nearly overwhelmed with elation. Subsequently, Huang Youfu vividly recounted the thrilling moment in the live competition when Cheng Yi triumphed over Wu Qingdao. As his family learned that Cheng Yi might possess the formidable strength of a martial sovereign, their hopes soared, and they felt that salvation was within reach. To them, a martial sovereign was akin to a lord, and with such a powerful ally, how could they possibly fear the unscrupulous martial artists of the gambling den? Eventually, Huang Youfu was granted entry into the Chongqing Dao Pavilion, where he commenced his studies in talismans under Cheng Yi's guidance. Yet, it was at this juncture that an overwhelming setback struck him. While others effortlessly overcame the challenge of opening their spiritual seas, he found himself perpetually on the brink of failure, always falling just short, igniting both hope and despair within him. Yesterday, as Cheng Yi began to organize the students according to their progress, Huang Youfu was acutely aware that he would undoubtedly be placed in the last group. In his perception, the final group signified the least attention, the scarcest resources, and the constant threat of expulsion. Panic enveloped him. He feared that if he were abandoned, How would his family confront the ruthless gamblers? At that moment, however, Xiao Wei appeared, informing him that they were to attend the first class with Master Yin Tian at the hour of the Flower Maiden. Initially, Huang Youfu thought he had misheard or that there had been a mistake in the notification. It was only when Xiao Wei presented him with the schedule that he began to believe it. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why Master had designated their bottom-ranked group as the first to attend class. Then, Xiao Wei conveyed the Master's words, leaving him momentarily speechless. The final words of Cheng Yi lingered in his mind as he repeatedly murmured them before sleep, even if they were as unyielding as wood. I shall not forsake any disciple. From that moment on, Huang Youfu resolved that once he had ensured the well-being of his wife, children, and elders, his life would henceforth belong to Master Cheng Yi. As for the other elderly gentleman, he had come accompanied by his grandson, who was in the third group. Cheng Yi, aware of the number of individuals in each group and their identities, welcomed them with gentle grace. Observing that all three had arrived, he settled down to commence the lesson. I presume none of you have yet ventured into the realm of spiritual seas? Chu Fei replied, Indeed, Master. Huang Youfu affirmed, That is correct, Master. The old man remained silent. Upon noticing the elder's lack of response, yet sensing a hint of awkwardness in his gaze, Cheng Yi pondered the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. Elder, if you find it uncomfortable to address me as Master, you may simply call me by my name. I bear no objection. The elder, after a brief pause for thought, lifted his head and, with a gesture of respect, replied, No, for a true master deserves reverence. I shall honor you as my teacher. Cheng Yi nodded, refraining from delving deeper into the matter. He then extended his spiritual energy tendrils into the bodies of the three individuals, traversing their spiritual meridians to assess the fluidity of their energy pathways and the adequacy of their channels. Subsequently, he examined the positions of their spiritual seas and retracted the tendrils from their bodies. He had garnered a fundamental understanding of their issues. Chu Fei, it seemed, was overly timid, reluctant to convert his spiritual energy in substantial quantities and to vigorously impact his spiritual sea, fearful of damaging it, which led to his hesitance. Huang Youfu, true to his name, exhibited no issues with the rate of his energy conversion. His courage was commendable. Based on the residual energy observed in his meridians and the position of his spiritual sea, he had been persistently attempting to impact that area. However, his energy meridians were notably faster than average, resulting in insufficient force to successfully open his spiritual sea. The elderly gentleman's inability to establish his spiritual sea was rather straightforward. It was simply a consequence of advanced age. His energy meridians had significantly atrophied due to disuse, rendering them exceedingly thin. Not everyone experiences a diminishment of their spiritual meridians in old age. Some may retain their vitality well into their 70s or 80s. Yet this particular elder was evidently not among them. Nevertheless, a solution existed. Expanding the spiritual sea was a formidable challenge fraught with peril. Yet widening the energy meridians was considerably more achievable. Cheng Yi meticulously elucidated the concerns of the trio. Upon hearing his explanations, their reactions varied. Some were disheartened, others apprehensive, and a few brimming with excitement. Rest assured, I possess the means to resolve your dilemmas, Cheng Yi reassured them. He continued, I shall now assist each of you in unlocking your spiritual seas. Do not resist, for it is you who shall suffer should you do so. Chu Fei responded, Yes, Master. Huang Youfu echoed, Yes, Master. The elderly man affirmed, Yes, Master. Cheng Yi prepared to approach the elder first. He gradually infused his spiritual energy into the old man's meridians, ensuring that they would not rupture, and throughout the process, there was no sign of pain on the elder's face. If there were any indications, it would imply that Cheng Yi had inadvertently caused a rupture in one of his own meridians. After a short while, Cheng Yi sensed that the elder's meridians were nearly filled with his spiritual energy. He then ceased the infusion and spoke to the elder, Lu Laozhong. There will be some discomfort ahead. Please endure it as best as you can. If it becomes unbearable, just tap the ground with your hand. Lu Laozhong acknowledged with a nod. Once Lu Laozhong was prepared, Cheng Yi transformed the spiritual energy he retained within the elder's meridians into tendrils of energy and began to slowly expand them. Indeed, Lu Laozhong's expression began to reflect pain. Yet the intensity was still bearable. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain that coursed through his body. Noticing that Lu Laozhong could still endure, and realizing that the expansion of his meridians was not sufficient, Cheng Yi continued with his efforts. As for her, discovering so many spirit beast eggs at once could either be attributed to sheer luck or the result of a prolonged search. speaking softly to herself. Wei Yilin set down the list in her hand and roused the still sleeping Lu Yu, heading straight toward the tennis court. We must find Naruto, she asserted, slapping her hands on the table and glancing around. Iron Blood Kai, in a fit of rage, sent the teacup flying. The boys were diligently moving their luggage. As long as they had a place to sleep, they were content, having fewer demands than before, as anything was better than yesterday. Dozens of powerful gazes converged. In the first wind shadow shrugged, both sides were on the verge of cursing. A cold wind swept through, causing Yamamoto Jinryusai's expression to shift, his eyes narrowing into slits, radiating a fierce light. Uncle, my condolences, a foreign man named Jack said, placing a hand on Gong Sunji's shoulder and then turning to the middle-aged man with a sigh. All right, Hokage-sama, I have finished, Wei Yilin spoke softly, waking Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hinata from their slumber in the office. Minerva, you missed a point. It is Sephiroth who is alive now, not Slytherin, Dumbledore interjected. Meet Suba and Shilin, once again, charged towards each other, engaging in another collision. Captain Davis, what is happening? Zhang Mingming asked, bringing Han Kuan into the control room, where Davis was staring intently at the tracking device with a grave expression. Behind her, a flurry of footsteps approached. Someone was rushing towards her. Han Kuan, with a cigarette in his mouth, waved to Lao Bai Ding, requesting the Mosenigan in his hand, and aimed it at Wu Dishing. Pulling the trigger, the night yellow spring would automatically erect a barrier for its holder. In times of crisis, the blade would activate of its own volition. With a cooldown period of 1 temporal day, I have come to terms with it. At worst, I will consider it a fresh start. And Rose's apparent nonchalance could not conceal the turmoil within her heart. Feng Jisheng had long harbored a disdain for Qin Feng and was prepared to engage in an online battle against him. Gu Qing inspected the wounds on her back, fortunately. With Autumn's arrival, she had donned an additional layer, preventing her injuries from reopening, though they were somewhat red and swollen. The true essence had controlled the national affairs for many years, allowing Hao Yin to ascend the throne purely for the intrigue in his gaze, which fascinated her. To further this amusement, she had purposefully humiliated him by appointing a mermaid as empress, and his lack of resistance left her perplexed. Han Chan reminisced while glancing at Morningstar. Dong Chi-chan paused, peering outside once more. In his estimation, the rain would continue throughout the night. How could it cease so soon? In that moment, all emotions required no pretense or disguise. The synergy was as if it were meant to be. Ignoring the fool, she entered Imo Cheongwu's courtyard, where she unexpectedly found Yuji and Qing Tian sitting in a serene and harmonious manner behind Imo Cheongwu. The palace attendants, who had also recently received rewards, were drenched in sweat. They worried that witnessing the imperial consort in such a state could cost them their lives. In that instant, it felt as if all emotions converged upon a single statement. Muyin refrained from saying more. He had no reason to elaborate further. The azure sword light once again emanated, with dozens of energy swords hovering before Muyin, as an expansive sword formation unfurled beneath his feet to sustain their presence. The second group comprised significantly fewer members than the third, and none exhibited issues akin to Lu Laozhang. If one were to assess innate talent rather than courage, Chu Fei was roughly at the average level of the second group. Bai Xiaofeng also fell into this category, albeit his intelligence set him apart. No need for thanks. I merely feared that President Song might breach the firewall, risking damage to my system and necessitating a report to my superiors. Yen Ting was a computer prodigy, a fact well acknowledged by all, especially Cui Li. Concerned that when Lian might not sleep well or awaken in the night, Zhang Yongrui stealthily checked on her several times throughout the night. Li Shixian rarely witnessed Zhou Fan in such a state of anger. Even during the previous incident in the hospital when Zhou Fan learned of Sun Jian's intent to poison Li Changchun, he had not displayed such fury. Thus, to strike decisively, one must compel the opponent to fire first. Only then would Li Yunlong have the opportunity to counterattack. To compel the other party to take the initiative and fire, Li Yunlong must actively engage. Alternatively, he could dissuade Zhou Fan, yet they were all intimidated by Zhou Fan's current demeanor. Observing this, Liu Yanbao once again extended his right hand, pinching the acupoint of Kaidi, and soon, the latter began to regain consciousness. However, at that moment, she was far too preoccupied to concern herself with matters of life and death, swiftly pulling over a nearby blanket to cover her body. During the time Li Yunlong had instructed Zhao Gang in the art of stealth, Zhao had come to realize that Li Yunlong's prowess had far exceeded his expectations over the years. Suddenly, a young man clad in a tailored suit stumbled out, shouting as he emerged. Following him, a throng of others screamed and surged outward, each face etched with terror. Even an elite warrior like Tian Daosong could only reach the 5th tier of prowess within this realm. Should he learn of the multitude of formidable beings existing in another wondrous world, this Grand Master would likely be rendered speechless. However, due to the impact of an energy explosion, only pre-recorded audio could be played. Belatia relentlessly accused Lu Chang'e of favoritism towards Ailian, who merely smiled in silence. Suyong, feeling somewhat anxious, urged onward, asserting that although Hu Lao had questioned him, it was all for the sake of protecting the patient from deception. Despite Su Yinran's ethereal beauty and distinguished lineage, Su Yang firmly believed that fortune does not simply fall from the heavens. Every 4 years, the World Cup unveils new champions, heralding the rise of newcomers while bidding farewell to seasoned veterans. Daniela gazed at the man before her, licking her blood-stained lips before throwing her head back in laughter. Nevertheless, there were 10 summoned entities, with him, Ailian, and Belatia positioned at the center, their aura rivaling that of the opposing job changers. Even if each wave of thunder tribulation only increased by 30%, the final wave of the 9 heavens thunder would ultimately amplify to over 8 times the strength of the first. She recalled that day in the heavy rain, when a similarly warm and robust embrace had instilled an indescribable sense of security within her. Although it was said that one would break through the encirclement, there had been no direct confrontation with Gong Sunzan. Gong Sunzan had led his forces straight toward Lu Yu's military tent, and the 2 contingents had inadvertently missed each other entirely. Bison observed the spirited fool, who was brimming with energy from the early morning, and with a decisive grin, embarked on a journey to tease the fool. However, they appeared to be bound by some sturdy chains, rendering them immobile, and they could only strive to roar. Shaking the heavens. Who are you? Under whose orders have you come to annihilate my Fulong Mountain? Zhenbao staggered backward, his garments charred and disheveled. As he looked toward Qin Yuqin, his face a mask of shock. Mr. Cheng, how come? Yu Xiao opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Cheng Yi cast a glance at Yu Xiao and smiled as he replied, "It's nothing. I encountered a minor incident on the road, which caused a slight delay. Hence my hurried pace. Running. The 5th daughter of the Yao family possesses an exceptionally spirited temperament. If I could have such a wife in the future, I would surely gain a virtuous companion in the harem. Her character, capable of both assertiveness and adaptability, of laughter and tears, would be just perfect for me." The awkward second prince. However, Zijin felt lightheaded, having soaked in cold water last night and now having been caught in the rain again, while also braving the wind here with Lady Chu. The glaring sun made her feel dizzy, and although she intended to respond to Lady Chu's words, she rolled her eyes and fainted instead. Had not the Empress already instructed all the guards to remain on alert? The noble concubine, having received a warning from Zhao Hui, had brought only the finest of talents this time. Outside, the 2 individuals argued increasingly heatedly, nearly coming to blows. As Zijin surveyed the room, her gaze fell upon an oil lamp, and a bold idea sprang to mind. If you persist in creating trouble, it will not be so simple to resolve. Sumi's voice turned ferocious, akin to a lion provoked. Indeed, it is the Dark Moon Merchant Guild. Strangely, once the matter was laid bare, Altos found his previous unwarranted negativity dissipate as he resumed his dignified posture upon the stone, resembling a proud prince. Yet, a thorn remained embedded in her heart, preventing her from fully unburdening her thoughts, and that was Weizi. Just by visual estimation, Huasi Ning had already gauged that this colossal whale measured at least 10 meters in length, even in its curved state. If it were to straighten, it would likely be even longer. Qin Zhou, lacking much confidence, had nonetheless invested heavily in the script, making it a point to carve out time today to witness Zijin's audition. When Mui took another rest, he realized that his mental fortitude had grown significantly stronger than before. Such training proved unexpectedly effective even for his mental prowess, something he had not anticipated. Within the iron-barred confines of a stark white room, a man appeared deranged, conversing with the air, laughing and talking to himself in a manner that sent shivers down one's spine. In his clenched palm lay a piece of jade, upon which 2 characters were intricately etched with golden threads. Before she could voice her grievances, Hai Lanju stepped forward, directly tugging at Feng Xiang's hair to drag her outside. In pain, Feng Xiang could only follow the direction in which she was pulled. Cheng Yi conducted the ceremonial greeting to the guests from the state of Qin but did not express gratitude. Weeping, he rose and refrained from further private discourse with them. That young fellow truly incites ire. Having just arrived a few days ago, he is already so brazenly entangled with Lord Lan'ang. What audacity! As Yuan spoke, she keenly observed Zhao Yuan's expression. Earlier in the afternoon, Master Zhang had sent word, lamenting his insufficient expertise, which prevented him from instructing Feng Xieying. However, the furnishings within the room had all been acquired anew after her amnesia, bearing no relation to her former memories. During that period, Jiangxi had declined all invitations, choosing to be singular and unfettered. Sovereign Bai, this matter does not concern you. I advise you to refrain from wading into these murky waters, Elder Shanbin remarked. Xiaoyu rose and accompanied Hishan towards the room on the left side of the first floor, while Wu Luo went off to entertain a Chu. For several consecutive days, Feng Xieying was utterly absorbed in her endeavors, finally managing to thread all 5 needles at once. Huang Yusin flashed an adorable smile at Su Duoduo, seamlessly linking her arm with Xiao Luofan's, resting her head upon his shoulder. Cheng Yi remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in Yu Zhao's gaze, unaware of the circumstances on the other side of the mirror, only recognizing the astonishment and emotion radiating from the audience present. Nevertheless, he resolved to elucidate the mechanism and fabrication of the cooling talisman. As the measuring tape reached the distance between the nostrils, it began to operate automatically. Mr. Ollivander navigated the shelves, diligently selecting elongated boxes to transport downwards. Clearly, during their previous encounter and this current exchange, it seemed she was being led by the other party's rhythm. Why aren't you filming anymore? Before stepping through the door, Han Laoduan sensed an unusual atmosphere. Initially, in pursuit of the renowned director Feng Daqiang, she had divorced her wealthy husband 2 years prior. Yet she found herself unable to surpass the esteemed Su sister from the Feng family. Why are you calling me so late? Yang Tianjin, lying in bed, spoke with a slightly trembling voice. The world beyond the walls was constructed outside, leaving her confined within. General Liu, there is no need for concern. As long as I am capable, I shall certainly do my utmost, declared Princess Hongyi. Presently, disregarding each other's future accomplishments in the eyes of the common folk. The other party had already become a grand general, while she remained merely a wandering physician. Others directed their gazes toward this exchange, yet thereafter, silence enveloped the hall, maintaining an oddly taut atmosphere. If merely tolerating an adversary's entry into the highest council of the academy were the case, it would not be a significant issue for BB. Luca ignored the mundane bickering of the two individuals, focusing instead on exploring the magical energy radiating from his hands, probing the stone slab that obscured the entrance. Contemplating briefly, Luca approached the kitchen area and conjured a massive bubble, enveloping the entire kitchen within. She was genuinely curious whether this young man was a promising talent nurtured by a domestic company or someone deliberately cultivated for future significant responsibilities. Assisting the third-generation heir of the Su family, the flicker of fear in one's eyes seemed to waver, revealing a fleeting, subtle strangeness. And then her delicate form trembled slightly as she nodded. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yi turned to speak, but the door had already closed. The resentment was palpable between the father and son, yet their utmost priority was to recuperate. Avoiding conflict was the wisest strategy, especially since they had the strategic advantage of Tongguan, making it difficult for the Shiqi army to launch a successful assault anytime soon. Amidst Hao Ren's congratulatory voices, Zhen Qian was forcibly ushered into the Yanchun building, the name itself suggesting it was a brothel. This was not Zhen Qian's first visit to a brothel. In his previous life, he had frequented many vibrant bars and thus did not regard the establishment with any particular significance. The winds and sands danced wildly, revealing a vast pit below. Within the chasm lay a desolate expanse, littered with the remnants of countless structures and the remains of monks. I shall see what you are truly capable of. Elder Zhenwu's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity as a formidable azure aura surged around him. He soared into the air, wielding his sword with grace, landing in the center of the arena. Shen Ruai nodded in satisfaction. She appreciated Lan Yu's demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances, Lan Yu always seemed capable of devising solutions for her. He stepped outside to scrutinize the elderly figure, noting the rather inappropriate attire and feeling curious about how he had come to know Rong Yu. Lu Ziwei, observing that Chun Mo seemed completely oblivious to her presence, sought a way to break the ice. She was determined not to squander the rare opportunity she had waited so long to encounter Chen Mo. Chen Guotao promptly retrieved the Red Army's operational map from his satchel, unfurling it alongside the Blue Army's map for comparison. Cheng Yi received the list of questions handed over by Yu Xiao, and the first query left him momentarily stunned. Was it regarding the incident caused by Zhou? The young boy with the surname Jiang had been beaten nearly to death? Cheng Yi glanced at Yu Xiao, who, understanding his confusion, met his questioning gaze with reassurance. Feng Zai was unable to ensure absolute fairness in every matter, favoring acquaintances over strangers. And he paid little heed to whether the masters and doctoral candidates from the other two groups had ample opportunities. If someone stood out particularly, he could, in the manner of Jin Hongzhou, afford them some additional chances. He retreated hastily, but as soon as he entered the palace gates, he was seized by Guisen, who lifted him effortlessly to the top of the Hall of Governance. It can be said that the successors lacked creativity, unable to modify the foundational framework. And those who clung rigidly to ancestral systems would ultimately find themselves ensnared in the quagmire of destruction. Almost at the moment the scream echoed, a crimson shadow erupted from the cave, leaving a trail as it darted towards the adjacent grass. The mixed teams drawn from the Imperial Guard and archers were still unaware of whom they were to confront even after their deployment. Song Shushu looked at him in astonishment. She had been careful to mask her conversation with Xinhua amidst the surrounding cacophony of music. As the footsteps drew nearer, Jiang Jiu gradually opened his eyes, adjusting to the changes in light. With a sharp sound, Lin Wan executed a kick that sent the demon cultivator before her flying. Yet, he continued to lean towards her as if possessed. At least Master Huang Ji would never believe that the recluse Xiaoyun could surpass the Moon Invitation sect master, renowned for her internal mastery and martial prowess. Around her fair neck hung an exquisitely crafted pendant resembling emerald, shaped like a heart. The verdant pendant, meticulously sculpted by a skilled artisan, emitted a gentle green glow from its smooth surface, creating a visually pleasing and soothing effect. "Thank you," Su Tan said as she saw the young master open his eyes, as if she had prepared to utter this phrase for a long time. Upon speaking, a blush rose to her cheeks, reminiscent of the rising sun in the east. At this moment, Lui Yang finally felt a sense of relief. During the journey to the Liao camp, he had been anxious, fearing that his fiancée might encounter misfortune. Upon finding Xiao Cuixin, the two embraced and wept. Seizing the opportunity while the otherworldly soul had not yet returned, they hastily fled the Liao camp. During this time, Wei Ling swiftly restored his internal spiritual energy. Although he was uncertain why the three had encountered such a predicament at the last moment, it was not his concern. His objective was to prevent them from entering the Immortal Sword sect, and now, he had accomplished half of that goal. Earth Dragon Strike. Such a powerful earth manipulation technique. The Earth King? Upon witnessing Zhao Menchuan's move, Ambrody immediately recalled the legendary Earth King of Ur and dared not delay further. The green mist spewing from the scorpion tail thickened, corroding the Earth Dragon's assault. "How do you feel now? Can you control the power of that potion?" After enjoying their midday meal, the two returned to their room, where Xiao Feng inquired. "Hee." Wang Chen merely chuckled foolishly, remaining silent, yet within, a wave of bitterness surged. Lui Yang placed Feng Ruoxiang beside her mother, and then returned to the expansive area atop the mountain. At this moment, Feng Shuilian had already awakened. Clearly remembering the scene of the earlier confrontation, the two exchanged a brief glance before turning their attention back to Lui Yang. However, Wang Chun had waited here for several days, yet their figures remained elusive, leaving him perplexed. Could it be? Such a formidable spell truly exists? The subordinates of Miejizi are remarkably powerful. Upon hearing this, Feng Han could not help but exclaim loudly. The spell was utterly astonishing, and had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have dared to believe it. Occasionally, a few individuals would pass by on either side of the road, heading towards the factory with the billowing black smoke. Most of these individuals were clad in garments smeared with soot, evidently on their way to work. Yet their faces bore signs of exhaustion as they trudged towards the factory under the blazing sun, lacking even sufficiently sturdy footwear. As expected, when Qidao chose the mechanical adversary, Rambo, which she frequently utilized, her performance, due to nerves, could only be described as abysmal. Particularly as Sun Yi contemplated whether to eliminate the lieutenant while he still held significant value. Even if troubles arose, some medicinal elixirs could resolve them. These were far more effective than money. Meanwhile, the defensive tower's assault had also struck the monkey, depleting a considerable portion of its vitality. When Wang Qifang returned to Furongfang, more than half of the carriages stood empty, with only a few assisting the women soldiers in carrying their minimal belongings. The esteemed manager of Yixing Ho Bank, Yin Shilai, was originally the accountant for Luojiao at the northern gold mines. Having been brought over from the north by Luojiao, in but a few words, the gravely injured Su Huanjin ultimately could not withstand it. Closing her eyes and fainting in the embrace of Jing Liuli, the old blind man controlling the mantis frantically pressed the E key and attempted to blink away. However, Both escape skills were on cooldown, leaving him powerless to extricate himself from the quagmire of despair. To the east lay the operational line 1. Thus it was implausible for malevolent spirits to inhabit the catacombs. However, to the west, the denizens of the catacombs still believed that Rujuan resided within the courtyard. Hence they would undoubtedly head westward. In the next moment, the general of the Yutian dragon clan, Yuan Long, cried out in despair, his head soaring into the air. Severed and lifeless. As Yuan Long's corpse collapsed, a streak of white dragon soul burst forth, instantly vanishing into the ether. The artillerymen of the enemy had not anticipated that anyone from the Air Force would dare to launch an attack. Amidst the officers' roars, they hurried towards their artillery positions, scrambling into action. Despite this being a world on the brink of destruction, it remained a grand world, and within the mundane realm, there existed merely 3,000 such magnificent domains. However, now, with the arrival of the son of the Lord of Catastrophe and the refining by Lin Yang, the two towering peaks have been irrevocably diminished. Concealed within the snowy depths, a few extraordinary figures, draped in white cloaks, leaped into the air, closely adhering to the towering white walls of the building, resembling sheets of paper glued together with paste, rendering them nearly invisible at a glance. Everywhere, billowing flames and black smoke enveloped the scene, amidst which lay remnants of severed limbs and soldiers darting about like headless flies, lost in chaos. Simultaneously, within the vast expanse of the Xianyuan Great World, at the Yuhua Gate and the celestial palace of Yuhua, a scene of its own was unfolding. The silent snowflakes continued to fall gently, unlike the hurried raindrops or the clamorous winds. Instead, they descended softly, subtly consuming the cacophony of the world, as if only the two of them existed in this realm. After a cycle of resistance and suppression, followed by yet another round of defiance and domination, the last surviving soldier of the Allied forces on land was ultimately hurled into the sea by a savage warrior wielding an iron rod. Meanwhile, the Chaos Lord, the Lord of Slaughter, and the Eternal Lord all unleashed their formidable powers in unison, a torrent of might surging forth, obliterating countless dimensions in an instant, crashing down upon Lin Yang. In this world, every gesture and movement held the potential to rescue one from peril. Aside from the principal and a few remarkable individuals, perhaps only the revered Master Yu possessed such prowess. He merely struggled with interpersonal communication, having profoundly realized that the human heart can be more fearsome than any demon. Cheng Yi stepped into the humble abode constructed of earth and thatch, where he beheld 2 guards standing watch and 2 healers kneeling by the bedside, administering medicine and bandaging the wounds of a small boy, whose body bore the marks of suffering. The boy's eyes were tightly shut. Even when the healers inadvertently brushed against his injuries, he remained unresponsive. Wang Daniu, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of joy and promptly retrieved a cake from his bundle, carefully toasting it to a golden hue over the fire before offering it to Siyu. People began to realize that the world, in its essence, is an intricate composite. The challenges faced by China cannot be resolved merely by a single lithography machine. Zhang Qing introduced himself to Aisha as hailing from the eastern realms of the human world, suggesting she could simply address him as Mr. Dong. The vial of insight elixir was valued only because it was still in the early stages of the game. Its price exceeding 20,000 was but a fleeting moment. Yuan Song, would you kindly elaborate on the matter concerning your other self? Fushi suddenly inquired. The noblewoman, warm grandmother, indeed emerged from a lineage of warriors. And with a mere glance from Luo Huanqiang, she felt compelled to silence her tongue. Over there, it appears they are selling roasted lamb legs. Shall we procure one? Kong Jingxing suggested, seemingly to divert everyone's attention by pointing towards the market stall. The following day, the Marquis of Wuda announced before all present in the estate that a grand celebration would be held for Chu Chen's 12th birthday. Simultaneously, a statement made by Yi Junshin at the royal prince's residence, along with the lavish wedding festivities at the regent's palace, made it evident to all just how dearly he cherished Yunonga. Yi Junshin's demeanor towards Yunonga grew increasingly impatient, as the pent-up fury within him threatened to erupt like a volcano, prompting him to instruct the guards. Hey, Ling Feng, were those words you spoke earlier truly sincere? Chen Ningxue asked earnestly, observing Ling Feng's profile. Yin Yun, what is amiss? Surely, Lele will not cause an uproar over this matter, remarked Elder Lo. It felt as though a smoldering ember was lodged in his throat. His lips tightened painfully as he struggled to utter the name Aiken, managing to voice it only after several attempts. Why don't we first visit the old principal's home? He is a local and might possess some valuable insights, I suggested, leading Ruan Daoist back to the village. Someone brought them a pile of chips, which Feng Yihing instructed Qi Yuan to hold, casually selecting a spot. This was a desperate battle command aimed at the 106th Division, targeting 2 regiments of the Batian Brigade. Should the operation falter, the surrounding Japanese forces would retaliate forcefully, while the central Japanese troops would coordinate their efforts, rendering the situation exceedingly precarious. At this moment, Su Banjian felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Casting us a disdainful glance, he remarked, "Isn't this absurd? I've at least broken 3 ribs, and you ask if I'm fine? Perhaps you too should give it a try. After all, we will have to purchase eventually. With housing prices rising, buying sooner could save a considerable sum," Zhang Ning replied. "Haha, let me gift you something. In fact, this marks Huang Wei's first occasion of presenting a gift to a man other than her father, stirring within her a peculiar sensation, one that is both sweet and tinged with anxiety. The individual known as Xingdabu displayed a nonchalant demeanor, scoffing at the authority figure before him, and then fixating a silent glare upon Iron Eagle. Evidently, Iron Eagle exuded a unique aura that incited disdain from such characters. "Enough of that. We have no need for your harmful contrivances. All we desire is the contract you signed for the land in Bateau village," the village head declared. Upon hearing this, Long Huang could not help but erupt into laughter, his demeanor towards Chun Yun becoming increasingly affable. Each time a guest arrived, due to her frail physique, she found herself unable to compete with the seasoned salespeople. Thus, since the last sale to Han Yunfan, she had not made another transaction. Additionally, there were some individuals armed and possessing fierce visages, patrolling the area. Their physiques appeared healthier than others, yet their complexions remained less vibrant than those from the inner city. These individuals were primarily subordinates of several leaders from the refugee district, tasked with maintaining order within the encampment. "Teacher, how have you ended up like this?" Zhao Bin thought to himself, feeling a pang of sympathy for Hijechi, whose life had been irrevocably marred by a scoundrel of a husband. "Old man, you should take a rest. The master is still asleep and likely won't awaken for some time. He spoke excessively with Lawyer Xian earlier and seems quite fatigued," Jiang Ingwei softly suggested, casting a glance at the old man. When Shan looked up at him, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. Shiman likely remained oblivious, unaware that he had transitioned from calling him grandfather to old master Gu. That was a level akin to that of a sage, far surpassing them, rendering them utterly incapable of being adversaries. Aunt Feng walked ahead, and the multitude of spirits parted ways, granting her a sense of pride. As she walked, she deliberately lifted her chest, adopting an air of haughtiness. Initially, upon hearing of the monstrous occurrences at Mirror Heart Lake, they had come with a mere desire to witness the spectacle. Lu Lianon stifled her breath, trailing behind Su Lu, using all her strength to conceal herself, just to discern Su Li's true purpose for returning to the ancestral home. Naturally, he too aspired to enhance the vitality of the world and its beings. However, that particular realm of time and space was beyond his control. He could not alter the rules governing that unique dimension. Hanruajo was deeply moved. The young army, under such circumstances, exhibited not a trace of despair. Instead, they remained composed, laughing and conversing, seemingly indifferent to the looming dangers. What a remarkable spirit this was. Hanruajo could only lament his own inadequacy. Lin Zhaoxia's smile broadened as she rolled up her sleeves when she lifted her gaze. Her eyes were filled with a chilling and unrestrained fervor. Clad in a simple yet regal lavender palace gown, the only eyesore was the unattractive guard trailing behind her. Observing the princess's swimming form in the lake revealed a surprising proficiency, surpassing that of Su Si Yuan, when Ron suddenly collapsed into the seat beside Harry. Both Harry and Hermione erupted into applause. "Do not be so reckless." She soared into the air, her azure attire rustling in the wind, an aura of intimidation emanating from her. However, with her peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed, Lin Zhaoxia had not anticipated encountering Mi Xiaoxian here, feeling astonished, surprised, and a hint of delight. Without the ability to concoct elixirs, she could not procure the necessary herbs, and without those herbs, she was unable to pursue other endeavors. The alchemical furnace appeared to be in good condition. It should be capable of producing elixirs. At this very moment, amidst the colossal fleet of the Brotherhood's destruction, each commander was similarly resolute. Even within the chaotic and unpredictable subspace, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Even the once aloof human sovereign cast a fleeting glance, perhaps still retaining a vestige of humanity that prompted mild astonishment at the variables in the plan. "Father, could it be that your suggestion to venture to the southern continent is related to your experience after falling off the cliff?" Li Tianyu pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened with curiosity. In the dimly lit underground passage, Yuan Shuai and the old man suddenly appeared. Yuan Shuai, disregarding his astonishment, hurriedly employed his yin-yang eye to survey the vicinity for patrolling disciples. Fortunately, aside from the fleshy blood-sucking creature writhing not far ahead, there were no other signs of life in the passage. The leaders of the various island territories had also set sail in their grand vessels, departing from the cave beneath Longting Island to return to their respective islands. Upon opening the system, Cheng Yi first checked his teaching value. Teaching value for 80780. Slightly over 480,000. Cheng Yi finds himself reminiscing about the early days of his live broadcasts. During that time, the 30,000 teaching points were easily attainable. Everyone was fervently eager to ascertain the situation, yet none dared to make a definitive choice, enduring suffering and torment. Each time merit was rewarded, the generals were always the first to be acknowledged. Subsequently, these generals would distribute the rewards to their subordinates or promote their underlings, leading to their own advancement and wealth. Meanwhile, Lu Huaidong, with a contemplative gaze devoid of any trace of sleepiness, pondered who among them had leaked his whereabouts in South Africa to the deadly hall. Although he had previously entertained such thoughts, they were not as pronounced. However, the rising menace of Lang Chonglin increasingly instilled fear. Even his own grandson regarded Lang as a formidable adversary, underscoring that Long had indeed become their greatest opponent. Should Spy emerge victorious, their record would ascend to 3-1, rendering their chances of advancing nearly non-existent. Even a flawless subsequent performance may not guarantee progression. Zhang Xiao stepped forward and noticed more than one item: a scepter, a crown, and a cloak. Yet, as Guang Yuanzi reached this point in his discourse, he abruptly ceased, leaving the reason why Gong Yezi had not completed the forging of the blade unexplained. A loss here would result in a third consecutive defeat, inevitably dampening the morale of the entire team. Brother Nyo, do you know what that strange sound in the mountains is? Zhang Xiao inquired. That is the yin vein, the spiritual pulse of cultivation. You have now become a practitioner of both spiritual and martial arts, exclaimed the celestial maiden. The Shang Baosi managed seals, tokens, and various official credentials, wielding authority over military affairs. Silence. Ruisi Li cast a disdainful glance at Thomas, hastily rising to leave, leaving Thomas in a state of bewilderment on the ground. Nevertheless, despite this, his somber gaze remained fixated on Yun Mo without pause. At that moment, Xia Haobi approached me, and upon closer inspection, I noticed he was the only man beside me clad in white. Could he truly wish me harm? The sudden twist of fate caused the burly man, who had been prepared at the cave entrance, to step back slightly. Upon closer examination, the shadow that darted from the cave was revealed to be merely a gray rabbit. The dance dress that Yaina had chosen for me was excessively revealing and seductive. I contemplated selecting another, but Yaina insisted that it was the designated attire for the banquet and could not be changed. In a brief span, Yinqing's address towards Su Wan altered, leaving Su Wan somewhat disoriented. At that time, upon seeing you alongside Shen Tianchuang, I, too, was in a state of confusion, unclear of the reasons behind it. Thus, I refrained from acting impulsively, especially since you were present. I could only reveal myself to rescue you, Wang Jiwu whispered. Release your grip. The burly man tightly shut his eyes, while the slender one let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, the scarred man's eyes suddenly opened wide, causing the slender one to collapse onto the ground in shock. A sudden transformation ensued, leaving everyone rigidly fixed in place. It was not merely that they could not deduce the cause. With the overwhelming scent of alcohol emanating from the wine cart, who could fail to notice? It was evident that they had accepted bribes and had deliberately allowed it to happen. Could I be blamed for this? At this moment, only the central serpent head remained, and the spirit within felt as though it were being sliced by countless blades, the name Suli echoing hauntingly in my mind. Although Fang Hung harbored reservations about Song Yanlin's proposal to Yun Chu, he could not deny that Song Yanlin possessed commendable character. A thumb-sized, bottomless hole was suddenly blasted into the inner wall of the cave, the surface of which crackled with the lingering energy of electric arcs. This left Cheng Yi somewhat astonished. The three individuals, despite various reasons preventing them from opening their spiritual seas that morning, found themselves at a disadvantage. Yet, they had evidently put in effort in the art of talisman crafting. After conducting the preliminary activation tests, Cheng Yi directly addressed these three. The shadow was completely taken aback, his tongue trembling in disbelief. Who could have anticipated such a scene? Gong Suanyu smiled, but upon witnessing his grin, Nzijia involuntarily shuddered, his robust physique instinctively recoiling slightly. Alas, it is what it is, Tang Jin murmured, knowing that further compromise was futile as he sighed and walked towards the shop's entrance. Suddenly feeling a tingling in his palms, as if the magic energy had dissipated, Shi Pingtian instinctively caused the chair to crack under his weight as he sank down. A chilling glimmer passing above him. The souls brimming with violent energy appeared cold and silent, utterly unwilling to approach the main chamber. Do you truly attend the school I am applying to? Qin Bingwen allowed him to lavish kisses on her face, her heart inexplicably elated, prompting her to incredulously ask once more. Chu Liang, being well-versed and having interacted with several soul talisman masters in the outer court, was able to recognize the specific type of yellow talisman with keen discernment. After serving tea, Hua Xian pulled Gong Suanyu into the kitchen, sharing her arrangements with him. Gong Suanyu smiled wryly, nodding in silence. He understood that his cousin genuinely wished him well, making it impossible for him to reject her goodwill. The middle-aged man who performed an impromptu striptease and transformed into a superhero caught the attention of an agent. Amidst a crowd of several hundred, he suddenly spotted Natasha and located Lier. With a beaming smile, Fenshir nodded in response and began to gradually introduce the situation in Ice Flame City. It turned out that at this moment, the Spaniards and the Dutch occupied Taipei and Tainan respectively, with the Spaniards arriving in the region before the Dutch. Boss Foam, who had just finished his tea ceremony, could never have imagined that his first disciple was already plotting in his mind about how to eliminate him in the future. Had he known, he likely would have spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Thanks to the establishment of telegraph offices in various locales, both the imperial court and the Jinhui had kept pace with the times, resulting in an unprecedented speed of information dissemination. "You second-rate scoundrel, I withdraw. I withdraw. I'll give you money," shouted the assassin, gun in hand, his gaze fixed ahead. However, no one responded to him. Qin Feng pondered, with his mediocre grasp of history. He could only recall renowned generals. The only name that came to mind was Cheng Yi, who seemed to have once been a bandit from Black Mountain, but later, for reasons unknown, allied himself with Liu Bei. He spoke the truth. Assisting an heir is no simple task, as possessing too much knowledge can render one vulnerable to silencing. Initially, Qin believed that the signal received by Akihitami would prompt an immediate strike to eliminate Sheila. However, Chelsea was disappointed when she received a signal indicating that Akihitami would postpone the attack. Consequently, with the willing hearts of numerous tribal slaves, the construction of the walls progressed swiftly. Looking at Mount Wuyue, after a single palm turned the world upside down, it transformed from a vast, desolate expanse into a scene lush with verdant trees and crystal-clear waters. A voice intermingled with flames descended from the heavens. Amon adjusted his monocle, seemingly anticipating this event. Before Xieba Qing took over, Changlong Silk Store had borne this name for decades, a venerable establishment. Yumian blinked, her deep, dark gaze obscured from sight. Only able to hear the man's deep, cold voice. She meticulously copied each word into her notes, preparing to occasionally tease Jiangxin with them. Before reciting, Bai Xiaofeng closed his eyes, briefly recalling the second part of the spirit control technique that Cheng Yi had just taught. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his confidence shining through. Bai Xiaofeng began to recite under the watchful eyes of Lu Lan and Yu Qianlu, astonishing Cheng Yi with his performance. The melancholic atmosphere they had painstakingly crafted was abruptly disrupted by a single remark from Wang Chuan. Jin Chanzi maintained his composure as he unveiled the veil of the poisonous woman. Akira let out a breath, reflecting on the fleeting moment that had just passed. It should not have been captured or noticed. At that time, there were no filming crew members on either side, and the two of them had fought while the crew had discreetly positioned themselves away. Su Zijia's reaction was likely anticipated by the middle-aged man in the black robe, who chuckled without immediately responding and directly retrieved an item from his storage space. It is important to note that Tang San is the leader of the younger generation of the Tang sect, which is one of the top sects in the 9 provinces. Simultaneously, Su Zijian did not merely provide Su Yunjin with one method to confront her opponents. On Su Yunjin, he left a faint imprint of his primordial spirit, not intended for the purpose of monitoring her. Rather, it serves as a medium to offer distant assistance to Su Zijian. The immense placenta dissipated directly amidst golden light, and Wang Chuan understood that it had been consumed by the heavenly principle. Henceforth, the entity known as Ming He would no longer exist in this world. Wang Chuan mused that the 3 realms were currently steeped in turmoil, with the conflict between Buddhism and Daoism reaching a fever pitch, while the Wu clan was poised to make a striking entrance. In the primordial chaos of ancient times, when the great Pango had just separated heaven and earth, Life was beginning to flourish upon the vast expanse. A voice imbued with supreme magical power emanated from Chu Xin's lips. And soon 13 red orbs surged forth from his embrace, piercing through the void in various directions. The soulless body of the karmic corpse, with its formidable physique, thus became the prime choice for most practitioners of the avatar technique. You see, when I expressed my sentiments to them, they reacted with such anger. Could they not fathom that I too would be equally incensed? Chu Xiu remarked to Yiliana. Initially, the crowd believed that with the speed of the two-hound, one could easily evade the collision with this stout creature. Therefore, they merely voiced a warning without rushing to assist. It was only upon realizing that the two-hound was acting strangely that they were struck with alarm. However, by then, it was somewhat too late for a rescue. A Bing had been covertly observing from a distance. After questioning him, he had been set aside by Jing Guantian under the pretext of discussing matters. Consequently, he was unable to hear their conversation and could only speculate about the nature of their relationship. Zuanimo adeptly balanced the roles of manager, caretaker, and assistant. Thus it could be said that the salary he provided was hardly extravagant. The Baron withdrew his body, leaning on his sword as he stepped back 3 lanches. Watching the demon turtle consume its noodles, the body of Chris slowly slithering into the creature's gaping maw, accompanied by the crunching sound of bones being crushed. Enough of this idle chatter, let us resolve this swiftly. Leaving any survivors would be a nuisance for both of us, Iron Brother said impatiently. Poetry is nuanced and profound, imbued with a subtle elegance, establishing its own distinctive style in the Northern Song dynasty, known as the Wang Jinggong form, which includes the famous line, unafraid of the floating clouds obscuring one's view, for my essence resides at the highest peak. Presently, bloodstains marred his body, the interior of the vehicle, and the sofa in the living room, yet these details had become inconsequential. Jiang Song understood clearly. Were they not seeking him out? He, too, was in search of them, requiring the assistance of the owner and others to locate some unnamed, suddenly appearing masters. Just as Jing Guantian was watching her, assuming she was returning to her class, Miao Lily unexpectedly altered her course, exiting the teaching building and heading directly towards the school gate, appearing rather anxious. The greatest advantage of this situation was that even if he were to attain the strength of a martial sovereign or even a martial spirit in the future through spiritual power, to those martial practitioners, he would remain indistinguishable from an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. The effect of concealing one's prowess was far superior to any hidden techniques. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Zhou Shuqing and the others turned to see a figure clad in military attire approaching the platform, none other than Chen Chang. Although the celestial being, Sasuke, had not fully absorbed the total energy of the 2 Dragon Balls and possessed only a fraction of a tailed beast chakra, this new Dragon Ball could be deemed the very source of his chakra. Yet, when faced with the undeniable reality, an absurd sensation surged within him. The fire element Dan, a second-tier elixir, was considered a premier medicinal concoction in the Great Wilderness County, its price surpassing even that of the Longyang grass. He produced a unique material, or known as refined steel stone, distinct from the alloys of a previous era. It was a natural mineral, esteemed as a superior material for forging spiritual weapons. This solitary piece had cost him over 30 source power crystals, its sole characteristic being its remarkable hardness. Lin Bing had initially intended to advise the young master, but seeing him consume the delicacy without a care, he refrained from speaking up, fearing it would create an awkward situation. It was evident that Yu Mingxi harbored feelings solely for him, and as he caught her gaze during the day, the atmosphere once again fell into a tense silence. As for what the village chief discussed with Li Xiaocai, it remained unknown. Nevertheless, the following day, Li Xiaocai departed for the county, carrying his belongings. Beside the yellow gourd, atop a golden sedan chair with 8 sides, a pair of hands as white as ivory gently pulled aside the drapes. With the arrival of the fleet, led by Chen Chang, documents detailing his capabilities and information had already reached the office of the Frozen City's Lord, Beckley Quake. Mayor, this is all Henry's fault, every time. He drags Gart into some experiment, resulting in Gart's poor sleep and eating habits. After I arrived, they constantly complained that I disrupted their research. Huyueta expressed his grievances towards Henry. Master Su, now that the contract is signed, although it pains Sun Zhonghao deeply, as this represents a lifetime of effort, he still musters the courage to inquire, he stated. After all these sacrifices were made in pursuit of vengeance for his son. In a swift motion, the shadowy figure opened the door, and the two entered almost simultaneously, shutting the door behind them. The space was a typical 2-bedroom apartment. with an entrance hall leading to the living room and 2 bedrooms on the right, while the kitchen and bathroom were on the left. Qin Hao, it seems you were in the wrong. We were adversaries back then, and it was only natural that we clashed. However, you are no longer my enemy. And I bear you no grudge. Why then should you harbor resentment against me? I said with unabashed boldness. Rising, I opened the private room door and made my way to Xiao Renjie's office, knocking softly before entering. Suddenly, with a click, an enormous electronic screen descended from the wall, exuding an air of sophistication. Bai Qiming was initially taken aback by Bai Jin's unexpected appearance, his mind swirling with words he longed to express. However, upon witnessing Bai Jin's tears, he instantaneously forgot everything else. The 4 of them proceeded slowly, while occasional rustlings emerged from the surrounding underbrush. Jia Ren explained that the mountains were home to numerous snakes, likely startled by their presence and scattering in fright. Pray tell, what is truly happening here? After suppressing his emotions, Liu Yiping settled down once more, his countenance returning to a semblance of calm. Yet, tumultuous waves surged within his heart. What could possibly compel a shadowy figure of such formidable rank to disregard ordinary mortals and target an aircraft? The talisman on the front was reactivated, and the mask began to undergo transformations, with subtle alterations in the shape of its features and the distribution of its hair. Cheng Yi was hesitant to make drastic changes all at once, fearing that it might lead to a grotesque transformation. Before long, his mask morphed once again, among various methods. Breaking through the path of enlightenment through external forces is the most effortless and expedient approach, widely adopted by 99% of the powerful beings across the myriad realms. Encirclement. Do you still believe you can corner him? It's debatable who is truly surrounding whom now, remarked the coldly amused Li Huang. The torment he endured after injecting the mutated gene remains vividly etched in his memory, not to mention that Jin Shibo constantly ponders how to win her favor. Even Ayanami Rei, whom she deemed least likely to appreciate her, conveyed her affection in a unique manner. Ben casually discarded the heavy bag, oblivious to its contents, into the pit he had just created. Though he too was filled with rage, he managed to restrain his emotions, fully aware of the formidable nature of his opponent. A tremendous shockwave uprooted vegetation within a radius of hundreds of miles. The ground itself was scoured, and directly beneath Uchiha Madara, a deep chasm emerged. Meanwhile, the thunder in the sky seemed to be influenced by Sasuke, gathering to gradually form a colossal Kirin beast. Pomegranate cast a disdainful glance at him, recognizing the disparity in their fortunes. Su Xian, merely immortal, managed to preserve his life amid the conflict between the White Snake and Fahai. After hearing Mansong's words, Yang Jian fell silent, evidently at a loss for how to proceed. After all, even at his peak, he would have been unable to assist the other party with his current strength. Danzo? Naruto frowned, recalling the name with significant familiarity. In his previous life, numerous events were intertwined with this individual, who briefly became the acting Hokage following Pain's assault on Konoha, only to meet his demise at Sasuke's hands shortly thereafter. By that time, she would likely be too intimidated to converse with her man in such a manner. Given that Ling Zhao's prowess was lauded as the world's foremost mastery by countless champions, not only was there an absence of shadows, but even valuable evidence, such as notebooks or messages, remained elusive. At that moment, the leader appeared just in time, inquiring about the situation, and upon witnessing the aggressive BB bird, swiftly eliminated it, thereby rendering assistance to Ling Xiao and repaying the favor of sustenance. The king of the underworld watched the child exerting herself, his heart tightening with concern, prompting him to speak up urgently. However, society does not come to a halt due to someone's departure or the misfortunes of a family. The burdensome tasks come one after another, and after sorrow, we immerse ourselves anew in life. Mu Meiqing pondered, her tongue tripping over itself as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. I gently encouraged her to take her time, observing her flushed face and the way she seemed at a loss for words. Mei shook her head, expressing her uncertainty, confessing that she truly did not know for whom she was striving. Yet, in that moment, fear gripped my heart. The dazzling brilliance of light obscured our vision, leaving us unable to discern one another. Now, you who found herself at a loss regarding her next steps, with everything laid bare, must we simply return home? Feigning that nothing has transpired? I had confessed my feelings to her, and she momentarily stiffened, as if words were on the tip of her tongue. Suddenly, I felt a wave of trepidation wash over me, knowing her response would likely be one of rejection. At that moment, the boss brought forth a bowl of noodles, presenting it to Zhang Xin. Dear guest, your noodles are ready. I will serve this bowl first. The remaining 2 will be delivered shortly. Cheng Yi gestured towards his boss, indicating Zhang Xin. Serve it to him. I ordered it. This is a machine agent, one of exceptionally high rank, tasked with overseeing the operations of a base. At present, it is processing the current situation through its unique computational abilities, yet the outcome is far from satisfactory. If one were to describe it in terms of human emotions, it would be akin to anxiety and unease. The plump creature eagerly awaited its bustling master to return with a treat, relieved that it had not ventured into the energy room for a snack. Otherwise, Ishuehan would have had to secure the energy room's door with several locks. Though whether the creature would devour the door remains an enigma. A thick cushion adorned her seat. After settling down, Huangma inquired, "Does the ancestor wish for some porridge?" Slightly furrowing his brow, Nilik could perceive the essence of this power. However, he remained oblivious to its origin. The space was entirely transparent, with everything within his sight. Should any anomaly arise, it would be impossible to evade Nilik's perception. Fu Qiuning was aware that her father-in-law and elder brother-in-law might not harbor such favorable opinions of her. Aside from that, it was unlikely that Lady Jiang would speak well of her. Nonetheless, since Jin Feng had made such remarks, she was more than willing to feign ignorance. With no other choice, he sought a new entry point. Although Lei Jingtian was unfamiliar with the map of this area, the digging mole had mentioned that the distribution of entrances followed a pattern. If one was not viable, there were alternatives. As he toyed with the hard-earned magazine, Lei Jingtian felt a wave of emotion. Since acquiring that gun barrel, he had once contemplated abandoning the idea of assembling a complete set, yet he ultimately persisted. Feng Xiaoxiao sighed. "You are correct. A total annihilation is impossible. Perhaps we can eliminate half, and the rest will have to be entrusted to me." With a gesture of his hand, it seemed he was counting. "There's no rush. I'm fine," Zissou assured, stabilizing himself for a moment. Feeling gratified by the concern shown by his leader, a magic gunslinger was using a large cylinder as cover, firing alongside companions towards the basement stairs. Just as he was enjoying the shootout, he suddenly felt a violent jolt to his chest, causing his HP to plummet. In order to break the stalemate, Ma Xiangyang contemplated the idea of borrowing personnel from outside. Previously, during a conference in Yanjing, he had stayed at a guest house with Song Wufang from Haizhou, where they found common ground in their discussions. He decided to report to the provincial authorities, requesting the transfer of Song Wufang to assist him. "What's wrong? I got some on me while doing your makeup. How is the water temperature now, Aisha?" A foreboding sensation flickered in Tanya's mind. Upon witnessing the once beautiful villa now transformed into a blazing furnace, with flames and thick smoke pouring out of the windows, Gong Luojue hesitated for a moment, unsure about descending. Of course, capability is paramount, and David and his subordinates are the most elite FBI agents. Although they still fall short in comparison to the Hydra agents brought over from the Avengers world. However, in the realm of reality, it has already emerged as an extraordinarily formidable entity. After discovering its own unique combat style, the bone began to cultivate itself from within, undergoing a profound transformation. The mere thought of Chu Feng inexplicably warmed Feng Xiaoting's heart. Recalling the moment of impact upon landing, when Chu Feng had braced himself beneath her, a peculiar sensation surged within her. After finishing 3 bowls of noodles, Cheng Yi patted his belly and let out a satisfied burp before mounting his steed, Little Black, and preparing to head towards the Lord's manor. "Take your time, my good sir, and do visit again when you have the chance." Cheng Yi nodded slightly at Hu Shouchuan and then departed without a backward glance. The Lord's manor. In truth, since last year when Emperor Chongzhen resorted to extreme measures to recruit displaced people and cultivate farmland, initiating a campaign of slaughter and the destruction of families, Master Changwei had harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards his elder brother. Gu Yu, while kissing her neck, caressed her slender waist, but after a moment, seemed perplexed as he could not locate the hem of her garment. Thus, he opened his eyes in confusion and looked down. Mui fixated intently on the items above him. And only when the sun sank and the room was illuminated did he exhale a long sigh. The exhilaration that had once graced his features was now replaced with a sense of reflection. That evening, Cheng Yi, after her usual bath, was seated on the bed watching television when a sudden, urgent ringing of the doorbell echoed from downstairs. Yet, if entrusted to the authorities, the matter would undoubtedly simplify. At that juncture, it would merely involve exerting some pressure, yielding results while saving time. Saigao not only raised the royal banner but also disseminated slogans, some proclaiming, "Forcefully marry Romulus, bury the Romans in gold." The phrases regarding dowries were plastered everywhere, lest the newcomers from New Troy misunderstand. Prior to this, Emperor Chongzhen had been harsh solely towards others. Now, perhaps due to overwhelming pressure, he began to exhibit self-destructive tendencies. Compared to King Gojanavu, his efforts to endure and bide time appeared pitiably feeble. Amidst the desperate cries, the youth clenched his palm beneath his sleeves, synchronously mirroring the grip of the giant spirit's hand, crushing several individuals into a pulp as effortlessly as squeezing a persimmon. The enemies, who surged like a tide, abruptly halted, gazing in bewilderment at the boy within the divine visage. Once, when I transcended the unity of heaven and man, the celestial phenomenon I conjured was a meteor shower. Yet, even that magnitude pales in comparison to this single event. Humph! Cheng Yi huffed, finally releasing her hand that had covered his mouth. Her eyes, blankly fixed on the screen, questioned what this all meant. His father's hospital room, how could she possibly be there? Had she uncovered her true lineage? Suyayu held her breath, fully attentive to the white-clad youth's words. An unfathomable suspicion rose in her heart. Ironically, this prince, who fancied himself a merchant, was increasingly noble in status. Did currency truly eclipse territory in importance? Observing a bridal shop adjacent to the marketplace, she discovered Yin Anqing and Wang Manny inside, seemingly perusing something. Yushun's emotions surged, tears streaming down as he was overwhelmed with an intoxicating blend of joy and sheer terror. He could scarcely contain himself. On that day, although Cheng Yi occupied the imperial throne, all present ministers acutely sensed the sudden drop in the atmosphere within the hall. It seemed that no one had noticed their presence. The bandits, having settled within the temple, began to brazenly tally the spoils of their plunder. Understood. I shall proceed to handle it now. Su Yin promptly took a seat, utilizing online resources to address the matter of these photographs, while Yan Jingxi had already dashed out the door. His heart remained unsettled, uncertain whether Qianqian had seen the news. The unexpected manner in which Yan Jingxi approached her and then plopped down beside her left Qianqian astounded. Did this man truly fail to grasp her attempts to avoid him? The Taoist's actions seemed akin to a magician's trick, leaving Li Chui utterly speechless, while the sheep demon stood there, bewildered and at a loss. Raindrops fell upon the domed canopy above the central square, cascading downwards and flowing beyond the square's perimeter, ensuring that not a single drop touched the people gathered there. The oiled paper umbrellas were hastily retracted. An increasing number of individuals began to notice the unusual occurrence in the central square. Lieutenant Sun, where are you headed? To Harbin? Renault inquired, gazing at the city amidst the sea of clouds on the horizon. Meanwhile, the celestial mirror emitted a dim gray light, descending into the abyss of soul-devouring, gradually lowering itself. Locke sighed softly and embraced Leisha's delicate waist from behind, just as he was about to make a further advance. The undead that had congregated here for countless ages suddenly erupted into chaos at the sight of this peculiar arrival, charging towards the ethereal gray light like moss drawn to a flame. Although military boxing was more suited for battlefield combat, true martial arts masters found it not difficult to deflect lethal strikes. The 1,000 tons of vinegar had been transported back to Chichuan from Xinghua village. And Gu Bei was in no hurry. The peak of the SARS crisis was anticipated to arrive in April or May of the following year, and there was still ample time. Currently, Anren Media was functioning normally, and Gu Bei was primarily concerned with the situation in Xinqing and Li Zhaoxiang's activities in Zhejiang province. Hey, something might have happened. Aren't you going to check? Zhao Xiaoyan remarked, sensing something amiss as she nudged Ling Tiandao with her arm. At this moment, Helian had sprouted 4 additional arms from his back, and his body had begun to bend, scales erupting from his skin, increasingly resembling a creature far from human. Beyond that, she uttered not a word, fearing that if she spoke, she would be unable to resist joining him in a fantastical journey across the world. The Imperial clan members were born warriors. Not only were their combat capabilities formidable, but their execution was also astonishingly impressive, reminiscent of the Gate army. Although they were all engaged in battle, upon hearing Toto's words, they retreated swiftly like soldiers responding to a command, bringing the Gate army warriors along. They climbed and paused until they reached the 180th floor, where Wang Yizhi finally halted, utterly exhausted. His skin, once radiant and translucent, had become almost ethereal, appearing nearly transparent. The faint golden glow of the meridians within him was perfectly illuminated, allowing the vibrant crimson blood coursing through them to be clearly visible. However, Lu Wu was in a hurry to meet the big shots with He Tianguang and had no time to dwell on this. He decided to wait until after their meeting to address it. Wang Yizhi felt a sudden surge of green patterns ripple through his meridians. The internal fire that had lingered for so long dissipated, and the intense warmth on his face faded, returning to its original state. 3 sleeve arrows emerged from the water, creating a series of bubbles as they advanced towards the fortress, akin to a pulsating heart. Amidst the blood, the eyes, now devoid of color, beheld a figure. Was it a soldier? Was this all part of his scheme? Ramalax could not safely return, and she did not yearn for his return, only wishing for his survival. Yet for Huamado, this was yet another arduous decision. In truth, it was still the dream of the morrow that beckoned. Chi Baiyan had a plethora of culinary delights to savor. On Gobert Avenue's food street, her wallet would permit her to indulge in each delicacy. I apologize for not informing you earlier. I had some personal matters to attend to and must return to SL shortly, the man said with a gentle smile. The waiter, seemingly understanding, nodded but could not help but lament the terrors of such a family background. However, why did I feel an inexplicable connection between this source recovery hand and the Zhang family's pulse hand? In awe, Zhang Long found himself inexplicably engulfed by this seemingly absurd notion. Beneath Yifeng's skin, traces of blood seeped forth. The power of the twilight of the gods far exceeded his expectations. Although it was significantly weaker than the force Yifeng had wielded against the poison ancestor's demonic wind, it remained utterly fearsome. The fire separation talisman was the first talisman Cheng Yi utilized upon traversing to the fantastical realm and was among the most frequently employed, making it his most familiar talisman. In the live broadcast room, Cheng Yi was introducing the fire separation talisman to the audience. The fire separation talisman absorbs the fire essence of heaven and earth. Upon finishing his explanation, Zhui Yunlan attempted to dash away, but Lu Chuang swiftly grasped her left hand, pulling her into his embrace. Jian Wang's gaze deepened slightly. Just as Wei arrived, Su Qing'an had hurriedly followed. What a remarkable coincidence. The stout man sat on the bed, his right arm reduced to half. As he groomed his bald head, eyeing Yazan with greedy intent, other prisoners began to clamor, as they too noticed Yazan's presence. The current predicament was such that he found it nearly impossible to slay a powerful being of the divine realm. And he certainly could not evade the arrows shot by them. Even if he could defend with talisman projectiles, how many of those did he possess? Lu Qinyu ascended to the second floor, reaching a vantage point where he was level with the ground, and beheld countless pairs of feet, each adorned with shoes of varying colors and styles. As a myriad of flavors enveloped the atmosphere, the cacophony of voices overwhelmed Lu Qinyu's ears, a multitude of people, countless in number. The visage of Gui Xiaoming in this form was something Qin Kuan had never witnessed before. Indeed, she was even more enchanting than during their time in Dongjiang. As long as the blade remains sheathed, there is no immediate peril to life, Han Li remarked with an air of calm, as if the one who wielded the knife was not he himself. Qin Guanghui chuckled awkwardly, yet inwardly cursed his wife for her lack of understanding. At least by siding with Brother Ji, he could borrow spirit stones, but away from him, there would be no such opportunity. Lin Yuchen hesitated, seemingly grappling with the weight of her decision, struggling even to articulate her thoughts. How did you come to know? The speaker, brandishing a curved blade, revealed his arm, and Lu Qinyu noticed the engravings on his wrist. A bolt of energy struck forth, aiming directly at his throat. And as the man fell lifeless, a collective sigh echoed among the crowd. Indeed, initially, there lingered a faint glimmer of ascension, but now, that possibility is utterly extinguished. The voice of the heavenly Tao responded with unwavering certainty. Meanwhile, Qi Sisi, accompanied by the police, conducted a thorough search of the medical clinic, finding no suspicious individuals. And they surmised that the perpetrators had long since fled. What are your thoughts on Jingxiu Villa? Yang Xingyu inquired, wishing to assist Lu Quan, yet he hesitated. Uncertain of Lu Quan's stance towards the villa, thus opting to test the waters first, we agreed to refrain from ethical jesting. Having dismissed the notion of grandfathers becoming fathers, why then introduce the concept of fathers turning into grandfathers? Are you deliberately challenging the realm of ethics today? Very well. Allow me to speak. Churen stroked his beard thoughtfully and began. In the past, the Dan Ding sect wielded immense power. And we yielded to the tyranny of Gong Mu-yi, lacking the courage to resist, which has led us to this dismal state. I am deeply ashamed. At this juncture, Churen's face was a mask of regret. Observing the spirited children, the parents could not help but chuckle, leisurely trailing behind. It was evident to anyone with sight that those 3 children bore a striking resemblance to their father. Dong Shuzhen entered the counter and discovered a box beneath it filled with ghostly coins. The implication from the old man was unmistakable. The sect was currently short-staffed. Since a suitable candidate was at hand, they might as well take him in, rather than leave him to the whims of the pickings. Naturally, there was no need to adhere to outdated traditions. Lu Yi pushed open the door and found Lu Yingying seated on the bed, her gaze frigid, while she herself wore a pleasant smile beside her. With a swift motion, she ensnared another's ankle with an iron chain and yanked forcefully, causing the individual to fall backward, their head striking the ground with a resounding thud, rendering them unconscious in an instant. Upon hearing Yu Chifeng's playful banter, Cheng Yi chuckled lightly and replied, "Brother, you speaks truthfully. However, crafting talismans is no simple task. Once I have completed the work, I shall personally deliver it to you, Brother Yu." Subsequently, Cheng Yi inquired, "Brother Yu, along with Manager Wang, has come to seek me out, I presume?" The two venerable village elders observed for a while and realized that Longzhou village was not adrift by its own volition, but was being carried along by unseen forces. The arrival of Chu Xin and Zhou Li was met with warm hospitality from all levels of the 109th Institute, postponing the initial test, originally scheduled for the previous afternoon, by a day and a half. My master, an unassuming wanderer, bears no illustrious title worth mentioning. However, Zhang Tianshi possesses profound Daoist skills, truly a master, Li Yinong praised. How could you allow her to practice the path of indifference? I have placed my trust in you by leaving her here, yet you speak to me in this manner. Jiang Dongyu grasped Lin Feng's garment with urgency. Kuan Xianier, upon seeing Yang Hao's demeanor, unexpectedly uttered a peculiar remark, leaving one uncertain whether it was a display of concern or jest. Yang Hao mimicked their tone, recounting how he had nearly been robbed upon entering the inner sect, which left a heavy weight on his heart. Shang Ming, intending to speak, found all his thoughts evaporating under Yang Hao's chilling gaze. "Zhou, these past days have been arduous for you. It is my master's burden that has caused you distress," Mo Yinshi stated earnestly while gazing into Mu Qiu's eyes, to which Mu Qiu promptly shook her head. Regarding the matter of the two lords attending to her, Mu Qiu's room was centrally located, with Suze and Liang Yan's chambers flanking her on either side. Unless extraordinary circumstances arose, each would accompany her for a day, thus avoiding any potential awkwardness or conflict. As such, Mu Qiu commenced her blissful life of dual cultivation with her lords. Blocking by Ji was naturally Yi Feng, his eyes pale, seemingly yet to regain consciousness. However, his body's instinct appeared to have awakened, with the power of the primordial sacred body beginning to manifest. Yi Zheng paused momentarily, only to see He Cho with nostrils flared, his hand holding a feather duster trembling lightly, leaving behind a cool "thank you," before turning and vanishing. The 7-star towers had all been breached, their bases opened, and the weaknesses of the towers laid bare. The power capable of destroying the star towers, the 7 stars and 7 absolute destruction formation, was now fully prepared. A resounding crack echoed as the front paw of the thunder beast struck the light barrier, resulting in a fierce collision. She remarked that she had just finished her meal and was preparing to return, while also expressing curiosity as to why I had suddenly posed so many questions. Most importantly, the blade emanated a rich fluctuation of spatial loss, reminiscent of the void-breaking divine halberd. This place was originally where Zhou Changqi cultivated medicinal herbs, although he had been away for quite some time. No one attended to it. Nonetheless, the majority of the herbs have managed to survive, and their age is quite substantial. Otherwise, the hundreds of adversaries would have surged forward, and the 16 members would have been ruthlessly slaughtered without exception, posing a grave threat to the survival of Zhu Youjiao and others. Within the secret realm, tranquility has been restored. Yet both individuals have sustained injuries and require time to recuperate. The esteemed son of the sacred martial sword sect, revealing such a demeanor due to a mere sound, would undoubtedly stir a tempest if witnessed by outsiders. Ming Hantian and his companions stood in a state of bewilderment, their adversaries equally immobilized, neglecting the prospect of attack. Observing Li Weiniang's panic, Lu Jun felt a curious urge to inquire directly about the matter. The colossal eagle transformed into a robust man, standing 10 feet tall, clad in feathered garments, with hair as white as snow and a piercing gaze that scrutinized the crowd coldly. Su Xingwan, donning a mask and pulling a suitcase, retrieved the plane ticket that Zhou Qingyun had placed at the entrance and proceeded downstairs. After their light-hearted banter, Yu Qingfeng prepared to accompany Cheng Yi to Yunzhu Mountain in search of Wu Yiguan, while Wang Ho took his leave, attending to pressing matters of his own. Cheng Yi and Yu Chifeng each mounted their horses and hastened towards Yunzhu Mountain. This time, Yu Chifeng had acquired a finer steed, eager to. "You truly possess a sense of conscience." Banksia squinted playfully at Gui Xuan, a smirk tugging at the corners of her mouth as she spoke. Upon returning from the Serpent's Tail to the Dragon God Society's encampment, Qi Songtian could no longer suppress his admiration for the ancient and esteemed sword, indulging in its exquisite craftsmanship for a while longer. The specter of war has never truly receded. Sometimes, one merely glimpses the departing figures in the distance. Yet, unexpectedly, the battlefield may suddenly materialize before you, offering a fervent embrace. Those fragments of jade, when assembled, coalesced into a tiger-shaped jade pendant, suspended in midair. As for memory, Edward serves as a glaring example. Forgetting to prepare the basin for materials is one thing, but to forget that his own brother possesses hair that is, God knows, at least half a meter long, which must have cost him dearly. In reality, dare one forget the materials reacting upon the alcohol lamp? After more than half a year, Lin Xian had thoroughly integrated the 9 swords of the Great Path, executing the 3 styles in unison flowed seamlessly, evoking the sensation of effortless mastery. I am but an ordinary person, Lin Xian chuckled softly, gazing up at the frigid snowflakes, a complex array of emotions welling in his eyes. Before him stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, of rather unremarkable appearance. He even bore the look of an honest individual, one who would blend into a crowd without drawing attention. The formidable individual was indeed remarkable, possessing such capabilities. Despite the tumult of emotions within, Zhuzi promptly offered his compliments. Well aware of the true extent of this power, his tone conveyed disdain, exuding an air of superiority, showcasing his prevailing stance. You may step down now, urged the individual behind Yi Qingsheng, their impatience evident after a prolonged wait. Yet, he displayed a certain character, initially resisting the role. It was unclear what methods consultantly employed to persuade him, but upon assuming his position, he meticulously attended to matters, adhering to protocol, and spoke with distinctive insights. For they knew that the moment the 10 beams of light dissipated marked the commencement of the Yuanling baptism. Third brother is right. I must dispel my inner demons. I cannot spend my life evading the shadow. Taking a deep breath, she boldly stepped toward the peach grove. Fortunately, Wang Kai did not dwell on this matter for long. After a brief exchange, the two proceeded towards the VIP seats. Sun Wukong gazed at the celestial Laojun with a grin, his words laced with mockery, even bordering on curses. Yet, some individuals watched the direction of Tian Xian's disappearance with flickering eyes, a barely perceptible fierceness glimmering within. Commander Wang Fuquan of the artillery regiment immediately commanded artillery fire towards the enemy's position in the northeast, as shells whistled down from Huangqiling to the battlefield below, igniting the spirits of the soldiers who reveled in the sound of the incoming barrage. The enemy's 92 infantry cannons were instantly rendered silent, 2 of them falling silent. Sure, what you see here is true love, an unwavering trust without cause. Even when his life was threatened, he did not flinch or evade. Just as Long Bing was drinking, as if quenching his thirst, a group approached from the distance. Initially, the bustling food stall was thriving, with several tables occupied. But upon sighting the incoming group, the patrons visibly displayed signs of fear and hurriedly settled their bills to leave. I wish to exchange for items that can extend life. I wonder if the sacred temple of Rigue possesses any treasures? Yi Xian inquired directly. Cheng Yi was astonished to learn that this sword had developed a spirit. This revelation was unexpected, as the system had not mentioned such a detail when he exchanged for the item. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Wu Yi had stated that the sword's essence contained no spirit, only a wisp of true dragon's energy. Mi Yiqing counted the seconds. Typically, an ordinary person would struggle to endure 2 minutes without reaction, yet over 3 minutes had passed, and this individual remained unresponsive. I don't know, she remarked nonchalantly. I was walking perfectly well when someone struck me, and I fainted, only to awaken here. Dai Shui, with an air of nonchalance, added, it hardly matters now. No one will call me out on my ramblings. Zhu Hao's violet eyes, deep as the abyss, conveyed a suave demeanor as he declared, it will not happen again. Indeed, it would not. He would ensure she would not be harmed again. So, if I release you, you will go with him, won't you? Wei Yuanshan's face contorted in a way that was unsettling, his usual gentle and refined demeanor vanishing, leaving Yang Shirua feeling strangely unfamiliar with him. Holding her phone, Mi Yiqing wore a dazed expression. The call had connected, yet no one answered. Her anxious pacing betrayed her unease. Deep down, he had always sensed a hidden worry within her, yet she had never confided in him, and he had refrained from asking, fully aware that such inquiries would yield no answers. Later, she had discreetly inquired with Chen Xiaolon, who consistently claimed that it was Duan Qingyu who had made the purchase. Sun Wanwan did not believe her, and eventually she grew weary of questioning further. She understood that Aunt Chun and the others hoped for a more harmonious relationship between her and Duan Qingyu, and naturally, they would assist him. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around, she exited, her steps appearing somewhat hurried and disordered. Huzo pushed through the entourage of loyal guards surrounding him, racing to confront the oncoming enemy cavalry. Fan Foming observed the group from the left guard, speechless, as they displayed a lack of initiative despite the absence of combat. However, upon reflection, he realized that such behavior would shield him from Luke's reproach in the future, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. In that moment, when his son addressed him as father for the first time, CSCI felt a rush of emotion. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not stirred. For he too was human, susceptible to the complexities of emotion. Jiang Tian's face flushed crimson, his body trembling as he suppressed the turbulent energy raging within his chest. Drawing his longsword, he strode purposefully towards the exit. To survive was a blessing in itself. What more could one desire? This outcome left Su Luo with a relieved smile. The words that escaped his lips struck her heart like a hammer, shattering her dignity and convictions into countless fragments. She had never contemplated taking the life of Tang Haishu, yet on the eve of the election, Tang Haishu had fallen victim to an assassination attempt by another faction. Who could it be? Chu Hui felt content as he settled onto the sofa, then began recounting the events of the day to Tang Xian. Lai Shi, in a flurry of oaths and promises, uttered countless flattering remarks before Su Qingwan lazily dismissed him, reflecting on that humorless, rigid man. Mu Jiao pondered that Mu Shur might remain oblivious to such matters. Regardless of who lurked beside Nan Mufeng, she could simply eliminate the threat. However, Yu Ling's identity was akin to a ticking bomb. She could not present herself before Nan Mufeng. Indeed, the challenges were incessant, and Sheng Shuowei's facade of innocence grew ever more flawless as she flourished in numerous variety shows, predominantly as a solo performer. Zhan Feng, do not act rashly. Yu Good is our ally, Lin urgently interjected. At long last, the vessel had crossed the azure lake, advancing towards the crystalline waters. Initially, there was no discernible sensation. It was only when half of the ship entered the realm of clear waters that a significant turn of events transpired. Cheng Yi had not anticipated such an outcome. He had never before attempted to infuse concentrated spiritual energy into every single cell of his body. The last time he ascended to the threshold of a half-step golden core, he had diligently refined his golden core to advance to the second layer of the enhanced reincarnation longevity technique. Fortunately, the Japanese army was well trained. At the sound of a horn, the front lines immediately ceased their charge and retreated to defensive positions. Su Feng regarded the two with seriousness. Through this shared meal, the three had forged a bond of profound trust. Lu Shaozi and his companions bid farewell to the mountain folk, and Lu Shaozi activated the travel function on the time-traveling robot phone, while Zhang Hongda and the others switched on the travel feature of their magical vests. Soaring into the sky, his fingers traced the letters N and O on the table, and Tian Lin stroked his chin, settling back onto the bed. After Su Feng took over, the speed of the prison guards noticeably diminished. Although their attacks were more forceful, their bodies remained anchored in place. A phantom jade pendant surged forth, forcibly pulling his consciousness back to reality. This one-time extraordinary item, a family heirloom, was specifically designed to protect Jiangqing, and was exceedingly precious. Meng Di inquired, "What is the electrical sensory apparatus on a shark?" The scientific doctor replied, "For instance, the ampullae of Lorenzini located deep within the skin of sharks and rays serve as electroreceptors, highly sensitive to electric currents." The third elder wished to shield the children from the harsh realities of the world for as long as the Lin family could provide protection, allowing them to focus solely on their cultivation. The lamp body melded with the lamp holder, activating the invitation. He was on the verge of entering the Stargate to the migratory zone. First tier, S-level difficulty. Zhao Baichen reclined on the couch, speaking to himself. He could not fathom why he possessed such a strong intuition. Every time she gazed at him, he felt an unmistakable awareness. When commander, should we order the troops to charge? Zhang Jie, the deputy commander of the 6th Legion and the Allied forces, inquired at that moment. By the way, although I did not appear in person, I did have a brief conversation with her, Zhan Luoya said with a smile. Grandfather, upon hearing Feng Yimo mention her mother, Ran Luoxue's eyes began to glisten anew. After all these years, she remained so sensitive. Jiang Qingce, hailing from the reconnaissance battalion, would not be detected even if he closely followed Su Yuqing. The scene shifted abruptly, revealing Zhang Mingxi at the Chanel flagship store in the Central Prince's building. Indulging in a shopping spree akin to a market day, acquiring an array of outrageously priced luxury apparel. One day feels like 3 autumns. Nearly half a month had passed since his last return to the gates of Xianyuan Academy, and a complex array of emotions surged within Feng Luoyu's heart. The Jiang family had served the elderly Madame Qiao for many years, thus they were well acquainted with her tastes. Madame Qiao had grown accustomed to the attentive service of the Jiang family, allowing them to assist her during meals. Qi Fan decisively unsheathed his sword, gripping it firmly with his right hand, while his left hand delicately traced the blade, emanating a chilling aura. The sword seemed to harbor an extraordinary malevolence that sent shivers down one's spine. In this lifetime, having garnered the affection of her brother, Yu Shiran could genuinely claim to be the happiest sister in the world. It was indeed impressive how their father could transform someone through mere conversation. Her brother admired this ability and felt compelled to seek his guidance at the earliest opportunity. Zhang Yu chuckled, genuinely intrigued, for according to his understanding, Zhang Maoxiu was quite obstinate and not easily swayed by others. Although Dali Hua had departed, the banquet continued unabated, with guests indulging in food and drink as if nothing had transpired. Yet, there remained a singular presence unperturbed by the absence of a sage, daring to challenge authority. It was known that even the heavenly court dared not disrespect this sect, the martial arts sect, which held its own distinguished position like other major teachings. Naturally, those who were dissatisfied or instigated trouble would soon find themselves on the receiving end of a thorough beating and would subsequently behave themselves. Upon hearing this, Wu Yiguan, with disbelief etched on his face, inquired, "Mr. Cheng, is this truly the case?" Cheng Yi smiled and said, "Indeed." Wu Yiguan was instantly filled with excitement, unsure of how to express his gratitude to Cheng Yi. At that moment, Cheng Yi spoke again. The so-called performance energy is derived from the extraction of divine speed from Bali, which collides to create superluminal particles. It is, in fact, a standard operation. Albeit with a longer duration, numerous experiments have been conducted, and this time it succeeded. After a simple treatment of the wound, the pain remained excruciating. The dark-clad messenger was nearly unable to rise, severely injured with his internal organs cracked and riddled with fissures. A gentle cough could result in him expelling chunks of flesh mixed with blood. Unfortunately, the assistant had waited for a while, merely nodding at Ling Rui to indicate his understanding before returning to check on the preparations at the tea stage. Suddenly, Aoho's form came to an abrupt halt. It was not by choice, but rather because his advancing body collided with an invisible barrier, forcing him to stop. The surrounding seawater surged in response, producing a multitude of tiny bubbles. Then, some items were placed into a bowl, and the young girl turned around just in time to witness this scene. She inquired, "Grandma, what are you planning to do?" Knowing that Zhang Li's alchemy skills were exceptionally refined, she understood that even the most challenging concoctions could be blended with various medicinal herbs through his methods. Luo Xueqiong, curious and wide-eyed on her first visit to Kyoto, found everything to be new and had taken countless photographs. The phrase introducing to the world echoed in her mind repeatedly, her heart soaring like it did when she first heard those 3 words, fully aware of the impending danger yet willingly surrendering to the thrill. "Oh, really?" Sophie exclaimed, overjoyed. She reached out to snatch the coffee from her husband's hand and took a large sip, eagerly inquiring about the details. Determined to teach the dog-licking trio, Ling Si felt a warmth in his heart after hearing Jun Xian's words. Although Yi had not yet turned 20, his intellect, strength, and means surpassed those of many. When Sima Liang spoke back, Jian Nanfeng remained silent, but a fierce glint flickered in her eyes, indicating her temporary restraint. Unexpectedly, a younger monk from Longguan Mountain Villa suddenly shouted sharply. With his call, not only did Qin Fan's gaze instantly shift to him, but it also commanded immediate attention. Even the residents of Longguan Mountain Villa, including Yu Dawei, instinctively turned their gaze towards him. A profound sense of betrayal enveloped him, leaving him feeling unjustly wronged. The suffering and hardships he had endured over the past days seemed utterly meaningless. You are actually the young master of the Shen family." Li Hajiang flustered as he hurried to offer his apologies to Shen Chao. As Fei Xin number 1 drew closer, Jian Yun's eyes grew increasingly frigid, a disdainful smile appearing on his lips. However, Qin Fan remained indifferent to her words and actions, sitting motionless on the bed. This astonishing scene elicited gasps from all present. Zhu Hai, taken aback, immediately rushed over. Meng Xing, a paragon of chivalry, felt that if one were to perish by his hand, it would warrant universal condemnation. Moreover, both of Qin Fan's phones, a regular one and a specially designed device, began to ring simultaneously. Taking a deep breath, he strode toward the castle. For Anna had come to inform him of a new transformation of Animagus. This novel change would greatly facilitate his mastery over the surging magical power within him. Is this a malady of the earth? Gates refrained from commenting on Zhu Qing's remarks, subtly expressing his disagreement with the notion. After what felt like the duration of a tea break, The third brother returned, closely followed by the sixth brother. His previously half-revealed visage now bore a remarkable resemblance to its former self, evidently rejuvenated by absorbing Lin Kong's anger. Enough of this talk. Today is a day of joy. Let us not dwell on such matters. Come, let us drink. As the group indulged in several rounds of drinks, they gradually cast aside the earlier events, their spirits soaring higher. Yu Chifeng gazed longingly at Cheng Yi's dragon-scale sword, his heart racing with desire. Alas! Cheng Hao sighed, casually selecting a relatively clean seat to settle down. At that moment, he felt the bar could use a fire. A blaze would seemingly enhance the atmosphere. She was unaware of the specific motives behind those who had ensnared her. She only knew that the trap had been laid with precision, leaving her in considerable discomfort. I have no time to waste here. Speak, how do you wish to perish? The commanding words were backed by formidable strength, for Ime Lan possessed such power. Simulating array flags within acupoints using sword force was not particularly arduous. In fact, after 5 months of foundational study and formations in the transformed sword force, Yao Haile mastered the simulation of array flags within a week. Unfortunately, the oath ring was currently bound to Bizanova, leaving Zhang Hang to assess the truthfulness of his interlocutor through observation and comparison. Indeed, the most challenging aspect of operating an app lies in its promotion. Creating an app that no one uses, even if offered for free, constitutes a significant loss. No sooner had Shiva finished speaking than I noticed the soul guardians and the souls preparing for reincarnation had vanished, leaving the surroundings desolate. When she turned back, Shiva had also disappeared. I anxiously surveyed my surroundings, casting my gaze towards the osmanthus tree upon the round moon, which had also vanished without a trace. According to the data she had provided, if the opponent were merely an ordinary computer, it would have long since succumbed to failure. Despite all that was said, Elder Huang made no mention of any benefits. He was solely focused on extracting advantages from Ling Yi. In this world, such easy gains are a rarity, indeed. Zhao Hao, with arms crossed, summoned the power of the universe, forming a Tai Chi symbol with his hands. In an instant, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he thrust his hands skyward, enveloping Zhao Linger within the yin-yang diagram. However, regardless of the intentions of the ruthless ones, their aspirations to achieve synchronization with the world border on the fantastical. After all, in any battlefield, unpredictability reigns supreme. At this moment, a person trailing behind Shen Ming whispered to him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He promptly distanced himself from the crowd, leading Wang Fan aside. Enough is enough. I warn you one last time. Release him at once, or I shall show you no mercy, declared the holy martial prince with a fierce countenance. You heard correctly, Gao Fei has indeed been initiated for over 2 months. Affirmed Tong Pajun with conviction. Isn't there a hint of opportunism in this? Pondered Park Myung-Soo, casting a meaningful glance at Bai Majun suddenly. Wang Fan cried out, breaking free from his control. He quickly regained consciousness and surveyed the area, realizing the ghostly child had vanished, presumably frightened away by his own presence. Laughter interrupted by Ma Jun's unfinished words, and he found himself reluctant to continue. Weariness etched upon his face as he surrendered to their amusement. Thus, in such circumstances, these ordinary royal soldiers, witnessing the lifestyle enjoyed by their captain, began to seize their share, indulging in the spoils. The infinite dimensions that compose this boundless world stirred with an unsettling tremor, solidified by the divine might radiating from the epicenter. The king of chaos had been swept away by the river, and they hurriedly descended the cliff along the mountain path, gazing at the tumultuous waters that surged forth. Yet finding no trace of the king's remains, they stood transfixed, tears of sorrow streaming down their faces as they stared into the river. It remains a mystery what methods Ling Yun's sect employed. Nonetheless, no matter how meticulous the informant believed their plans to be, the Ling Yun sect always discerned the identity of the traitor, their location, and to whom the secrets were divulged, swiftly dispatching experts to eliminate both the informant and the recipient of the secrets. At that moment, the terminal of Yunjia emitted a series of beeping sounds, signaling a task delegation notification. Fortunately, with the protection of the divine dragon, otherwise, Lu Tua would have been struck by that serpent's tail, resulting in a grievous loss of blood. Lu Yu pondered in obscurity, uncertain whether rescuing Gujia was the right decision. After all, having saved him, he had inadvertently invested over 2,000 yuan, which left him feeling quite disgruntled. Yet, if given another chance, Liu would still choose to save Gujia. For a human life is not something he could bear to observe indifferently. These wooden blocks, I could pierce through them in an instant. With that, Chen Fifan thrust his spear into the chest of a wooden effigy. Brother Hua, Is there even a need to ask? I can never believe that Da Xiao would betray us for money. He must have his reasons, Niu Bian remarked, his earlier doubts now entirely dispelled. As a vast tempest swept across the landscape, the blade pierced deep into the ancient stone with a resounding clang, propelling Qin Tiangang to ascend the steps. However, this elation was short-lived, soon drowned out by the resonant chimes drifting through the air. The chimes summoned the souls of the departed back to their corporeal forms. The once-fallen specter rose again before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, its wounds and severed limbs mended by dark energies, returning to its original state. Liang Xiao yearned to return home, for he had no desire to revisit the hospital. Luang's mother was indifferent towards him, leaving him uncertain whether it was genuine disinterest or merely a choice to ignore him. After hearing Qiao Xian's words, Luo Xin found himself bereft of any rebuttal. After all, the predicament of Qin Yuanxi was indeed a consequence of his actions. Yu Jian, do you understand the significance of that card? Yao Chun began to assume the role of a venerable elder, ready to impart wisdom to Yu Jian. Suddenly, Fu Donglu recalled a similar scene he had witnessed before, where dark mist seeped through a crevice in a door. He cradled his head in thought for a while, yet could not remember where he had encountered such a scenario. The quarry maiden before him was undeniably more alluring than the violet flower maiden. If given a choice, whom would he select? Truth be told, he held a slight preference for the violet flower maiden. However, should the old woman decide to marry the quarry maiden to him tonight, he would find it difficult to refuse. Ba Xin was taken aback, perplexed by how this concerned him. Was he to suddenly become a father without any reason? Yet, it was akin to facing a rival in school. Winning the championship would place one at that level. Upon entering a more populous high school, one would discover that if one could not secure victory with ease, numerous factors could contribute to it, perhaps physical prowess being among them. Compared to a decade ago, the current mainland was rife with a tense atmosphere, rendering it quite unsuitable for travel. Nevertheless, Lily was indifferent. Fermil had provided her with ample resources, and her semi-divine powers enabled her to safeguard herself and those around her from most dangers. With that, she swung her blade towards the evil emperor, the force of her strike seemingly capable of cleaving the sun and moon. Aside from the revelation that you were orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, all was well, Magneto uttered, his expression unwavering, leaving others perplexed as to his true thoughts. Beneath the Lingyun sect, countless subordinates from outside the sect awaited. To uphold such a vast number of contracts and maintain constant surveillance over each individual, it was evident that a celestial-grade artifact or an extraordinarily powerful being was behind it. Meanwhile, Cheng Yi, without the use of talismans, observed the scene unfold. The members of the Zhuo family held their breath in trepidation, their minds blank, while the dozen or so martial arts alliance members trembled, unable to meet the imposing gaze of Han Dong. This was the unspoken rule they all adhered to. Han Qian felt increasingly aggrieved. He had already made his decision. The adage better to be selective than excessive resonated profoundly in this moment. With a resounding crack, the grand door swung open, echoing the place Lin Ai had previously encountered. In this era of martial arts, many began to revere martial prowess. The might of martial arts was universally acknowledged as an extraordinary power, one that technology could neither analyze nor refute. In short, prior to the teleportation of Su Wuyo and his companions, the group that had arrived earlier had been steadfastly defending their position. Otherwise, for Su Wuyo and his cohort, they would have faced dire troubles. Elurome stood before a grand vanity mirror, surrounded by silver candlesticks illuminating every corner of the bathroom. Regardless of whether it was a passing spirit, merely pausing to rest and fill its belly before departing, the question arose, how much did it cost? And where could one procure such a thing? It was far more realistic than anything conjured by the old toad of the Black Dragon Pool, the old turtle mused. In the hellish battlefield, where the air was thick with death energy, he had inadvertently released a trace of it, which was negligible. Yet, unexpectedly, before he could seize a suitable opportunity, such an incident occurred, and Yao Hua had brazenly approached him first, leaving Cheng Lingyan utterly astonished. Zhu's father could easily discern Yang Xinda's miserly motives. He could tell from the way Yang's backside lifted that he was about to express his intentions, most likely to acquire additional talismans and magical artifacts from Qi Shuyan. Meanwhile, Yu Pingxing felt a pang of sympathy for Zhang Xiangxi, who had been kept in the dark about his reckless actions, yet continued to believe in him unwaveringly. It was truly a remarkable feat. Qi Shuyan was rendered speechless by Qi Jinbai's words, who was capricious and fickle. Moreover, this man was excessively narcissistic. His self-delusions a troubling affliction. Who was pursuing him? Indeed, Li Qi's demeanor was indifferent, his tone equally so. When illegal matters slipped from his lips, they seemed utterly commonplace. Elements of Chinese culture, qipao, hanfu, tang suits, or even costumes for Peking opera, were all valid considerations. Beyond that, Yi Lanshan found herself utterly at a loss. As the wedding date approached, the day of the bed-setting ceremony had swiftly arrived. At this moment, the East Pavilion Prince's residence was adorned with vibrant lanterns. Bustling towards the final stages of completion, the crowd merely cast a fleeting glance at the couple before hastily lowering their heads, only to lift them again, captivated by the buns cradled in their arms. Subsequently, Mu Chunning, her visage pale with fury, took a seat and shot a seething glare at Ming Jinshu. Earlier, when the doctor had called Xiaoyi, it was from her hospital room. Although Xiaoyi had initially claimed he could not come, he had promised to visit at a later time. A pinnacle deity defeating a mid-level god. What an extraordinary honor. Even Tang Rao had not anticipated achieving such a feat. Yet he had done so. Was this a miracle? Indeed, as long as I am present, Kiku Chiba shall never seize power. The man with the mustache laughed triumphantly. After more than half a month, the villagers still recognized me. As I stepped into the village, its inhabitants emerged en masse, extending an enthusiastic welcome. How could they not? On that day at Dragon Burial Mountain, I had nearly saved the entire village. Therefore, prior to visiting the dilapidated temple's rendezvous point, Lu Yunqi took the time to pen a note, entrusting a reliable individual to discreetly deliver it to Cheng Yi at the appropriate moment. However, just moments ago, the note brought by the black bird revealed to Lu Yunqi the truth about her circumstances. The three individuals took their leave, as the servants presented fresh fruits and freshly brewed tea before retreating. Initially, he had worried that Jing Heng might reminisce about past sorrows. Yet upon witnessing his interaction with Yunrong, he found himself puzzled. Was Yunrong to disturb the bird's nest? When had His Majesty become so playful? Upon hearing Bo Jin mention the matter, Hai Song chopped the broccoli, placed it in the basket, and stood beside Bo Jin, preparing to wash it while hesitating to speak. Luo Shui glanced up at the cherry tree, its plump fruits glistening, and gracefully alighted on its branches. Who could that be? The Empress? Her earlier aggressive demeanor had even led her to suspect the Empress, yet such crude tactics seemed uncharacteristic of her. Which concubine could it be? Yang Yu's appearance was indeed peculiar. If she claimed to be uninvolved, Sima and would never believe it. Yet, was her fear and astonishment merely a fade? Following the wind, Nan Gongli slowly opened his eyes, locking gazes with Zhu Suifeng's tender, drowning look. Unable to restrain herself, she reached out, drawing his head closer to imprint her lips against his once more. All right. I've merely returned to the army after a long retirement out of nostalgia. I simply wanted to take a brief look. You may continue with your tasks, Han Lai remarked. He then exited the vehicle, opting to park it himself. In addition, there was lush green grass, swaying gently in the morning breeze, glimmering under the dawn light. Moments later, Yun Rong miraculously captured a rabbit,